Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see what if Harry Potter reincarnated and conquered the wizarding world. Here is short summary. Killed by Voldemort, Harry awakens in his younger self, memories intact, vengeance burning. This time, he won't be a pawn. He'll master magic, bend science, and rise as the wizarding world's greatest force. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Harry didn't have the trace, because he hadn't gotten his wand yet. He also knew that accidental magic wasn't tracked. So if he could channel accidental magic, he could very well improve his situation. He would need to work on that. But first, he intended to make a list. He'd have to keep it in his head for now, since he didn't have pen or paper, nor was he supposed to be able to read or write. He sat down and closed his eyes, to start making a list. First thing he'd need was to obtain proper nutrition. He didn't want to be the smallest kid in school again. Then, he'd need to focus on magic. Perhaps he could start working on wandless magic. He'd investigate that soon. His priorities set, he set about trying to focus on his magic. He'd be able to do that for a few hours, before Petunia decided he was being useless and set him to work in the garden. He had never tried wandless magic, but he knew it could be useful. He remembered making the glass at the zoo disappear, to let Dudley fall into the snake habitat. That time he didn't even move a finger. He had simply stared. If that was true, he could have an advantage this time around he didn't have before. When he apparated himself onto the roof of the school building, there were no letters of warning either, so apparently, there were forms of magic that either weren't or couldn't be traced. He'd try to focus on those as well. He knew how to apparate as well, which would be useful, if it worked. So he opened his eyes and placed a broken toy in front of himself. Then he stared at it, focusing his magic. He knew the Reparo spell by heart. He knew the wand movement, he remembered the feel of the power leaving him. All he needed was to focus. Try as he might, though, nothing seemed to happen. He could feel the power looking for a way out, but not having a focus was making things difficult. He started remembering when he had done accidental magic and realized, at those times, he was angry or afraid. So he remembered his most emotional times, when magic just happened without him wanting it to. He remembered Aunt Marge calling his mother a bi.ch. He remembered Dudley bullying him. Channeling the emotions, he focused on the toy again. Suddenly the toy burst into many different pieces. Harry thought. Perhaps anger wasn't the way to go about this. It was progress though. What other emotions had he channeled to make spells work? After a bit, he remembered the Patronus. He doubted he'd be able to cast one of those without a wand, but perhaps the exercise he did in training to cast the spell would be useful. He closed his eyes again, after collecting the pieces of the broken toy and placed it on the cot in front of him. He started focusing on the good emotions he had trained to cast the spell. He let them fill him up. Good memories with his friends. His first gifts and celebrating his birthday with the Weasleys. His first key. He felt the power build again and focused on the toy in front of him. At first nothing seemed to happen. But then one of the pieces of the toy moved closer to another and stopped, like his magic was asking him if that was right. Harry smiled and nodded to himself, trying to encourage his magic to continue. The piece moved again, but then stopped as Harry's focus wavered. He closed his eyes again and focused on the memories, allowing them to fill himself up again. When he felt his power building he opened his eyes again, but this time he incanted the Reparo spell in his mind, hoping his magic picked up on his intent. Suddenly the toy snapped back together into a single piece, completely repaired. Yes, he exclaimed, in victory. What are you doing in there, boy? Petunia called to him. Damn, he'd need to be more careful. Nothing, Aunt Petunia. Harry said aloud. I was just imagining having friends. A freak like you could never have friends. Aunt Petunia scoffed. You should forget that ever happening. Harry seethed at her words, but kept his mouth shut, focusing his intent back on the toy, and it suddenly burst apart again. He calmed himself with a deep breath and went back to practice. That was how Harry started spending his free time. At this age, people didn't expect much from him, so as long as he did his chores and stayed quiet, he could practice all he wanted. He would sneak into the kitchen and after much effort, he was able to use duplication magic to make himself some food, which he stashed in the cupboard under a floorboard he had pried loose. A couple of months later, he had started working on more complex forms of magic and his plans had grown. He didn't want to stay with the Dursleys forever, but he knew Dumbledore would insist, no matter what he could do, so he had decided to work on more difficult magic. A notice-me-not was, in his opinion, one of the handier pieces of magic he had ever learned. A couple of those on both himself and the cupboard, and the Dursleys started leaving him alone more. He was still called to do chores and he'd have to counter the magic, so that he could do the work, but he'd ensured that his relatives never saw him appear. He knew that they would not tolerate anything freaky from him, even if he claimed he didn't do it, or know he was doing it. It did end up making his life simpler, though. When the Dursleys didn't see him for days on end, they didn't care where he went. They seemed to like the idea of him not existing at all, so he capitalized on it. He had practiced apparition again, which worked perfectly for him, so he started working on the next stage of his plan. He needed to be able to function around adults, so he started working on illusions and moving things using his magic. That was a more difficult feat to achieve, but he had time, and he reasoned it would be very useful for his future. Simply using the notice-me-not spell wouldn't allow him to communicate with people, if he needed information, after all. He'd found that his magic had started building up more easily, as his proficiency increased. He didn't need to focus so hard on emotions as he had to at the start, and the magic, seeming to know what he wanted done, would come more easily at his command. It was something he took great pleasure in discovering. It would be great if he could cast his whole repertoire of spells at some point, but for now, he focused on doing things that were more simple and straightforward. Harry had also realized that his moving of items wasn't bound to any specific spell he knew. He knew banishing and summoning, and levitation was first-year magic, but he had never learned a spell that could turn pages on a book or wash dishes at his direction. It was like telekinesis. He would focus on an item and hold it with his magic. Then he could manipulate it, lift it and move it. It even seemed to have a strength that he didn't possess as a 4-year-old. He worked on that, when he discovered the ability and found that he could emulate using his hands to lift things no small child should be capable of. This was very handy, he realized, and he spent a whole month on training to emulate moving with his power, until it became second nature to him. By the end of the month, he had even tried to lift Vernon's car. It took a lot out of him, but he succeeded in lifting the rear wheels off the ground for a good 10 seconds. He was wiped out after, but he was still smiling like a loon as he snuck back into the house that night. Using his power to unlock his cupboard and the front door was simple after all. He simply had to emulate the movement of a key and his power would turn the tumblers in the lock the correct way. He'd ended up breaking the lock the first time, before he knew how to do it without breaking the mechanism, but the Dursleys didn't suspect him, as he was still locked up in his cupboard the next morning. Harry's illusions were coming along swimmingly by the time he entered the first year of primary school. He could now create a full illusion of a grown man, which was his goal. He needed more information on wandless magic and he knew exactly where to find it. He wasn't planning on spending his time going to school anyway, since they couldn't teach him anything he didn't already know. By this point he was confident enough in his power, that he simply stopped going. Vernon had not been happy to find out and had barged into the house looking for the freak after the school called to tell him Harry didn't show up. "Boy, get out here," he bellowed. "Uncle Vernon," Harry said as he stepped out of the cupboard. "What's this I hear about you not going to school?" Vernon demanded. "I decided not to go," Harry said simply. "Too good for school, are you? I pay good money to send you there." Vernon yelled. "You don't pay shit," Harry said. He'd had enough of the fat oaf treating him like an insect. "I know full well that you are receiving a stipend from Albus Dumbledore to pay for my schooling, as well as board and room. Something you've not been providing." "How do you know that name?" Vernon asked as he lost some color in his face. "I know a lot, Vernon," Harry said with a straight face. It did not look good on a 5-year-old. It made him look slightly unhinged. The fact that he had called Vernon by his first name didn't help. "I'm also tired of playing the role of live-in servant, so I've decided there will be a change." Vernon didn't like the sound of that. "You've been speaking to the freaks, haven't you?" "I have not," Harry said truthfully. "But here's a little secret, I don't need to. I already know about all of that." To prove his point, Harry took hold of Vernon's one leg and lifted it up, while Vernon yelled in both surprise and fear. When he was dangling in the air, Harry said, "Shut up, you fat bastard." Then he dropped him to the floor. "As you can see, I don't need to worry about what you want." Harry continued, "I'll be taking care of myself from now on. All you need to do is leave me alone, and you won't even know I am here." Vernon had been picking himself up from the floor. His face had turned an ugly red and Harry could see the man had lost his temper. He sighed as Vernon rushed at him to attack him, so he stood with his hands behind his back and waited for the hit. Once Vernon was on him, with a fist fast approaching his face, Harry stopped it by holding it with his magic. "Corporal punishment is against the law, but I suppose I can allow it this time," Harry said with a bored face as he increased the pressure of his hold until Vernon screamed and there was the distinct sound of a bone breaking. "That's one finger for one attack. Do you want to try again?" he asked. Vernon shook his head as he tried to pull away from the freak and whatever invisible force was holding his hand. When he couldn't, he kicked at Harry, only for his foot to be caught by the same power. There was another crack as another finger broke. "2 fingers," Harry corrected. "We can go for the whole set if you want," he offered. "I was right, you are a freak." Vernon spat as Harry finally let go of his hand and he fell on his ass. "When your people come, I'm going to tell them that you attacked me. And you think they'll listen to you?" Harry scoffed. "They'll simply read your memory and realize that you've been mistreating me for years. You just tried to assault me. Chances are, you'll go to jail for that, if I decide to tell them." Vernon had paled. He hadn't thought of that. If they read his memories, they'd realize that he had been spending the money that he got to support Harry on things for his own family. Harry wasn't even being fed properly. He lived in a cupboard. You can't let them do that. If I'm in jail, who will provide for the family? Should have thought of that before you started spending my money on a new car and gifts for your whale of a son." Harry replied calmly. "You do realize that I don't want to be here either, right? I don't care that my presence here protects your family from the Death Eaters. I'd just as soon go to live, literally anywhere else and read about your deaths on the paper, while I take my morning shit. But I'm feeling magnanimous today," Harry continued. "I'll continue as I am and you will ignore me. Tell the school that you transferred me to another school, I don't care where. In the meanwhile, I'll be giving a letter to someone with all the sordid little details of what really happens in this house, and if anything should happen to me, the letter will be sent to some people who I know would love to meet the person who abused the last Lord Potter." "You're a monster," Vernon said, feeling the pressure of the threats hanging over his head. "I'm the monster," Harry laughed. "Really? Do you even know what you've put me through? The beatings for not making food fast enough. For not making your bacon crispy enough. All the while I make the food and I'm only allowed a crust of bread every other day." "No, Vernon Dursley. I'm not the monster currently in this room. You see the monster every time you look in a mirror," Harry finished. "I'm a 5-year-old boy, who has never known the love of a family. You saw to that. If I turned into a monster, who do you think is responsible?" Vernon had lost all color again as he realized the boy was right. He had no choice but to accede to his demand. "Fine," he ground out through clenched teeth, still cradling his broken fingers in his other hand. "Good man," Harry said as he turned and walked into his closet, casting the notice me not as he went. And that was the end of Harry's torment. In the meanwhile, he was making more plans. There was a certain convict, who Harry intended to free, but he'd need proof, and for that, he'd need pedigree. Harry wouldn't trust Dumbledore with this, so he decided to take a different approach. He'd need allies going forward and he knew just who he intended to get. As such, he started a letter to Remus Lupin. Remus Lupin was staying in a small apartment in Kent. He had taken a job as a laborer at a farm. He had claimed he had an ailment that would incapacitate him for a couple of days a month, and while the owners weren't happy about the missed days, considering it was harvest season, they needed all the help they could get, and Remus proved his worth by putting in extra hours wherever he could. It wasn't a good living, as he needed to purchase wolfsbane and the potion was very expensive, but he got by. It was late one evening, when he returned to the flat, when he saw an owl waiting for him on a tree outside the flat. He quickly went in and opened a window for the bird and relieved it of the letter. Then the bird flew off. He quickly opened the letter and read, "Dear Mr. Lupin, my name is Harry Potter. You knew my parents. I realize you will not believe that I am capable of writing this letter on my own, but I assure you that I am quite able. For the sake of expediency, let's say that I'm a prodigy. I know you won't believe it one way or another, but let me make the request anyway. I am in need of a magical tutor. While I am young, I'd like to at least learn what theory I am able to, and the younger one starts, the better the knowledge sticks, as I understand it. I am willing to pay well and I will supply you with your monthly potion. If that is not good enough, let me know and I will start looking for tuition elsewhere. If, however, I have piqued your interest, please meet me at the Leaky Cauldron at 10 a.m. this Saturday morning. I've booked a room for you and I'll be waiting for 1 hour. If you decide not to show up, I will be disappointed, but I will understand. Yours truly, Harry J. Potter. P.S. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Remus stared at the letter in disbelief. Whoever wrote this message knew things only the Marauders could or did. Sirius was rotting in prison, where he belonged, and poor Peter and James were dead. The decision wasn't difficult to make. He needed to know who this really was. If the person was somehow in contact with Harry, he'd welcome that as well, since he hadn't been able to find the boy, and he'd looked. Wherever he was, Dumbledore wasn't talking. Saturday arrived and Harry was waiting at the Leaky Cauldron. It had not been difficult to enter the alley or to gain access to Gringotts. He'd simply shown up, asked to see a consultant in private and dispelled his illusions. The goblins were still unfriendly, but when he told them he had never been given his key and that he believed he was being stolen from, the goblins couldn't ignore him. The reputation of the bank was at stake, after all. They had given him a blood test, to confirm his identity and given him a new key. Then they checked the records and found the withdrawals that Dumbledore had made to pay the Dursleys for his essentials. Harry was happy to note nothing else was missing. The goblins were not happy to hear he had not authorized any withdrawals, and considering Harry's godfather was in prison, none could be authorized, either. Harry had told them to hold off on any legal action, since he knew that the old man had meant well, but they didn't care. Albus Dumbledore had been stealing from them for years. It would not be tolerated. Harry had sighed, but let it go. It really wasn't his problem. If things worked out, he'd not be seeing the Dursleys again anyway. He wasn't surprised when Tom, the barman, knocked on the door at exactly 10 a.m. and said that the visitor had arrived. Harry's illusion was still up, when the man opened the door and looked in. The illusion nodded at him and the door opened fully to allow Remus Lupin in. Remus froze in the door, not having expected, nor knowing either of the people. "Come in, Mr. Lupin," the illusion said. "You are in the correct room." Remus took a deep breath, before he walked in and the door closed behind him automatically. Harry didn't wait long before dispelling his illusion. "Hi there, Remus," he said with a happy smile. "What?" Remus started as he looked at where the older man had been. "What's going on here?" he asked. The boy did look like he suspected Harry would, but the magic was too advanced for a child to have cast. "Would you mind casting some privacy spells?" Harry requested. "I've not worked out how to do those yet." Remus wasn't certain he could believe this child was really a child. He was far too well spoken and the magic he had seen didn't make him feel any more at ease. "Why should I?" he asked instead. "Come on, Moony." Harry tried. "Can't you at least try and trust the son of a marauder?" Remus hadn't expected that, but he decided to give the boy a chance. He cast a couple of privacy spells and then approached and sat down on the other side of the table. "What's going on?" he repeated. "Hello. My name is Harry Potter. I'm currently 5 years old. I've learned a certain amount of wandless magic and I know some things you might need to know." Harry started. "For one, I know you are a marauder. James Potter, Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew were your roommates in school. They were animagi. A deer, a dog and a rat, respectively. You were a werewolf and they became animagi so that they could keep you company during the full moon." "Where did you learn that?" Remus exclaimed. "Not many people knew this." "Sure you can handle the truth?" Harry asked. "Tell me." Remus insisted. "I'm a time traveler. You told me yourself." Harry said simply. "That's not possible." Remus scoffed. "Try me," Harry said back, a smile on his face. An hour later, Remus was sitting there dumbstruck. "You really are from the future," he said. "Yes," Harry confirmed. "I can't believe Peter would betray your parents like that," Remus exclaimed. "When I get my hands on him, I'm going to kill him." Glad for the privacy spells, now. Harry smirked. Anyway, I would not suggest you do that. Peter is our evidence. We need to somehow get the truth from him and then get Sirius exonerated. But Dumbledore, Remus started. Will do nothing. Harry interrupted. He wants me to die, so that Voldemort can be killed. He knew who the secret keeper was and he's done nothing for Sirius. What? Remus exploded. Yeah, not a fun pill to swallow, that. Harry agreed. Fortunately, it seems that the Horcrux has been destroyed. I can't speak to snakes anymore. You were a Parselmouth? Remus asked. No. The piece of Tom Riddle's, Voldemort's, soul, which used to be in my head and could speak to snakes, was destroyed by him in the Forbidden Forest 12 years from now. Harry said. Remus went cross-eyes for a moment. Time travel, right, he said. Shouldn't we be worried about changing things? No chance in hell was I going to go through all that again. Harry scoffed. Language, Harry. Remus said. That. I'm 18 years old. As soon as I can find a ritual or potion that can age me permanently, that's exactly what I'm doing. Harry said. Do you have any idea how much effort it is to keep the illusions going so long? I'm afraid there's no such thing, Harry. Remus chuckled, after he got over the shock of the 5-year-old boy swearing like a sailor. You'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. I'll figure something out then. No chance am I going through school again. I deserve my freedom. I've earned it, Harry said vehemently. Remus chuckled. He'd not be any better, given similar circumstances. School was some of his better years, though. What about your friends? He asked. Harry thought about that. He hadn't considered it. If he didn't go to school, he'd not meet everyone, like he should have. He swore again. Remus almost rebuked him for swearing again, but found the more he talked with Harry, the more he picked up on the mannerisms of a grown-up, rather than a child. Could you at least attempt to not swear so much? He tried. Harry shrugged, but didn't answer one way or another. Then a devious smile crossed his face. Let's talk about something way more important, he offered. Sirius Black was lying in his cell, listening for any movement that indicated that someone was coming. He'd need to turn back into a human if he heard someone coming. When he heard the footsteps of people approaching, he turned back instantly, with a frown. The patrol wasn't due for another hour. Sirius Black, a voice called as they approached. Stand with your back to the cell door and your hands against the wall above your head. Sirius was worried that they had somehow found out, but a small part of his mind hoped that Remus had found the traitor or picked up on his scent out in the world somewhere and tracked him down. He was cuffed in magic-suppressing cuffs and marched out of his cell at one point. Where are you taking me? He asked. You've got a visitor. One of the Aurors said simply. Who? Sirius asked. The man did not reply and neither did his partner. When they got to a room, he was bound to a table and a guest was seen in. It was Amelia Bones. Sirius. She greeted him. Madam Bones. Sirius responded. To what do I owe the pleasure? He asked. He was not very hopeful at this point. Nobody had ever listened to him and he doubted that would change this day. Leave us. Amelia ordered the guards. But, the guards started. Get out, Amelia said in a frosty tone. The guard didn't even try to argue after that. Bones had a reputation for a vicious temper. People that displeased her would never be able to find promotion. She also had a very long memory. Glad I'm not black, the guard thought as he left the room. Amelia cast a couple of spells for privacy and then turned to Sirius. Couldn't keep your bloody trap shut, could you? Couldn't just report what you knew to your superiors? What? Sirius asked in confusion. You were supposed to take care of the Potter boy, but now I have to find out he's been abused by his relatives for years. Dumbledore has been hiding pertinent information to try and keep him hidden and you could have stopped all that by simply following procedure. Bones snarled at him. Fortunately for you, your friend, Lupin, came forward with some new information. He found Peter. Sirius asked, with some hope. Better. Bones said. He turned him over to us earlier this morning. Somehow Peter had, accidentally, ingested some veritaserum and started telling us all sorts of interesting stories. She stuck a finger in his face. Stories, I'd have loved to hear from one of my own people, instead. I'm sorry, Amelia, Sirius said as he sighed in relief. Finally, Remus had come through for him. I wasn't in my right mind. My best friend had just been killed and I wanted to get revenge. Aurors don't serve vengeance. We serve justice. Bones said in the same cold tone. When you are released, don't think you'll be allowed on the force again. You are a disgrace. She spat. She calmed herself visibly then, but I am sorry that nobody ever checked up on you, or took what you were telling us seriously. Sirius had shown much promise, when he had finished Auror training. She had an eye on him for promotion, as it was seldom that a pureblood family produced someone with so few prejudices. He'd have been perfect for taking over for her once she became the head of the department. Instead, she'd had to promote Scrimgeour. He was just hoping to use the position as a stepping stone in his political ambitions and wasn't cut out to serve the people. She had never forgiven Sirius for forcing her to do that. Sirius had closed his eyes and nodded. He wasn't expecting this, but he wouldn't complain either. 3.5 years of his life had been spent sitting in a cell. He looked up when he remembered that. And Crouch? He asked. Amelia took a deep breath. He was found harboring his son, who he had allowed to escape Azkaban. He'll be taking up residence in your old cell, if I have anything to do with it, she promised. Thank you, Amelia, Sirius said. I owe you one. No, you don't, Amelia said. If you were a better man, this would never have happened. I suggest you get your shit together, so that you can take care of the unfortunate boy, who you left in the hands of those filthy muggles. She spat again. I'm no purist, but those creatures shouldn't be allowed near other human beings. I hear they locked him up in a cupboard for the last 3.5 years. Sirius' face showed rage, before it went blank, as he was hit by that information. He needed to control his emotions. If he didn't show he could control himself, he had no doubt Amelia wouldn't allow him near his godson. Are they being arrested? He asked evenly. Amelia was sizing him up. He had not been wrong, as she had informed him to find out if he had at least learned from his mistakes. She nodded at him. When he controlled himself as she had hoped, they Dursleys have been placed under arrest. Her Majesty's government do not tolerate the mistreatment of children. Their son has been sent to live with his paternal aunt. Good, was all Sirius said. Where is Harry now? He asked. His current whereabouts are a secret. Amelia said. Not even I know where he is. Apparently, he refuses to reveal himself to anyone but his legal guardian. You. How will I find him? Sirius asked, a little worried now. The poor kid must be hiding somewhere, afraid for his life. Remus Lupin has a letter for you. Apparently young Harry is quite mature for his age and arranged for secure lodgings after speaking to his bank manager at Gringotts. Amelia aloud. Since we need to abide by the treaties, we cannot force the information from them. Quite devious of the young Potter. What about Dumbledore? Sirius asked, his eyes narrowing. He must not look too good to the general public at this point. He's still Chief Warlock, and as such cannot be touched by law. Amelia said. I'd suggest you stay away from him. With all this having come to light, I don't know that I would trust him anywhere near my Susan. Sirius remembered hearing about the deaths of Susan's parents and that Amelia had taken her in. I'm sorry for your loss, Amelia. Amelia didn't respond. Instead she stood up and uncuffed the man. You will be transported to St. Mungo's and checked over before release. Mr. Lupin informed me that he will meet you there. Sirius had been quickly transported away and taken for treatment. Malnourishment was the worst of it. The healers didn't understand how his mind had gone through all that unscathed, though Peter Pettigrew had informed the Aurors of his animagus status and Amelia had taken pity on the man and registered Sirius, stating that the paperwork must have gotten lost. She still damned him for not telling anyone. If they had known about Pettigrew, they might have believed him, when he started telling people that Pettigrew was alive. When Sirius was released, Remus was waiting for him. Remus! Sirius exclaimed as he walked up to the man to hug and thank him. Stop, Remus said, holding a hand out to stop the man. We can talk once we are at your ancestral home. You want to go there? Sirius asked. I want to pick up Harry first. I hear you have a letter for me. He tried. Remus smirked at him for a moment. He reached into his pocket and handed him an envelope. Sirius opened it and read. Listen to Moony, Padfoot. Harry J. Potter. What's this? Sirius asked. He looked up and saw the smirk appear on Remus's face again. You know where he is, don't you? Why go to the old house first, then? Remus didn't say anything, but lifted an eyebrow and placed a hand on Sirius' shoulder. Sirius sighed then, Fine, but let's make it a quick stop. I need to know my godson is safe. Sirius transported them directly to the front door of 12 Grimmauld and led Remus in. Surprise! Harry yelled as he tossed a pie in the ex-prisoner's face. Sirius hadn't expected it and took it full in the face. He spluttered as he cleared his face of the sticky, sweet substance. Harry, he asked. Who else would it be, you old fleabag? Harry laughed as he ran up to the man and hugged him, not caring that he was getting himself dirty in the process. Sirius didn't know what to think, but smiled and hugged the young boy. It's great to see you, Harry, he said as he just hugged the boy to himself. I'm so sorry I wasn't there to look after you. You're here now, Harry said. That's all that matters. Do you even remember me? Sirius asked. He could recognize Harry, of course, but Harry had been only slightly older than 1 year old, the last time he had seen Sirius. You'd be surprised what I remember, Padfoot. Harry smirked. Sirius caught at that time. This boy was far too well-spoken and knew things he couldn't remember. What's going on here? He asked. Same question I asked when I met Harry. Remus said. He looked at Harry. Mind if I tell him, this time? Sure, Moony. Go for it, Harry said with a smirk. He turned and walked into the kitchen. We can talk while we eat. I got us some proper food for dinner. Did you leave the house without me again? Remus demanded. Sod off, Moony, Harry said. I'm not a child and can take care of myself. What is going on here? Sirius repeated and stopped in his tracks. This couldn't be Harry Potter. Where is Harry, really? It's me, Sirius, Harry said. I promise. Let Remus explain it to you. I'm hungry and the food is getting cold. They finally got Sirius to follow and they went to sit in the kitchen where a couple of pizza boxes lay on the table with a couple of plates set around them. Creature walked in mumbling something about Muggle lovers. Harry picked him up with magic, though, and shook him. Creature, have you forgotten yourself again? Harry asked. Of course not, Master Potter. Creature said, shaking his head. The disappointment is a disappointment to see again, is all. Harry chuckled and put the house elf down. Well, go clean the disappointment's room for him, please. We'll be staying here for the foreseeable future. Will I be allowed to see the mistress soon? The house elf countered. You still haven't earned that, I'm afraid. Harry shook his head, still smiling. Go, now, quick as a bunny. If I hear you put any traps up, that will be another month without the portrait. Of course, Master Potter. I would not dream of setting traps for your guests, the house elf promised and disappeared. Funny little guy, Harry chuckled. What the hell? Sirius demanded. I don't even know where to begin with that. Remus said. One morning your mother's portrait was missing and Creature started calling Harry, Master. He won't even tell me how he got the painting down. I told you, Harry said. Brute strength. But the portrait was magically attached to the wall. Remus objected. Exactly, Harry said. I removed the wall first. Can someone please tell me what the bloody hell is going on? Sirius yelled. Harry just chuckled, but Remus shook his head with half a smile. At least that made sense now. Okay, let's start at the beginning, he started. After dinner and a lot of talking, Sirius was sitting there with his head in his hands. Time travel. How the hell does something like that even happen? He looked up at Harry. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. I'd rather not spend 12 years in Azkaban, but still. How did it all go so wrong? I'm currently blaming Dumbledore, Harry said. I realize he means well, but all the suffering he causes as he tries to do things in his own way, I don't think I can allow that to happen again. Though, you will need to go to Hogwarts to set the stuff you'll need up. Remus said. What does he need? Sirius asked. Didn't he say he was basically finished with school? His friends are still going to go there. Remus said. He'll also need access to get rid of some of the Horcruxes. He looked directly at Sirius. Then, we also need you to get the cup from the Lestrange vault. How will I do that? Sirius asked. I have no right to go in there. You know how goblins are about theft. We don't really care, Sirius. Harry said. Pay them off or hire professional thieves. Take over the Goblin Nation or look for a law that will give you access. I'm not breaking in there again. Once was enough and we only barely got away last time. You broke in? Sirius asked. He didn't know if he was impressed or worried for their sanity. We didn't have a choice. Harry said. While Voldemort had his soul anchors, we couldn't try to kill him. If we're going to live happy lives, he needs to die. Fortunately, we already know where most of the Horcruxes are and he won't have turned Nagini into a Horcrux yet. Are you sure he didn't do that before he died, when you were a baby? Remus asked. Nah, Harry said. I haven't set Nagini free yet and she was bred in captivity. What do you mean? Remus asked. Last time around I was a Parselmouth. I went to the zoo with my relatives and accidentally set loose the snake that would later become Voldemort's familiar. Harry explained. I know I'm not a Parselmouth this time, since I couldn't talk to a garden snake while I was working in the Dursleys' garden recently. Why would you have lost that power? Sirius asked. Because I used to be a Horcrux. Harry said simply. Sirius stiffened at that. How do we know you weren't taken over by the Dark Lord's soul? He asked. Why would I want to destroy the other Horcruxes if I was one of them? Harry scoffed. Seriously, Sirius, I thought you were smarter than that. I questioned him thoroughly. Remus informed Sirius. He told me some things that I told him the last time around. Things only I knew and could have told him. Like what? Sirius asked. I'm not telling you. Remus told him. Damn, Sirius said with a bit of a smile on his face. Was worth a try, I guess. He turned to Harry. Anything I told you, worth mentioning? You gave me one of a set of two-way mirrors for Christmas, which we never used. Apparently you and my dad used to use them. You tried to tell me about the prophecy, but Mrs. Weasley and the rest of the order wouldn't let you. Harry said. You also promised me we could live together, and then you went and fell through the veil of death after Bellatrix hit you with a stunner. A stunner? Harry exclaimed. That by.ch. Sirius exclaimed too. I can't believe I died for a stunner. To be fair, you were fighting Malfoy and she got you in the back. Harry said. Sirius still didn't want to believe it, but he controlled his emotions with some effort. I don't know how, but I'm definitely getting into the Lestrange vault, now. Did you just use occlumency? To control your emotions, I mean? Harry asked. He knew that the old mutt was always in some form of control, which he let go only to show Harry genuine affection the last time around. Trained up a bit when I arrived in Azkaban. Sirius confirmed. Why? Snape likes to read his students' minds. Harry said. Both him and Dumbledore, I suspect. Every time that his eyes twinkle, I wonder if it's because he's in my head. But he twinkles those eyes at everyone. Remus objected, before understanding dawned. Oh, that's just wrong. Well, we can't have that happen this time around. Sirius said. We'll have to train you up some. We'll probably need to get you a wand as well, he said looking at Harry. No need, Harry said, taking a stick out of a pocket. It looked roughly like his old wand. Where did you get that? Remus asked. He knew of Harry's wandless capabilities. Made it this morning, while I waited. Harry shrugged. You can make wands? Sirius asked. No, but I can transfigure sticks into looking like wands just fine. Harry said with a smirk as he used his magic to levitate his wand in the air. Sirius' eyes narrowed and he got an evil smirk. Oh, the things I'd have done if I had that kind of talent. Harry smirked. Until the hormones hit again, I doubt I'll be flipping any skirts, Sirius, he said. But you'll still be able to trip people up and sabotage potions and distract and prank and so many things. Sirius said. Then he straightened. It's only proper for the son of a marauder, and considering you don't need to spend so much time studying, you'll have all that free time to spend practicing your skills. Pranking gave me most of the skills I needed for the infiltration course at Auror Academy. And those are some of the skills I think I'll need to learn. Harry said with a smile. Then there was a knock at the front door and all of them looked up. Expecting guests already? Harry asked, thinking he already knew who it might be. We might want to think about relocating to a place where Albus Percival Wulfric F. King Dumbledore doesn't know the bloody secret to your Fidelius, he said with a frown. I don't think that's his full name. Remus said with a smile as he got up to follow a suddenly very quiet Sirius. I'm almost certain there's a Brian in there somewhere, he noted. They followed Sirius, but Remus stopped Harry before he could turn the last corner. Harry allowed it. Sirius opened the front door a crack and looked out at the old man they had suspected. He didn't say anything though. He just looked at the man that had basically planned to leave him in prison, so that his godson could die. The hand that had opened the door was also the one that currently pointed a wand straight at Dumbledore's head, through the door. Sirius. Dumbledore said with a smile. Sirius didn't answer and looked at the man's crooked nose, avoiding eye contact, so he didn't see any twinkle. Albus waited for a couple of seconds, but Sirius avoided his gaze and his face remained passive. Welcome back. Albus tried again. I was so surprised to hear that Peter was the secret keeper. James must have memory charmed me to believe I had made you the secret keeper. Sirius didn't even blink. He just continued to look at the man's nose. You must believe me, Sirius. Albus insisted. I would have helped you, had I known. Bullshit. Harry coughed, in a reasonable magical emulation of Remus' voice. Sirius didn't know it had been Harry, but smirked and opened the door only slightly more, to allow Albus to see Remus standing there. Remus, my friend. Albus tried. Certainly, you must know that I would never allow Sirius to suffer needlessly. Prove it, Remus said, also avoiding the man's gaze. Make the vow. He dared. Unbreakable vows are not to be used lightly. Dumbledore objected. Then he tried a different tactic. Where is young Harry? The goblins still need to tell me. Sirius broke his silence for the first time with a lie. Harry claimed sanctuary from them, apparently. Something to do with someone stealing from his vault and paying his relatives to keep him in a cupboard and feed him twice a week. Dumbledore paled at that. Sirius didn't know if it was because he hadn't known or if the goblins' thinking he was stealing from one of their customers was the problem, but really couldn't care. I merely arranged for some payments to be made, to pay for the boy's needs. Sirius didn't answer this time. Remus, however, didn't have that compulsion. When was the last time you went to Gringotts? He asked with a bit of a vindictive smile. Dumbledore had not been able to enter either of the men's minds. They simply refused to look him in the eyes. A simple spell had already informed him that 3 humans were in the kitchen area when he approached, and since he'd only seen the 2, he suspected Harry was hiding from him and they were avoiding eye contact, out of guilt. You must not lie to me, Remus. I must ensure Harry's safety. His relatives offer him security you do not know about. You mean the blood wards you placed at their house? Remus asked. I already removed them. They were basically doing nothing for him anyway, since the family never loved him, and he never thought of the place as his home. You fool! Dumbledore exclaimed in real anger, before closing his eyes and reining in his temper. You should not have done that. His mother's death gave him protections that you destroyed when you lifted those wards. If they were as powerful as you think, why was I able to remove them? Remus asked. That shut Dumbledore up. He really didn't understand that either. I'll tell you why. Remus continued. The protection Lily gave Harry was rooted in love. There was no love for him in that house. The wards would have failed to stop a mouse, let alone a rat, like Pettigrew. Yes, I'd heard about him being an animagus. Albus said. You boys really should have told someone about these abilities you have. He tried, changing tactic again and acting like the stern teacher he had once been. Either way, I suppose keeping Harry in a protected location is for the best. But you must allow me to see the boy. I insist, in fact. You can insist all you like, but by law, I have the right to decline your request and not even the Supreme Mugwump or the Chief Warlock has the right to interfere. Sirius said. You are officially also removed from the protection of the wards of the House of Black. As my heir and ward, Harry Potter is now the recipient of the full protection of the House of Black. So mote it be, he said as he lifted his wand and it flashed as the wards of the house changed at its master's will. Dumbledore had wanted to stop him as he spoke, but realized the wards would have protected him if he had tried to attack the idiot before him. You don't want to make an enemy of me. Dumbledore warned. I'm going to protect Harry, even if I have to take the whole house down to do it, he warned. Then you will allow Uncle Sirius to protect me, like Mum and Dad wanted. Harry said, poking his head around the corner to be seen. He had to act like a child, so he affected a scared look. He looked at Remus. Is he one of the bad man's followers? Is he a Death Eater? Harry asked. No, Harry, Remus said, placing a hand on his shoulder, knowing what he was doing. He's just old. He doesn't understand that Sirius loves you and wants to protect you. He knelt down in front of the boy and said, why don't you go to your room? We'll be done talking to the headmaster in a short bit, okay? Which closet is my room? Harry asked with a downcast look. You won't need to sleep in a closet again. Remus said. That room upstairs that we showed you. That is your room now. The one with the bed and windows. Harry asked, looking up at Remus in wonder. The whole thing. Remus nodded and ruffled his hair with a tolerant smile. Harry smiled and ran to the stairs to go to his room, at least that's what it looked like to Dumbledore. The poor boy must have had it rough. He suspected he knew why Sirius was so protective now. Perhaps he was being a bit hasty. I'm sorry, Sirius. I didn't know. He apologized. I thought he'd be safe and protected. I believe you. Sirius allowed. But that doesn't mean I'm letting anyone near Harry. Not even you. James and Lily entrusted him to me. Dumbledore nodded then. Maybe in time, I can prove to you that I only want to protect the boy too. He offered. Then I suggest you return a certain family heirloom to him. Sirius said. If he could hide, should someone, somehow, break through the Fidelius, that's just an added protection he can rely on. I doubt that could happen, Sirius. Dumbledore said. The Fidelius is quite safe. Tell that to James and Lily. Sirius said. If they had the cloak, though, they might be alive today. Why did you have it to begin with? He asked. How do you even know I have it? Albus asked. Sirius just lifted an eyebrow. Of course. James told you everything, didn't he? He realized aloud. You are correct, of course, he finally said. Any added protections Harry could have will be provided. I'll deliver the cloak to you soon. Sirius just nodded and made to close the door. Could we not sit down and discuss what you plan to do now? Dumbledore tried. We can't send him to a counselor, so I'll be speaking to Harry about what he has been through and try to comfort him and try to break him from his conditioning. Remus said. He woke up this morning and apologized for not having my breakfast ready yet and then started begging me not to beat him again. Merlin. Dumbledore swore. Surely they couldn't do that to a child. They did that, and worse. Sirius said, allowing some emotion to cross his features. Considering who left him with them, I'm sure you can understand why I am not enthused with your presence at this time, he growled. I promise you, Sirius, had I known, I would have made other arrangements for the boy. Dumbledore swore. He really hadn't known. Arabella had told him that the boy worked in the garden and that he sometimes had suspicious bruises, but he had thought that he was being bullied by the other boy. Some form of sibling rivalry, perhaps. At the time he had thought it would build his character. You took responsibility for his safety, and you failed him. Sirius said darkly. Until you prove you really care about his future, I give you my own promise that you will not set foot in the same room as him. Maybe you can start by asking Madame Pomfrey to come look at him. Remus asked. He's malnourished and has some bones that will require resetting after they weren't treated when he had breaks. They didn't even take him to a Muggle doctor. Dumbledore asked in horror. What had he done to the poor boy? He got an angry look in his eyes, not that they noticed. I'll send her immediately. Once again, I am so sorry for letting him down. I can see I have a lot to make up for. He turned on the spot and apparated away. That was well played, Harry said from the second-floor landing. I wasn't playing, Remus said. I can see they haven't been taking care of you. Meh, Harry scoffed. When I came back, I started stealing food and duplicating stuff. They got the conjured copies, so I've actually been feeding myself much better in the last year. A couple of potions will still do you some good. Sirius agreed with Remus. I know you're not a child anymore, but your body still needs to be taken care of. Harry shrugged and then turned around. I'm going to go do some reading in the library, he called down. I saw a book on wandless magic and want to learn a bit more. Sirius looked up in horror. Is he a bookworm? He asked apprehensively. Remus chuckled. He's been through a war, Sirius. He's just taking steps to prepare. At least he's also a prankster. Sirius conceded. The more he knows, the more legendary his time in Hogwarts will be. He looked up the stairs again. We could still teach him a couple of tricks. Maybe he can make a new Marauder's map. Or find the old one. Remus said. As I understand it, he already knows who will have it when he goes to school. Sirius smiled the smile of a predator. Oh, the things he'll do. The Dark Lord won't see him coming, he said. Remus allowed it. He preferred to think of Harry as the serious young man who met him that first day. Sure, he'd made a few jokes and mentioned things to shock him, and to see his reaction, but he'd gotten to business quickly and he could see Harry was trying to keep on mission. And we'll have to help him as much as we can, he said. Madame Pomfrey showed up an hour later, accompanied by Dumbledore, of course, but he respected Sirius' request and stayed outside while the school matron went to speak to Harry. He was worried when she didn't come back out for 2 hours. Finally, he knocked on the door again and waited for someone to answer. Sirius went to open the door and opened it a bit more widely this time. "Yes?" he asked. "What is taking Poppy so long?" Dumbledore asked. "She's insisting that she has to monitor him as the potions do their work." Sirius informed him. "We had to knock him out to break and reset the bones on his right arm and some in his left foot. The ribs apparently healed properly on their own, but the head fracture never fully healed, as apparently, his uncle preferred to hit him in the head on the same spot every time and it never got the chance." Merlin. Dumbledore swore again. "The monsters," he murmured. He really should have listened to McGonagall. He couldn't apologize again, though, so he promised to himself that he'd see justice done. "They will pay for this, Sirius. I swear it." Sirius was glad for his occlumency training, when he reported, truthfully, about some of the things Harry had been through. Had he not had control, he may have simply cursed the old bastard. Harry assured him that Dumbledore meant well, but he was not likely to trust the old goat ever again, after he heard the list of injuries. Not to mention everything done to himself and his best friends. The old bastard must have taken the invisibility cloak to ensure they didn't have a way to hide from Voldemort. "The cloak?" he asked. Of course. Dumbledore remembered, removing the requested item from inside his robe. "I intended to give it to him when he was older," he said. "When he was old enough to properly care for it. I'm sure Harry will not abuse it, once he knows it used to be a family heirloom," Sirius said. Then he closed the door. The first thing he did was look for tracking magic. Sure enough, it was littered with spells of every kind. It would be so simple to find the cloak, if you knew what spells to look for. Sirius rolled his eyes and went to the living room, where Remus, Poppy and Harry were sitting having tea. "And the idiot vanished the bones in your arm instead of healing you?" Poppy asked incredulously. Harry had decided to tell her the truth, after she swore to keep his secrets under healer-patient confidentiality. "Yeah, the only skill he really had was memory charms," Harry confirmed. "He went around and stole people's heroic stories by getting them drunk and then obliviating the person who did the actual work. Lockhart was a fraud and a coward. Maybe we can stop him this time before he starts messing with people's memories." "If what you told me is true," Poppy said, "maybe we should allow events to unfold until you can get your hands on the diary. We'll have to see when the time comes," Harry said, noncommittally. "I don't know that I can act like the idiot I was back then." "Innocence and idiocy are two different things, young man." Poppy scowled. "I would still prefer you have a childhood, this time around." "Fair enough, but could you see your way to giving me a bit of training anyway?" Harry asked. "I'll just learn from books if you don't, and I still think you're the best healer I ever knew." "I'm the only healer you ever knew." Poppy scoffed, but smiled indulgently. "I'll see what I can arrange. Perhaps I formed a bond with the poor Potter boy while I was caring for him and decided to visit him." She asked. "I don't see why not." Harry allowed. "I'd still like to meet McGonagall and get her on our side." "Our side?" Remus asked. "It's us versus Dumbledore, versus Voldemort." Sirius agreed. "He might join your side, if you told him the truth." Poppy offered. She had a lot of respect for the headmaster, even if she was worried about his choices when it came to Harry. "I don't know, Poppy," Remus said. "He's not shown a lot of things to trust." "Maybe later," Harry said. "After I've had my fun," he finished in his head, as he chuckled. "I'd prefer we let the goblins just deal with him." Sirius growled. He'd not forgive the man anytime soon for the way he was treated and left to rot. Dumbledore's story about James' memory charming him was laughable. James was too loyal to him to even attempt it. Who'd be stupid enough to come after Dumbledore, looking for information, anyway? "I'm bound to secrecy, so your secrets are safe with me, but that doesn't mean I have to like it," Poppy said. Then, "In the meanwhile, I'll have to come visit a few more times. You need more potions and I'll need to monitor your health for a bit. I'd much rather prefer that you come to the school, where I can keep an eye on you, but since you're not a student, I'll need to trust that your guardians will make sure you rest while you are healing. I can always read and practice my magic in bed," Harry said. "I just don't want to be the small kid in class again." "About your magic," Poppy said. I'll need to check into what I've found, but I'm almost certain that you have too much power for your physical age. I've been practicing my magic for a year now. Harry allowed and had his adult illusion to form. When Harry goes out, he has to make me appear and maintain me with his power. I'm almost certain that has been building his reserves, the illusion said. Who are you? Poppy asked, shocked at the appearance. I'm an illusion, Harry thought up. The illusion said as he stepped forward and took Poppy's hand, to shake, with Harry using his power to make physical contact. It is nice to meet you, it said with a smirk. Poppy almost screamed and pulled her hand from the illusion's grip. You're no illusion. Illusions can't touch things. Harry started laughing at her reaction. Then he got up and stepped into the illusion, disappearing from sight. It really is my power, Poppy. Harry said with his own voice from inside the illusion. I've learned to infuse my illusion with another power I trained, which works like telekinesis. Then he stepped out of the illusion and smirked at her. See? He asked. Are you sure it's not something else? Poppy asked Remus, when she noticed both him and Sirius smirking. It's just as Harry describes it. Remus said. It's a useful trick he picked up. I'm planning on learning it myself. Sirius said. Whatever telekinesis is, it's strong. How strong? Poppy wondered. Strong enough to punch out a magically reinforced wall. Harry said with a shrug. Looking at a wall. No. Sirius said urgently. You're not punching any more holes in our home. One of these days, you're going to hit something load-bearing and bring the whole damn building down on us. Remus agreed. Harry had shown them where he was storing the picture of Sirius' mother. It had screamed at them, until Harry dropped it, with the bricks still stuck on its back onto the floor, face down. Instead, Harry shrugged and lifted all of them up into the air with a bit of effort and some power, which he grounded on the stone floor. Is this better then? Harry asked. You can make people fly. Poppy asked in shock. No, this is more like a push effect. The focal point of the magic is actually the floor. We just happen to be part of the result of the effort. Harry said easily. Though, now that you mention it, maybe I can practice making it look like that. I can just imagine people's faces when they think I'm some kind of superhero, he chuckled. Superhero? Sirius asked. You're really a pureblood, aren't you? Harry asked. Haven't you ever watched TV or read a comic book? It had been simple for Harry to have access to those things after he mastered the Notice Me Not spell. I doubt he's spent much time outside of the magical world. Remus chuckled. We should take him to a bar. Let him feel a bit of the freedom he just gained. The illusion spoke up. Can you at least stop making him talk? Poppy begged, looking at the illusion again. Then she turned on Harry. And you are not old enough to drink. She admonished. Oh, relax, Harry said. I don't plan on drinking myself. I know alcohol would be bad for my body at this point. Then he looked at her sternly. That doesn't mean I can't go to a bar to enjoy the atmosphere. I am still 18, you know. I reached my magical majority before coming back, so I fully intend on enjoying some of the freedoms I have earned. Just, be careful, okay? Poppy pleaded. I don't intend on doing that this very instant. Harry allowed. I don't have the hormones to make me want to chase skirts, yet, for example. You can still flip a couple for your dear godfather, though, right? Sirius joked. Nah, you can do it yourself, once you've learned the skill. Harry laughed. You're so indecent. Poppy reprimanded Sirius. Can't you at least try and set a better example? Even if he's 18, he can still learn from you to be a better man. Harry and Sirius just laughed at her. I was always going to be the fun uncle. Sirius said. Remus can set an example if he wants. How did you change the subject on me so quickly? Poppy demanded as Harry finally allowed them back onto the chairs. I was saying that you have too much power for your age. It's not something I've seen before. Not even children that start showing accidental magic or limited abilities that use magic ever have such a strong power. You're more powerful than most adults from what I can tell. Maybe my power was sent back with my memories. Harry theorized. It would explain how quickly he had picked up wandless magic. Maybe. Poppy allowed. A short while later, and with strict instructions for Harry to rest and take his potions on a schedule, Poppy left. She remembered to keep Harry's information a secret, when they discovered Dumbledore still standing outside the house, waiting for her. How is Harry? The man asked, with worry written on his face. I'm sorry headmaster, but Harry asked for my healer's confidentiality. Poppy apologized. I can tell you he will need a few more sessions with me and then he should be fine. Physically at least. What about his mind? Albus tried. Remus refused a mind healer for Harry. He said he'd rather help the boy himself. Poppy said. Now, give me the secret for the house, so that I can come here on my own, she demanded. I will bring you here if you need it in the future, Poppy. Dumbledore said. It was not a request, Albus. Poppy said in a no-nonsense tone of voice. I'm already sworn to keep my patient's confidentiality, so you really have no need to keep the information from me. Poppy, Albus started. If you refuse to do as I ask, I shall have to inform the Magical Medical Association or Europe that you are refusing me access to my patient. Poppy said firmly. I have a right to enter any secured location by the laws of Europe, if it is to treat a patient. Don't tell me that you'll bring me here, when I really shouldn't need your permission, let alone your assistance, to reach him. Albus was about to object to her insistence, but then realized that she must blame him for the state of the Potter boy. How many more people will lose faith in him, before he can fix his mistake? You are right, of course. He accepted, before telling her the address and allowing her to exit the property line, without losing sight of the property. Before disapparating to Hogsmeade, she turned to him. I'm not happy with what I found here today, Albus, but I know you are a good man. I just hope you do right by James and Lily's son from now on, she said and vanished. I intend to, Poppy. Albus promised the empty space, where she had been. I intend to. The Hogwarts Express was filled with children on their way for the first day of school of the new semester. In the very last compartment, sat a dark-haired boy with green eyes. He was watching as the families hugged their children, or waved at the ones already on the train. It was getting kind of late, and Harry was wondering if the Weasleys were going to be late again, as he remembered. Sure enough, it was only 2 minutes before departure that the stampede of redheads descended on the platform. Harry smiled at seeing them. The twins were grinning at something they had done and Ron looked scared. Percy looked officious and Ginny looked envious. They were still the same Weasleys. Harry waited as the Weasleys dispersed and smirked when Ron got an extra hug from his mother. To him it seemed the boy needed the support. Harry remembered him being worried about what house he would end up in. He was probably also worried after the twins had convinced him there would be a test, involving grappling with a troll to prove he was brave. Ron was quite gullible at that age, he recalled. He had spotted Hermione saying her farewells earlier as well. He looked forward to befriending her again. She was probably already smarter than him, even at this age. He knew he wasn't stupid, but she was quick and had a memory he still envied. Just before the train started moving, there was a knock on the door. Mind if I sit here? Ron asked. Everywhere else is full. Really? Harry asked. One would think that there's at least one spot in another compartment. He sighed theatrically. Fine, then, if you must, he said with a smirk. Just, don't chase away any chicks, okay? I intend to make friends with all the birds. Okay, Ron said dumbstruck. Have at it, he said dubiously. As he pulled his heavy trunk into the compartment, Harry got up and helped him lift his trunk onto the overhead compartment, with one hand. There you go, mate. Harry said easily. How are you that strong? Ron asked. I've been training, so that I could wrestle the troll. Harry said. Can't expect to get into a good house, if I haven't earned it, you know. What? Ron asked with big eyes. But, Harry chuckled. Just kidding, mate. I used a bit of magic to help. There is no wrestling a troll. Ron sighed and breathed out in relief. Blimey, you almost had me there. He smiled. Almost. Harry scoffed. I had you sweating bullets. He exclaimed. Ron sat down, but never really admitted that Harry was right. Ron Weasley. He introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Ron, I'm Harry Black. Harry said. Nice to meet you, Ron said, following Harry's example. Then he looked out the window and saw his mother and sister waving at him. He ducked his head, but Harry waved enthusiastically back at them. Are they your family? Harry asked. Yeah, Ron said. Why aren't you waving at them? Harry asked. It's embarrassing. Ron said. I'm waving at them and I'm not embarrassed. Harry said. They seem to be frowning at me, though. Because you look daft, waving at people you don't know. Ron said. If my family was still alive, I'd love to wave at them. Harry said instantly. Imagine your house burns down and they all died in their sleep. You'd be sorry you were ignoring them then, wouldn't you? He asked. Ron looked up with shock written on his face. Then he looked at his mum, who was smiling at him. He lifted his arm and half-heartedly waved back. His sister was looking down the train, which was now moving down the track, probably looking for her other brothers. She suddenly smiled and waved down the train. Harry could just imagine the twins, both sticking their full torsos out the window to wave at them with goofy grins on their faces. It wasn't long before they were going at full speed and Harry had taken out a whiteboard marker and started writing on the window. "What are you doing?" Ron asked with his head cocked to the side. "I'm calculating our current speed," Harry said. "I always wondered how fast the train actually went, so I check the length of the tracks and have a way of calculating the speed by how often we hear the train move from track to track." "Why, though?" Ron asked. This boy seemed slightly weird. "Probably aiming for Ravenclaw. Because I'm curious," Harry said. He was actually doing it for when. "Have either of you seen a toad?" A voice asked from the door. "What are you doing?" Hermione asked, spotting the lines of calculation. "We're moving at 112 kilometers per hour," Harry said, turning around in victory after underlining the answer. "Hi," he said. "Is that permanent?" Hermione asked, looking at the black numbers on the window. "Hardly," Harry said, pulling a finger through the calculation. "Just whiteboard marker. It's not on the list for school, is it?" Hermione asked in horror. Did she somehow miss the instruction? Was it on the back of the page that she had brought? Her mind went into panic mode as she looked at the marker in his hand, already forming the letter she'd write home to ask her parents to send her the missing items. "No," Harry said. "These magicals are not smart enough to understand whiteboards. It's all chalk and dust with them. Seriously, even in potions class. One would think they'd be worried about the chalk affecting the potions." "Really?" Hermione asked. Then she shook herself, hearing Neville walking closer. "About that toad?" she asked again. "No idea," Harry said. "Have you tried summoning it?" he asked. "That's not covered in this year's curriculum," Hermione said. She had a list of spells she intended to learn beforehand and that was on it. She had convinced her parents to purchase another 2 years of spell books for her, when she saw them on the shelves, right next to each other at the bookstore. "We're on a train filled with older students," Harry said. "Ask one of them to try," he suggested. "Don't you need to know what the item you're summoning looks like?" Hermione asked. "All toads look the same." Harry shrugged. He pulled out his wand and incanted the spell, but nothing happened. "It must be too far away." Harry shrugged. "Try the front of the train. We just came from there." Neville, who had joined them, said in disappointment. "Okay, I tell you what," Harry said. "You two take a break and I'll go look for a bit." He walked to the door and indicated for them to sit. "Keep my seat warm," he asked Neville, who sat down gratefully. "Sure thing," he said. Then he seemed to remember his manners and got back up, holding his hand out. "Neville Longbottom, Harry Black," Harry said, taking the hand. "Longbottom, you say?" he asked. Neville winced. "Yes," he said with a sad look. He knew what people thought of him. "Our parents were friends. Sorry to hear what happened to them," Harry said honestly. "It's a damn shame." "Language," Hermione insisted. Harry just smiled. He'd be pushing her envelope as often as he could with her. He planned on hearing her swear before the year was out. "Screw that," he said. "I'm finally away from my minders. If I can get away with it, I'm cussing up a storm." Ron smirked, and Neville smiled at hearing that, but refused to respond. "You'll lose your house points, though," Hermione said. "They'll have to catch me first." Harry smirked. Then he left down the train. He got to the middle of the car and performed a summoning charm again. He heard a soft bang against a door a couple of cars down, so he went to investigate. Against a window of one of the cars, sat Trevor, still being pulled to him by the spell. Poor thing looked like he was about to be squashed. Harry dropped the magic and opened the door. "Hey, who said you could come in?" the blond boy asked. "Are you Draco Malfoy?" Harry asked. "Yes," Draco said with a smile. "And who are you?" "I'm Harry Black," Harry said. "Adopted heir to the Black family." It took Draco a moment to connect the dots. "Are you Harry Potter?" he asked. His mother was a Black. He knew Sirius was released and that he was meant to be Harry's godfather. "Shish," Harry insisted, coming in and closing the door behind himself. Don't let people find out. How am I ever going to get away with anything if everyone keeps looking at me? You're planning on causing trouble? Draco asked. Only when I can get other people in trouble for it, Harry said with a smirk. Draco looked at his forehead. Why don't you have the scar? He asked. Plastic surgeon, Harry said. It was a lie. Once he came back, it had faded and Poppy was able to take care of the last bit of scarring. Muggle technology can do many things magic can't. Are you daft? Draco asked with a look of incredulity. Oh, right, Harry said in fake recollection. You're one of those backwards purebloods, right? I am a pureblood. There's nothing backwards about it, Draco said angrily. Harry held up his hands in mock surrender. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you. I just meant about the whole magic beats science thing. Muggles do amazing things without magic. They've got trains that move many times faster than the relic we're currently in, and they can do things that we haven't even tried with magic. Like what? Draco scoffed, looking to his two friends for support, who chuckled as if Harry was really an idiot. Lasers, supersonic flight, intercontinental ballistic missiles, satellites, computers. Harry listed off. Let's not forget they're really fun weapons. Have you ever heard of a sniper rifle? A what? Draco asked. Imagine you're walking down the road with a friend and suddenly his head explodes with no warning whatsoever. The next moment you hear a bang and you look up to where the sound came from, only for the person to have already left. Harry said. Muggles can't do that. Draco scoffed. See what I mean? Harry said. You don't even know. And you don't have any interest in finding out either, do you? You're lying, Draco accused. Hey, I've got nothing to prove. Harry shrugged, picking up the toad that was trying to get away again. If you ever want to find out what Muggles are really capable of, speak to Professor Burbage and ask her why you can't go visit Chernobyl anymore. Or about the moon landing. That should be an eye-opener. Then he turned to the door. Just before he left, he looked back. Remember, I'm Harry Black. If you spoil my fun, you'll be the first person they blame when I start having fun. Draco's eyes narrowed. He didn't like the sound of that. It sounded like a threat. Nobody threatened a Malfoy. Harry returned to the last car, but not before spotting the twins and activating a dung bomb that he saw lying on one of the seats as they looked at an impressively large spider their friend had brought. It looked like a normal tarantula, but Harry suspected they had enlarged it magically. He didn't stay to watch the fun though and continued on his way. Once he was back, he handed the toad to Neville. Found the little guy just in time. He was about to jump out a window. Harry said, "Whatever did you do to make him suicidal?" "Really?" Neville asked. "He's never done that before." "Do you have a terrarium for him?" Harry asked. "What's that?" Neville asked. "A glass or see-through container with soil and living plants." Hermione said instantly. "It's actually a good idea. Trevor probably wants to feel at home and is trying to find a place to be more comfortable." She then turned to Harry. "Thanks for helping us find him," she said. "My name is Hermione Granger." Harry took her hand and bowed, keying the air above her knuckles. "Harry Black," he said. "It's always a pleasure to meet an intelligent and pretty young lady, such as yourself," he finished with a smile. Hermione was flabbergasted. She didn't believe him, though, thinking he was making fun of her. She huffed and stomped out of the compartment. "Was it something I said?" Harry asked. "She's mental, that one," Ron said instantly. "Did you do something?" Harry asked dangerously. "I told you, I don't want you here if you're going to be chasing away the birds." "I didn't do anything," Ron said honestly. Harry narrowed his eyes at him and then turned to Neville. "Mind keeping my seat warm for a bit longer?" he asked. "Sure," Neville said. He also didn't see anything either Ron or Harry had done wrong. But she seemed really upset. "Maybe you should leave her alone," he suggested. "And let her make up her mind that we're all idiots." "I don't think so," Harry said, getting up and going after her. He found her a couple of compartments down. She was sitting with a couple of other girls, which he recognized. They were all from his year, but they were a mix of girls that would be spread throughout the different houses after today. Susan Bones was there, along with the Pottle twins. He knocked before opening the door. "Excuse me ladies, mind if I intrude?" Harry asked. "What are you doing here?" Hermione asked. She still looked upset. I was worried that I had said something that upset you, so I came to check that you were okay. Harry said. If it was something Ron said, tell me now. I'm prepared to drop him for you. You're obviously better conversation. Hermione looked at him angrily, thinking he was mocking her again, but then she saw he was looking at her with real concern. It was new to her. No, she finally said. He didn't say anything. She wasn't going to be the cause of a rift between friends. Care to tell me what I said that offended you then? Harry asked. I couldn't bear the shame if I made a girl upset. Why do you talk like that? One of the Potter twins asked. I try to make a good impression when I am around girls. Harry said honestly. I was taught that if a man can entertain a lady then his life would be infinitely more enjoyable, he said as he bowed to them. Harry Black, at your service. He smiled roguishly at them. Who told you that? The other twin asked, thinking that whoever it was, must be a gentleman, or a scoundrel. My adoptive father. Harry said. You were adopted? Hermione asked, with a flush of shame as she realized Harry was just trying to be nice. He didn't seem the type to be vindictive. 2 girls at least. He seemed more inclined to be a charmer, like in the books she had snuck from her mother's collection to read. They became a bit much for her, so she never ended up finishing them, but she seemed to be drawing a couple of comparisons with Harry, from the male love interests in the books. My parents died in the war. Harry said. So did mine. Susan Bones spoke up. My aunt adopted me. And you are? Harry asked. I'm sorry for not introducing myself properly, but I was trying to mend fences and I seem to have forgotten my manners in doing so. Susan Bones. She introduced herself getting up. Harry greeted her by taking her hand gently and keying the air above the knuckles. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Bones. May I call you Susan? He asked. Susan giggled, but lifted her chin and said, regally, you may, Lord Black. Harry smiled. He was going to like spending time with the ladies. They seemed to understand how to play the game. Harry then turned to the twins. One of them stood up and offered him her hand. I'm Parvati Patil. Harry performed the same greeting twice more, once for each of the twins. Then he turned to Hermione. I apologize again, for whatever I said to cause offense. I will depart, to leave you lovely ladies with the opportunity to become acquainted. The girls all giggled, including Hermione, who seemed to have calmed down, and he smiled as he left the compartment. Nice work in there, Lord Black, one of the Weasley twins said. Truly inspired, the other said. You'll have them eating out of the palm of your hands by the end of the feast if you keep that kind of attention up. Ah, the infamous Weasley twins. Harry said with a smirk. I have been warned that you two have some meager skill in the art of pranking. Meager, he says, the first one said, slightly offended. He doesn't know what he's saying, Fred, the other said, clearly identifying him as Fred. Harry sent a tracking charm to his left elbow unobtrusively. He'd now be able to identify them. Oh, I don't know. Harry said with a thoughtful look. Padfoot told me that you were still using the Marauders map in its original setting. You haven't even discovered the other features yet. The twins went instantly quiet. Harry continued, he and Mooney have taught me everything they know, of course, so you'll understand if I can't see you as true pranksters, until you've met with their standards. He then turned around and walked back towards the last compartment. Wait. One of them suddenly yelled and started running after him, only to trip on literally nothing. His twin then tripped on him and they somehow got entangled in each other's clothing, unable to right themselves before Harry smirked back at them and entered the last car, closing the door. Suddenly the twins found they could move and they scrambled to the last car. Harry was already sitting down. He had taken his trunk down and had retrieved a lunchbox from it. The twins tried to open the door, but it seemed to be stuck. He heard them as they tried to open the door, but he ignored them. He'd told the others to ignore them too, and Ron was smiling as he looked at them anyway. Neville was more interested in what Harry was eating. What is that, Harry? Neville asked. Harry had opened the box and was happily surprised to find Remus had made him his favorite, sushi. They had tried it once, while exploring the Muggle world, and had found that it was quite enjoyable. Remus had seen how much Harry enjoyed it and had signed up for a class on making sushi. His supernaturally strong senses and reflexes allowed him to find the best cuts of fish and he quickly mastered the art. He was making good money on the side with those skills these days. He could just walk into any of the sushi restaurants in the area and people paid him excessively for his skills. To them, it seemed like magic, how he could simply throw ingredients around and make perfect sushi every time. How could they know that Remus had been training to perform Harry's telekinetic magic for years at that point? He was nowhere near as strong as Harry, but his focus helped him handle quite a few objects at once. Harry even struggled to keep up with the werewolf. Remus had never admitted it, but the sushi skills had actually helped him enhance the ability and extended his focus. Harry snapped the chopsticks apart and poured some soy sauce into a small bowl. "Sushi," he said as he dipped and then put a salmon rose in his mouth. He shivered in delight and turned to Neville. "It's made with raw fish, but it's completely edible and delicious." He exclaimed the last word. "Raw fish?" Neville asked, still ignoring the twins, who were now trying to unlock the compartment. Little did they know that Harry was keeping the door closed with his power. "Trust me, you have to try it," Harry said. He produced a fork and speared another salmon rose, dipped it in the soy sauce and passed the fork to Neville, who took it and shrugged, before sticking it in his mouth. Neville chewed on the sushi for a short while, before his eyes opened wide and he looked at Harry's platter longingly. When he swallowed, his mouth was instantly watering again. "That stuff is brilliant," he said. "I know, right?" Harry asked. "Can I try some?" Ron asked. "Sure thing, Ron," Harry said. He was actually loath to let him try it. If he liked it, Harry's lunch might not survive it. He speared a piece, dipped it and then added a bit of wasabi. "The green stuff is wasabi," Harry explained. "It's like a very strong kind of pepper, so you use a very small amount, otherwise it becomes inedible." Ron nodded and put the piece of sushi in his mouth. To Harry's horror, Ron's eyes indicated that he loved it as well. "Care to trade?" he asked hopefully, producing the sandwiches his mother had sent along. "Sorry, mate," Harry said. "I love my sushi too much. Chances are I won't have it again for the rest of the year. Unless you show us how to make sushi." Neville tried. He had to have more of that food. "My uncle made this," Harry said, before popping another piece in his mouth, adding some ginger on top. "He's considered a sushi prodigy. I could teach you some basic stuff, but you couldn't hope to reach this level, unless you trained really hard, or were very lucky and got really good ingredients." "But, food is food, right?" Ron said. "You are not having any more sushi." Harry decided. That was an insult to the art. "You don't deserve it." "But," Ron started, "if I added too much of one spice, or didn't prepare the rice the right way, or used the wrong kind of rice entirely, it wouldn't even come out as sushi." Harry said. "There's real skill involved. You are too uncultured to appreciate the sophistication that is involved with what makes sushi, sushi." "Wrong kind of rice?" Ron asked, looking over at his brothers, who had produced a crowbar from somewhere and were currently trying to open the door that way. "Isn't all rice the same?" he asked. "Even I know that there are more kinds of rice," Neville said. "I don't know all the kinds, but I know of basmati, long grain and brown rice. They are usually served with different dishes, too." "Excellent answer, Neville," Harry said after he took a sip of the cola he had brought with. "Perhaps there is hope for you, yet," he finished, offering the can to Neville, who gratefully took it and took a sip. "What is this?" Neville asked, looking at the can. "It's fizzy. It's a muggle drink," Harry said. "It's carbonated, which gives it the fizz. This one is called a cola. It's really good," Neville said, giving the can back. Harry offered it to Ron, who greedily started drinking the cool drink down. Then he started coughing. "It burns," he complained. "That's because you were downing it, you pillock," Harry said, taking the can back. "Were you planning on drinking the whole thing yourself?" Ron had the decency to show shame. "Sorry," he said. "Don't do that again," Harry warned. "I said I was sorry." Ron mumbled. Then he turned to his brothers. "How are they not getting in? Seriously." Harry let go of the hold he had as he finished his lunch and packed everything away again. The twins, who were sweating as they put their backs into the leverage of the action, suddenly fell on the floor as the door shot open. "You could have tried to knock, you know," Harry offered after he stowed the trunk with one hand again. The twins got up and then looked at him with fire in their eyes. "We challenge you to a prank war," they said together. "Pass," Harry said, and the door closed again. The twins looked in shock and tried to open the door again. When it refused to move, they both started knocking, non-stop, smirking all the while. When the door opened again, George asked, "Why? Afraid you'd lose?" Fred finished. "Actually, Fred," Harry started, looking at said twin, "you need to prove to me that you're worthy first. I honestly don't want to expend that much effort unless I know that it will be worth it." "I'm not Fred," Fred denied. Harry just smiled and lifted an eyebrow. "What can an ickle-firsty do anyway?" George asked in challenge. Harry smiled at George. "Let's see, shall we?" He seemed to think about it, before he said, "If I wanted to accept a prank war with someone, they'd need to at least be able to tell when they are being pranked." "What do you mean?" Fred asked. "The dung bomb," George exclaimed. "You set that off?" he asked incredulously. "I don't know what you are talking about," Harry said innocently. "If I did, however, would I admit it?" Fred smirked. "You've basically started the prank war already," he exclaimed in victory. "No," Harry said. "I told you, until you show me you are worthy, you don't get my full attention." "But," George said, about to bring up that he had already pranked them. "I'm not being unreasonable," Harry said. "Show me you have a bit of class, and a good clean sense of humor, without hurting anyone, and we'll talk." "Why?" Fred asked. "We could just start pranking you anyway," George continued. "Indiscriminate chaos is not the sign of a good prankster," Harry denied. "The more laughter and enjoyment that is spread from a successful prank is the true measure for a successful prank," he said wisely. "The Marauders were active during the last war. Their goal was to bring smiles and laughter in a dark time. If you can't live up to their standards, I'm not interested. They taught me their secrets for the sole purpose of continuing their tradition." The twins looked at each other in contemplation. Then they nodded and turned to Harry. "Deal," they said and walked away. Ron was gobsmacked. "How did you do that?" "Nobody can control the twins. I simply used reason and logic," Harry said. The other two in the compartment looked at him like he had grown a second head. "I'm not explaining logic to wizards. It's a lost cause." He shrugged and took out a book. "What's that?" Ron asked, looking at the book. "Trigonometry," Harry said. "I'm doing a high school diploma through the mail. I was thinking of going to college. I'm interested in the sciences. Maybe I'll become the world's first wizard astronaut." "Astro." Neville tried the word. "Astronaut," Harry supplied. "Astronauts fly on rockets and go into space to work on space stations and to fix satellites." "What are you talking about?" Ron asked. "What space?" Harry rolled his eyes and just continued his reading. By the time they arrived at Hogwarts, Hermione had stopped by again and hadn't left since. She sat with Harry as he explained what he was studying and why. She had been shocked to hear that, unless she was at the top of the class, since she was a Muggle-born, she'd likely never find a job in the wizarding world. She resolved to follow Harry's example and start doing her normal schooling through the mail as well. At least she had a friend that she could study with. When they exited the train, Hagrid was there waiting for them. Harry was slightly ashamed that he hadn't made time to meet the big man this time. They took the boats to the school and Neville didn't fall in this time. He did lose hold of Trevor, though, who jumped in the water and swam ahead of them and jumped out on the other side. Poor guy must have been too dry. Harry had placed a tracking charm on the amphibian when he realized it was likely to try and escape again. When they reached the other side, Harry conjured a squirt bottle and quickly filled it with water. It was a simple conjuration and would only last a short time, but Harry handed it to Neville as he handed him his toad. "Use this to keep him damp. It's probably why he kept on trying to escape. If you keep him wet, he'd be happier. I doubt the lake water is good for him, since it's really cold." "Harry is right," Hermione agreed. "Most amphibians like warm, damp places. Some of them don't generate body head themselves, you see." "Hell, you're smart," Harry complimented. "Seriously, how do you keep all these facts in that head of yours?" Says the boy who's planning on finishing high school maths before he reaches 12. Hermione scoffed. Harry couldn't argue with that. "But only because I want to be a pilot or an astronaut." Harry qualified. Hermione just rolled her eyes and went to stand with the rest of the children. Harry turned to Neville, then. "We'll sort Trevor out with a terrarium at some point. I bet he'd love that." "Thanks, Harry," Neville said, as he squirted another spray of water over the suddenly very calm toad. "He loves it," he exclaimed. "Look how calm he is suddenly." "Told you," Harry said smugly as he walked with Neville to where the other kids were. They were soon led into the school and everything that Harry remembered would happen, did. The first deviation was when the names were called. McGonagall was reading the names and shortly after Hannah Abbott was called, she read, Black, Harry. Draco smirked and coughed, Potter, under his breath. It wasn't missed. Harry turned angrily at Draco, who smirked at him, until he saw a smirk appear on Harry's face, for only a split second. He somehow felt that he should have kept his mouth shut. Unfortunately, he'd never learned tact. That will do, Mr. Malfoy, McGonagall said, as she ignored the whispers. As Harry approached her, she whispered, I'm sorry, Harry. I tried to keep it quiet. It's my fault, Auntie Min. Harry whispered back. I told him that Sirius adopted me. I thought I could avoid making him my rival, by sharing something with him. I should have known he was too stupid to understand what I was doing. She nodded at him. At least he was trying to keep the peace. Harry sat down and she placed the hat on his head. Oh, it's you again. You remember me? Harry asked in his head. No, but you remember me and I know what you remember, don't I? The hat asked back. It contemplated for a bit. Where do you want to be? It finally asked. You're not going to try and convince me this time? Harry asked. K off, Potter. The hat spat. You already know what you want to do. Just spit it out already so that we can get this farce over with. Harry gave the hat the answer and then the hat said in a bored tone, Gryffindor, boring choice if you ask me. Harry hoped that last part was in his head, but couldn't be sure. Minerva smiled at him, secretly happy he had chosen to be one of hers again. Harry went to take a seat and watched as the rest of the sorting happened. When Draco's turn arrived, Harry smiled and worked his magic, clamping the hat's mouth shut, and when Draco was seated, Harry made an illusion of the hat saying, Hufflepuff. He didn't want to deal with the boy, so he foisted him off on a house that might see him making some real friends. Perhaps Cedric could sort him out. No, Draco yelled. The hat said he'd put me in Slytherin. Take your seat, Mr. Malfoy. McGonagall insisted. No, I demand a resorting, Draco said defiantly, making to grab the ancient hat from her hands. Harry looked over at Crabbe and Goyle and smirked when he saw them angrily scowling at the boy. Maybe they were told they would fit in better in Hufflepuff and they had convinced it to put them in Slytherin. There's no such thing as a resorting, unless you want to come back and try again next year as a first year. McGonagall asked with her patented strict face number 3. It was the one that said, you really don't have a choice, now do as I say or there will be dire consequences. Draco fumed, before he stalked off and sat on the very edge of the Hufflepuff bench, like he was afraid of being infected by them. There were a few frowns at his obvious disdain for them. Harry didn't really care. If he alienated himself, that was his problem. Hufflepuff was known as hard workers, yes, but they were also some of the friendliest people you could find. The feast was a fun memory for Harry and he enjoyed the food, though now that he knew about keeping a balanced diet, he tried to shy away from things that were really not all that good for you, like second helpings of his favorite tart. They were escorted to the common room and Harry quickly ran up the stairs into the dormitory and moved his bed in front of the window. He had plans for that window. He had rushed up to the room, so he could do it before anyone noticed and was successful in his mission, only barely, though. The other boys all entered and started settling themselves, not really caring about the layout of the room. Harry got ready for bed and then closed the curtains around the bed, putting up silencing charms with a thought. He pulled out his mirror and called up Sirius. He was not surprised to notice the man had already started drinking. That's it. When I come home, we're putting you in a program. Harry said. You're just jealous. Sirius laughed. That tiny body of yours can't tolerate alcohol yet. I'm all for it. Remus spoke up. He took the mirror from Sirius, ignoring his indignant squawk. How was the sorting? He asked. Malfoy decided to burn the olive branch. Harry said. Sirius was suddenly back in the mirror. What did you do in retaliation? He asked with real excitement. He's now a Hufflepuff problem. Harry smirked. Sirius winced. What? Hufflepuff has a stigma. Remus said as he appeared in the mirror again. Like they are all gay, or something. Harry asked with a smirk. No, though they really don't care about that, so much, as people fitting into their molds correctly. Remus said. Brainwashing is what Lily always called it. Sirius spoke up. I'd feel sorry for the boy, but I suspect it couldn't have happened to a nicer person. He smiled vindictively. Watch him at breakfast tomorrow. Remus suggested. You'll see. You should have just made the hat say, gay, like I suggested. Sirius said. Would have been a kinder fate. As I understand it, Lucius hasn't spent much time with Narcissa, outside of public appearances. It's likely that Draco takes after his father, with how much he tries to emulate him, from your stories. Harry thought about it and then shrugged. I suddenly find myself with a whole lot of indifference for the idiot's suffering. What about the rest? Remus asked. Did you make some friends? I was able to work on the people I wanted. The Pottle twins and Bones thinks I'm trying to charm them. Harry chuckled. He knew they turned into beautiful girls, but he couldn't see them that way yet. Twins, you say? Sirius said with a smirk. They're 11, you horn dog. Harry said. But they won't always be 11, Harry. Sirius said seriously. Lay the foundation now and one day, you may end up having a harem I can brag about with your father when I die happy. Let's hope it from natural causes this time and not cirrhosis of the liver, or idiocy. Remus said. What of the liver? Sirius asked. Too much drinking, Sirius. Harry clarified. You can die from habitual drinking. But, magic. Sirius argued. You have to check with your healer on occasion for that. Remus stated. But I don't like healers. Sirius whined. They always want me to drink potions. Probably to fix your liver. Remus returned. Sirius just grumbled at that. Anyway, I've got to get to bed. Dumbledore gave the warning about the third floor again, so I'll probably take care of that after Christmas, once I know Dumbledore has set his trap. Remember to let slip about the Cerberus and music at some point. Remus reminded him. You don't want to have to save Hagrid again. Yeah, Harry said. I'll sort that out when the opportunity arises. I'd like to spend some time with Hagrid. I feel bad I never took the time with him like I did with McGonagall. You know he can't be trusted to keep a secret, Harry. He'd have run to Dumbledore the moment he was back at the castle. Remus reminded him. Remember your primary mission, Harry. Sirius added. Keeping up the Marauder tradition. Harry asked. No. Sirius denied. Paving the future for the biggest magical harem that ever existed. He enthused. Harry chuckled. He knew that in a few years that would sound like quite a bit of fun, but for now he'd concentrate on making friends as far as he could. If people knew who he really was, nobody would believe the prophet, when Fudge finally decided Harry was a threat for one reason or another. Harry had little doubt that would still happen. How about I make my stance on that clear and make friends for now? Harry offered. I can live with that. Sirius agreed easily. How's the sanctuary coming along? Harry asked, out of interest. Oh, we forgot to tell you. Remus said excitedly. We found the spell. Really? Harry said with real excitement. Yeah, Remus said. Then his brow furrowed. Neither of us can cast it, though. It takes a lot of power. I'll have to do it then. Harry asked. Likely. Remus said. That's still so unfair. Sirius whined again. Why do you get to have twice your power and the rest of us are just normal? Do you want to die at the hand of the Dark Lord after losing everything? Harry asked. Sirius grumbled again. Remus just rolled his eyes. This had been something that came up often. Anyway, he continued, we'll have to wait until you are home for the holiday and then we can start working the 3 locations. 3. Harry asked. You don't think we'll be keeping the current one here, once we can have our own Fidelius, do you? Sirius scoffed. We can even get a new place. Are you planning on paying for it? Remus asked. Why? Sirius asked, with a smile. Because it's the law. Remus tried. Harry just chuckled and ended the connection after saying goodnight. Sirius was all for stealing a nice house, by simply placing it under Fidelius. If they couldn't find it, they couldn't very well claim to own it, now could they? The next day, Harry paid close attention to the Hufflepuff table. Draco wasn't eating, at all. He also refused to make eye contact with anyone at his table. Harry wasn't certain, but it almost looked like Draco was afraid. He was hiding it well, by scowling at anyone that looked at him. They'd think he was simply still miffed at being in the wrong house. Harry wondered about what Remus had meant. Brainwashing. Was it like some sort of Stockholm Syndrome? Harry didn't wonder about it for long, though, since he remembered Draco willingly becoming a Death Eater. Rather a brainwashed nice guy than a brainwashed Death Eater. It was really just a matter of perspective. If he had been conditioned to believe his father's perspective, he could be conditioned to be something else. Something better. After that, classes started and Harry was instantly bored, so he ended up putting an illusion up of himself doing what the teacher asked and focusing on his other magical studies. Arithmancy and ancient runes. If he couldn't become an astronaut, he'd make his own bloody rocket and do it that way. He knew his chances were small with how magic affected technology, anyway. He didn't feel right endangering other people, just so he could be the first wizard in space. Potions class was fun, for him. Snape tried to single him out again and he acted like a first year that didn't know anything. The happy smile on his face as he said he didn't know any of the answers was not helping Snape's mood. When Hermione blurted out that she knew that Harry knew the answers, Snape's eyes started twitching. Harry couldn't be happier. He had set that up nicely. Hermione would not be happy with that though, if she knew. After class she confronted him. "Why did you act like you didn't know?" she demanded. "You could have gotten points for the house." "Snape never gives points to Gryffindor," Harry said easily. He was looking for an excuse to deduct points. Hermione looked at him in shock. "But, that's not fair," she exclaimed. "You've studied ahead and everything. Severus Snape is a man with no tolerance. He thinks I'm like my father and so he'll never give me a chance. Acting like the fool he hopes I am will hopefully keep me out of his crosshairs." Harry explained. "Honestly, I would have liked to learn from him. I understand he was good friends with my mum. I refuse to believe that he's all bad. Otherwise I'd be doubting her judgment. He could have told me about her. Sirius and Remus were never friends with her when she was younger, but Snape and my mum were best friends since they were little kids." "I'm sorry, Harry," Hermione said. "Maybe if you tried to talk to him." She tried to reason with him. "I wish it was possible," Harry said sadly as he walked away. "He probably knows why my aunt hates me so much that she treated me worse than a pureblood treats a house elf." "What's a house elf?" Hermione asked as they walked around a corner. Snape had not liked being played. He had seen the glimmer of intelligence in Potter's eyes, Lily's eyes, even as the brat smiled, while he failed to enter his mind. Black must have taught him occlumency or more likely, hired tutors. That would also explain his arrogance. He was well prepared for the class and held back on purpose, to fly under the radar. He had followed the brats to the door and heard the exchange. He was shocked at the frank assessment of his personality. He even felt a twinge of shame. He really didn't see anything but James in his son. Lily would hate him for not seeing any of her in him. Potter was sharp. Sharper than some of his own Slytherins, he begrudgingly admitted to himself. He obviously had some of Lily's spark in him. He'd have to keep an eye on the boy. He also felt a surge of irrational anger at Petunia for treating Lily's boy as Harry described, even though he could understand why. She was always jealous. Flying class went off differently as well. Harry didn't encourage the broom too much, and without Draco there to antagonize him, since the Hufflepuffs had this class with the Ravenclaws, Harry had an easy class, only needing to help Neville control the broom that first time, when it lifted off when he didn't want it to. After that his confidence increased, as Harry helped him along. Before long they were flying laps and Harry didn't even need to help him by the end. Hermione was pleasantly surprised when the broom had shot into her hand instantly, while Harry's merely lifted sedately, not realizing Harry had helped it. He excelled at everything he did. It seemed she had more skill with the broom as he flew in the back of the class and she quickly went to the front, finally outshining him and gaining some points for the house. Harry had played the games already. He loved Quidditch too much to cheat, so he allowed the others to outshine him. He didn't need the long training sessions come rain or shine this time around either. Instead, he'd spend the time in study and exercising in the room of requirement. He had a lot he wanted to achieve this time around. He could still fly and play and pick up games. He was a fair chaser and beater, when they played for fun, when Sirius booked a pitch for them on occasion. He did wonder how he'd fare without glasses though. He had insisted on corrective surgery and Sirius had begrudgingly allowed it, when it seemed there were no similar options in the magical world. Harry had pushed for it, because he wanted to leave the image of the scarred, bespectacled little boy in the past. He was informed that the malnourishment had been completely countered, but he still felt he should have been taller than Ron, who looked about the same from his perspective. He had noticed more muscle mass this time around, though, so he wasn't really upset. He planned on staying fit, Though, like no wizards seemed to. Fitness was healthy and healthy looked good. When he was ready, he intended to have his pick of any girl or all of them if the mood struck. He wouldn't be making friends with the boys that way, but he never had that many to begin with. He'd also be staying away from Ginny this time. He had heard the story about Molly using love potions on Arthur, just one too many times. If his plans worked out this time around, Ginny would never need rescuing and he wouldn't become her personal savior again. Maybe they could even be friends this time around. Harry continued on his own studies, but had to actually do the work in potions. He had noticed that Snape was paying far too much attention to him. He had been able to stop the malicious sabotaging that happened in the class, and the Slytherin students found their own potions spiked with what they had intended for the Gryffindor students. The sabotage attempt soon stopped. Snape had no idea how, but he suspected the Potter boy was the one that kept on deflecting his students' attempts to teach the Gryffindor students about the art of sabotage. He couldn't fault the boy for returning fire in the same way they were attempting to attack their fellows, and soon found that some of the nitwits had actual skill. Something he hadn't thought possible. The Longbottom boy, while slow, had a real talent for handling the ingredients, but couldn't stand the pressure of a single directed scowl, and inevitably miscalculated and messed up every single potion. Harry, on the other hand, had opted to work alone, ostensibly to protect the other students from being punished by their association with him. Severus wondered how someone with such a strategic mind had ended up in the House of Glorious Idiots. Surely the Hat had made a mistake or two in the past. Draco was a good example. Fortunately, Severus thought that it was quite Slytherin to hide in the Hufflepuff house. Nobody would suspect a thing from someone in that house. Almost 2 months later, after a potions class was finished, Snape spoke up. Potter. A word. Harry ignored the man. He wasn't going to allow people to even think he thought of himself as a Potter. Harry. Hermione whispered harshly. The professor is talking to you. What? Harry asked. No, he wasn't. I'm not a Potter. I'm a Black. You know I meant you. Snape said through narrowed eyes. With all due respect, Professor Snape, Harry started. I prefer not to be called by my deceased parents' name. Did you know that Harry Potter supposedly slew dragons and trained under Merlin for many years? I'd rather not be associated with those fairy tales. That guy sounds like some kind of righteous idiot. Snape's eye twitched. He'd heard of the books and rumors. Indeed, was all he said. When Harry had his book bag on his shoulder, and the rest of the class had left, with Hermione waiting outside, Harry waited in front of the professor's desk. You wanted to speak to me, sir? He asked the man who was just standing there watching him. Snape was considering how to speak to the boy. Finally, he cleared his throat. You seem to not be as inept as some of your classmates. I'd appreciate it if you stopped making mistakes on purpose to lower your grade. I'm not a fool, he warned. I'm sorry, sir. What are you referring to? Harry asked innocently. I saw you prepare all your ingredients perfectly, lining them up for the potion in the correct order. I even noted you arranging them in intervals, with spacing to indicate the needed time and at angles to indicate if stirring was necessary. Snape said. He had been impressed. The boy must have been reading some advanced books and learned some tricks to help him with his potions. Why then, did you decide to add completely unnecessary ingredients? Harry sighed. He had done that on purpose, of course, but he did it so that he could remember when the ingredient he added would simply make the potion fail, rather than explode or start creating noxious fumes. They weren't unnecessary, sir. Harry denied. Don't lie me. Snape snarled. You were ruining your potions on purpose. That's true. Harry agreed. Then why did you deny that the ingredients were unnecessary? Stain asked. Because they were necessary, sir. Harry said. To cause as little side effects as possible. I'd rather not blow up the cauldron or make the students around me sick, when I added something that would react badly or violently. Snape hadn't considered that, but now that he thought back, he realized the ingredients he had used would do just that. It needed knowledge and forethought. He must have a working knowledge of a much higher grade of potions. You're not just holding back, are you? You're trying to fail on purpose. He accused. That's correct, sir. Harry said. What? Why? Snape asked. If the boy was so talented, he could become a potions master in just a few short years. Because if I fail in enough exams, I can be expelled from the class. Harry said easily. I've already finished my potions education till Newt level and would rather study something else. If I'm expelled, I'll have some free time. Potions is mandatory, though, so I had little choice. Why are you admitting to this? Snape asked, suspiciously. Surely you don't think it'll help you to slack off. Because if I lie to you, you'll use it as an excuse to make my life miserable. Harry said. You are in a position of power over me and I don't want to antagonize you, he said. Then he shrugged. If I fail on purpose, though, you literally don't have the power to allow me to continue. My failing grades will force your hand. You're manipulating the system, Snape asked. Then he scowled. How very Slytherin of you. Thank you, sir, Harry said with an easy smile. I believe that's the first time you've ever complimented a Gryffindor. Snape's smirk vanished. It's not, he admitted then. Your mother was also quite intelligent. I had no problem admitting as much then, just as I have no problem admitting it now. Harry was shocked. He had not known the man had listened. He'd hoped, but he couldn't be sure. His shocked expression changed to a grateful smile. Thank you, sir, he said. Will that be all? No, Snape said. You have detention with me, after your last class, for your blatant disregard for the rules of my class. Now, you may leave. He dismissed the boy. But, the Halloween feast? Harry asked. We'll be done before the feast starts, Snape assured him, walking back to his office. He had preparations to make. After the last class of the day, Harry went back to the dungeon, to do whatever punishment Snape had thought out for him. He was surprised to see a couple of potions brewing in cauldrons and a desk set up with notes and writing utensils. Ah, there you are, Snape said with a smirk. You will identify the potions and correct their processes. Then you will write a report on the purposes of the potions, and how they would be used normally. You should be able to finish before the feast, if you are as proficient as you claim. Harry sighed and rolled his eyes. He should have known. How will this gain me the freedom I'm going for? Harry asked. If I fail your test on purpose, that will only support my plan. Because if you pass the test, I will give you what you want. Snape said. He doubted the boy's claim, even though he showed some true skill. Harry knew Snape doubted him. If he failed here, he'd be doomed to sit in this class for all his years at school, most likely. He didn't doubt Snape would start faking his grades, just to spite him at this point. How will you explain it? He asked. I'll say you are taking supplemental classes, Snape said easily. Too dangerous to be around the other students. Harry thought about it for a moment. It didn't really mesh with his plans for the future, though, so he countered. I hired a tutor, thinking I'm too good to be kept behind by the rest of the class. That would sound rather arrogant, don't you think? Snape asked. He'd easily do it, but he needed to know the reasoning. If you tell people that, they'd think that you were just sticking to your usual attitude. Harry said. I'd tell people that I'm a year or two ahead, due to studying the subject beforehand and didn't want to lose the advantage. It is in keeping with my plans for the future. What are your plans? Snape asked. Sorry, that's need-to-know information, Harry said. Then he walked forward and held out a hand. Do we have a deal? He asked. Snape looked at the offered hand of the 11-year-old boy. He definitely didn't act like a child. He planned on getting at whatever secrets the boy held, one way or another. He took the hand and shook it. Deal, he said. Over the next 2 hours, Severus Snape's temper rose and rose. The Potter brat was actually doing what he said he could. It was unbelievable. He had cast a couple of revealing spells at the boy, secretly of course, and all of them came back negative. He wasn't under polyjuice. He hadn't transfigured his features. He wasn't a metamorphagus. He even picked up as an 11-year-old boy. That should be impossible. That should be it, Harry said, putting away his fountain pen. Why would he use a quill, when there was something better, after all? He also took notes on legal pad, but had to hand in his homework on parchment. He cheated with that too, of course, but none of his teachers had spotted the trick yet. How did you do that? Snape asked suspiciously. Like I said, Harry said. I studied. Then he got up and placed his book bag back on his shoulder. He really needed to get to the Great Hall before Quirrell released the troll and came running. Fortunately Harry had outshone Hermione in charms today and rubbed it in Ron's face playfully. Ron had not liked it, but at least he felt better having lost to the boy who lived. There was no shame in that, after all. I'm not done with you. Snape said darkly. According to our deal, you are. Harry said easily and walked to the door. If you want to discuss this further, you'll need to arrange it for another time. I don't want to miss my first Halloween feast. He opened the door and turned back to Snape. If you need to, please don't discuss this in front of Quirrell. He's been sneaking around the 3rd floor at night and I don't trust him. Snape lost some color. How do you know that? He demanded. Trade secret, I'm afraid. Harry said. I'd tell you, but then I'd have to figure out how to obliviate you. Are you threatening to memory charm me? Snape asked dangerously. Of course not. Harry scoffed. I literally just told you that I don't know how, and as long as I don't give you information, I don't have to figure it out. Then Harry looked seriously at the professor. Listen, Professor Snape. If there's ever something I need help with, I've got people to support me. I want you to focus on your own house. There are some troubling rumors about the older boys taking advantage of their magic on the girls. A certain broom closet outside the Slytherin dormitory tends to be occupied after lights out, but the girls in question never seemed to know that they had been up after curfew. Harry said, seriously, with a look that didn't belong on a child's face. I'm telling you this as a courtesy. If this behavior is not resolved, permanent action will be taken. Snape's face lost all the color it had left at that. He had not heard the rumor, but considering what the boy was telling him, he probably hadn't heard it in a rumor either. He knew this was serious, though. I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. Snape said. Harry caught the look. Snape would take care of it. That's good, he said. I'm sure you'd know if something was going on. As Harry left, something fell from out of his robes and lay on the floor. Snape walked closer and inspected the item. It was an invisibility cloak. He looked up sharply, but Harry was already gone. He realized he had left it for him on purpose. Cocky brat, he muttered. He was certain the boy was up to something, but at least it seemed he had some common sense and good intentions. Should have been in Slytherin, he said to himself. Harry arrived in the Great Hall with plenty of time to spare. Some of the other children were still showing up and the feast hadn't started yet. Harry went to sit with Ron and asked, "Where's Hermione?" "How would I know?" Ron said. "I'm not her keeper." Harry didn't like the sound of that. Ron wasn't making eye contact either. "What did you do?" Harry asked, dangerously. "Nothing." Ron defended himself. "She tried to help Ron with his levitation charm after you left for detention." Neville said. "He called her a nightmare and she ran off." "You son of a bi.ch. Harry exclaimed. "After I told you expressly not to drive any girls away, you went and did it behind my back." "Mr. Black," McGonagall exclaimed from nearby. She had just been walking past, on her way to the staff table. "That will be 20 points for your language." "Bugger the points," Harry said irrevocably. He'd sworn in front of McGonagall before and she knew his secret as well, but didn't want him to set a bad example. "He insulted my friend and now she's not here." "Detention, Black," McGonagall insisted. "Whatever," Harry said, getting up. Before he left, he turned to Ron and pointed in his face, "You and I aren't talking." Then he ran off to find his friend. He just made it outside the hall into a quiet location when he opened his map and looked for her. She was in the bloody bathroom again. He really hoped this wasn't a precursor to other events conspiring to happen the same way again. He made his way to the bathroom and knocked on the door. "Hermione, are you in there?" Harry asked. He knew she was, but he couldn't very well tell her that. There was no answer. "Hermione." He tried again. There was still no answer, so he opened the door and walked in. He walked to the only occupied stall and bent down to confirm she was in there. He was surprised to see her laying on the bathroom floor. She had tear tracks on her face and she seemed to have been bawling her eyes out until she fell asleep on the floor. Harry shook his head and opened the door with his magic and lifted the girl up in his arms, with a little magic helping. She must have been planning on staying there for a while, since she didn't want to face Ron by going through the common room. Maybe Ron wasn't worth the effort, this time around. She stirred, and Harry had to hit her with a stunner, to ensure she didn't ask any difficult questions, like how they were invisible. Then he started to the common room. He wasn't surprised to come face to knee with the troll, as he walked to the staircase. He didn't have time for this, though, and simply strangled the creature with his power, until it passed out. He knew stunners would do very little, but all living creatures needed blood in their brains to stay conscious. He didn't even slow down as he went. The creature was down for the count in under 5 seconds. Harry kept the pressure on the arteries of the creature for a good 10 more seconds, ensuring it would not wake up anytime soon. In fact, it might not ever wake up. A full minute of this would kill the creature, as would it a human being, but prolonged oxygen deprivation could lead to brain death or a coma. Harry had learned to take full advantage of his special trick and had learned all he could about disabling his opponents quickly, if unconventionally. Harry proceeded up the stairs and entered the common room, where he lay Hermione on a sofa. He then took out a book and opened it to where he had been reading recently. He waited for her body heat to settle into the couch first and then he sent an enervate to her. She woke slowly, as was his intent, but he was focused on his book again. "Harry?" she asked. "Oh, are you finally awake, sleepyhead?" Harry asked with a lopsided smile. Hermione looked around herself, trying to make sense of where she was, before her memories rushed back. "How am I here?" she asked. "When you didn't show up at the feast, I went to look for you," Harry said. "One of the girls mentioned that they saw you going into the bathroom earlier today in a fragile state," he said gently. "And you went in?" she asked, suddenly completely awake. "You're not allowed. Did you want to stay asleep on the bathroom floor?" Harry asked. "I cleaned the floor first," she defended herself. Even so, she didn't really want to admit that she hadn't meant to fall asleep. Then she cocked her head to the side. "How did I get here?" she asked. "I carried you," Harry said easily, as he turned back to his book and turned the page. "All the way from the bathroom?" she asked. "But that's several floors." Harry smiled. "It only took a couple of minutes," he said. "But, how?" Hermione persisted. "Can you keep a secret?" Harry asked. Hermione wasn't ready for the question. She had never been offered people's secrets. After a moment, though, she replied, "Of course, Harry." Harry stood up and lifted the end of the large leather sofa she was on. With one hand. "I'm stronger than the average person." "How are you doing that?" she exclaimed. "I can teach you, if you want, but you have to keep it a secret," Harry said. "This is a result of a certain form of magic I practice." "But, school only just started," Hermione objected. "I started practicing this when I was 4, Harry said easily. "But that's not allowed. Where did you even get a wand?" she asked. Then she noticed he wasn't carrying a wand. "It's wandless magic," she asked. "How did you learn that?" "Why did you learn that?" "I was still living with my aunt. I needed to take care of myself since they scarcely ever fed me," Harry said. "The thing is, wandless magic can't be tracked, so if you learned this, you could potentially show your parents what you're learning, as long as they kept it secret." "How long does it take?" she asked. She was suddenly committed to whatever was necessary. If this was Harry's secret to success, she definitely wanted to learn it. "You'll keep this secret, right?" Harry asked. "Practice it in private and never let people see it." "Yes, Harry," she confirmed again. She understood why she was being sworn to secrecy. It would be a great advantage if she could learn this. "I'll never abuse the knowledge, either," she swore. "Good," Harry said. "When I taught Sirius this, he started using it all the time. Now he does it when we're out in the Muggle world, since he can't be caught." "That's against the law," Hermione objected. "Technically, no," Harry countered, closing the book. He had started reading the same sentence over and over, anyway. "So long as it's never spotted, and not malicious, it's considered within the law." She made to speak, but Harry interrupted her. She'd keep on asking questions otherwise. "Are you ever going to tell me why you were in the bathroom to begin with?" he asked. Her mouth shut instantly, with an audible click. She looked down and Harry could see she was thinking about what the pillock had said. "I told Ron to bugger off. I can't be friends with people that can't keep their insecurities in check. He shouldn't insult you because he's ashamed that you learn faster than him." Hermione scowled. "Perhaps if he paid more attention in class." She fumed, her mind temporarily off the subject they were discussing. "The teacher clearly said," she started. "To be fair, he probably didn't like receiving a lecture from someone that is the same age as him." Harry interrupted, giving her a look. "You can be a little bossy at times." "But, I was only trying to help." She defended herself. "Hermione, you are too bossy. Your way of doing things is wrong. You should stop that," Harry said, looking down his nose at her. She didn't respond at first. Her mouth hung open as she contemplated what he had said. Then, how dare you? Are you angry because I'm correcting you, or because I was speaking down at you? Harry asked. Both, she insisted. Harry smiled kindly at her and gave her a look. She suddenly lost her anger in realization and considered it. Do I really sound like that? She finally asked. Only sometimes, Harry said. You especially like to do it when you are quoting teachers or books. Really? She asked. She didn't like the way Harry had spoken to her. If that was really what she looked and sounded like, she could understand Ron's reaction. Don't worry about it, Harry finally said. Just be aware of it and realize when you are doing it from now on. In the meanwhile, I say you should wait for Ron to apologize. I warned him not to scare any pretty girls away and look what he went and did. Hermione blushed and looked away. Harry always said such nice things, even if she knew she wasn't pretty and he did it with all the girls. It was nice to hear, though. Thanks, Harry, she finally said. No problem. Harry smiled and stood up. I bet there's still some food on the table, if you're hungry, unless Ron ate it all. The feast, Hermione exclaimed in realization. You're missing it for me. It's what friends do, Harry said easily as he walked ahead of her to open the door for her. They walked quickly toward the Great Hall and soon came upon the figure of the still passed-out troll. What's that? Hermione exclaimed. It looks like a mountain troll. It looks like the picture of one I saw once, anyway. Harry said slowly walking up to the creature. Harry, stay back, Hermione whispered angrily. It could be dangerous. We're in a school, Harry said. It must be tame or something. Mr. Black, a voice said from down the passage. It was Snape. Why am I not surprised to find you here with the troll? Professor Snape, Harry said respectfully. Is it supposed to be here? He asked with curiosity. No, Snape said, narrowing his eyes. It's not. He looked up and spotted Hermione. And what is Miss Granger doing here? I went to fetch her, Harry said, before Hermione could light a cover for him, like last time. She had an argument with a friend and I convinced her that, even though she couldn't turn him into a newt or something, at least she could still kick him in the balls if he continues being an idiot. Harry frowned then. That really was horrible to find out. Why can't we turn people into animals for displeasing us? What's the point of magic if you can't use it on people that piss us off? Snape didn't indicate in the slightest that he found what Harry said funny. That will be 20 points for your language. And another 20 for lying to me. Okay, Harry said with a smile. Then he turned to Hermione. Come on Hermione, Ron's balls aren't going to kick themselves. He encouraged. Harry. Hermione objected, even though a small smile played on her face for a moment. That's another 20 points, Snape called after them. When they were gone, he continued in a whisper, to Gryffindor. He couldn't very well punish them for the public service they were planning on performing. Try as he might, with the boy's wit and cunning, he couldn't see only James in the boy anymore. He even avoided the subject of what happened to the troll, while insinuating that he knew nothing about what happened. Something he didn't believe for a moment. Harry and Hermione soon met with people who were being led from the Great Hall, under the protection of the prefects. He sighed when he was informed that they had to go back to the common room. He ignored them and continued to the Great Hall, dragging a protesting Hermione behind him. Why didn't you tell them about the troll? She asked. They wouldn't have believed me or insisted that we follow anyway, and then they would see it for themselves. Harry said. This way we don't need to climb all those stairs again. Why do you always speak like you know how people will react? Hermione asked. You don't know for sure that people wouldn't listen to you. I'd believe you if you told me something. But you're my friend. You're supposed to. A good prefect will follow orders and the rules, just for the sake of following them. Harry said. And if you were a prefect, I'm sure you would too. Hermione couldn't refute that. Prefects were supposed to follow the rules after all. Fine. She finally relented as they entered the Great Hall. At least he had a good reason and wasn't just making stuff up for the fun of it. Why did you speak like that in front of Professor Snape? She then asked. I'm trying to see if I can make him smile. Harry said with a shrug as he sat down, having reached his usual spot and dishing up. The hall was empty and Hermione looked around uncomfortably. I don't think I'll ever get more than a smirk if I get hurt or something, but at least it makes him think I'm more interested in being funny than taking out trolls. Do you know what happened to the troll? Hermione asked. Sure, Harry said, taking a bite of some kind of confectionery. I choked him till he passed out. Right. Hermione smiled and shook her head, thinking he was joking, not considering what he had shown her earlier. Then she sat down next to him. At least with the hall empty, she didn't need to watch Ron as he tried to shovel half a plate into his mouth, all at once. He really was a glutton. Next you'll be telling me that you can fly and shoot laser beams from your eyes, she said with a smile. Not yet, Harry said as he smiled at her. It's on the list, though. I love the movie. I've almost figured out flight. One of these days, I'll start wearing glasses so you don't recognize me when I'm in my Superman costume. She giggled when she saw his smile. Harry was always good for a smile. She was glad she had him as a friend. The next morning, when Ron joined them at the table, like nothing had happened, they both got up and relocated. He looked after them frowning, not understanding what they were doing. When he tried to join them again and they left, again, he finally figured it out. He actually got angry and decided that he'd avoid them, too. But that was exactly what they wanted, so it worked out for them. The next day, Harry showed up for potions class, since he'd not heard from Snape yet. He suspected if he just stopped showing up, Snape might take offense. He went through class as he normally did, spoiling the potion precisely as intended and then packed up at the end of class. Mr. Black, Snape said, a moment of your time, before you leave. Of course, sir, Harry said, and then he waited for the rest of the class to leave. When they were all gone, Snape sealed the room and walked back to his desk. He retrieved a small parcel and handed it to Harry. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to roam free during potions class. Instead, I'm going to have you study separately from the rest. You will sit in the back of class, while you study up for your supplementary classes. I don't understand, sir. Harry said. I don't intend to break my word, but I can't be seen giving you special attention. Snape said. I will need to know what you are studying, though, since I cannot allow you to study the dark arts or read romance novels. This is a school. You will need to study. Harry weighed his options and realized the man was at least giving him what he wanted. Fine, he said. I'm studying runes and arithmancy in my spare time. Why? Snape asked, intrigued. Those subjects were only meant to be available after second year. I want to build a spacecraft and be the first wizard to land on the moon. Harry said with a shrug. Are you trying to be funny? Snape scoffed. Please tell me that you know that Muggles have already done that. Harry begged. If you don't, I might lose all respect I have for you. Snape had known that, but he didn't think it could be possible for wizards. Do you have a plan for your supposed magical spacecraft? He asked, trying to ignore the blatant insult to normal wizards. I was thinking of making something that looks like a UFO. Harry said. That way, if people see it, they couldn't report it, since everyone knows UFOs are fake. That should protect the statute of secrecy. I've not figured out everything yet, either, but I am studying advanced mathematics and will likely need to consider and address a whole host of technical issues, he said. Then he asked, did you know that without the ozone layer to protect a craft, it could fry the person inside alive if it isn't specifically protected? The sun's radiation is completely unfiltered in space. That, Snape hadn't known. It sounded like the boy was actually planning for this. And what will this achieve? He asked. Harry looked at him like he was crazy. It's space, who wouldn't want to experience zero gravity, or see the entire planet out a window? Or leave their mark on the moon? You intend to vandalize the moon? Snape asked, still not understanding. I'm not going to leave graffiti or something. Harry scoffed. I was thinking of leaving a flag or finding the one the Americans left there. Who knows, moon rocks may even have magical properties that we'd never know without going to see for ourselves. Snape had underestimated the boy, it seemed. He wasn't planning on slacking. He wanted to achieve what was before unachievable. Very well, Snape said. I can't tell you not to dream, even if it is a stupid and unrealistic dream. But the work you put in will likely help you later in life anyway, so I can allow it. Well, to be frank, sir, I don't need your permission to strive to achieve my goals. Harry said. I do appreciate your support, though, and thank you for the thought. Snape could tell the boy wasn't being sarcastic, so he nodded. Hide the package and open it in private, he instructed. Then he unsealed the door and left to his office. Harry opened the package in bed that night and was unsurprised to find his cloak and a note. The problem has been resolved. I appreciate the information. Should you come by more such information, let me know at once. The next week was interesting as people started talking about the strange situation with the troll. Apparently nobody knew what had happened to it. Hermione had tried one more time to ask Harry about it. For some reason, she thought he knew more than he was telling, but she didn't push too hard. She was trying to not be too demanding of people. When Ron realized they weren't doing their homework together anymore and he had no idea what was going on in class, he decided to bite the bullet and apologized. When they asked him what he was apologizing for, he didn't know what to say, so they left him to his own devices again. If he didn't know what he did wrong, he'd not be inclined to change the behavior, after all. It took a whole week for him to figure it out, but by then Harry and Hermione had already bonded more closely with Neville, who was not necessarily the sharpest tool in the shed, but he was damn well more pleasant to be around. When Ron apologized properly, they allowed him to rejoin their study group, but Harry had no doubt he'd stick his foot in his mouth again at some point. It wasn't that Harry was trying to avoid spending time with Ron, but he was now picking up on things he hadn't picked up on before. Smug looks at others when he noticed them looking, suddenly going silent when Harry entered the room, like Ron was talking about him. Things like that would have been difficult for him to pick up on when he was younger, but he noticed it this time. He was sure Ron would grow out of it at some point, but he was feeling a bit used by the boy when these situations eventually started cropping up. In fact, Harry was almost certain he heard the words, "best friend," at some point. When did he tell Ron he was his best friend? It was in the first week of December, when Harry picked up on the fact that the twins were up to something. They were a bit too awake and observant one morning at breakfast, so he started scanning the food and anything in his general vicinity. He picked up on nothing, so he started scanning the roof and then the other tables. Finally, he found something at the Slytherin table. Harry wasn't certain what it did, but it seemed there was a potion of some sort on the bench of that table. Using his magic to scrape a bit of the potion off, he transferred it onto the space where the twins sat. He had to wait for them to move to place it, but he eventually succeeded. People move in their seats more often than one would think, especially when a cup of scalding tea randomly fell over and splashed them. It was just before the students were released to start getting to class, when it happened. As if by some sort of trigger, all of the students exposed to the potion started shifting in their seats. Then there was more movement as some people's hands disappeared under the table to scratch at their suddenly itchy behinds. Harry was watching the event as the twins suddenly paled and started whispering urgently to each other. Harry stared at them until he caught one of their eyes. When Fred noticed, he motioned for George to look. Harry just shook his head at them and then turned back to the conversation Hermione and Neville were having about the homework they were turning in today. The Slytherin students were not quiet about their discomfort, though, and pretty soon Snape had gone to check what was going on. The twins, not wanting to be caught, tried valiantly to ignore their own discomfort, but they had been a bit vindictive in the brewing of the itching solution and soon had to get up and started scratching themselves as well. Snape, who was on the lookout for the culprit or culprits, narrowed his eyes at the infamous pranksters and soon called them out to interrogate them. Harry was almost certain that Snape would know that they were guilty, but because he couldn't ever tell people that he was reading minds, he had to get creative to find a reason to punish them. Fortunately, since they were the only ones affected besides his house, he found it easy to implicate them and they soon received a week's worth of detention and lost 100 points for Gryffindor, each. The fact that he held them back, while his own house went to the school matron, meant they had to live with the discomfort until the whole of Slytherin was helped. That night, they cornered Harry, after they returned from detention. "Did you do that?" Fred asked. "Did you put inching solution on our seats?" George asked. "I took some of what was on the Slytherin seats and put it on yours, if that's what you mean," Harry said. "Why?" Fred demanded. "What did we ever do to you?" George asked. "Do you guys really not know the difference between picking on people and a harmless prank?" Harry asked. "You didn't even target anyone outside Slytherin. What's wrong with you two? I thought you were trying for funny. Instead, I'm disappointed. Here, I was thinking of a prank war with pranksters, but now I find out you're just bullies." "I don't like bullies. But they're Slytherins," Fred blurted. "They're all rotten," George agreed. "And Hufflepuffs are all sheep. Ravenclaws are all bookworms and Gryffindors are all bullies. Harry said. You do realize that's what the other houses will think, right? That we're bullies. What else will they think when we treat all of one house like they have only one characteristic? If they decide you're an example of what all Gryffindors are, they'd all hate us by tomorrow. But they don't. Fred said. They were all laughing at them. George added. That's not true. Harry said. I know for a fact that a lot of the other houses were scared. You put a potion on someone without their knowledge or agreement. They needed to be treated by the bloody school nurse. You know that that's assault, right? You literally attacked the whole of Slytherin house. You know the last group of people who attacked people for perceived differences were Death Eaters, right? Do you really want our house to be seen like they were? But Death Eaters killed people. Fred said. It really doesn't matter the depth of your attack. Harry said. The fact is you attacked innocent students. Even if only 1 out of every 4 people weren't planning on becoming the next generation of Death Eaters, you still attacked 14 innocent students. Students that didn't deserve it. And you know what's worse? Those innocents now think that they are being targeted and they will seek strength in numbers, driving them to choose a side they might not have chosen to follow otherwise. Harry said. Well done. You've contributed to the problem. Having said his piece, Harry pushed the twins off of him and walked away. He had only realized what he had said was true as he spoke. He couldn't be associated with this kind of disregard for basic human rights. The next morning during breakfast, Harry stood up and approached the professor's table. Excuse me, Professor Dumbledore. He asked. Good morning, Harry, my boy. Dumbledore said. What can we do for you this morning? He asked with his grandfatherly smile. I'd like to make a statement to the student body. Harry said simply. May I please do so? What were you thinking, Harry? Dumbledore asked. It's for the student body, sir. Harry said. If I discussed it with you first, it would detract from what I'm trying to do. Dumbledore thought about it, before asking, this isn't some sort of prank, is it? I promise you, sir, this is very serious. Harry said. Dumbledore took a deep breath, before finally nodding. Very well, he said and cast a sonorous on Harry, who turned around. May I have your attention, please? Harry asked. He needn't have asked. They were already paying attention from the moment Harry got up and started speaking with Dumbledore. Thank you, Harry said as he nodded at them. It has come to my attention that there are some questions about the prank that happened yesterday. I'd like to say that I, myself, don't feel that that is an accurate representation of who I am or who I want to be. I don't want to discriminate against the pranksters who did it either. Likely they hadn't considered the consequences of their actions. But I feel the need to apologize. Harry said as he walked closer to the Slytherin table. I was not part of what happened yesterday, but I feel I owe you a public apology for what was done to you. I enjoy a good prank on occasion, but I feel a good prank doesn't have victims, only participants. And the goal should be laughter all around. I don't feel that singling out an entire house or judging them by the actions of the few is fair. So for the actions of those who did that to you, I apologize on behalf of my house. Then Harry turned to the other houses. For those of you who were not happy about what happened, or who were afraid that you may be next, I apologize to you, as well. I promise, this isn't what all Gryffindors stand for. We're not all intolerant bigots. We don't all judge you only because your tie has blue, or yellow, or green. I personally hope to be friends with many of you by the time I graduate, and hope you will offer me the opportunity and not shun me because my tie has red. Thank you for your time. Harry turned around and looked at Dumbledore, who waved his wand and Chancellor the Sonorous. Then he got up and looked proudly at Harry. Before he could say anything, however, Harry said, please, don't reward me. This was not done in the hope of gaining some sort of favor. If you give points for doing what is right, it would only take away from what I wanted to achieve. Dumbledore was shocked for a moment, before his proud smile only grew. Then he sat back down and nodded. Very well said, Harry. I won't give you awards for doing what is right, but I will say that I am proud of the boy you have become. Blame Remus, Harry said with a smirk. Sirius would have laughed at what happened yesterday and congratulated the pranksters. Black was never someone anyone should aspire to become. Snape said. It is fortunate, it seems, that you had someone reasonably respectable to learn from, at least. Oh, Remus has his own demons, but he tried to set an example and I'm happy to call him family," Harry said. Then he nodded at the professors and walked back to his table, only then noticing that Hermione had walked up to the Slytherin table and was also apologizing for her house. Neville soon followed her and then more Gryffindors followed their lead. Many faces were looking at Harry in shock, especially from the Slytherin house. Harry tried to ignore it, but he suddenly noticed more friendly smiles sent his way. People started greeting him in the halls and he even noticed some Slytherins nod in his direction a time or two. The twins weren't being treated very fondly, and hopefully they had learned something from the experience. Harry was still casting detection magic every day, since he was almost certain one or two people in the Slytherin house would still seek revenge. Harry was noticed studying at the back of the potions classroom and Snape addressed it only once, stating that Harry had studied ahead and was trying to maintain his lead. There were some shocked looks, even from Harry, since he hadn't expected Snape to admit it so openly. He hadn't known that the professor was playing a prank of his own. Since he was ahead, he became the recipient of many requests for help with their work. When he realized that Snape had done it on purpose, he glared at the man, and saw the smirk directed his way, but only for a moment. Snape had taken great joy in putting the boy in a position where he could take work away from him. If he didn't have to deal with so many incompetents, his life may even become slightly more enjoyable. He saw a look from the boy, which promised vengeance and smirked. He'd see if the boy had any skill, by what he did next. Snape was still marking papers by the time class ended. If only he could foist this off on the boy as well, he thought. He dismissed the class and continued his work. By the time the next class was about to turn up, he stood up, only to fall instantly, when his feet failed to find purchase and slipped out from under him. As he got up, he noticed a something on the floor. It looked like an engraving of some sort. Taking a closer look, he found runes marking the floor where he had stepped. Next to his seat, he found a note. These runes help reduce friction and would go on the hull of any ship, to allow for higher velocities with less friction and to reduce the amount of damage on re-entry. Hopefully negating the possibility of burning up. HB. Snape scowled. When had the boy carved runes around him, or left the note? He may have been busy, but he had been keeping an eye on the happenings in the room, especially when the boy was approached with questions. Somehow, he doubted the boy would give them incorrect instructions, but that didn't mean he didn't take a bit of pleasure out of his distraction and predicament. He had intended to put a stop to it by the next class, but perhaps he could allow it for a while yet. Harry had been focusing on keeping a silencing charm in place as he carved the runes with his magic. It was a trick he had learned a while back. He would set his magic in an area and then have it emulate what he did with his hand. It allowed for more precise control, when such things were necessary. He had worked out these runes as part of what would go onto the ship, and decided to show Snape some of what his efforts had achieved. The fact that he'd hopefully fall on his ass, before he got the message and learned his lesson would simply be a bonus. Snape would be able to counter the magic, by simply undoing the transfiguration he had used to shape the runes into the stone. It was a simple trick, used to work with temporary runes, and Snape should have at least heard of that. If not, Harry was sure Snape would figure it out by next time and be on the lookout, so he'd have to think of something else, if the professor refused to step in and tell the class to leave him alone. Life went on and Christmas time drew near. For the first time ever, Harry had somewhere to go, so he packed his trunk, which he would not leave behind, and went with the other children as they left for Christmas. The Weasleys were all strangely going home. Harry remembered them staying at school last time around. Something about their parents visiting one of the elder brothers and being out of the country. Had they elected to stay behind last time, or had their situation somehow changed, because Harry wasn't such good friends with Ron? Harry didn't really care all that much and shared a compartment with Hermione and Neville. Ron had elected to spend his time with the twins. Speaking of the twins, they had not liked being universally despised, so they had gone out of their way to prank themselves, for the enjoyment of the other children. They could often be seen with magically disfigured faces or giant appendages. It took them only a week of this, before the scowls, which had become the norm, to turn into smirks in hope of seeing something funny. They had succeeded in their quest, quite admirably. While they were on the train, Harry advanced his plans to endear himself with Hermione, by reading a book while he lay down on the bench and placed his head on her lap, uninvited. "What are you doing?" Hermione asked with a bit of a blush. "These seats are not long enough to lie down in, otherwise," Harry said easily. "I'd prefer the lap of a pretty girl, rather than Neville's." "No offense, Neville," he said to the other occupant. "No, I see your point," Neville said. He looked up to Harry and had started emulating him. "Rather the lap of a pretty young lady than the lap of some other boy. For some reason that idea disturbs me." "Me too, Neville, me too," Harry said with a smirk, before he turned back to Hermione. "Are you uncomfortable?" he asked. Hermione seemed to consider it. She didn't really mind, but she somehow felt that it was a little more contact than she would prefer. Not wanting to give offense. "Though," she said, "I can live with it, if you tell me what you're reading about." "Sure thing, Hermione," Harry said with a smile. "I'm trying to work out a way to tint glass to reduce solar radiation from coming through." "You're trying to make sunglasses?" Hermione asked. "Why not just go to a shop and buy some?" "It's not exactly that simple," Harry said. "I want to spell glass on a larger scale and in a more permanent way." He then went about explaining about his plan to be the first wizard on the moon, using magical means. He hadn't told anyone besides his guardians and Snape, keeping it as a bargaining chip. He told them now, to relax the girl and make her used to physical contact. He'd not had many opportunities to do so recently, and his explanation bought him the opportunity he wanted. Normally he did so by placing a friendly hand on her shoulder, or tickling her, when he felt she needed a smile. Not long after the train set off, the Potter twins showed up and asked if they could join. "Sure. No problem," Harry said easily from his reclined position. "But you'll have to sit with Neville. I've claimed this position." "Get up, Harry," Hermione insisted. "Your friends want so visit." "But I'm comfortable," Harry whined. The twins giggled and sat down either side of a shocked Neville. He did his best to smile at them the way Harry always did. "I could always swap with Hermione if she's uncomfortable," Parvati offered. Hermione, uncharacteristically said, "I'm not complaining, but Harry usually has better manners, especially around girls." Harry groaned, but sat up. "I hate it when you are right," he grumbled. Then he got up and greeted the guests properly, doing the customary thing of bowing and dotting above their knuckles. "Miss Potter," he repeated twice as he greeted both of them. "To what do I owe the absolute pleasure of your lovely company?" he asked with that roguish smile. They giggled and Padma said, "We wanted to say that we respect what you did after that prank on Slytherin. It really wasn't nice what the Weasley boys did. Thank you for doing that," Parvati said. "Padma told me that some of the other students in Ravenclaw really appreciated you apologizing to them as well." "Don't thank me for that," Harry said. "It was the right thing to do." The twins relented and soon they started chatting happily about school and what they had experienced. Before long, they were joined by Susan Bones, who claimed the open space next to Harry. "So, Susan, how's the Malfoy heir adjusting to the Hufflepuff life?" Harry asked with a smile. Susan smiled back and said, "It took a while, but I think he's started coming around to our way of thinking." "Any chance you would answer a couple of questions on how?" Harry asked, tentatively. Susan's eyes narrowed slightly, but only for a moment. "I'm afraid that is a house secret. The official answer is that we shower him with attention, until he decides on his own to change his attitude." That sure sounded like Stockholm Syndrome. "I think I understand," Harry said with a knowing smile. Susan didn't like hearing that. What happened in Hufflepuff was supposed to stay in Hufflepuff. Nobody was supposed to know. "What do you think you know?" she asked sweetly. Harry's smile grew. "I only mean to say, that I hope all the best for his future, as a loyal initiate," he said. "Initiate?" Hermione asked in confusion. Harry looked at her, before turning back to Susan and winking slyly. "Into the Hufflepuff way of life and mindset. As I understand it, they take care of their own," he said. Susan suddenly had no doubt that Harry knew exactly what he was talking about. At least he seemed to know to keep what he knew to himself. "Of course," she said. "But then, we are the loyal house, aren't we?" Harry smiled and looked at Neville. "See what I mean? Isn't it nice to have so many girls as friends? Pretty faces all around." Neville smiled. He'd noticed the same thing. "I can't agree more," he said. "These ladies are guaranteed to make the trip more enjoyable, just by their mere presence." Well done, Neville, Harry thought. Of course, he didn't intend to share, but that was hardly the point, was it? If Neville was growing in confidence, maybe this time around, when he noticed Hannah, he'd be able to make a move sooner and he'd be more attractive to her, due to the attention he was receiving. Hermione had hoped that they'd get some time to talk about wandless magic, but Harry had so many friends stop by that it was impossible. He had given her some instructions, though, and she'd started on trying to focus her emotions. It would be a while before she achieved success, but that was because she didn't have so many dark and/or difficult memories to draw on to flame the accidental magic, which Harry had informed her would help her. Remus and Sirius had vast amounts of those, having been in the First War and having seen many of their friends and allies die. Not to mention their personal issues and pasts. Harry had tried teaching them with positive thoughts, but for some reason the darker memories and anger worked best for them, which was why he trained Hermione with that. The trip seemed too short, with how much fun they were having, and Harry had taken the opportunity to hug and tickle and poke and play with the girls in a friendly manner, getting them used to his presence and in their personal space. He was making good progress, but soon they arrived and had to leave. Sirius and Remus were both there, to pick Harry up. They even got the chance to meet the Granger parents. Sirius had invited them to join them for Christmas dinner and they declined, at first, until Harry pointed out that since it was a magical household, Hermione would be able to demonstrate her magic, so that the parents could see what she was learning. That quickly changed their minds. When they left, Hermione started informing them that she needed to get some books and things so that she could keep up with her mundane studies. Harry, having decided that he'd like to go into tertiary studies in the mundane world, was a happy surprise for them. It seemed the boy she had written home about was a good influence. When Harry arrived home with Sirius and Remus, they needed to make plans to leave almost immediately, so that Harry could secure the first site of their newly established import-export company. He was given the specifics of the spell and he went to work studying it immediately. It was a complicated spell with many components, but fortunately his advanced knowledge of spells and his research aided him in understanding the process. The next day would be the first day of the full moon and they hoped to have everything in place by then, so that same evening, they took a registered portkey to America, where they had purchased a piece of farmland in Texas. They helped Harry set up and placed the boundary ward stones on the edge of the plot and he started incanting. 10 minutes and a lot of power later, their first Fidelius-protected property was ready. It was still midday and Harry's guardians set to work building a house. Some people built houses from lighter, cheaper materials, instead of the heavy stone and cement usually found in Europe, so the process was reasonably easy and quick. They had it up in under 2 hours. They had even taken the time to purchase everything they'd need to furnish the 3-bedroom house. Magical bathrooms and plumbing was something that took a bit more time, but by the time evening fell, they were done and the house was established. Since it was late in the morning in Europe and they had essentially worked through the night, they took the unregistered portkey they had made back in Grimmauld Place, back to it. From here on out, they intended to use their own portkeys between their 2 hidden locations. This would also found the bedrock of their new company. Transporting goods between countries like this would only be part of the purpose of the company. The other part was focused on setting up werewolves with permanent jobs, which gave them access to dormitories on the opposite sides of the planet. It would allow them to sleep during the night, on the side of the planet that was day, and would allow them to return the next morning, having completely avoided the full moon and never having to transform. It had been Harry's idea. There was a short celebration, before they went back and took the opportunity to sleep for a bit. It was still 5 days before Christmas, but they all wanted to go shopping and to spend some quality time together. Sirius had decided to take it a bit more calmly with the alcohol, not wanting them to act on the threat of sending him to a program. He loved a drink every now and then, but he refused to be called an alcoholic, unless it was said as a joke, which was mostly the case when the others said it. Mostly. Remus had taken the time to speak to the publishers and authors that sold the Harry Potter books and a couple of threats by the goblins of a public declaration by Harry himself to claim they were stealing from him, and they had paid up 25% of their profits for past sales and a royalty system was put in place for future sales as well. This had the side effect of giving the company a huge influx of cash to start up their business, which they planned to use to start setting up more and more properties for their company. Harry had insisted that the money doesn't go to him, since he didn't have it last time around and didn't really need it. They'd be making money hand over fist once operations were up, anyway. Remus was ecstatic that he'd never need to take another Wolfsbane potion and was made the chief operating officer, while Sirius would be the one to procure contracts and necessities, making him the chief executive officer. Harry would join them later, when his studies were complete. He was more focused on his own projects anyway, and they were fine with him simply being a silent partner. They spent a couple of days enjoying themselves and running their errands, with Harry always leaving the house in the disguise of the older gentleman he had perfected all that time back. They'd even set up a backstory for the man, so he could tell people what he did, when asked. Harry had found it funny, when some women flirted with him. He had soon modified the illusion to have a wedding band. When asked about it, the illusion would get a sad look and say that his wife had died, and he'd make it seem like the man was still in mourning. This got him a bit more attention than Harry would have liked, but at least it wasn't the open flirting he had had to deal with until then. When Christmas Day came, Remus was in high spirits. Not once had he transformed, and he was, for the first time since he was a child, able to enjoy the spirit of the holiday with no fear or aches and pains. They had gone to pick up the Grangers and led them into the Fidelius protected area, before they transported the family, via Portkey, to their new home in Texas. The trip was a shock to them, but the after effects of this form of travel was overshadowed by the fact that they had traveled to the other side of the planet in mere moments. It was nighttime in Texas, but it wasn't as cold as it had been in the UK. They had prepared food and there was a fire merrily burning in the fireplace. There were magical lights floating about and Christmas music playing in the background. The adults drank champagne, fire whiskey and wine, while Harry and Hermione drank sparkling grape juice. Creature had prepared the food and they had left him with a large helping of what he had made for them, but he didn't want to leave Grimmauld Place. His attitude had changed remarkably after they had promised him that they'd take care of the locket, when the time was right. These days he didn't even ask to see his old mistress anymore. When dinner, ate during their normal lunch time, was complete, they exchanged some gifts. The adults didn't know each other very well, but Sirius and Remus both gave gifts of invitations to use their company's transport to travel to one of the locations they would be setting up and a bottle of fine wine, and they received a bottle of bourbon and wine each from the Grangers. It was a funny moment, but everyone understood that it was difficult to shop for people you barely knew. Harry had gotten Hermione a fountain pen and had written down the spell he used to transfigure legal paper into parchment, which was how he did his own work. The parchment even kept the writing, so you could write first and then change the paper. Hermione got Harry a book, which wasn't unexpected, but this one was all about the intricacies of space travel. Harry had smiled at her and hugged her gratefully for the thoughtful gift. That was before he opened it and found that she had taken the time to highlight certain parts and made notes on ways that he could use things that already existed to accomplish the tasks. He had hugged her again, lifting her up and spinning around in his exuberance. She had really done her research. The adults smiled and the Granger parents asked why he was so interested in space. When he explained to them that he intended to be the first wizard on the moon, they laughed, but only until they realized he was serious. But, is that even possible? Mr. Granger asked. Would magic even function in space? We don't know, Harry said honestly. But we'll have contingencies in place for every eventuality, including magical transportation home and a safe landing area. What would be the point though? Hermione's mother asked. Wizards don't use or need satellites. You rely on owls for mail, for goodness sakes. If you had things like telephones, you could talk instantly, but magic interferes with that. We do have some forms of instant communication, Sirius said, defending the magical world. There's the flow, and James and I came up with mirrors that communicate with each other. We speak to and see Harry on it all the time. You what? Hermione asked instantly, suddenly staring daggers at Harry. Why hadn't he told her? Harry sighed and shook his head. Thanks, Sirius, he said. Remus slapped him on the back of the head. That was supposed to stay a secret, he said. An advantage nobody else had. Sirius had winced in realizing he'd let the cat out of the bag. Sorry, he mumbled, putting his glass down. Perhaps he'd had one too many. Is this some sort of security issue? Hermione's father asked. Patented magic of some sort. He'd love to be able to talk to his little girl while she was away at school. Cell phones were mostly still quite bulky and expensive, but he could just imagine keeping something as small as a handheld mirror in his pocket to take and make calls. It's not patented, like what Muggles use, but I suppose we could say it is family magic. Sirius said. There are laws that protect specialized family magic, but that doesn't exclude people from trying to emulate the effects, so people don't normally talk about their magics to maintain the advantages they provide the family. Hermione looked disappointed. She'd also have loved to speak to her parents more regularly. Maybe we can arrange to see each other over weekends and Harry could sneak off with Hermione so she could speak to you. Remus offered. Or we could come to your house if there's a need. Sirius offered. They really couldn't spread knowledge of this too far. Instant communication was a great advantage. One that the other side didn't always have, excluding flow calls, but that wasn't as portable as the mirror. Hermione's mother beamed at the idea. That would be wonderful, Sirius. Thank you, she said. She was already planning dinner parties, just so she could speak to her little girl. Pretty soon, she'd enter a stage of her life, where speaking to her mother would be a great comfort. We'll keep this a secret for you, Hermione's father said. If it's an advantage nobody else has, I wouldn't mind Hermione having access to it, for the price of one secret. Thank you, Remus said. And thank you for understanding. We don't know all that much about the magical world, but we can understand wanting to protect any advantage for your godson. Hermione's father said. Thank you. Hermione also said. It would have been nice to speak to you as often as I wanted, but seeing you and speaking to you over weekends would be great, too. Who knows, maybe we can even arrange a movie night, over weekends and use the mirrors so you can see the movie too. Hermione's mother offered. She missed her weekend time with her daughter. Would that be possible? Her father asked. Are there limitations on how long the mirror can stay connected? Not as far as we know. Sirius said. We've had hours of conversation at times. James and I used to talk late into the night and sometimes one of us would fall asleep with it still connected. That's amazing, Hermione's father said. Imagine the usefulness of such a product for instant communication. Like cell phones but with video. Magical interference, Dad. Hermione reminded him. She had no doubt he was thinking of the internet. Her father was quite proud of the computer he had at home. The internet was quickly spreading and information and communications was currently growing very quickly. What are cell phones? Sirius asked. They are like telephones, except no wires. They talk through towers or satellites. Hermione said. Satellites. Sirius asked again. You really don't know anything about technology, do you? Hermione's mother asked, with a smirk. Wizards are an insular people. Harry said, with some disgust. Why do you think I want to go to the moon, and explore the possibilities of magic? Nobody else is even interested. But this cell phone thing. Sirius said. How does that work? The conversation went on in that trend, with the Muggles amazing the wizards with the technology of the day. It was almost 1992. Just 8 years from the new millennium. The world was quickly changing and leaving the wizarding world behind, in some ways, at least. Harry made a couple of notes for things to look into. If they could magically produce some of what he was hearing, perhaps there would be a market for it. He'd be learning to expand his skills and if something worked out, he'd be making a pretty penny, in the magical world at least. He didn't imagine he'd be allowed to sell anything he made to the mundane world, after all. Maybe to the government. After Christmas, Harry went back to his own work. He had 2 more locations to place under Fidelius so that Sirius and Remus could start their business. They also removed the current Fidelius at Grimmauld Place by removing the current ward stones and placed a new one. Sirius would be establishing the house's other wards over the next few months, for the other protections. Then they needed to invite everyone in the know to the house to share the new secret with them, for which Sirius was the secret keeper. Remus was the secret keeper for their other locations, since he'd be running that side of things. While Minerva was there, they had a bit of time to talk. So, have you had any new developments in your project, Harry? Minerva asked. Still nothing anti-Min, Harry said. I've tried, but no animal is coming to me. Maybe it's an age thing. Minerva tried. Your body hasn't developed enough that you could change it into an animal. She theorized. Harry had asked her to help him with animagus training, but he'd been working on it for a long time now with no success. That's not what I meant, anyway. I was inquiring about your other project. The space vessel, she asked. He'd told her about it, when he started spending time working on it in her class. Oh, that, Harry said in realization. I've got some things that will help, but I haven't figured out all the spells and runes that I'll need to protect everything correctly, yet. Hermione actually gave me a book on things to keep in mind, so I'm reasonably sure I'll be able to start expanding on the plans. I should be able to start building a vessel by the time the school year is finished. That soon? McGonagall asked. Are you sure? If I keep my current momentum. Harry agreed. But I'm thinking of another project currently, so I'll likely not finish everything if I allow myself to get sidetracked. What is this other project? Minerva asked. We had a Christmas party with the Grangers. Harry said. Mr. Granger was telling us about where Muggle technology is heading, and I was thinking of working on a way to establish instant communication, like talking over long distances. We already have something like that, with the flow, of course, but I'm thinking of an instant messaging system, like a fax. What is a fax? Minerva asked. Muggles use telephonic communication devices to send copies of images across a pre-established telephone network. Harry said. The idea is that, when information needs to be sent fast, they don't need to wait for delivery times, since they can transmit things instantly. They then use a fax machine to copy an image to the other side, where a corresponding device draws a picture of what was scanned. When the other side has the copy, the original stays with you, so you could keep it or destroy it, as needed. But we have owls to deliver messages. Minerva said, not understanding. That's not the point, Harry said. Imagine you don't need to wait for an answer to a question, until an owl can deliver a note. Or, you try describing a picture to someone on the other side of the flow. With this, you send the message or picture and the other side can see exactly what you are talking about. The best part will be that it won't be affected by bad weather or be bound by the location of a flow connection. So, you're thinking of making some sort of portable flow? Minerva asked. She thought the idea had merit, but it didn't sound all that different from what they already had. I don't think I'm explaining this correctly, Harry said in frustration. I'll work on it and give you an example when I have an idea of how to apply the theory. He was already working on something that might make the example he had meant to convey, but he could see that it would be a hard sell, since magical folk relied on what they already had. When Minerva left, Harry went to work on the idea and Sirius had to help him understand how the mirrors worked. Remus had done most of the work on the Marauders map and he had helped Harry design his own map, but Sirius and James had done the work on the mirrors. It was actually quite intriguing how the linking magic worked. The theory was that you link the reflection to transport it to a corresponding mirror and vice versa. Apparently it was a bit of scrying magic developed by a beaked old man in the Black family who loved to gift pretty ladies with mirrors, which he had a corresponding one to. He'd then be able to see what their mirrors saw, without them seeing him. He'd then add compulsion magic that would make the ladies want to inspect themselves in the mirrors. For it to work, the mirrors needed to be identical, or have identical flaws. Then the magic made the connection. They had taken it one step further and linked both mirrors both ways, skipping the compulsion magic. Harry then set to work on his idea. The theory was interesting and getting magic to see the flaw as the target helped him. He ended up making 2 diaries that he had gone to buy at a local shopping center. The reflection magic was really just a link to duplicate what was on one side to the other. So Harry ended up making 2-way diaries, where you write in one and the words appeared instantly on the other side. He had to write something in them for the magic to link, and he had used his ability to move things in 2 locations simultaneously and wrote the word, link, in both. Since it was identical, the magic worked perfectly. Harry had smiled at his success and then produced a couple more, as gifts for certain of his friends. Before he could give the gifts, however, he needed to protect the magic and looked for, and found, a certain spell that would dispel the magic if someone tried to tamper with or unveil the secret of how they functioned. Apparently it was the wizarding equivalent of patenting and how they protected their family magics. There were ways around it, but you'd have to be stronger than the person who enacted the magic, and Harry was no slouch, probably one of the strongest in the country, if not the world, by virtue of his double dose of magic. When the time for them to go back arrived, Harry was excited to give out a gift or 2, or 5. He'd not been able to get gifts for all his female friends before Christmas, but he was planning on doing so now. When they arrived at the station, early, Harry went in search of his friends. He was not disappointed to find the Potter twins conversing with their parents. Sirius was the only one with him today, and he followed behind with a small smile on his face. He could see their mother was quite attractive and the twins, while young, showed potential. "Good morning, ladies." Harry greeted them as they approached. "Hello, Harry," the twins said in unison. "Good morning," the Potter mother said. The father was not in attendance today, it seemed. "Mrs. Potter, I presume," Sirius said in lieu of greeting. When she nodded, he bowed slightly and said, "Sirius Black, at your service." "Lord Black," the woman nodded. "It is good to see your stay in Azkaban didn't deprive you of your manners." She said it with a small smile. The whole wizarding world knew about his illegal and unjust incarceration. It was the talk of their community at the time, as Sirius was a pureblood, and it was a scary thought that one of the elite could be sent to prison with no trial. Fudge had jumped on the opportunity to ensure processes were in place to prevent such a thing from happening again, and he had received a lot of support for the action. Even if it had, no gentleman's manners could fail them when faced with a beauty such as yours. Sirius said flirtatiously. "You are a shameless flirt, just as I'd heard," the woman replied with a smile. "Were my husband here, he'd both agree with you and be upset by it." "Stop. It's serious," Harry said, before he offered his hand to the Potter matriarch and key it above her knuckles with a bow, "Lady Potter. It is an honor to meet the mother of my friends. I am Harry Black. I see you have taught your ward well," the lady said to Sirius, even as her smile grew. No wonder her daughters had gone on about how nice Harry was. If he treated them the same way, they'd not be able to resist his charms. Fortunately he was just a boy. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Black. Or should I refer to you as Lord Potter? I may one day claim my hereditary title, but for now, Mr. Black will suffice." "Thank you for asking," Harry said. "He doesn't like being called Harry Potter," Padma said. "He says that he doesn't want to be associated with the books. Far too much heroism. I could never live up to the books," Harry said with a nod. Then he reached into his pocket and removed 2 parcels. "Merry Christmas, ladies," he said as he handed one to each of them. "Harry, you shouldn't have," Parvati exclaimed. "We didn't get you anything." "Don't worry about it," Harry said with a smile. "A gift should never be given in the hope that one receives something in return." "Thank you," Padma said with a smile as she examined the wrapped package. It was rectangular and fit in the palm of her hand. Her sister's was identical. "Can we open it?" she asked. "Please do," Harry said. "Your mother will, no doubt, be curious as well." Harry wasn't wrong, and the woman was brimming with curiosity. The twins quickly tore away at the wrapping, revealing 2 small books in each of their hands. "What are they?" Padma asked. "Linked diaries," Harry said. "They are linked and protected by Black family magic. What you write in one, appears in the other." "Thank you," Parvati said, asked. She didn't understand the use of such an item. Their mother, however, instantly realized how useful such an item could be. "What a marvelous gift," she exclaimed. When the twins looked up at her in question, she explained, "If you gave each other a book, you'd be able to pass messages to each other, even while you are in different houses. Or, you could give your mother the corresponding books and be able to speak with her that way." Harry said, with a smile at the mother. Her eyes had opened wider in realization. "You can also write in them and they will see your responses. The connection goes both ways. They are also shrunk down, so they aren't as small as they appear." "Thank you, Harry," Parvati suddenly exclaimed as she hugged him. Being away from her mother and father was the hardest part of going to Hogwarts. Her only solace was that her sister was there, but then they had gone to different houses. "Yes, thank you," her twin said as well as she hugged him too. "You're more than welcome," Harry said. "Since it is Black family magic, though, you'll need to keep the diaries a secret, please," Sirius asked. "Of course," their mother said as her face became serious. "We understand the need to protect family magics. They were pureblood after all. They understood these things." Harry had also mentioned that they were protected by family magic, which was prudent. They did the same with their magic, when they used it for others. "You girls understand what that means, right?" she asked her daughters. "Yes, Mon," they responded in unison. Mon? Harry asked. It is our word for mother, back home. Padma supplied. Cool, Harry said with a smile. Harry then noticed the Grangers arriving and excused himself. If you'll excuse me, I have some more gifts to give, he said. As Harry walked away, Sirius explained, Harry came up with these over the holiday and decided to make them for all his friends. He is a sweet boy, the mother said, looking after him. Perhaps we should consider an alliance with the Potter heir. He will have 2 noble titles and need 2 wives for them, when he grows up, she thought to herself. When Harry reached the Grangers, he greeted them more familiarly, since their families were on the fast track to becoming friends, and handed Hermione her gift. Hers wasn't wrapped, since they'd already exchanged gifts. What's this? Hermione asked as she looked inside the paper bag, seeing the diaries. Linked diaries, using the same magic that was used for my special form of communication. Harry said, not mentioning the mirrors in this public setting. There were other people around, after all. It's protected by family magics. We found a way to put a form of copyright on them, as you suggested, Mr. Granger. Harry said to the man. Then he turned back to Hermione. You can write in one and see it in the other book. It works both ways. Hermione didn't take 2 seconds to figure out what she'd do with them and instantly hugged Harry. Thank you, Harry, she said. This will be ever so useful. When she was done, she reached in and looked at the small book she now had in her hand. Suddenly it grew to its normal size and she realized Harry must have done it with his wandless magic. Not mentioning it, she handed it to her mom. We can leave messages for each other, she said. This really is a wonderful gift, Harry. Mrs. Granger said as she hugged the boy as well. Thank you. You're welcome, Harry said. Just remember to keep these a secret, he whispered to her. Of course, dear, she said. We know it's special to your family. Harry also approached the Bones family and had much the same response from Amelia and Susan. She was tempted to ask for another, but knew it would be against pureblood tradition to ask for such favors. You never ask for family magics, unless you did it as a proposal for a trade. Usually in offering a marriage agreement. She'd not be doing that, since Susan would be choosing that for herself. They may be pureblood, but she wasn't so steeped in the tradition as to make those kinds of decisions for her ward. Having done what he had come to do, he went to rejoin Sirius, where he stood with the Potter matriarch still. They were chatting and smiling and Harry really hoped the man wasn't seriously flirting with her. It would only cause problems for him later. It turns out that they were discussing the business that Sirius had started and Lady Potter was interested in what they were doing. She'd be having a discussion with her husband later that day, to inform him of their plans. Perhaps they could take advantage of the newly established transport company. Harry would have many locations to protect after the end of the school year, but he had another mission to complete first. The trip back to Hogwarts was enjoyable and the group had reformed as they had on the previous trip. Ron was not happy that they had not invited him, so he stormed off to go sit with his brothers again. Harry couldn't care. He was surrounded by friends and they were having a good time. Harry hadn't given Neville a book, but then he knew he actually enjoyed being away from his grandmother. If he had given him a book, she'd insist on him writing to her daily and he'd likely want to avoid that at all costs. The subject eventually did come up, and Neville basically confirmed his thought verbatim. He was happy to be included in the conversation though and showed real happiness, when Harry confirmed the reason he hadn't given Neville linked diaries as a present. Instead, he'd gotten him a book on potions. The same one that he had found the advanced techniques for preparing potions in. He hoped it helped the boy to do better in the class and explained to him how it had helped him keep track of things. Hermione asked to read the book instantly, when Neville put it down, intent on reading it later. He'd agreed easily and Hermione started poring over the text, apparently attempting to memorize it before they arrived at Hogwarts. When they arrived back, Hermione reluctantly handed the book back, not having gotten halfway through it. Neville just smiled and handed it back, on the condition that she help him learn the techniques later. She was a much quicker study than him and he learned more easily from her than from books anyway. Hermione took it as a compliment and agreed to the arrangement. The other girls decided that they would need to form a study group. Apparently Harry and Hermione were in the 2 lead positions of their grade, and spending time with your friends was just a bonus. Over the following weeks Harry had found the Mirror of Erised and had his conversation with Dumbledore for returning too many times. Some things were said differently, but that was to be expected. Harry was much more well-spoken and educated this time around, and the headmaster seemed to have picked up on it, treating the boy with a bit more respect. Harry suspected it was out of guilt about what he had found out about the Dursleys, after Harry had been rescued. Dumbledore also mentioned the fact that he could, for some reason, not recall where Harry was staying, and Harry sidestepped the subject, by saying that they had brought in a warding company to protect their new home. It was all supposed to be hush-hush, so Dumbledore smiled his grandfatherly smile, all while kicking himself internally for not offering to cast the Fidelius himself. That way he could control who knew the location. For some reason, he could have sworn he had planned on that, many years ago. Fortunately, the new Fidelius was hiding the fact that he had, in fact, done so. Harry continued his work and, one day, had a breakthrough. He had finally figured out sustained flight. He celebrated with the smile of a prankster. The next morning, as everyone was eating breakfast, his pre-prepared and runed magic kicked in. Everyone was suddenly stuck to their benches as their tables lifted off from the ground slowly, and the tables all started moving up and over and under each other, in the shape of a figure 8, going faster and faster until a lap of movement was completed in 5 seconds. It wasn't really fast, but it was proof his theory worked. The professors found themselves in much the same situation, but their chairs had locked in place, as if connected to the teacher's table, and they started floating up and over the shuffling tables, forward and back, while making a slow rotation horizontally. None of the professors dared cast any spells, in case it interrupted the magic, and the children crashed to the floor and were injured. Dumbledore spoke up, when he saw a couple of students prepare to cast spells. "Put your wands away," he said with a sonorous, "I can feel the magic winding down. Don't interrupt," he warned. Just as he had said, the magic soon ran its course and every table soon landed softly, with the staff table returning to its normal position, but facing away from the students. The house tables had also been shuffled a bit, placing the Gryffindor table between the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw table. Harry had planned it so that his friends could sit close by. Hopefully they kept the new arrangement. Everyone suddenly found that they could leave their seats again. There were a couple of scared looks, but overall there were mostly only smiling faces. The prank was harmless, didn't hurt anyone, was over quickly and caused a disruption to normal proceedings, just enough to be memorable. Exactly as Harry had planned. Also, exactly as planned, a sheet of paper appeared in front of Severus Snape. He quickly snagged it before anyone noticed and read it as the staff moved their table and chairs around to face the proper way. Flight magic, achieved. This would be the first thing required in the plan. Everyone was kept safe with sticking charms. Next step, artificial gravity. HB. Snape looked up and spotted the boy. He was laughing with his friends and looked just as surprised as everyone else. Quite the little actor. He really should have been in Slytherin. Or, perhaps, he was smart enough to convince the hat to place him where he'd not stand out. He'd have to remember to ask the boy. For now, though, since the prank was harmless and set a good example of one, he deducted 20 points for the act without making any announcements. It was the least he could do for Lily's boy. He also didn't want to announce how capable the boy was. It was an advantage he would find useful later in life. Dumbledore was looking out over the children to see if he could spot the people who had performed the magic. His scans during the event didn't point to anyone, rather pointing at the tables themselves as the source of the magic. Nobody stood out to him, but his eyes settled on the Weasley twins, who were both looking at Harry. Perhaps they thought he knew what was going on. Severus had told him of how advanced Harry's studies in potions were. He could understand the boy's drive to learn the art, since it could be performed without a wand, when he was too young to learn any other magic. He didn't necessarily approve of what Sirius had done, rather hoping that Harry could enjoy his youth instead, but he also understood that with Harry being in danger outside the house, it would be best to keep his interest in something he could do inside the house. He doubted that Harry could have done this, though. The boy's magic couldn't possibly be strong enough yet, nor could he know how to achieve this feat after only a couple of months of education. The twins, though, may have enough knowledge to pull this off, with the help of some upper-year students. They both had looked quite surprised by the event, though, and his surface scan of the boy's thoughts clearly spoke of shock and a little amazement, but overall enjoyment, which was the feeling he was getting from nearly everybody. He was still unable to scan Harry's mind though. He suspected something to do with part of Riddle, he believed was in Harry, was the cause. When the children looked like they were all planning on staying to discuss what had just happened, McGonagall stood. "Whatever just happened doesn't excuse you all from class," she said sternly. "Off with you. You can discuss this later." The children all dutifully started leaving, though the conversation still continued. McGonagall turned to Dumbledore then. "What do you make of this, Albus?" "I searched for a source, but it seems that the tables were spelled to do this on their own," Dumbledore said. "I thought perhaps the Weasley boys would know, but they seemed just as surprised as everyone else." "We need to know who did this," McGonagall insisted. "The children could have been hurt. They were perfectly safe, as far as I can tell, Minerva. Whoever did this used sticking charms to ensure nobody fell and to secure what was on the tables, much like we were also stuck to our seats." Dumbledore assured her. "I'd like to know who did this too, but mostly to congratulate them on a successful and harmless prank. Surely we shouldn't encourage the children to do such reckless things," McGonagall objected. "Or perhaps we should award the safety precautions, to encourage the forethought," Phileas Flitwick said, while deducting points for possibly scaring the student body. Snape added. He had made that decision already, but didn't intend on awarding points. "Whoever did this certainly knew their stuff, though," Madame Rolanda Hooch, the flying teacher said. "The movements were precisely choreographed and I suspect the reshuffling of the tables was done intentionally, since the magic left the tables exactly spaced as before. I wouldn't mind finding out who did this myself, since they could likely produce new brooms for us with what they know. As you know, the school brooms are quite old and we've been needing new ones for a while now. I'm sorry Rolanda, but I've told you before that the budget simply won't bend on this one. The Board of Governors simply don't see the importance of a class that only runs for a few weeks at the beginning of the year." Dumbledore apologized. "If you want new brooms for the Quidditch teams, though, perhaps you can find a sponsor for them. Alumni that were on the teams, perhaps." Rolanda Hooch brought the subject up whenever possible, since she was in charge of flying class and needed to be present for Quidditch practice and games. Her entire job revolved around flying and she pressed for new equipment whenever possible. With a few exceptions, the brooms they currently had were simply unusable. So far the only reason that Quidditch wasn't a complete loss was because the students on the teams tended to bring their own brooms, or loaned their parents or friends. If she could find the person responsible though, perhaps they could be persuaded to help fixing what they had, as a form of practice for their obvious plans of making brooms for one of the broom companies. They seemed to have quite a bit of skill, too. She'd start by asking all the current students on the teams. Chances were, they'd know of someone with such skills. Perhaps it was even a current Quidditch player, as a person with these skills would likely be attracted by the sport. The twins couldn't find a moment to speak with Harry, since he was always busy these days, studying in the library with Longbottom and the group of girls from the other houses. Harry had the makings of a strong group of supporters from the other houses in that study group of his. The twins had noted two of the Slytherin first years, the Greengrass and Parkinson girls, were also sniffing around the group, when they were last looking for a moment to pull Harry aside. The whole of the Gryffindor first-year girls, including Granger, Pottle, Brown, and Dunbar, had joined. Two girls from Hufflepuff and the other Pottle girl from Ravenclaw had also joined. It was nothing formal, but besides Longbottom, it seemed the study group didn't allow other boys. They suspected this was the reason why the Slytherin girls were working up the courage to join. They had recently heard that a couple of older Slytherin boys had disappeared one evening, supposedly into the hands of Aurors, for unknown reasons. At the same time, the forgetful streak of some Slytherin girls and some of the prettier girls from other houses had suddenly come to an end. The conclusions being drawn were not pretty. The Slytherin girls were likely seeking strength in numbers and Harry was known to be fair and accepting, especially after his speech the morning after their prank. He obviously preferred the company of the fairer say, as well. One evening after the study session had come to an end, Harry was confronted by the Weasley twins and drawn away from the Gryffindor girls and Neville as they entered through the portrait. Harry always insisted on escorting the other girls to their common rooms and the Gryffindor girls usually followed as they were all becoming fast friends and didn't mind chatting as they walked. "We need to talk," Fred said. "About that prank you Pulled. George said. What prank? Harry asked. Don't act like you don't know what we're talking about. Fred said. We know you did it. George insisted. Okay. Prove it. Harry said, with a smirk. The twins looked at each other, but there was a moment of uncertainty on their faces. They really wanted to believe it was Harry. The prank followed what he said a prank should be to the letter, and they had realized it the moment it was over. Okay, listen, let's rather say, if you knew who did it, Fred started again. Could you ask them to go speak to Madame Hooch? George continued. There's a reward for whoever can find them. Fred said. Since she's hoping they can help with the school brooms. George finished. And what would you get out of this, if I knew and told Madame Hooch? Harry countered. Who says I won't keep the reward for myself, if I knew, hypothetically? Because you didn't know about the reward. Fred said. We figure you're such an upstanding guy that you'll want to share the wealth. George said. As a form of gratitude. Fred said. To us. George finished. Why do you always start talking? Harry asked, pointing at Fred, and you always finish. He finished, pointing at George. How do you know we don't swap? Fred asked. It's not like you know which is which, right? George said. Fred. George. Harry said, pointing at them. It's not hard. How do you know that? George asked, breaking the pattern for the first time. Trade secret, I'm afraid. Harry said. He was probably guessing. Fred scoffed. They'd need to check for magic. Little did they know that Harry had simply let his magic settle into Fred that first time. Even if they dispelled the tracking charm on his elbow, Harry would be able to tell them apart, simply because he could feel the remnants of his magic. He wouldn't be able to track him anymore, but that wasn't the point, was it? You guys keep telling yourselves that, okay. Harry scoffed as he walked away. What about the reward? Fred asked. I'll tell you once I've figured out who did it. Harry smiled back at them. Harry had a couple of months to play, before he would know for certain that the stone would be in place, so he decided to focus on his research. With a little bit of playtime, experimentation and a little work on familiarizing himself with the females he had attracted to the study group. Not all of them, of course, but he had his eyes on a specific few. Harry didn't end up going to Madame Hooch. Instead he snuck his way into the broom shed and started tinkering with one of the brooms that was too old to be missed. It took him a while, but he found the spots where the magic had started becoming undone and fixed what he could. He couldn't fly it around to test it too far, but it seemed to respond a bit better to him. Knowing what he did, then, he checked the other brooms and started strengthening the magic on the brooms, where he could. After that was done, a week had passed and Harry decided to play around a bit, so he went about making a flying broom all his own. He needed to transfigure some of the broom, but was certain to use things that would not change back and made sure they were settled in their current form, before continuing. Another month of experimentation later, his broom was complete and he decided to take it out for a test flight. It was amazing to feel his own magic flowing through the broom. The runes he had come up with to enable flight were working much as he had expected. It was a little different than the other brooms though, since the rune changed the way the broom responded. It was slower to react than he'd have hoped, but the speed was incredible. He judged it at twice the speed of his firebolt, from the first time around. But that wasn't the best part. He felt it could continue accelerating, but he was going too fast to keep his eyes open if he went any faster. Stopping and maneuvering was also a problem. He needed to resolve those issues first. Fortunately he still had time, and by the end of the next week, he'd finally gotten it to the point where he could use the broom like any other. The only problem with this broom was that it needed more power to fly more quickly, so he ended up needing to charge the runes before flight, so that it didn't need to drain it from him as he went. He doubted this model would be usable by anyone but someone with vast amounts of magical power, but that wasn't really a problem for him and would be fine for what he intended to make, anyway. The broom was just a proof of concept anyway. It couldn't store much power due to the size of the runes being small and the fact that it was drawn on wood, rather than something that could store more power, like stone, or some metals. The next step would need to be a model that didn't drain so quickly, or that recycled power so that it would only need an initial charge. Then it would need to recharge over time from the environment, like how wards worked. That was put on the list after his current project. He'd already figured out how to make artificial gravity. It was a reasonably simple spell after all. It was used all the time in Egyptian tombs, and Harry had already found something in the Hogwarts library for it. That had been one of the few draws to coming back to school. That and his friends, that is. He spent a lot of time in the library, learning about the concepts of spell creation and rune functions, but he was also sneaking into the restricted section quite often. The spells there could potentially harm school-level children, and none of it was really dark. Harry knew for a fact the headmaster kept those in his private library, and he wasn't interested in dark magic anyway. As he understood it, dark magic was addictive and would corrupt the caster over time, so he wasn't interested. Harry was currently working on a spell that would be necessary for a space vessel. He needed to be able to counter or negate the effects of multiple factors of gravity when accelerating quickly. The gravity spell that he had found only had the settings to make gravity change in direction, or increase it, but not to this degree. It was a week before Harry would be going after the stone, while they were studying and chatting as they normally did, when the Slytherin girls finally worked up the courage to approach them. "Excuse me, Lord Potter," Daphne Greengrass asked, slightly timidly. "Call me Harry," Harry said easily. "I don't hold any lordships at this time." "Harry, then," Daphne said a little more easily. She'd tried to go for respectful. It's what she'd do with other purebloods, when looking for a favor. She looked over her shoulder, at Pansy, before turning back. "We were hoping," she started. Harry had been aware of their presence the entire time and knew what they wanted, though. "Sure, pull up a chair. We're currently on Transfiguration," Harry interrupted her, shocking her. The other girls had quickly gotten used to how insightful Harry seemed, and he was more like a tutor at this point, with his vast knowledge of the different subjects. He was seldom studying what they were, preferring to study on his own. "We usually help each other, and when we get stuck we interrupt Harry, since he's on his own studies," Hermione informed them. She had started off jealous of his knowledge, but then realized that he'd been at it for years. She could either be jealous, or use the knowledge he had to her advantage. She was actually just grateful to Harry, for being her friend. With everything he was doing for the group and herself, personally, she couldn't be happier. The other girls also smiled at them in welcome and opened some space on the table, moving books out of the way. "Thank you," Daphne said with a little shock. She had expected favors or something. She had expected the words, "What do we get out of it?" Instead there was a free offer to join, simply handed to them. "Just like that?" Pansy asked, slightly suspicious. "There's no fees or favors," she asked. "We're just focusing on the future." Susan spoke up. "If there is a condition, it's that you respect the fact that we're all friends and that you stay on topic. We do tend to chat a bit, considering we go through the studying so fast, with Harry's help," Faye Dunbar added. She was normally the quiet type, preferring to fall into the background. The constant chatting and friendly atmosphere had drawn the girl out. She was still normally a bit on the quiet side, but that seemed to just be her normal personality. "We also understand that the average male doesn't have the capacity to work and chat," Parvati added, before turning to Neville. "Sorry Neville," she added. "No," Neville said with a bit of a smile. "I keep my trap shut, or I simply don't learn. I can accept my limitations." Parvati smiled at him for a moment, before turning to the newcomers, who had finally taken their seats. "That's also the reason why we try and keep only Harry and Neville in the group. Harry teaches, when it's necessary, and Neville doesn't interrupt us. I also use the time, while you lovely ladies talk, to catch up." Neville interjected. "I'm just not as bright as the lot of you," he said with a self-deprecating smile. Hermione put a hand on his shoulder. "You're smart enough to know your strengths," she said. "We couldn't ask for more." They had all realized at some point, that Neville was not as stupid as he thought. As his confidence increased, so did his speed and thought processes. They had tried to tell him, but it tended to have the opposite effect, so now they just supported him, whenever they could. "We're currently on the homework for tomorrow," Harry interrupted. He wanted them to get back to it, so that he could get back to his reading. He was currently making notes on how he intended to spell the next broom. If he wanted to help the school with this, he'd need to make ones that worked normally, instead of with runes. "What are you studying?" Daphne asked, noticing the tome he was reading from. It looked like a mastery book in runes. "Herbology," Harry said easily, completely ignoring the fact that the book was clearly about runes. He never tells us what he's working on. Hermione interrupted. Apparently it's too advanced to have a decent discussion with us. She knew he was still working on his private research into making a spacecraft. She wouldn't betray his confidence though. That was also why she had said it with a hint of humor, shaking her head with a bit of a smile, as if she was exasperated. But, that's a book on runes. Pansy said, a little slow on the uptake. She's saying they know he's busy with other things and that he's not going to tell us. Daphne whispered to her friend. She had already taken out her books and started working on her homework. The girls quickly learned how things worked, when most of the others tended to direct questions at Hermione. Only when she struggled with the subject, which wasn't often, did they turn to Harry. His answers were followed up with examples, so that the slower ones of the group could more easily understand, if the concepts were a little too convoluted or intricate, which it seldom was. They settled in easily and were happily surprised, when they were drawn into the conversations as soon as they arrived. At some point one of the girls pulled out what looked like a diary and made a note. What was strange was that the group had been discussing their parents' businesses, rather than work. Why would the Granger girl be interested in that, and taking notes? Hermione. Susan piped up. We're in mixed company. Maybe you should put the diary away until later. She asked with a look, meant to remind her that the diaries were supposed to stay secret. She had noted the attention of the Greengrass girl. Hermione's eyes flashed to the new arrivals and widened, before she could pull herself together again. Right, she said as she quickly stowed the book away. I forget sometimes, she added. Harry had told the other girls about the diaries, when one of them professed to missing her parents and wishing there was an easier way to speak to them. She was used to being able to at least use the flow to contact her parents. There was no such thing available to students here. It's quite all right, Harry said. If things carry on as they are, I suspect that everyone at this table will eventually be keeping a diary. The new girls were struck by how excited some of the other girls looked. Why was a diary something to be so excited about? There was more going on here than met the eye, it seemed. How intriguing. The study session went on to cover other subjects, and when most of the group departed, Hermione stayed behind to help the new girls with the homework they had covered before they joined, while Harry got up to escort the others to their common rooms, as he always did. When Harry came back, he pulled out the book he had been studying again and continued his studies. They were shocked to note the time, by the time they finished, and had to rush to help get the Slytherins back to their common room. Harry was leading them, not thinking that he shouldn't know the way there, until they arrived by the hidden entrance. How do you know where the Slytherin house is? Daphne asked. Trade secret, Harry said, his face suddenly a blank mask. What trade? Pansy asked. Also a trade secret, Harry said. Harry knows all the secret passageways in the school. Hermione said for him. I personally think he has a map, marking all the interesting locations, but he won't tell me anything either, calling it a trade secret. She knew that he'd not mind her speculating, even if she got closer to the truth than he'd have liked. The Slytherin girls were impressed. Harry Black was definitely interesting to have around. Thank you for escorting us, Harry, Hermione. Daphne said, accepting her explanation. They normally wouldn't be caught dead, hanging around with a Muggleborn, especially since their parents were who they were. That had been one of the reasons it had taken them so long to join. Fortunately they could claim they were using her, for her obvious intelligence, like any good Slytherin would, so they had finally made the decision to join. They were not disappointed with the choice. Harry was insightful and intelligent, while Hermione herself was a wellspring of information, learned in class and in these study sessions. Their own understanding of the subjects covered were quickly and easily expanded on, and they had no doubt the group would eventually all be at the head of the year. No problem, Harry said as he bowed and greeted them in his usual manner. Let us meet again tomorrow, he said with that roguish smile of his. The girls actually blushed and quickly made to enter the common room, but had to wait for the others to leave, before they could say the password. What have we here? A voice said from inside the Slytherin common room. A couple of pretty firsties, out for an evening walk. It was one of the Slytherin 7th year boys. The girls both froze. The rumors had made its way through the entire school and the girls were suddenly afraid. The common room was empty, besides the one boy now standing in front of them. Suddenly he had his wand in his hand. The last thing they remembered hearing was, "Stupefy." The next day, the girls both woke up in the infirmary. Daphne was the second to awaken and she heard soft sobbing coming from the bed next to her. She looked over and saw Pansy, curled up into the fetal position, softly sobbing. "Pansy?" she asked. The other girl did not respond, but her body started shaking more. "You're awake, then?" the voice of her head of house asked. "Professor Snape?" Daphne asked. That's when her last memory came back to her. What happened?" she asked, afraid of what the answer might be. "You were assaulted," Severus said seriously. "Fortunately someone had the forethought to cast monitoring charms on you too, mere minutes before you were attacked and came to the rescue when you were attacked." "Who?" Daphne asked. The only people that were around were herself, Pansy, and Hermione and Harry. "Was it Harry?" she asked. "Indeed," Snape said. He was not in a good mood. He thought he had weeded out the last of the boys who liked to play with little girls. "The boy has been taken into custody. Somehow he had ingested some veritaserum and was telling any and all who would listen about what he had been up to." Did he do anything?" Daphne tried. Pansy started crying audibly. "Oh Merlin, no," Daphne thought as her own tears came. "He was unable to do anything besides vanish your clothing," Snape assured her. "This does mean that Mr. Black found you in a state of undress. Fortunately the debris missed both of you, but the boy wasn't so fortunate." "Debris?" Daphne asked. "Mr. Black didn't know the password to the common room, so he decided to use a bombardment hex to gain entry," Snape said. Daphne sighed a sigh of relief. "The boy will be punished. Unfortunately I am not in charge of sentencing, otherwise he'd be castrated by a blunt instrument." Snape swore. Mr. Black was not able to explain how the veritaserum was introduced to his system, or how both his arms and legs were broken, while you two remained safe, but I suspect the Aurors will take full advantage of the situation, with him unable to lie, since it is illegal to dose a criminal but not to use the opportunity once it has been presented. Snape had a victorious, predatory smile on his face, which set the girl's mind to rest. "Why is Pansy crying?" Daphne asked. "If they were rescued in time, she should be relieved, right?" "I don't know," Snape said. "When she first awoke, she was relieved like you, but since, she has fallen into some sort of depression. I told you to let me know the moment she woke up," Madame Pomfrey stated angrily as she moved past the professor to check on the girl. "How are you feeling, dear?" she asked Daphne. "I think I'm all right, Madame Pomfrey," she said. She was still worried for her friend. "That's good," the matron decided. "I'll be keeping you here for the rest of the day, to make sure there aren't any emotional issues," she said, glancing behind her at the crying Pansy. "Poor dear is in shock," she explained. "But nothing happened, right?" Daphne asked. "But something could have," Pansy suddenly wailed. "If it hadn't been for Harry," she trailed off with a soft whimper, before she started crying all over again. Daphne suddenly found her own emotions brimming and soon, she too was crying as she realized what had been about to happen to them. Harry was in a foul mood and was not speaking to anyone. Had this been going on before and he was just too stupid to realize? He had spotted the people going in and out of the Slytherin common room and had thought it was just a couple of teens taking the opportunity for some friendly playtime in a convenient private location. When he noticed that the girls that he had noted weren't ever on speaking terms with the boys in question, he started wondering. When he noticed the same boys with other girls, who they also weren't talking to, he had taken his findings to Snape, assuming he would be able to intercede. It was his bloody job after all. When they left Daphne and Pansy, he had placed monitoring charms on them on a whim, only for them to send him an update that worried him when Harry was only a couple of hallways away. He had had to explain some things to Hermione as he ran back. Things he'd have preferred to keep to himself, but he had little choice. When he had blasted through a wall to gain entry into the Slytherin common room, considering the door was more protected, he saw the bigger boy looking up at him in shock, wand still in hand. Harry's magic had erupted from him with a vengeance. He hadn't even directed it voluntarily. The boy suddenly screamed in pain as both his arms and legs bent the wrong way, with a sick crunching sound. Hermione, who had been following him, had screamed, but Harry directed her to go cover up the girls. She understood instantly what had happened, though, and pulled herself together and did as instructed, when Harry handed her 2 blankets he had just conjured. She didn't even question it. Now he was wondering what to do about the rest of the school. Not all evildoers wore a green tie, after all. The others around him had noted his mood and had given him space, especially when Hermione warned them off. There were many concerned looks and rumors of what had happened were already spreading. The professors didn't know what to tell the children, since the headmaster didn't want this leaked. If it got out that the school was not secure, parents would lose faith in not just it, but him too. By the end of the day, Harry had finally decided on a course of action. When he disappeared, the girls were all worried, and Harry wasn't seen until the next day, when he walked into the Great Hall during breakfast. He marched up to the professor's table and spoke to them quietly, before turning on his heel and walking out again, with the heads of house and Dumbledore following along. When Harry led them into an empty classroom, Harry stopped Professor Dumbledore. "I'm sorry, Professor, but this is for the heads of the house only." "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore started. "This is not negotiable, sir. It is a matter of security and I'm afraid I have to claim the right of keeping family secrets private." Harry interrupted him. "But surely, if you're sharing something with the heads, you could share it with me." Dumbledore tried. "I have the right to choose who I share this with, and for now, I am already reluctant to tell the professors I have here. If you'd prefer, I could rather not give them this at all." Harry asked. He didn't care that he wasn't talking like a small boy should. This was more important. "Albus," McGonagall interjected, "you know full well that you are not allowed to ask for this." She exclaimed. "It's not done," she insisted. Dumbledore looked at her and an inner debate seemed to take place. He didn't like not knowing what was going on. He also didn't like what had been happening at his school. If Harry had an idea of how to keep the children safe, he would not deny him the opportunity to help them. "Very well," he finally said. "But I will need a report on it," he tried. When McGonagall made to object again, he clarified, "No specifics of course. I just need to know that what was discussed isn't dark or potentially harmful." Harry interjected, this time. "That should be fine," he agreed. Then he shut the door in Dumbledore's face. "That is not how you are supposed to treat the headmaster of the school, young man." Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff, insisted. "Until the headmaster stops hiding the facts of what has been happening to young witches in this castle, I'm not inclined to treat him with respect. The parents have a right to know," Harry said. To his surprise, all the heads seemed to agree with him. Even Snape nodded along. Harry took that as a good sign. "Okay," Harry continued. "So you all know about what has been happening in Slytherin House, right?" "Say, Dot'Ool assault," Phileas Flitwick stated irrevocably. "I was pleased to hear that Professor Snape put an end to it, but I had hoped he'd be more thorough." Snape was about to defend himself, when Harry interrupted. "Professor Snape is not to blame for that. The students he intervened with were interested in witches their own age. This one was interested in prepubescent teens. Once the other predators were taken away, it allowed him to come out of hiding." Snape was shocked that the boy defended him so readily. What he knew of the boy seemed to indicate that while he respected him as a teacher, he didn't like him as a person. Perhaps he was trying to work his way into his favor. "Mr. Black is right. The others knew of each other and confessed under Veritaserum." He turned to Harry. "You are the one that administered it, if anyone asks, understand?" "Completely, sir," Harry said, knowing he couldn't be held accountable as a minor, though Snape could be punished by law. "I have a large stash of the stuff in a hidden location. Just let me know if you want someone's pumpkin juice spiked, again." He looked him dead in the eye, "But only in cases like these, right?" "Of course," Snape said. He knew the boy wouldn't be party to casual use of such restricted substances if it wasn't for a good reason. At least he had volunteered to be his alibi. It could prove useful. "Now why are we here?" he insisted. Harry nodded, allowing the change of subject. The other heads were shocked by the byplay. When had Severus and young Harry become so used to each other? They wouldn't use the word close, but it was like they understood each other to a degree. "The reason I wanted you all here is for this," Harry said, bringing out 4 pieces of parchment. He placed them on 4 tables around him and tapped them each once. An illusionary image appeared above all 4 papers. "These are all your houses," Harry said. "Common rooms and dormitories. It will show you the location of your students, when they are there. I will leave it to you to keep track of who is there and who is not." "Where did you find these?" Flitwick asked. This was a masterwork of charms. I made them, Harry said. When all 4 heads of house looked at him in astonishment, Harry held a hand up. Don't ask how. It's a family secret, so you'll have to keep their existence a secret. You'll also find that the magic is protected by a charm for such things. If you try and tamper with it, the magic will be destroyed and I'll not make you another. McGonagall looked at Harry in pride again. This is a wonderful gift, Harry. Did Remus show you how to make this? She asked. Yes, Auntie Min, Harry said with a smile, even as the others looked at her in shock at the casual use of his first name and his familiar response. He made the original, which shows the whole school. You've got one that shows the whole school? Phileas asked. This was amazing. He couldn't believe he had missed that the boy was such a prodigy. Why not give us all the ability to watch the entire school? Because I need you all focused on your own houses, Harry said. With a whole school, you'd be tempted to intervene in other people's business. I will make sure Auntie Poppy has one that shows the whole school as well, for medical purposes. Harry then took out 5 books. These books are all linked. There's one for each of you and Auntie Poppy. You may coordinate with each other using them, but this is also a family secret, so you may use them, but not tell anyone, nor try to unveil the magic. What do you mean they are linked? Snape asked. Instead of telling them, Harry handed one to each of them. They were charmed before Harry bound them in the appropriate color leather. Poppy's was white. He had them open the books on the first page and took out his fountain pen. He wrote the word, hello, on the first page and the others watched as Harry's scrawl appeared on their pages. See, Harry asked. Now, if one of your students is missing, you can write a message to the other heads and they can tell you if someone from their house is missing or Poppy could inform you if she has a patient. You'll also be able to see if someone that shouldn't be, is in your house. Is this why you missed classes yesterday? Snape asked. He now knew how Harry knew what was going on in his house. Sorry, but this was more important than taking classes I've already completed. Harry said. How many subjects have you completed to Newt level? Snape asked. All of the core subjects. Harry said easily. And some of the other ones I'm still working on. How? When? Phileas asked. It was unbelievable to think the boy had both the magical power and the mental capacity to do what he was claiming. I don't know when, but I tested the boy myself. Snape informed. He's at least at Newt level with his potions knowledge. He even caught a couple of higher grade questions I added, as a curiosity. That was luck, then. Harry said. I really didn't go much further with my potion studies. I did help make Uncle Remus potion for a while, though. Had to do a little extra reading for that one. And charms, Phileas insisted. Instead of answering, Harry produced his Patronus. By Merlin's beard, Phileas swore. How do you even possess the power for such a feat? No 11-year-old should be able to do that. I have secrets I cannot tell anyone. Harry admitted. I promise you, though, I'm only trying to help. We can see that, Mr. Potter. Pomona said. Your actions in giving us these are very Hufflepuff of you. Thank you, Professor Sprout. Harry said with a smile. Just remember, please, that I'm trying to keep my advanced status a secret. He turned to Snape, besides a certain potions professor, who told the entire class one was ahead of them, so that they'd bother me with questions, instead of him, while I was studying other things. I'd prefer to keep a low profile, while I work on my own studies, without constantly being bombarded with questions. It's your own fault for answering the questions. Snape said with a victorious smirk. You could have ignored them. Now, you don't have much of a choice and I have one class that isn't as much trouble as the rest. How are you so advanced though? Phileas pressed. The boy was an enigma he needed to solve. Trade secret, Harry said. I like to just consider him an enigma. Snape said. He doesn't even boast, like his father would have done. You do realize that, while I don't bear their name, I don't like it when people insults their memory in my presence, right? Harry asked with just a little bit of the prankster creeping onto his face. Deal with it, Snape said easily. You know I hated your father and you ensured that I heard you while you discussed it with Granger. At that Harry's face showed only a moment of shock. Thought. I wouldn't realize, did you? I had hoped. Harry admitted. The fact is, you knew my mother best, and I would like to learn about her, but I knew you didn't see her in me at the time. Harry looked him dead in the eyes, then. Admit it, since then you've been able to see I'm not my parents, he dared. Snape didn't answer, though he had to admit to himself, neither James, not Lily would have been so upfront about it. Try as he might, he couldn't see the boy's father in him anymore, and he reminded him much more of his beloved Lily these days. Either way, we cannot allow you to skip classes without punishment. If you wish to remain unnoticed, you'll need to be punished. It is unfortunately as Professor Snape says. Flitwick aloud. Detention with me for the next week and 50 points to Gryffindor for the book and map. He'd find out more about the boy during their time as he tested his skills. Same here, McGonagall and Sprout said at the same time. Me first, Sprout quickly added, with a victorious grin as Minerva responded a second later than her. Fine, McGonagall said. She intended to use the time to advance his transfiguration skills. She already knew his secret after all. I'd rather just give him detention, but I suppose the magic he has given us access to will help us protect our students better. 150 points to Gryffindor for the items and the rescue of the two ladies. 100 points from Gryffindor for the destruction of school property and 50 points for every person you helped stop so far. So 200 points? Phileas asked, calculating in his head. Snape shrugged. He was looking at the Slytherin common room, where he saw someone who wasn't in the Great Hall. How do I deactivate the map? He asked Harry. If he was supposed to keep it a secret, he couldn't very well expect to walk through the halls with it active. Current passwords are set to the words, open, and close, accompanied with a touch from your wands. You can reset them using the same way the common room passwords are changed. Harry said. Close. Snape said, doing as instructed, and then picked up the map and folded it before stowing it in a pocket along with the book, which he shrunk. Thank you, Black, he said as he walked out. You're welcome, Professor, Harry said. You and he are on much better terms than I'd have thought. McGonagall said. Did you charm him? She asked suspiciously. Not with magic, Harry replied. Then he got another look in his eyes she didn't like. Why do you look like you're planning mischief? McGonagall asked. She'd seen that look one too many times in her life. And a lot since she started visiting Grimmauld Place. Harry had been learning from the remaining Marauders after all. Well, I do have 350 points to lose, now. Harry explained. Or you could keep them. McGonagall insisted. She knew he didn't care about the point system, but it was how people knew that someone did exemplary work. If people noticed the points going up, they would ask how it happened, and then they'd know who to emulate. It's been years since we've won the House Cup. But that's not something I care about, Auntie Min. Harry said reasonably. It would also be unfair to the other houses if I pulled in that load of points on my own. Flitwick and Sprout seemed to agree, though they worried about the consequences of a boy with so much magic, on the lookout for things to do that would lose him points. After their impromptu meeting, Harry went to the infirmary, where he presented Madame Pomfrey with her map and book. She was very grateful for the useful items and promised to keep the map safely locked up in her office. She did have a special storage space which only the matron could access. It was set up that way from the days of the founders as she understood it. Before she put the map away, she noticed something and mentioned it. Is there any specific reason why you aren't showing up on the map? She asked. Why would I give anyone the power to track me? Harry said with a smile. I get up to way too much that I don't want people catching on to. Harry, she said dangerously. This will only be a useful tool for me if I know for a fact everyone is on it. Harry considered it, then offered, do I have your healer-patient confidentiality on it, to only use it to look for me when there is an actual emergency that needs my assistance? No, you don't, she said instantly. But, I can promise not to report you if I see you being out and about doing Merlin knows what. I can't betray your confidence in me that way, after all. I know you have priorities that are more important than following the rules here. Harry considered it some more. There were times that he'd rather not be known to disappear, like when he went to the room of requirement. That was an asset he wasn't sharing anytime soon. I tell you what, he decided, I will make it so you can see me, whenever I'm specifically not on my personal mission or projects that require secrecy. Would you ever be on the map, then? She asked. Most of the time actually. Harry said. I've not started with some of the things I'm planning, but there are areas of the castle, where I intend to spend time, that don't appear on the map, due to the magics of said areas, or because they are specifically hidden, he said evasively. She sighed then. I suppose it's better than nothing, she said. One day, you'll have to update the map to include those areas, though, so that I can be certain that I know exactly what is going on. At least I know that I'll be able to look for any strange behavior, like people being out of bed after curfew. The things that have been happening in Slytherin House worries me. You and me both, Harry said as he started working on the magic in the map. I never knew about all that the first time around, so I suspect they got away with it then and probably carried on after school, and I wonder if Slytherin is the only house where hormonal teens let their power get the better of them. Somehow, I doubt it. These children probably learned it somewhere, too. Heavens forbid, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed. I don't want to think about it. I hope I'm wrong, Auntie Poppy. Harry said, but I intend to keep a watchful eye as well. I can't very well leave all the pretty girls that might otherwise find a way into my harem to the wolves, now can I? He said with a smirk. Sirius should leave his fantasies in his bedroom. Poppy groused. If you do intend to start something stupid like a harem, even if the girls are willing, I expect you to treat them right and not do anything that would sully their names. Do you understand me, Harry? She insisted. I still don't see how you could even consider these things. They are all rather young for your mental age, after all. That they are, Poppy, but as Sirius always says, they won't stay young forever. Harry joked. Honestly, though, the idea doesn't appeal to me as much as it does to him. I don't mind the idea, but Hermonella, I've not yet reached the age where I seek the company of women for anything other than friendship. If you'll remember the plan, though, you'll realize that I'll end up needing quite a few wives. Bloody lordships, Poppy mumbled. It's a stupid law, written by stupid purebloods, Harry added with a nod. But if I can use it to my advantage, I'll do it. It'll also give some added protections to the ladies in my circle, even if the lines end up being bequeathed unto others later on. Fine, fine, Poppy finally gave in. I'm not against protecting people, and if you can pull it off, I say go for it. I can't believe Sirius found actual reasons to start a harem, though. Leave it to the womanizing layabout to find logical reasons to see this happen. Got to love a man that knows his priorities. Harry laughed as he finished with the map. There, that should do it, he said as he watched his name appear and disappear with a thought, only to appear again. There you go, and you can just switch it off that easily, she asked, having watched him disappear and reappear so quickly. Well, it is my magic in the map, Harry said. The process may look simple to you, but I can feel when it can see me and not, with a little concentration, and I need to manually choose whether it shows me. Technically, the map will always know, just not show you. If for any reason you really need to know where I am and it doesn't show me, Remus should be able to activate it again. That's at least good to know, she said. Just don't tell the heads that, Harry said. I'm expecting Auntie Min to ask about it soon and I don't intend to change her map. If she knows you can see me, she'll come up with a reason or blackmail me. At least you have a good reason. Auntie Min will use it to know when I did something. On the other hand, if they don't see you and mischief happens, they'll automatically assume it was you. Poppy countered. What do you mean blackmail? They'll still have to prove it, Harry said with a smile. And, trade secret. That's when Harry decided to leave. Poppy was nice and curious, which meant she was going to bother his Auntie Min with questions. He smirked as he started walking off to class. One day after his first detention with Flitwick, where he was questioned and asked to demonstrate some of his spells, Harry decided to let him in on his side project, considering the man's potential usefulness as a source for information. The diminutive professor was amazed at Harry's plans and signed up immediately, going as far as to request a seat on the inaugural flight. Harry didn't want that though. This would be his feat. The history books would speak of other people's involvement, of course, but it would say he took the first flight solo. He insisted on it. Flitwick understood. If he was on the ship, people would start assuming he did the lion's share of the work. He did barter a concession though. If his first trip was successful, he'd take the professor along, for the first trip to the moon. He didn't even need to be put on the roster, nor was he interested in being mentioned as present. He was after the experience. He was very excited, which was actually quite normal for the professor. Too soon, Harry had to leave. It was almost dinner time and he was scheduled to meet up with the girls again, and Daphne and Pansy were going to join them again, for the first time since being released from the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey had managed to talk them through their troubles. Not many people knew that she had studied some psychology. It was mostly done after Harry had become her away-from-work patient. She had been worried about what drove a 17-year-old boy to doing something as stupid as allowing himself to be killed. Sure, he had no choice in the matter, but the blasé way he mentioned it bothered her. Since they wouldn't allow mind healers near Harry, for the possibility of them finding something in Harry's mind that they didn't want known, she had done the effort to try and help. Daphne and Pansy were welcomed back into the group with open arms and, while everyone was sensitive to what had almost happened to the girls, they were shocked when they both insisted on being seated next to Harry. He saved us. If we're seen as close friends with the future Lord Potter and Black, any future assailants would think twice before trying something similar. Daphne said, I'm not opposed to you using me as a way to protect yourselves, but you should know that I would have done the same for any lady in trouble. Harry said, we understand that you hold no real affection for us. Pansy said, but we'd like to encourage people to see it that way. You don't know Harry very well, then. Neville said with a smile. What do you mean? Pansy asked, wondering if there really was alternate reasons for their being allowed into the group. Harry likes pretty girls and ones that show potential. Hermione said, she hoped she had potential, at least. He says that it makes him happy to be surrounded by beauty and would like to make as many girlfriends as he can. Girlfriends? Daphne asked, with a bit of a blush. No, Harry corrected. Girl, space, friends. 2 words. Not that he'd mind having many girls on his arm one day, I suspect. Susan Bones joked. What's wrong with that? Harry smiled back. A man can dream, can't he? Boy, Hermione corrected, but she was smiling along. She suspected that was a direct quote from Sirius. She liked the fact that she was the only one that knew him well enough to suspect such things. For now, Harry allowed. He looked at the 2 girls next to him in the chairs and their occupants moved with a little push from his magic, all 1 seat up, to make space on either side of him. Sit down, dear ladies, he said as 2 chairs moved to the space from an adjacent table. How did you do that? Daphne asked, in shock. The same way he did it on the Great Hall, I suspect. Susan added again. She was a sharp one. But I suspect he'll just say. Trade secret. The other girls and Neville all chorused. I'll never admit to it. Harry said to Susan. They're not wrong, though. It's definitely a trade secret. Is this another one of your mysterious family magics? Pansy asked. She'd heard a rumor that he had many of those. Apparently Professor Snape had been heard telling Dumbledore that something Harry had done was protected by the family magic laws. Maybe, Harry said. If it were, I couldn't very well tell you, could I? You could, if you freely offered it, or in trade. Perhaps in exchange for a marriage contract. Pansy said easily, but with a wink. She wanted to be his friend and if she could play along with the rest, she'd do so. Oh, that's right, Daphne said. He's going to need 2 wives for his 2 lordships, right? Hey, Sirius might still find a nice girl. Harry objected. As I understand it, he's found many nice girls. Hermione joked. That is the downside of being known as a womanizer, I suppose. Harry allowed. Sure, you meet many people, but none of them think that you're serious about it, he said. Remus keeps on telling him he needs to start friendships first. That way, if things don't work out, you still have friendship to fall back on. I'm glad I got that memo early. No matter what happens, I'll always have friends. The ladies smiled and shook their heads at his obvious joke and got down to work, when Faye joined them. Sorry for being late, she said softly. Not a problem, Faye, Harry said. We were just about to get started. And that was that. Harry started in on his own work and the girls started working on their homework. Whenever Slytherins were close by, Daphne and Pansy would smile and engage Harry in some conversation. They'd shove him playfully when he made a joke or reprimand him when he swore, with exasperated expressions on their faces, like they did it all the time. Hermione had finally stopped telling him to watch his language, but he suspected she knew he was doing it on purpose, when their eyes met one too many times after he swore. At this point it was a game of wills. He wanted to get her to swear, and she refused to get pulled into his delinquent behavior. In all, their strategy of becoming closer to him served his purpose as well, since they were getting used to being in each other's personal space. When he escorted them to their dormitory, they asked the other girls to stay back, while Harry walked them to the entrance. They gave the password, while he could hear, and when he looked at them with a question on his face, Pansy said, "Professor Snape doesn't want you destroying the walls again, so he asked us to make sure you know how to enter properly." The fact that it was said with witnesses in the common room was the whole point. Harry bid them farewell in the usual fashion and then left. He'd placed new charms on them, just in case. Nothing happened that evening, fortunately, and life settled back into a proper rhythm. Harry had slipped away a few times and had almost perfected his latest broom. It was made of aluminium. Harry had asked for Sirius to go buy him an aluminium baseball bat, which he had transfigured into the correct form. The stirrups were also made from aluminium and merged seamlessly into the staff, but this broom had no bristles. He could always add them later, since it wouldn't feel right without them, but until the product was complete, they'd only get in the way. For now though, he was testing a new item in conjunction with the broom. He was trying to diminish his wind resistance and, since he already knew the runes for it, he had worked out a warding scheme that would make a dome around him that should negate wind resistance entirely. He waited for lights out and then opened the window once the others had started snoring. Said window was conveniently located right behind his headboard, just as planned, for this very reason. Harry's curtains were drawn around his bed, as usual, and he'd put up a silencing charm, which he normally couldn't leave up, since he needed to know if something was going on in the room. When he was set, he mounted and slowly took off, before slowly accelerating out the window. Once he was clear of the window, he started increasing his acceleration until he was doing laps around the castle at incredible speeds. He didn't feel the wind at all. All he felt was the acceleration, but that wasn't the point. He howled at his success and continued with his plan for the night. A short while later Sirius was suddenly awoken by a bucket of ice-cold water being dumped on him. "What?" he spluttered as he jumped up. "Moony, you sick?" He had finally looked up. "Harry, what are you doing home?" "Testing the new flight systems," Harry said with a smile. "Took me under 40 minutes to get here from Hogwarts." "That fast?" Sirius asked as he pulled off his wet nightshirt. "How is that even possible? I mean, last we chatted, you had an idea about bypassing the wind or something." "It's called aerodynamics," Remus said from the door. He had heard the exclamation, of course, and had immediately come to check. He was surprised to see Harry, but it wasn't completely unexpected. Harry would always have come here once he'd had some success and he was testing his toys for a while now. "I'm assuming you're one step closer to completion," he asked Harry even as Sirius finally remembered he was a wizard and dried himself, the soaked bed and nightshirt with his wand. "Only one step closer," Harry said with a smile. "I should probably leave before Poppy calls you to come unhide me from her map." "How did that go over?" Sirius asked. "Like we expected," Harry said. "Everything is protected. Flitwick decided detention was a good way to test me. And the other heads all decided it was a good idea. I've got 350 points to burn and Poppy insisted on a way to see me. So, almost exactly as planned." Sirius allowed. He really thought Poppy would not allow Harry to hide at all, but considering it was Harry's map, he'd have the leverage on the negotiation. "She'll probably ask Remus to make you visible all the time, when she sees him again. Fortunately she also knows Harry made the map, so using the excuse that I can only do what he set up for me to be able to do, should work," Remus added with a smile. Then he looked at Harry who was still in his sleeping clothes. "Isn't it still cold in Scotland?" he asked. Harry shrugged. A single warming charm lasted the entire way here. Without wind, the trip was actually kind of boring. I suspect I could increase the speed quite a lot, once I figure out how to change the shape of the ward to be more aerodynamic. A ball still has a lot of resistance. You should aim for an oval shape," Remus suggested. "Don't try to make it sharp like a wing. Wards are stronger in simple forms. You don't want it to fail and then die when your skin is torn from your body." "Good point," Harry said, shuddering. "We can look into something else when the time comes to go up." Harry left shortly thereafter, hugging his family goodbye and shot off on his broom again, becoming invisible as he went. Disillusionment charms worked wonders at night and at high altitudes. "Are you sure it's safe to encourage him to do these things?" Sirius asked Remus. "I mean, he's about to fly more than 600 kilometers, on his own, at night. You do remember what Poppy said, right? Remus asked. We need to encourage his dreams. He was dangerously depressed when he came back. The potions helped, but we need to do what we can to encourage him to live. Things that give him hope for the future. I know, but that doesn't mean he should be doing things like this. Sirius said. He's just 11. He's 24. Remus argued. Do you think you'd have liked being treated like a child at that age? Sirius had to concede the point. And while he understood intellectually, he had still just watched an excitable 11-year-old boy fly off on a broom he had made himself. I know that, but I also don't think it's right. Well, then, next time get more bats. Remus said as he slapped him on the back of the head. You know he'd have made us some too, if you had. We could be flying next to him, right now, if you'd done that. Good point, Sirius said with a nod, while he rubbed the back of his head. I've got to get to bed. I've got plans tomorrow. What plans? Remus asked. I'm buying 100 bats and taking them to Hogwarts. Sirius said as he walked back into the house. Remus chuckled as he closed the door behind himself. The next day, as Harry sat at the breakfast table, he was unsurprised to be approached by McGonagall. Mr. Black, I'd like to have a discussion with you, please. She had asked nicely, but her eyes spoke of a tightly controlled temper. It was the patented strict face number 5. Many would simply admit to wrongdoing at this point, but Harry was made of stronger stuff. Could it wait till after breakfast? Harry asked as he reached for something to put in his already empty plate. The face changed to number 6 and Harry knew he would be in trouble for trying her patience any further. Fine, he said with a put-upon air, as he got up and followed his head of house out of the hall, with the twins sniggering after him, thinking he'd been caught at something. They'd seen that face before. When they were in an empty classroom, she closed the door and produced the map. Why haven't I seen you in the Gryffindor Tower on this? She asked. Because I exempted myself from the magic. Harry said easily. Why? She asked, with a twitch in her eye. That was strange, it was a sign of real anger. Concern, maybe. I didn't think it was necessary. Harry said. You know I'm not a child, Auntie Min. I don't need you watching when I am or aren't in the tower. You seem to forget that I took responsibility for you, she said. While you are in my house, I need to protect you, and all the other students here. She carefully avoided saying the word, children. I don't need protection, Auntie Min. I can take care of myself. Harry tried. The twitch was still in her eye, though. And you'd prefer I never get any sleep? She asked. When I noticed you weren't on the map, I started looking for you. The other heads of house didn't see you. When Poppy told me that you weren't on her map either, I was worried sick. She had to tell me that you weren't there on the map when you delivered her map to her. Now I'm worried that you're out at all hours. And worst of all, last night, Madame Hooch could have sworn she saw a student fly around and then away from the castle on something that looked almost like a flying broom. She finished in an angry whisper. We had to coordinate and confirm nobody else was missing. She added. Harry hadn't expected that. He knew he should have added the disillusionment earlier. He sagged. I'm sorry for worrying you, Auntie Minimum, he said. I was testing out the new runes and award I had made for allowing more speed and went out for a test flight. And where did you go? She insisted. Surely you could have tested it around the school, as you have been for the last 2 weeks. How did you know that? Harry asked. Madame Hooch likes to fly at night, she said. She's been testing all the miraculously repaired brooms from the shed and she spotted you a couple of times. She says thank you, by the way. I told her to keep quiet about it, she finished in a huff. Thank you, Auntie Min, Harry said. He was now feeling horrible. Minerva McGonagall had always been special to him. She'd always make time to explain things and she took her own time to come and visit regularly, just so he wasn't alone, when the other two wanted to get out of the house. She knew his secret, but always treated him fairly and never spoke down to him. Don't be sorry, she said, then. Be careful. And you never answered my question. Where did you go? Harry winced. Grimmauld Place. You flew to London, she exclaimed. You irresponsible man-child. Taking untested magical artifacts on a trip for so many hours. How late did you get back? An hour and 20 minutes after I left. He said, asked. The magic worked as planned, after all. Minerva was dumbstruck for a moment. How fast were you going? She asked despite herself. If memory serves, Harry said, with a bit of a smile, just under the speed of sound. Merlin's beard. She gasped. She knew a few things, after all. She took a deep breath then and handed him the map. Fix it, she insisted. Auntie Min, Harry complained. That's hardly. I said, she interrupted him dangerously, fix it. Harry didn't dare disobey her after that, so he set to work. Doesn't mean I'm staying in the tower after curfew, he mumbled. But you will be telling me when and where you are going, she answered anyway. I know you're not as young as you look, Harry, but I'm going to take care of you, whether you want me to or not. Your mother would not forgive me, otherwise. I already let the headmaster put you with those disgusting pieces of human filth. I won't let you get yourself killed, now that I've got you where I can keep an eye on you. If you must take more test flights, take Madame Hooch with you. She expressed a desire to try whatever contraption you were on, and I'm certain she'll be more than willing to keep your secrets for the kindness you've shown her. Harry nodded in mute acceptance and placed the map in front of her, completed. There are places in Hogwarts that Aunt Poppy's map still won't show me, since they are protected magically, and she knows that, but you will see me when I'm in the Gryffindor Tower, he said softly. I'm sorry I worried you, Auntie. Minerva couldn't resist the urge to pull him into a quick hug. I know you're not used to it, Harry, but this time around you've got people who know you, who care for you and who'll want to protect you. We don't want you to get hurt. She then took him by the shoulders and held him at arm's length, looking into his eyes. This is what a family does. We don't always understand, but we'll always care, whether you want us to or not. I think I understand, Auntie. Harry said. He felt like a boy whenever he was around her, even while he knew he wasn't. He suspected she had that ability with everyone that had gone to Hogwarts. I'll try and keep it in mind. You'll do more than try, young man. She insisted, but Harry could tell she wasn't all that angry anymore. She had really just been worried, it seemed. Yes, Professor McGonagall, Harry said with a cheeky smile. Her eyes narrowed at him one last time, before she stashed the map away again and walked out of the classroom. That will be 50 points from Gryffindor for your breaking of the rules, Mr. Black, she said as they walked back into the Great Hall. Huh, she must be feeling better. Harry thought. Thank you, Professor. Harry called after her in his usual cocky manner. McGonagall knew it was coming, so she just kept her face impassive and continued on her way to the staff table. What did you do? George asked. Did you blow down more walls? Fred continued. Did you two switch just for me? Harry asked, looking at them, before smiling when their expressions clearly showed that he had seen through their attempt to change things up and ignoring their question as he moved on to his seat, where Hermione was staring daggers at him for losing points. What? I have another 300 to burn before we're back where we were. He told her as he sat down. Why can't you, just for once, do things the normal way? Hermione asked. I support the points system wholeheartedly, since it allows people to get away with stuff with no real consequences. Harry denied. What I don't support is for points to be given, when there should be a real reward, like when you study hard and can answer questions in class, you should be given a higher grade or extra credit, for your diligence, not points that someone like me can lose, when I don't pay attention or care enough for your perspective. Hermione was about to argue, but then shut her mouth as his words sank in. It was true, while she worked hard and answered questions, the head of house got the reward at the end of the day and the trophy was only ever seen once a year, according to what she'd heard, when it was presented to the winning house. Where was the reward for the children that did the effort? That being said, house rivalry could be considered a team-building exercise, which is good. The downside being that people have different levels of commitment and it could potentially drive people in the same house apart. Then there's the fighting over fairness and the professor's tendency to have favorites or to give other students chances, rather than supplying one student who actually studied with the opportunity to answer everything, which has a whole other series of points for and against it. Harry finished with the last of his breath and took a deep inhale and breathed hard for a bit. So, you're for it, only for the ability to lose points instead of being punished in any real way? Hermione asked. When Harry caught his breath, he smiled and said, yup. Then he took a roll of bread off the table and threw it at Professor Dumbledore's head. The professor had been listening to the discussion, much as most of the professors in a large portion of the student body, and caught the roll with reflexes that one wouldn't expect from the centenarian, even as most of the students showed shock at his action. "That's 10 points, Mr. Black," Dumbledore said. Then he smirked, to Gryffindor. "No," Harry yelled. "That's not fair. I racked up those points so that I could lose them." "Well, then wouldn't the correct punishment, for you, be to award points?" Dumbledore asked. Harry smirked. "Fred, George, would you care to be my proxy in this?" Harry asked. "Oh, most definitely," Fred said with an unholy smile. Then he and his brother started throwing food at the most volatile students they knew of. Suffice it to say, a food fight broke out. Harry just stood there as he was pelted with eggs, rolls and, in some cases, porridge. All the while he was laughing like an evil overlord. "Dance my puppets. Dance. Mwahahaha. Enough," Dumbledore exclaimed when someone levitated a whole tray of porridge over him and upturned it. "I can see I have made an error in judgment," he admitted. 310 points from Gryffindor, for the mastermind of this morning's distraction. "Well done, Harry," Fred and George chorused. "That must be a new record. And 20 more for each of the Weasley twins," Dumbledore said, "for initiating the fracas." "Thank you, sir," the twins chorused. They turned to Harry. "We hope you don't mind our contribution," Fred said. "It wasn't clean, but it seems everyone had fun," George said, looking around at the smiling faces. "I don't envy the house elves the job of cleaning this mess, though," Fred finished. "That's a very astute observation," Dumbledore, who was suddenly pristine again, said. "I think it was very nice of you three to volunteer cleaning this up." "What about everyone that participated?" Harry asked. "I think you said it best," Dumbledore said. "You want real rewards for your actions. Then you should have real punishments too, don't you think? You decide to become fair at the worst of times," Harry said. "Still, it's a step in the right direction, I suppose. I can take one for the team. You can let the twins off the hook, though. They weren't, as you put it, the mastermind. They were happy to enact your subversion of the proposed punishment," Dumbledore said. "I wouldn't want to encourage such behavior." Harry turned to them. "Sorry guys," he said. "Oh, I fully blame George for this," George said. "But you're George," Harry said. "Seriously, how do you know that?" Fred exclaimed as he brushed some bacon bits off his shoulder. "Trade secret," a chorus of voices around the hall said. "You heard them," Harry said with a smile. The cleanup was over rather quickly. Harry had the twins go fetch the implements to start the cleanup, and when he was alone, he used his magic to summon and vanish every last scrap of food in the place. When the twins returned with the mops, buckets and a shovel, the hall was sparkling clean and Harry was nowhere to be seen. "You don't suppose we could join his team, do you?" Fred asked. "We'd have to change gender, I suspect," George said. "The only male in his group is Longbottom, and he's harmless." A couple more months had passed and Harry was struggling with a decision. He didn't want to upset McGonagall again, but he had a mission to complete. He had decided it was time. It was a week before Quirrell made a move on the stone and he needed to set his own trap. He had decided that, instead of taking the stone, since he didn't want it anyway, and he suspected the real one was hidden elsewhere, he'd mess with the current protections, so that a well-meaning group of first years couldn't pass the test if they tried really hard. He ended up telling his Auntie Min that he would be indisposed for the evening and that he was going on his primary mission. She resolved to spend the night in the infirmary, so that her and Poppy could keep an eye on him. Harry even decided to let her map follow him. He went to the 3rd floor, with his new broom in hand and entered the room, with a negligent unlocking spell at the door. Fluffy was wide awake instantly, but Harry held him at bay with a small amount of force. He jumped down the hatch and used a bit more force to break through the devil's snare. They were even stronger than Fluffy. Harry wondered if that was the idea. Escalating levels of difficulty. He shrugged and continued on to the room with the keys. His magic easily snagged the one he needed and he opened the door. It seemed the key itself was protected, but the wings were vulnerable. Shrugging at how easy that had been, Harry mounted his broom and shot over the chessboard. The troll was simple as well. 5 seconds of force did the same no matter how big the humanoid. Another 5 seconds of force and it would stay down for the rest of the plan. When he came to the room with the fire, he mounted his broom and flew through the flames. The ward worked perfectly to bend the air, and thus the fire, around him, not touching him. When he came to the final room, he saw the mirror. He completely avoided going into the reflection. He didn't want the thing to hand him the fake, which was what he suspected it was, after all. He quickly set to work, setting up his own trap. A couple of minutes later he was done. He mounted his broom again and then flew back to the fire room. There he added to the contents of every vial a nifty toxin he had Sirius pick up for him. It would paralyze the drinker for a full week. It also had an undetectable scent and taste. Harry didn't know, nor did he care what the combination of whatever was inside would do once drunk. The troll was still out, so Harry moved past it. Outside its door, however, Harry set a trap which he chuckled about. The chess pieces were not happy at being ignored and apparently quite violent when he got to them. No longer were they bound to the chessboard and they all attacked him at once. Well done, Auntie Min, Harry thought. He mounted his broom however and spent a couple of minutes adding reinforcement runes to the chess pieces. He remembered the broken pieces from the last time around. If the chess pieces couldn't kill each other or be destroyed, there'd be no easy way to pass for Quirrell, like last time. Harry left the rest of the traps in place, to lull the professor into a false sense of security, but added one last thing just inside the key room. With his mission complete, he flew back out, threw Fluffy 3 big stakes and scratched him behind the ears for a bit. "Who's a good boy?" Harry asked. "You're a good boy." "Yes you are." The heads had gone for the stakes and swallowed them down quickly, but Harry's magical ministrations seemed to calm him down and soon he was lying on his back, so Harry's magical telekinesis could give him a good tummy scratch. By the time Harry left, the dog was whining for more attention, but he was much friendlier than he had been. As Harry exited the room, it was to find Minerva and Poppy waiting for him. "What?" he asked. They were not happy with what he had done, to say the least. They both knew his secret, and while he never told them the specifics of everything he had done, they suspected he knew about the stone. Poppy checked him over, twice, while Minerva ranted at him about how foolish it was to go in there alone. Harry couldn't tell them what he knew, just yet, but he consoled them anyway. "Relax, aunties. I've got this covered." "What do you have covered?" McGonagall asked. "I'm going to need a bit of faith from you on this one," Harry said. "Then, if you trust me, I will call on you when my trap is sprung." "Can you at least tell us when?" Poppy asked. "Can you keep it a secret, even from the headmaster?" Harry asked. Poppy instantly agreed, but McGonagall was hesitant. "Why?" she asked. "Well, I kind of trapped his trap," Harry said. "It'll be easier to explain when it happens. Can you keep it a secret until then? If I have to, but you, young man, are on thin ice." McGonagall finally relented. She loved the boy dearly and she didn't just let him call her Auntie Min for nothing. She felt like they were really family. An honorary aunt, she may be, but an aunt, nonetheless. "Thanks Auntie Min, Auntie Poppy," Harry said. "In 1 week, Dumbledore has to leave for some serious ministry business or something stupid. I suspect that was a ruse to draw out the thief, but last time around my friends and I didn't know and tried to stop them. We made it through the challenges and I ended up killing the thief accidentally." "You killed them?" McGonagall asked in shock. "Accidentally," Harry said firmly. "It turns out they were host to Voldemort's spirit. And my mom's dying protection was enough to destroy them with a touch." "You've got protection from the Dark Lord?" Poppy asked. "Why do you think I survived the killing curse?" Harry asked. "So, you could just walk up to them now, touch them and they'd die?" McGonagall asked. "I could also kill them in a number of other ways, but yes," Harry said. At their horrified looks, he added, "I don't intend to." "Seriously, what do you think of me?" "No, we've got another plan for him." Harry suddenly had a thought. "Speaking of which, I'll need to make a quick trip home tonight. It seems we forgot one of the pieces." "Madam Hooch," Minerva insisted. "I was thinking of apparating, but okay," Harry said easily. "I'd love to show off a bit." On second thought, Minerva started, but Harry was already running out the door excitedly. "You know he set you up for that, right?" Poppy asked. "I'm starting to realize," Minerva said. "That boy will one day give me a heart attack." "Not while I'm around he won't," Poppy insisted. "Your heart is strong as ever, at least it was at your last checkup." "When is your next appointment due again?" Minerva sighed. "Now, I suspect," she said. Harry had made it to the dormitory to go fetch a backpack. It had a bit of magic to make things lighter and the inside bigger, and it had something very special inside. Gifts for his family. He left again, ignoring a softly asked question about where he was going from Neville, who had awoken at the door opening earlier. He could explain later. He did shoot the sleepy boy a grin as he went and Neville was asleep again in seconds. Harry was just pranking someone again, no doubt. It would be a fun distraction tomorrow, but right now sleep was more important. Harry was halfway down, when he realized he had a broom. He reached into his backpack and looked for a window. Soon he arrived at the Quidditch pitch and, sure enough, Madame Hooch was flying on one of the brooms he had fixed. She really must have loved the sport. Madame Hooch, he called as he approached, so as not to scare her. Mr. Black, she asked, recognizing him even in the darkness. What are you doing out here? I'm going on a field trip. Harry said. Auntie Min said you asked about joining me next time. Are we going now? At this ungodly hour? She asked. Of course. Harry smiled. What better time to fly on the fastest brooms on the planet and keep it secret? Rolanda Hooch had known there was something special about this boy when he first arrived for flying lessons. She was saddened when he didn't show any kind of love for flight, but she could tell he was talented, even as he held back to encourage his friends. Now she realized why. He wanted to do things his own way. He probably felt the school brooms were lacking. She could respect that. Let's first get into something warmer, she suggested. He was in his normal school uniform and she wasn't really dressed for long distance, either. She ignored the fact that he was an 11-year-old student and that he was really supposed to be in bed, because she wanted to try a new broom. She had marveled at its speed when she saw him flying on it the last time. No need, Harry said as he landed, and she followed. He stuck his hand into the backpack and pulled out another broom. This is the Black Bolt Mk2. Black Bolt? Hooch asked. Black, as my surname. Bolt, because it's F. King fast. Harry said excitedly. Language Black, she admonished, even though she didn't really care. She'd heard much worse when she was still in the Quidditch League. Good name though. Do you intend to market these? Maybe someday, Harry said. Right now, I'm the only one that can make them and it takes quite a while just for one. I have other projects in the works. You'll have to tell me about them, Hooch said. If it has anything to do with flying. It is, but not in a manner you're familiar with, Harry said. First, we need a flying lesson. I've seen you fly, Black. While you hold back when your friends are around, you are more than capable. I had hoped you'd sign up for Quidditch next year, she said, resolving to find out about his other project later. Nah, I can't stand the practice, when I could be working on something far more useful, Harry said. And the lesson is for you. These brooms handle a bit differently and you need to know the differences. Hooch scoffed at first, but when the broom ripped from her grip and continued on, without her, Harry had to fly out and go fetch it. See? He asked, when he came back. This is how you do it, he started and gave his first ever flying lesson to the flying instructor. To her credit, she adjusted really quickly and soon they were on their way. You'll need to speak now if you want any more instruction, Harry yelled at her. Soon you won't be able to talk to me. Don't hold back on my account, she yelled back. She had never moved so fast and she could feel the broom wasn't even beginning to open up. Let's fly, she added with a mad gleam in her eyes. Don't say I didn't warn you. And don't accelerate too quickly. It will be impossible to catch you without hurting you at the speeds we're about to move, Harry said as he slowly put on the speed. He couldn't do disillusionment spells right now, since he needed to hide some of his skills, but he doubted anyone would be able to see them at the speeds they were about to fly. He slowly added to his acceleration and soon they started moving twice, 3 times, 4 times the speed he had reached before. Hooch was laughing, but realized that Harry couldn't hear her. While she could hear herself, whatever magic was in place stopped her voice from reaching him, she suspected. She'd have to ask him about that later, too. 10 minutes later, Harry led the flying instructor into Grimmauld Place. I can't believe we made it to London so quickly, she exclaimed, forgetting it was the middle of the night. Who's there? A grumbly voice called from upstairs. It's me, and Madam Hooch, Harry yelled back up. Rolanda, Sirius asked as he appeared at the top of the stairs. I haven't seen you in ages. How are you doing? Hooch was silent for a moment, before she smiled at him. It seemed friendly, but Sirius stopped in his tracks on his way down. There was something dangerous in her smile. Not since you slept with my niece and gave her the slip the next day. Seriously, Sirius? Harry asked. Who didn't you sleep with? Are you sure there isn't an heir out there already for the Black family? Yes, Sirius responded to Harry after a moment. Then he turned to Hooch. She told me she was 21. He objected. She was 24, Hooch exclaimed. Exactly. She was way too old for me. Sirius defended himself. Since she lied to me, I was well within my rights to withdraw. Why would her age matter? Hooch asked. She still looked like she was in her late teens. She was hot, Sirius said in thought. How is she doing these days? Happily married, Hooch said dangerously. How happily? Sirius countered. Could you two do this later? Harry asked in exasperation. I'm here for the, object. What object? Sirius asked. You know, the container. Harry said looking at Hooch quickly and back. Sirius finally caught on. Oh, right. Yeah, we finished that ages ago. We thought you'd be by when you remembered. Harry rolled his eyes and waited as Sirius looked at him and cocked his head to the side. What? He asked. Harry sighed. Where is it? He asked exasperatedly. Oh, right. I'll just go fetch it then. Sirius said lamely as he walked off. Sirius, where is Remus? Harry called after him. Full moon. Sirius called back. He's in Texas with the other wolves. How's that side of business going? Harry called. He turned to Hooch. Sorry about this. He's not really all there, currently. He had a bit of an incident, while finding a difficult item for me, he lied. Sirius had found the toxin easily, but had found the local pot dealer in his search and tended to indulge on a daily basis these days. What was that? Sirius called back down. We'll talk when you are back and can hear me. Harry yelled. Sorry, I can't hear you. Wait until I'm back. Sirius called again. They waited and a couple of minutes later Sirius came back with a heavy-looking metal box. What was amazing was that every inch of the box seemed to be covered in runes. Rolanda was no expert, so she wouldn't even guess at what the runes did. What is that? She asked. A box, Sirius said. He was worried about Hooch. Were her eyes starting to fail her? I can see it's a box, Black. What do the runes do? She clarified. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's hardening, protection, repair, repelling. Basically anything that will keep the box and its contents intact. Sirius explained. Can't you shrink it? Harry asked. He didn't think he'd be able to carry that thing, comfortably, otherwise. Of course we can shrink it. Sirius said. Why do you ask? Why were you carrying that huge thing if you could shrink it? Harry asked. Hey, that's a good idea. Sirius said as he cast the magic and the box shrank. Harry took the box, using his magic to still support the weight and placed it in the bag, where it became light enough to manage easily. Okay, say goodbye Sirius. Goodbye Sirius. Sirius said, snickering at his funny. You're losing your edge, old man. That was weak. Harry said, turning around and left the house with Sirius following to the door. I was going to give you gifts, but then you had to go and make that joke. Is it, the items? Sirius asked evasively, suddenly acting more awake. Come on, Harry. I was just kidding. Harry seemed to contemplate it, before he finally reached into the bag and handed 2 wrapped packages to the man. You know what to do with these, right? We've had this conversation, Harry. Sirius said. Then he smiled giddily. I can't wait to try this out. Not until Moony is back. Harry said. You're not fit to fly right now. Sirius was about to make a statement, when Harry gave him a look that didn't belong on a child. Don't make me punish you, he threatened. Fine, Sirius finally said. I'll wait for Remus, but you're never threatening me with that again. What was your niece's name? Harry asked Hooch. Maggie. Hooch supplied easily. Should we bring Maggie and her husband to dinner sometime? Harry asked innocently. Bless Hooch, because she instantly caught on. I'm almost certain her husband would appreciate the opportunity, she said with a smile. He's a hit wizard with the Bulgarian ministry, you know. I'll set things up, Harry said, smiling at Sirius behind them, before mounting his broom and taking off. Hooch soon followed. They flew back in just under 10 minutes this time, having not needed to take quite as long to accelerate this time, now that they were both used to it. When they landed, Hooch reluctantly held the broom out to him. This is a marvelous broom, Black. Can you put me on whatever waiting list you have? She asked. Oh, no, you don't understand. Harry chuckled. That one is yours. What? She asked. I would not joke about this if I was you, she warned dangerously, with narrowed eyes. I'm not joking, Harry said. It's yours. Why? She asked, taking the broom and holding the metal shaft to her chest. Simple. Harry smirked. Free advertising. Hooch understood instantly. You want me to use this during school matches. When people ask after it, I'm supposed to say, she trailed off. The Black Bolt Mk2 is currently in testing phase, while the creators work on its design. The creators intend to start releasing their wares in a few years. Until then they're letting their first flying coach, Rolanda Hooch, play with one of the prototypes in exchange for feedback and help with design. Rolanda felt a thrill run down her spine. If she had exclusive rights to this broom for a while, she may even be invited back to the league. You'll need to give me a number, she said. You know brooms, Harry said, understanding. Make one up. I can set the price. She asked. Cost for materials is negligible. What is costly, is the time it takes. Harry shrugged. I might also request that you actually help with design. Deal, Hooch said instantly, holding out a hand to shake. Harry shook her hand and she said, it's going to be good doing business with you. We'll discuss a percentage for you later, for what you end up helping me with. Harry said. When Hooch looked at him in shock, he chuckled. Didn't think the privilege of riding it was the only perk, did you? I did think that, she admitted. And here, I get to practice with it first, she smiled. Then she remembered her question from earlier. Why couldn't we speak, before? When we were flying, we were going faster than sound travels. Harry explained. A little under 4 times faster, in fact. The moment the sound tried to leave the warded area, it was basically left behind. We'll need to consider keeping that to ourselves for a bit. We can start off selling the fastest brooms around and then slowly up the speed and get more sales out of it, long term. I think you're going to be very rich, when you're out of school. Hooch said as she instantly understood what he was planning. Very rich indeed. Wait until you see what we do next. Harry said with a smile. Harry made his way back to the school, as Hooch inevitably mounted the broom again and shot off, working on her acceleration. And getting to know how the broom handled. Harry already had plans to add a rubberized grip, to allow for faster acceleration, or perhaps he should change the layout. This was a new invention, after all. Who said he couldn't add a bend in the shaft, which zigzagged, like a lightning bolt? It would give the rider an extra place to hold at high acceleration. The next week passed slowly for Harry and he ended up becoming impatient and slightly excitable. Harry. Hermione tried asking him one evening while they were sitting in the common room after the other children had gone to sleep. Harry was supposed to help her with some of her normal schoolwork. She had started shortly after the new year and had already caught up to other children her age. Harry. She tried again, when he just looked off into the distance, apparently not hearing her. Is it time? Harry asked quickly, coming out of his thoughts. Time for what? Hermione asked. You've been staring into the fire and you weren't answering my question, she said. Sorry Hermione, Harry said. I'm a bit distracted. I've got something coming up and it's been on my mind a bit. Can I help? She asked. She really hoped he'd allow her to be there for him. He was always helping her and their friends, after all. I'd love that, Hermione, but this is one of those trade secret things again. Harry apologized. If I could, I'd ask you in a heartbeat. You're one of the smartest people I know. Thank you. Hermione blushed. I'd still like to help, she said. When will this event happen? Tomorrow night, Harry said. Most likely. You're not sure? Hermione asked. It has to do with when someone else does something. Their time is limited, though, and I suspect they'll be making a move soon. Harry said. Should I be worried? She asked, as she closed her books and started placing them in her satchel. No, Harry said. I've already taken steps and now I'm just waiting for the results. Okay, Hermione allowed. She was curious as all hell, but she knew she'd come to the end of the conversation. How's your practice going? Harry asked suddenly. Hermione's eyes shone, when she realized he was on a subject that they were both passionate about. I've made quite a bit of progress actually, she said, as she closed her eyes for a moment and lifted her hand. A couple of seconds later, Her palm lit up with a soft light. See? She asked excitedly. It's not levitation, but I can practice this anywhere and help learn control. That's brilliant, Hermione, Harry said. It's not lifting up a bunch of weight, nor can I cast anything but Illumos yet, but it's progress. Hermione allowed with a smile at the praise. Pretty soon, you'll be able to do things like this, Harry said as he casually pushed down underneath himself and lifted himself into the air, until he came to a complete stop. You can fly? She asked incredulously. Was he really trying to become a superhero? It's a form of banishing spell, Harry said. I'm basically casting the banishing spell at the floor, constantly, from my whole body. So, you don't need to use your hands? Hermione asked. Why would I? Harry asked. Wait, have you been practicing this whole time to use specifically your hands? He asked. Hermione blushed again, but for a different reason this time. Harry had never demonstrated it with only his hands. He only ever indicated to something he was doing. I assumed, she finally admitted. Well, stop doing that, Harry said as he lifted her up to float nearby. Wandless magic is only limited by your personal amount of power. I'm lucky, in that I've been training my magic for a while, and as a result it's grown strong. I can banish the floor and lift you up at the same time with just a bit of concentration. You'll still need to learn the spells with a wand, until you get used to how the magic feels when you cast it, but once you've got that down, things become so much simpler, with just a bit of focus. Even that becomes easier, he finished as he sent a tickling charm all over her body and she started giggling. Harry, she laughed. Stop it. Harry relented and allowed them back down to the couch. Thanks for the distraction, Hermione, Harry said, then. You're a good friend. You're welcome, Harry, Hermione said with a bit of a blush again. You're always helping us. I think any of our friends would try to help if they could, even Pansy and Daphne. Though they may do it because I'm providing them with protection, through their association with me. Harry said. I don't think that's true anymore. Hermione disagreed. In the beginning, it felt like they were forcing themselves to smile and take part in discussions, to try and fit in, but these days they are voluntarily starting topics and asking questions not related to the work. I hadn't noticed, Harry said honestly. That's because you've been stuck on your own studies for a while and we've needed to try harder to get your attention for the last while. Hermione said. At least I can tell them that whatever it is that's distracting you should end soon. Would it be safe to assume that you won't be joining us for study group tomorrow? I think that's a safe bet, Harry confirmed. I doubt I'd be able to focus anyway. Hermione noticed that his mind was turning back to the problems and tried to distract him one last time. How is your project going? She asked. I'm actually quite hopeful, Harry said. The brooms worked as I planned and the warding worked like I had hoped. Current speed is still limited to the amount of power provided, but that project is in Remus's hands. Power would likely need some form of pooling. I've resolved air and tinting issues. Next step is still gravity control or something that negates G-forces. Like inertial dampening, Hermione asked. What's that? Harry asked. Hermione was tired of blushing, but did so anyway. It's a term from science fiction. It means to make it so you don't feel it when you lose or gain speed quickly, negating inertial gravitational force, she explained. She was a bit of a Star Trek geek and had heard and asked about the term from her dad, who was just as big a fan. That sounds like what I'm looking for, Harry said. Have Muggles made anything like that? He asked. Not in real life, Hermione said apologetically. If you want, I can ask Dad about it, when I write to them tonight or ask about it this weekend. Maybe we can get him to rent a video that mentions it and we can watch that for movie night. That sounds perfect, Harry said in thanks. Even if it didn't teach him anything, he'd started to love the science fiction movies they had watched. Okay, Hermione said as she started gathering her things. I think it's time for bed, she said. We're writing that test tomorrow in charms. I'll see you tomorrow, then. Harry greeted, not getting up. I'll stay up a bit. I need to think about the current issue a bit longer. Don't stay up too late, Hermione said as she walked to the girls' stairs. Harry noticed a book on the table that she had missed and quickly picked it up and levitated after her up the stairs. You forgot this, Harry said from right behind her, making her jump. You're not supposed to be able to get up the stairs, she exclaimed. I'm not on the stairs, Hermione, he said with a smirk as he handed her the book and levitated back down the stairs. The next day, Harry decided to focus on classes, while class was in session. As a result, he pulled in a few points for Gryffindor, especially in potions, where people were still asking for help, and Snape took some sort of perverse pleasure in awarding Harry points for every bit of useful help he provided. The other Gryffindors were shocked and slightly depressed, knowing Harry would lose the points again as had become his normal modus operandi. Snape had listened to his point about the points system and had agreed with his perspective. Losing house points meant nothing, at the end of the day, but gaining them was something Harry personally disliked and tended to lose on purpose. By his estimation, he could use this to his advantage. He awarded Harry small tokens of points, never amounting to a large amount, to keep the boy from having an excuse to do something large in retaliation, but enough to disappoint his classmates when he lost them and made his contribution meaningless. Harry realized this and played along, since it proved his point. At the end of the day, he usually skipped 1 or 2 classes a day, losing points and earning detentions that he never attended anyway. After all, what would they do? Deduct more points. Give him detention. It's not like Dumbledore would allow him to be expelled. Some of the teachers had realized this and assigned him detention with McGonagall. He actually showed up for those, but she allowed him to focus on his studies in those sessions after he explained why he had skipped class or decided not to go. She never really got mad at him for those, since she understood that he already knew everything he could learn in the classes, anyway. He had to explain his whereabouts to her though, so he usually ended up skipping class in the common room, where she could and usually did check for students, at least once every hour. By the end of this particular day, however, he had shown up to every class and earned 127 points. He wasn't in the mood to cause havoc though, so he went to his proxies and asked them to see how precisely they could lose those specific amount of points. They smiled and accepted the challenge. They'd start on that quest the next day. Harry quickly left the Great Hall and went to the infirmary, when he heard that Dumbledore had been called away. McGonagall wasn't far behind and Pomfrey was already monitoring the map, when they joined her. "Nothing so far," she said as she saw Harry. "Professor Quirrell seems to be standing guard nearby, even." "Already?" Harry asked. "He's probably still considering what song to play for Fluffy." "What song?" McGonagall asked as she walked in behind him and closed the door to Poppy's office. "He's the thief," Harry said with a malicious smile. "Professor Quirrell?" Pomfrey asked, while McGonagall asked, "Quirinus." "But he's a stuttering idiot. He doesn't even really stutter," Harry said with a smirk. "Voldemort is inside that turban of his, attached to his head like a parasite." "But," Madame Pomfrey started. "He played me too, the first time around," Harry interrupted. "For all his many failings, he's quite the actor. Better even than Gilderoy Lockhart." "Gilderoy Lockhart is a hero, though," McGonagall insisted. "I'm sorry, Minnie, but we had to keep that from you for a while," Madame Pomfrey said. "Lockhart is a fraud with a talent for stealing people's stories and memories. He's part of Harry's mission." "What?" McGonagall asked incredulously. She had hoped that when he started next year, he could be useful to Harry. "Why didn't you tell me?" she then asked, with a downcast expression. "We need things to happen for a while like they had before," Harry said. "Sorry, Auntie Min," McGonagall sighed. "No, I know you considered everything well. I just wish I had known. I read all of his books and now I want to burn them. If it makes you feel any better, the stories are mostly based in truth. The hero was just different," Harry said. "Do you know who they are?" McGonagall asked. "Not yet," Harry said. "Before we have him arrested, I intend to have him, accidentally, consume a near-lethal dose of Veritaserum." "What would that do?" Pomfrey asked. "I don't know," Harry answered honestly. "Make him honest for the rest of his life. Affect his mind until he becomes completely insane. I don't know, but I intend to find out. I have a suspicion that he developed his obliviation skills while he was still in school." "You don't mean?" Pomfrey asked, leaving the obvious conclusion up in the air. "Exactly," Harry said darkly. "You see why I don't have any sympathy for someone like him." "To think I thought so highly of him," McGonagall said angrily. "Please note that I don't have any proof at this time," Harry said. "Just a suspicion, and something he said to me once." "What did he say?" McGonagall asked. He mentioned that he was always gifted with memory charms. Harry said, for him to consider himself always gifted, he'd have had to have used them for quite a number of years. We'll have to find out, before you give him the near-lethal dose. McGonagall said, depending on his answers, that dose might actually prove fatal. Wow, Harry said, with a look of begrudging respect. Never thought I'd see the day. If what you suspect is true, he might be a monster on a whole different level. McGonagall stated irrevocably. The heads of house had found only one more burgeoning rapist in Ravenclaw. It had been a female student, too. The fact that she was using a combination of potions and spells to have her way with whomever she fancied had driven the point home that the standards at Hogwarts were not as high as they had hoped. If the girl had been allowed to graduate, she could likely have taken her pick of a suitor and lived the rest of her life on the wealth of the family she swindled out of an heir, which was apparently her plan. We need to up the security in Hogwarts. Things cannot continue as they have. Madame Pomfrey stated. Agreed. McGonagall said, firmly. He's making his move. Harry said, looking at the map. Quirrell had moved to the door and was waiting outside it, probably to wait for Fluffy to fall asleep. They watched and waited until he entered and moved to and through the trap door. It took a couple of minutes, but he was soon through the devil's snare. Harry pulled out his own map and placed it next to the other, activating it. For now they looked identical. When the orb with Quirrell's name above it moved through the door to the key room, there was a pinging sound and Harry whispered a command and suddenly the illusionary image disappeared and was replaced with a moving, see-through image of Quirrell as he looked up at the keys that were flying about. Why can your map do that? McGonagall asked dangerously. She was thinking of privacy and specifically the girls' bathrooms, which were also on the map. This function needs to be primed specifically and only lasts an hour once activated. Harry said, not breaking his eyes from the image. I can also only have one of these active at a time. I'd tell you how, but that would reveal how the map works and as you know, that's family magic. That answer will not suffice. McGonagall said, if this is some form of scrying magic that allows you to watch people in private moments, it raises all sorts of other questions. Please, Harry stated, knowing what she was thinking, if I wanted to look at the girls of this school BPD, I'd figure out another way. I have several ways to do that already, if I wanted to. He broke his eyes from the image for a moment to look at McGonagall. I'm sure you could figure out multiple ways to do so as well. The questions are, do I want to and do you trust me? McGonagall was taken aback by the statement in question. She couldn't refute it. Magic was a tool that enabled one to achieve their wildest dreams and new spells and techniques were being designed all the time. She sighed and nodded, I see your point. Sorry for doubting your intentions. I don't blame you. Harry said, looking back at the image, as Quirrell finally spotted the key and fired a spell that disabled one of its wings. After all we've discovered this year, I'm not surprised that you are suspicious of anything that may be abused. I'd be paranoid too, if I wasn't busy planning the disposal of an actual Dark Lord. Fair enough. McGonagall said with a nod, not that he saw it. You take care of the bigger threats, while we take care of the smaller ones. I suggest you put a taboo on words that could lead you to finding say.ul deviants. Harry said. He had given it some thought, after all. Just in the castle, at least, he added. That's not a bad idea. Madame Pomfrey said. We'd need to hire dedicated staff to watch for such things, but I can see the board supplying the budget, when it's mentioned that pureblood heirs would be protected by this measure. Indeed, McGonagall said again. Perhaps the Marauders could help them set something up with this map, in conjunction with a taboo. This is where the fun starts. Harry said with a smile, as Quirrell moved into the chess room. They watched as he tried to manipulate the pieces to destroy themselves, but the magic of the board failed, when the piece wasn't destroyed and suddenly the pieces all started attacking Quirrell. What the? Harry asked. What did you do to my chess board? McGonagall demanded. Made the pieces unbreakable with a few runes. Harry supplied. McGonagall sighed and shook her head. You tampered with them, she finally said. They are spelled to react badly to tampering. They are attacking the one that they think tried to beat the challenge through trickery. Better than last time, Harry said as he watched Quirrell duck and dodge and finally retreat into the key room again, where he was now taking a moment to breathe. Last time, he used the pieces to destroy each other and cleared a path for himself. But that's not how chess works. McGonagall stated angrily. Why did you make a challenge that could be won at all? Harry countered as he watched Quirrell take one of the brooms from the key room to bypass the attacking chess pieces, much like he had done. Because the man was supposed to find it just challenging enough to suspect the goal was in sight. McGonagall blurted. I knew it. Harry exclaimed happily. I knew this whole thing was a trap. That hardly matters, McGonagall said. He's found a way past the challenge, she said in relief. That one, maybe. Harry smirked. They watched as the professor moved to the door, behind which his own protections lay. The troll. He did notice the mist that sprayed over the entrance to the troll's room, and tested it with a spell, before magically blowing the mist away. What was that? Madame Pomfrey asked. Troll pheromones, Harry said, with a smile. Female troll pheromones, to be precise. Does that mean what I think it means? McGonagall asked. Probably. Harry smirked. He blew it away, though. Madame Pomfrey said. Doesn't matter. Harry said. If even a trace of it remains on or around Quirrell, the troll will suddenly find him completely irresistible. If you didn't know this, troll mating rituals can be rather violent. That's not funny, McGonagall stated, seeing Harry's vindictive smile. Of course it is, Harry countered. Quirrell wants to help Voldemort shaft the world. Now he's about to see a lusty troll trying to do the same to himself. Quirrell was not prepared for the assault, as the troll had already picked up on the scent, as Harry had intended. They watched in fascinated horror as the man finally disabled the troll after he had already been badly beaten by the creature. He had almost been taken as a mate at some point, as well, and Harry vowed to keep the memory for his next Patronus. They watched as Quirrell saw the riddle in the fire room and ignored it completely as he cast Fiendfire, which consumed the other flames and moved apart for him to pass. That was quite a feat, in Harry's opinion. Fiendfire was notoriously difficult to control. As he entered the final chamber and came upon the mirror, there was a flash and suddenly Quirrell was lying on the floor, barely moving. What was that? Madame Pomfrey asked. Harry smirked. My trap, he said. 3 times normal gravity, induced by runes. Normal magic won't be able to dispel the effect and, since I basically invented it, there's little to no chance of him knowing how to disable it. He was still watching the image though, as the man tried and failed to lift an arm, to reach for his wand that was laying just out of reach. His wand has actually already destroyed, but there's a bit of magic to make it look like it's right there. He'll expend the last of his strength, before the effort he's expending knocks him out. What? McGonagall asked. Breathing takes more effort as well, since his body is pressing down on itself, including his lungs. Harry clarified. The difficulty to breathe will kill him in about 10 minutes. His heart might give out before then, though, so we'll have to go and collect the idiot. McGonagall and Pomfrey were looking at him like he was a different person. This was very in character for him, but also completely ruthless. He'd completely disabled the man and didn't seem to care that he might die, if left alone for too long. Harry, Pomfrey started. I needed to be sure the stone was safe. Harry said. I don't intend to let go of Voldemort either, now that I know where he is. Quirrell is already dying anyway. He's rotting from the inside out, due to the possession and the continued use of unicorn blood. Can't we still try to save him? Pomfrey asked. You can try, if you want, but he chose the current situation willingly. Harry said. Then he got up from his seat and floated himself up. Are you coming with me? He asked. Of course, McGonagall said and almost screamed as Harry's magic lifted her up to float beside him. Take me with you, Pomfrey said. She had a responsibility and oath, to try to save all who suffer, to uphold. She was soon lifted up as well and Harry used his magic to propel them through the hallways, carrying the other 2 as he went. The women were not shocked when Harry cast disillusionment charms on all of them, as they went. It took them only a couple of minutes to reach the last room, since nothing could stand in Harry's way. He'd taken out his broom to go through the flames though, keeping his guests close to him. Stay here, he told them, as he placed them down gently. I have to handle the parasite first. He walked closer, to just outside the gravity field, and proceeded to pelt the man with 5 simultaneous stunning spells, twice. He then sent a diagnostic spell to confirm the man was out. Before he undid the runes, he placed a bit of pressure on the man's throat and kept it there for 5 seconds. He wouldn't care if the man was in a coma or legally brain dead later, since what was left of his life would be spent in suffering agony as he died slowly. Harry then approached him and took out what looked like a glass container of some sort. It looked almost like a lantern and had a window that he now opened, right above the fallen man's head. The amulet Horcrux was built into the top of the container, completely isolated, and the magic involved with the phylactery would draw the spirit of the Dark Lord into its new prison. There was an unholy wail and a dark shadow was beaked from the man's head, through the turban. Harry noticed blood starting to seep from the turban as well, but waited for the screaming to end and then closed the window, which sealed itself magically, once its purpose was fulfilled. "Okay," Harry called back. "You can come now." Pomfrey seemed to appear next to him as she hurried to cast diagnostic spells. The man was still alive, but only barely, and he was hemorrhaging blood from his head. She set to work, removing the turban slowly as she incanted a spell to seal the wound as she went, not wanting to rip it off and lose what little the turban was doing to staunch the flow. Harry, in the meanwhile, took out the container from his backpack and enlarged it, before placing the phylactery inside, before closing it and locking the magical mechanism. They intended to only open it once more, when they were ready to deliver all of the other Horcruxes to their new, permanent, home. "What have you done to me?" a voice asked from beside him. Harry jumped as Minerva screamed. Next to him stood a translucent image of a man with dark hair and features that looked familiar. "Tom Riddle. Is that you?" Harry asked as he realized something had gone wrong. "What have you done to me?" the spirit demanded as it tried to grab Harry and his hands passed through him. Still it seemed to hurt him as he howled in pain and jumped back and away. "Is that who I think it is?" a new voice said from off to the side. When Dumbledore's trap was sprung, he quickly returned to Hogwarts, which had been the idea. Imagine his shock, when the traps had been modified and he had needed to bypass them with apparition. He was the only one that could do so in the castle after all. He was shocked to find 2 staff members there, with young Harry. Then he saw the spirit of the Dark Lord cradling his hands in seeming pain. F.K. Harry swore under his breath. Trust the old goat to show up now. He looked up and at Dumbledore. "No, this is not the spirit of Tom Riddle, trapped in a phylactery and somehow projecting his spirit out of its container." Harry lied then, shrinking the container and placing it back in his backpack. "You've trapped me," Voldemort demanded, his face showing fear for the first time, the pain and confusion having left. "Phylactery you say?" Dumbledore asked. "Is it the Mauritanian soul trap, by any chance?" He was still not sure what was going on, but it seemed young Harry had brought a very rare and useful type of magical object with him to school. Never mind not knowing why, he was just glad for the boy's forethought. Harry shrugged. "Didn't ask. Don't care," he said. It was what Dumbledore suspected, but he wasn't likely to admit it. "Aunties, are we about ready to leave?" he asked. "I need a bit more time to stabilize him," Madame Pomfrey said, still working on the man. It was taking a lot of power. She'd have to start Harry on healer training soon if this was going to be a regular occurrence, which she hoped wasn't the case. "I'm afraid I can't let you leave with that," Dumbledore said, indicating the backpack. "Why?" Harry asked. "I caught him. I get to ensure he is kept safe. My guardians have already set up a safe location and are waiting in Hogsmeade." "They are not qualified," Dumbledore tried, only to be interrupted. "Are you?" Harry asked. "We already have a safe place to keep him. The castle is also obviously not a safe place." Dumbledore didn't like hearing this. "The castle is very secure as long as I am here. Tell that to entire generations of unknowing Beak victims," Harry said irrevocably. Then he turned back to McGonagall, who was shocked at Harry's statement, even if she knew it was likely true. "Auntie Min, could you please help Auntie Poppy with Quirrell? I have this important errand to run and suddenly I think speed is a necessity," he said as he pointed at the spirit who had already tried to leave, but seemed to be tethered to the phylactery. Harry was studiously ignoring Tom, who was now yelling at him and demanding to be released. "I'd prefer to accompany you," McGonagall said, before turning to Poppy, "if you can handle this with the headmaster." "I'll accompany him," Albus interrupted. "If you could please assist Poppy." McGonagall looked at the old man. "We can't go through the fire without Harry's magic, so I'm afraid you'll have to help Poppy," she said in a calm tone. "I'm afraid that I must insist we both accompany him then," Dumbledore said, then, allowing no argument. I refuse to leave the boy alone with that monster, for any period of time. Harry sighed, realizing the headmaster wouldn't change his mind. Fine, but you are apparating us to the infirmary. And you are not going to go where they take him. The less people who know, the better. Dumbledore did not answer, and Harry suspected that he was going to become a nuisance, but would leave that up to Sirius and Remus. They'd learned some specialized skills with wandless magic since they started living together. Remus could even do what he did and knock people out. Sirius wasn't as precise and needed to throttle a person's entire neck. "Shut up, Tom," Harry yelled then, looking at the ethereal being, who had started increasing his volume at the people who were ignoring him. "If you don't shut up, right now, I'm reconsidering keeping you alive. I'm the Dark Lord, boy. I have powers you cannot understand. I cannot be killed. I could teach you though." Voldemort offered, trying a different tactic. "Together we could bring back your parents. We could fix everything. Do the words Horcrux, Basilisk Venom and Fiendfire mean anything to you?" Harry asked. "How did you?" Voldemort started. Dumbledore also lost some color and looked interested in his answer. "Oh, don't worry, Tom," Harry said. "We don't intend to kill you. We're going to grant you your wish. Immortality and an eternity to spend pondering the wonders of the universe." When Voldemort looked shocked, but relieved, Harry added, "Which you'll have a perfect view of, from the dark side of the moon." "What?" Voldemort asked in confusion. "Oh," McGonagall said in realization, as she considered his plans for the holiday. She knew Dumbledore would be asking more questions later, but she needed to know. "Is that why you were planning on going to the moon?" "I had this idea after, but I can't think of a better plan for him," Harry said. "That or protecting the box and sending it into the sun. I don't know if the magic will fail or if his Horcruxes will melt, but I've never been one to endorse torture." "Remind me never to anger you, Harry," Poppy piped up. "What you did here today and with what you have planned, I don't want to know the consequences of truly angering you." "The sun?" Voldemort asked in horrified realization. You cannot be that powerful. It's impossible. If you don't shut up right now, I'm reconsidering the plan," Harry said dangerously. Tom blanched and took a step back before his spirit vanished from sight, probably still there, but preferring not to anger the person who held his soul hostage. He'd need to rethink his strategy. Perhaps the boy could be reasoned with, when he was calmer, or whoever his guardians were, could be tricked. The Blacks were supporters of the cause, but he knew how close Sirius Black had been to James Potter. Chances were slim there, but he had mentioned guardians, so perhaps whoever else was protecting the boy could be swayed. "Is he gone?" McGonagall asked. "I doubt it," Harry said. "Horcruxes?" Dumbledore asked. He really hoped Harry didn't know about the one in him. "Plural?" he asked. "5 that he knows about," Harry confirmed. Voldemort was shocked. He didn't like what he was hearing, but he paid close attention. "This is troubling," Dumbledore said. He also realized Harry's statement allowed for the possibility that he knew of his own, but he couldn't discuss it here, in Tom's presence. "I'll need to find the rest. We already have most of them," Harry scoffed. "What?" Voldemort exclaimed, becoming visible again. Harry pointed at him, suddenly. "One more word, and the sun is the first plan," he threatened. Voldemort wisely held his tongue and made himself vanish from sight again. This was a disaster. If the boy really knew so much, there would be no escaping his imprisonment, even if one of his followers performed a ritual to bring him back. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore started again. He really needed to get those items away from wherever they were, so that he could properly protect and then destroy them. "No," Harry interrupted. "You didn't share anything with us when we could have used your help. You don't get to decide what happens, now that we've made plans to deal with the problem." "But Harry, you never asked for help," Dumbledore objected. He was not ready for McGonagall to turn on him with an angry look. When his relatives beat him, starved him and broke his bones for failing to be a proper house elf, were you there when he cried out for help? Dumbledore lost some more color. He knew the accusation was not exaggerated. He'd gone to speak to the Dursleys himself, while he considered options for the boy. He'd thought perhaps he could have the other boy join him and erect another blood ward, but the boy had been raised to despise Harry, much as his parents had. "Exactly," McGonagall said then. "They wouldn't come looking for help from you, because you already failed, and I, for one, think it's time you let someone else handle the situation." She knew that they had planned everything to a degree, and while she'd prefer to be more involved, at least she knew they had a plan. Dumbledore never shared anything, preferring to direct people without them knowing why. Better knowing half the plan, than wondering if there was one at all. "I'm ready to move him," Pomfrey said, interrupting the escalating voices. "Really, Albus, you should not be surprised," she added anyway, though. Dumbledore did end up apparating them all to the infirmary. It saved a bit of time for which Harry was grateful. When he felt something, he smirked. It seemed his guardians had come to him, rather than the other way around. He suspected Remus knew the moment the trap closed and they decided to not wait around. Sirius walked into the infirmary as Poppy was still settling the patient in. "He's still alive?" he asked. "What can I say? Auntie Poppy is really good at what she does," Harry bragged. "That she is, Harry," Sirius said with a smile. "I remember her taking good care of me, back in the day." "And you were flirting with me the entire time," Madame Pomfrey interjected, as she started to where they were standing. "How could I not?" Sirius said with a smirk. "You had access to all the good potions, and I kept on getting hurt. Perhaps if you were more careful and stopped running around the Forbidden Forest at night, you'd have more success at staying in one piece." "Madam," Pomfrey asked, with an upturned brow. "We were trying apparition," Sirius defended himself, remembering the time he had splinched himself. Remus had also entered, but under disillusionment. He snuck up to Harry and opened his backpack, after tapping him on the shoulder twice, to indicate it was him. He quickly transferred the phylactery and its container to his own extended pocket and then exited again, only to walk in a second later, fully visible. No doubt they realized Dumbledore would be making a nuisance of himself. "Why are you two here?" Dumbledore asked in suspicion. He had been casting his own diagnostic spells at Quirrell, to see if there was anything of the monster remaining, or perhaps discover another form of containment. Harry didn't know. "That's Marauder business, Headmaster," Remus said. "Marauder business?" Minerva asked, having a suspicion. "Marauders Incorporated," Remus said proudly. "The company we started. How are things going there?" Harry asked out of interest. "Oh, the wolves are very happy. We had a couple of attempts to infiltrate, but fortunately we could pick up on the scent of the people they associated with," Remus said. "The Aurors have been singing our praises, since one of the people they recently received, somehow having ingested Veritaserum, confessed to knowing the location of Fenrir Greyback. They picked him up the other day," Sirius added with a happy smile. "His body anyway. He didn't go down without a fight." As he said it, he massaged his still sore ribs. "Threw me against a tree and was about to go for the kill, before Moony beat him to the punch. Still hurts," he finished. Poppy just shook her head with an air of exasperation and started scanning him, before walking off and returning with a tub of lotion and a roll of bandaging, directing him to remove his shirt, so that she could handle the injury properly. "You killed him?" Dumbledore asked, looking at Remus incredulously. "He was wanted dead or alive and I had a score to settle," Remus said darkly. It wasn't a good look on the man, who was usually the gentle type. "Good riddance," Poppy said as she wrapped Sirius's ribs tightly and he winced. "I've seen too many of the people he's infected in my time." When she was done wrapping, she nodded at Sirius, who put back on his shirt. She then turned to Remus. "Have you been able to contact everyone on the list I sent you?" she asked. "We were, and they were more than happy to point us to the wolves, who have all elected to become couriers for us." Remus nodded in agreement. "The delivery business has been up for a couple of months now. You really should come visit more often, you know. There are a couple of people who want to thank you for getting us in contact with them. It's difficult during the school year," Madame Pomfrey said, "especially now with the recent revelations." "I understand." Remus nodded along. "There is a lot being said here, which I don't understand," Dumbledore said. He had been listening intently and would be asking questions later, but for now he had other issues to concentrate on. "But I would like to know what you intend on doing with the Dark Lord's soul." He had heard Harry's statement about the moon, but thought it was a fanciful dream and empty threat. Harry pointedly ignored the man and took his backpack off, holding it out to Sirius to continue their charade. "Here you go," he said. As they had suspected, the bag was suddenly ripped from his grip and flew into Dumbledore's waiting hand. Harry took the opportunity to disarm the headmaster with a wandless disarming spell, catching the wand as it flew through the air to him. Dumbledore was shocked, but clutched the bag tightly with both hands, not intending to let anyone summon it away from him. "I'll have to insist that you return that to me," he said dangerously. The Elder Wand was not a toy, after all. Harry shrugged and placed it on a nearby table. He knew the wand would only respond properly to him now, but he didn't like wands anyway. "Let Dumbledore have it. I could say the same," Sirius interjected. He looked angry, but Harry knew he was in on the subterfuge they had performed. "Give my godson his backpack back," he insisted. "I'll do so, just as soon as I have extracted the item," Dumbledore assured him. He was worried about the wand. He knew how its loyalties worked. He couldn't focus on that just then, though. "Are you a thief now, as well?" McGonagall, not in on the switch, demanded in real anger. "Taking something that doesn't belong to you and have no right to." "Minerva, you must see that I need to protect this until a viable way to dispose of it can be found," Dumbledore pleaded. He's really trying to help. Harry defended the old man, to everyone's shock. "He just doesn't know that the backpack has protections against theft, since we didn't intend to ever lose it." He turned to Dumbledore. "You must understand that we must protect it, since we have a viable way to dispose of it." He threw the headmaster's words back in his teeth, making Sirius smile in pride and Minerva sigh in understanding. "You had me worried." Sirius complimented the obvious prank. "Good on you, Harry. This is no joking matter," Dumbledore exclaimed after he had opened the bag and confirmed the item was nowhere to be seen. "I will not allow the Dark Lord to escape, now that we have him properly contained." "No," Sirius said. "We have him contained," he corrected, indicating between himself, Remus and Harry. "You are trying to take what we have done and most likely intend to free the monster so that the prophecy can be fulfilled." "How do you know about that?" Dumbledore demanded. "We've known about it for years." Remus scoffed. "Harry isn't a Horcrux anymore. We took care of that long ago. He doesn't need to die anymore. The prophecy is already inactive, go check for yourself." "This cannot be true," Dumbledore said sadly. "Only the Dark Lord can remove the connection from Harry." "Whatever you want to believe, Headmaster," Harry said flippantly. "Fortunately, you can go to the Hall of Prophecy and see for yourself. In the meanwhile, we'll hold on to Tom." "How do you know these things?" Dumbledore asked. "Trade secret," Minerva shocked herself in saying, along with everyone, besides Dumbledore and Quirrell. "Why did I say that?" she asked. "Pavlovian response," Harry said. "When you hear something enough, your mind makes the connection automatically. It's a form of neural-linguistic programming." "You've been brainwashing the school?" Madame Pomfrey asked. She had studied psychology, after all. "I prefer the word, training," Harry corrected. "While they tend to go down the same route, NLP is more about creating positive responses, due to conditioning. Brainwashing might work the same, but is usually enforced with a whole other form of conditioning." "I see your point," Madame Pomfrey allowed. "When did you start studying psychology?" she asked. "When you left one of the books at the house." Harry chuckled. "It's amazing what a simple couple of words at the right time can do to create just a little bit of chaos. I've already got the twins so well trained that it took me one sentence to start a food fight and they've not bullied anyone in months. They still prank, but they are finding more enjoyment from it now, because they are flourishing inside a set of rules, rather than making them up as they go." "That sounds like the theory where," Madame Pomfrey started, really getting into the subject. "Can we discuss the philosophy of raising children at some other time?" Dumbledore asked. He too knew a thing or two about different forms of manipulation and control, after all. There was something to be said for techniques that made people happy at following rules you set. He was more worried about Harry knowing such techniques and already implementing them on students older than himself. He would need to spend some time with the boy, to ensure he wasn't going down the same path as Tom. He carefully avoided the thought that he, too, knew and used the techniques. "Fair enough," Harry said, summoning the bag back from Dumbledore without even a gesture. Dumbledore allowed the bag to leave his hands, considering he couldn't access the item he had wanted to, but asked anyway, "How are you doing that?" Harry and his guardians just smiled as the other two adults refused to say what they now knew was a programmed response. Harry then put the backpack on his shoulder. "Aren't you going to give the phylactery to your guardians?" he asked. He had hoped he could summon the item again. He didn't have a wand at this moment, but his wandless magic should suffice for that. When you took the bag without permission, the item in the special pocket was instantly transported to a safe location. Harry smirked. So, thanks I guess. You saved us some time. He added, as Remus started walking out of the room with a smile on his face and a wave. He wanted to get the phylactery out, before Voldemort could show up to prove them liars, not that he thought the man was stupid enough to prefer Dumbledore over them. He'd already stated that he wanted to destroy the Dark Lord. Remus had known of the fact that the trap allowed the victim to appear as a spirit. It would be useful to question the man. He did not know that he had already appeared. We'll need to go place it in the more secure location. Sirius informed Harry, glancing at Dumbledore. We don't want undesirables to try and free the Dark Lord, he said as he quickly hugged Harry and then hurried off after Remus. Dumbledore was about to rush after them, when the infirmary doors closed and sealed themselves. Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore exclaimed. I need to go after them. You will do no such thing, Madame Pomfrey said. They are obviously more interested in protecting Harry than you are. I'll not risk him so that you can go off and prove that you've finally gone around the bend. You don't understand, Dumbledore tried. Don't I? Madame Pomfrey asked. So that wasn't a flash of guilt crossing your face when they said you'd be releasing the Dark Lord to kill Harry? I will do what must be done to stop Tom Riddle, Dumbledore insisted, not meeting her gaze. He didn't like it, but if there was no other choice, he'd have to do it. How about I offer you a deal? Harry offered as he considered the old man. He really had tried to help him in a previous life, even he was a bit of a paranoid control freak. Dumbledore saw this as the olive branch it was meant as and stopped looking for a way out of the infirmary, even though he knew Poppy was in complete control of the wards in her domain and could easily keep him there. What did you have in mind? He asked. He was still not looking the boy in the eyes. If you can prove to us that the prophecy is still active, we'll give you the phylactery and I'll commit suicide in a public location, proclaiming to the world that you were and always are right. Harry said. If, however, the prophecy is no longer active, you must promise to leave me and my family out of your schemes from now on. I don't like being used. You cannot promise me that, Dumbledore said, even as he made eye contact and tried to enter the boy's mind. He failed, of course, like he had failed all year, but he could actually feel that Harry was being honest, as Harry allowed him just far enough in to confirm it, before ejecting the man again. Surely your guardians would not agree to this. I would not agree to this. I don't want you to die, Harry, but the Horcrux must be destroyed. I'm not a Horcrux anymore, Professor, Harry said with a sigh. This was becoming too bothersome and he was tired. He hadn't slept well the previous evening. How can you be sure? Dumbledore pressed. When I was small, I could speak to snakes. After the Horcrux was destroyed, I couldn't anymore, and the constant headaches I had had for most of my life suddenly disappeared. Harry said. This time he was lying, but only kind of. He didn't allow the old man in again, to confirm it, but shook his head like he was giving up with Dumbledore. I'd like, very much, to believe that Harry, Dumbledore said. Then go and confirm the prophecy, McGonagall said. She had picked up on the tired look on Harry's face. Harry is tired and I'm going to have to insist that he goes to bed. It is after his curfew already, anyway. Dumbledore knew he couldn't deny the woman. It was her right as his head of house, and suddenly he had plans for the evening. He'd be going to the Hall of Prophecy. Harry was escorted by McGonagall to the Gryffindor Tower and was shocked to find his entire study group waiting in the common room for him. What are you all doing up at this hour? McGonagall asked. We knew Harry was doing something, Professor. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff, said as she got up to approach the professor. We were worried and decided to wait for him, to make sure he was okay. Daphne Greengrass, Slytherin, said as she joined the others. Harry is our friend, Professor. Padma Patil, Ravenclaw, said as she nodded along with Daphne and the rest. Well, while I appreciate that you are all good friends and care for Mr. Black, I can't condone you all being here, outside of curfew. McGonagall said sternly. I'll have to inform your heads of house, who are likely already looking for you. She finished, thinking she probably had many messages in her book. We asked a prefect to inform the other prefects about where we are and inform the heads. We also accept that there will be punishments, but we were not going to leave until we knew he was safe. Susan Bones said. McGonagall was considering her words carefully, before finally nodding. "That was a good idea, Miss Bones," she said. "It was Pansy's idea, Professor," Susan said instantly, not wanting to take credit for her friend's idea. "We all had a say," Pansy said easily, never losing the determined look on her face. "Well, you are all a credit to your houses, and I, for one, am happy to see so many houses come together for a common goal," McGonagall said. "Even if it is because Harry is endearing himself to all of you on purpose," she finished in her head. "Thank you, Professor." Hermione Granger spoke up for the first time. "I offered to stay up, but the others insisted on joining me. I'll send a couple of prefects to come fetch the rest of you to escort you back to your common rooms," McGonagall said as she turned to leave. "They can sleep in our rooms," Faye Dunbar, Gryffindor and the quietest of the lot, said, in just above a whisper. "We have already discussed sleeping arrangements. We didn't think it would be safe to have our friends in the halls at night." "Is that so?" McGonagall asked, with a calculating look. No doubt the girls just wanted a sleepover. She still remembered the joy she felt in her own childhood, at such simple displays of friendship. "Very well," she decided. "I'll inform your heads of house, so that you don't get into trouble, but I want you girls to sleep." "No. Talking into the wee hours of the morning, understood?" she asked, sternly. "Yes, Professor McGonagall," the girls chorused. McGonagall noticed a lone figure off to the side. "And you, Mr. Longbottom?" "I was just keeping the ladies company, as is a gentleman's duty," Neville said earnestly. McGonagall was quite proud of the boy. He had come a long way in 1 year, and he seemed to be making some real progress in overcoming the shy boy he had been when he arrived at the school. "Indeed. 20 points to all of you, for your loyalty, thoughtfulness and support of your friend." Daphne couldn't hide her smirk. "Yes, Miss Greengrass. I just realized that you have 5 representatives here, while the other houses all have 2 or less." "That was quite Slytherin of you, Professor," she said. "Coming from you, I suspect that was meant as a compliment," McGonagall said. "And you are quite right. I can't let Professor Snape have the house cup again, but with the points as they are, I think Slytherin is winning again by the end of the year," she lamented. "Unless you give Ravenclaw 35 more points, Professor," Hermione said instantly. "Then they will have a 5-point lead. It would be nice not to come second for once." Padma groused. She'd heard the others in their house lamenting that it seemed they would be in second place again. "I'm certain you ladies can devise a way to help her out with that, then," Professor McGonagall said with a wink and a smile, before she turned to the common room door. "And Mr. Black, no losing points for no reason, okay? We're already in last place in the standings. I'll strive to only lose points I have earned, Professor," Harry called after her. "Or have the twins do it for you." McGonagall scowled at him. "What can I say, I've been busy." Harry smirked at her. She left with her eyes narrowed and closed the door with a last call of, "Off to bed with you, now." When she was gone, all of them turned to Harry and looked at him expectantly. "What?" Harry asked. "What were you up to all night?" Hermione asked exasperatedly. "Pansy thinks you were on the 3rd floor," Daphne said. "I like to think you were busy with something more important than just breaking school rules." "Both actually," Harry said. "Though, I suppose technically I was with staff members, so I didn't actually end up breaking the rules." "Not really anyway. Answer the question, Harry," Hermione insisted. The bossy was coming out, but she didn't care at the moment. Her curiosity was driving her crazy. "I captured Voldemort's immortal soul and threatened to send him to eternal torture on the surface of the sun," Harry said, smirking at them, knowing that the truth was sometimes the best way to lie. "He was at the school?" Hermione asked in horror. "Of course. Dumbledore left for some important meeting right after dinner, and he's obviously protecting something in the Forbidden Corridor." Apparently Harry had underestimated how much faith his friends had in him, so his smile faded and he sighed. He was under Quirrell's turban, possessing him. He held up a hand then, to stall their questions. "This is all a secret, okay?" he asked. He received many different forms of affirmation, but the incredulous looks that he even had to ask were universal. Neville had finally approached. "So you defeated the Dark Lord again?" he asked. "Don't call him that. His name is Tom Riddle and he was a half-blood. The only hereditary titles he really had a claim on was a branch of the Slytherin line through his mother's family and a minor lordship from his Muggle father." Harry scoffed. But, yes. I captured his spirit and we're still planning on the best way to dispose of him, but my current thinking is to put his container on the far side of Moon, so that he can't even come close to Earth or his followers again. How far away is the Moon? Padma asked, the statement having tickled her intellectual side. A little more than 30 times as far as the planet is wide. Hermione stated instantly. 384,400 kilometers. Harry said, more precisely. He had been doing his research after all. Another 3,475 kilometers to the far side of the Moon. Hermione said instantly, the intellectual in her not wanting to lose this contest of knowledge. How do you intend on getting him to the Moon? Daphne asked. That's what I've been working on all year. Harry said, proudly. This holiday, I'm making a spaceship. I'm going to be the first wizard in space. What? Was the communal response from everyone that didn't know. Harry refused to give them answers, after that, and they relented, having picked up on how tired he was. The girls all left to the Gryffindor girls' dormitory and Harry and Neville walked up to their own. Harry. Neville asked as they ascended the stairs. Yes, Neville. Harry asked. Can I come with you, when you go to the Moon? Neville asked. The idea scared him, but something told him this was the chance of a lifetime. I don't know, Neville. Harry said honestly. I intend to be the first wizard in space, so that will be a solo trip, this holiday. The Moon will only come after we've had an opportunity to finish another project we have ongoing. More important than the Tom Riddle. Neville corrected himself. Equally important, actually. Harry said. There's something else as important. Neville asked. 2 other things, actually. Harry said, thinking of the cup and the diary. They already had a plan for the cup. The diary, though, would need to wait. Harry didn't want to risk their other plans somehow affecting Malfoy Sr.'s plans. But you don't need to worry about that. It's being handled. Neville's face showed some relief. Thanks, Harry, he said. For what? Harry asked as they reached the door and stood there, to finish the conversation. For being a hero, Neville said. You were making a difference at school and stopped the Tom Riddle again. Everyone knows you had a hand in stopping what those boys in Slytherin were doing as well. And a girl in Ravenclaw. Harry added. But to be honest, I just helped with the first few. I set up the heads of house with a way to monitor their domains and they've taken care of the rest. As for Voldemort, he was always my problem, so don't worry about it. He's mostly harmless now, besides the fact that he can talk to people from his current prison. Neville nodded as Harry opened the door and the 2 of them snuck in to go to bed. The next day, Harry was called to the headmaster's office. It was expected, but Harry called in the cavalry and Sirius and Remus was there within minutes, to accompany him. When they entered, Dumbledore seemed unsurprised at all of their presence. Good morning, my friends. Mr. Black, he said. Please have a seat. We have much to discuss this morning. They sat down and Sirius reached into a pocket to retrieve a packet of sweets, offering some to Harry and Remus. Harry took one and popped it in his mouth, while Remus declined and Sirius placed the packet back in his pocket, not offering any to the old bastard that had left him to rot. It was done purposely, to both insult the headmaster and to avoid the lemo drops, which they suspected were laced with some sort of calming draught or truth potion. What do you want? Sirius asked. I'm a busy man. Well, I would think that is obvious. Dumbledore said. I went to the Hall of Prophecy and confirmed that it was no longer active. Now I need to know, how? Trade secret. All 3 chorused. I'm afraid that will not suffice. Dumbledore said. Family magic. They chorused again. Dumbledore closed his eyes and sighed. What will it take for you 3 to trust me, after my mistakes of the past? I never intended harm, I swear to it. I just played the hand I was dealt. You're playing is the problem. Remus said. You were playing with human lives. Years lost to your scheming and keeping secrets. The only way we tell you anything, is if you reveal all your cards to us. Sirius said. We know enough to know if you're lying to us. What do that say? Tit for tat. Dumbledore looked at the men before him. He'd tried to enter their minds before and realized they weren't letting him in. They likely knew he was trying to. The thought was worrying, but he could explain that away if necessary. What bothered him was that Harry seemed perfectly calm about all this. Had they been teaching Harry to hate him all along, after everything he did to them? What do you want to know? Dumbledore asked. Sirius reached into a pocket and produced a vial with a crystal-clear liquid inside. No offense, but you've lied before, he said. If that is Veritaserum, I'm afraid I must refuse. Dumbledore said. Harry was ignoring the man, looking around the room instead and casting about to find out what all the gizmos and doodads did. He was unfortunately disappointed to realize they were all protected, much like their family magic was. He noticed the Elder Wand lying on the headmaster's table. More than likely the old man wanted to hand it to Harry, so he could disarm him and win its loyalty back. Harry had no intention of touching it. Fine, Remus said, getting up. Come on Harry. I'm afraid the headmaster has decided to expel you. Okay, Harry said, shrugging and getting up. You would threaten to leave Hogwarts, because I don't want to be manipulated into revealing secrets that I have no right to reveal. Dumbledore asked. I have protected many generations of students at this school. I cannot allow you free access to that information. I've made unbreakable vows to protect some of that information. I can understand that, Remus said. Unfortunately that leaves us with 2 closed doors and no bridges to cross. We can't trust you to tell the truth, since in our experience your word is not trustworthy. We also cannot compel you to tell us the truth by vow or potion. It's easy to make an unbreakable vow to never talk about something. Sirius said. For example, I propose that the 3 of us make an unbreakable vow to never reveal the location of Tom Riddle or anything that we have gathered. He suggested to Remus and Harry. They seemed to be considering it. You would doom the world, just to spite me? Dumbledore asked. No, we'd protect the world from the Dark Lord currently in the room with us, by ensuring you never get your hands on the other. Remus said. That's not fair, Uncle Remus. Harry said. He probably doesn't even know he's acting like one. I am no Dark Lord. Dumbledore exploded and slapped his hands on the table. No offense, Professor, but if you were, would you not need to say that to keep it secret? Harry said with a smirk. The fact that we already think you're a liar would only support that theory. I will swear an unbreakable vow to it, right now. Dumbledore challenged. No need, Harry said. I don't believe you're a Dark Lord. What I do believe, is that you would use any information we give you against us at some point, for your own perceived greater good, much like your old friend Gellert would have. It is what you do after all. Dumbledore looked between them with narrowed eyes. He knew what they were leading him to, and he didn't like the feeling. He realized it was hypocritical, to not like being manipulated, but he had been in the position of power so long, he couldn't give up control so easily. Don't speak of things you know nothing about, he warned, instead. Don't like talking about the X? Sirius asked. I know the feeling. Things are never as simple as they appear, when you read about them. Dumbledore said. Fair enough, Harry said. But tell me anyway, how is he doing these days? I hear Nurmengard is a desolate place. When was the last time you visited him? I haven't seen him since I defeated him. Dumbledore admitted. The Elder Wand was his first, correct? But sometime after my great-great-great-grandfather's eldest brother. Harry asked, conversationally. How do you? Never mind, I already know. Trade secret, right? Dumbledore asked with some disappointment, realizing they were driving him to do exactly what they wanted. He didn't like being led around by the nose though, so decided to head them off. You're trying to get me to make an unbreakable vow to protect your information and not use it against you. It wasn't a question. See, Sirius said with a smile, holding his hand out for Remus to deposit some coins into. He can't stand not being in control. He'd rather take control and cut the game short. This is no game. Dumbledore exclaimed again. Was he that predictable? Isn't it? Remus asked, as he placed the coins in Sirius's hands. Because you have yet to admit that you played with our lives and we already know that it's true. I'm sorry that it was necessary, Dumbledore started. F.K.U. Harry said, surprising the professor. Do you think there's ever such a thing as acceptable losses? Do you think that we've forgotten about Pettigrew? Harry took a step forward and pointed a hand at Dumbledore. Do you think we don't know you allowed Voldemort to kill my parents? Harry, I didn't have a choice. Dumbledore said with downcast eyes. I believe that you believe that. Harry said, after taking a moment to rein his emotions in. I honestly think you believe in the power of prophecy. So much so, in fact, that you made the prophecy happen. Did you ever think that the person mentioned in the prophecy could have been born on the 7th month of a different calendar, or 7 months after the prophecy was given, or perhaps a couple of years in the future? What about marking anyone who he has ever attacked? Surely you've seen the scars of lives lived without parents or loved ones. Prophecies could be taken to mean anything. By the very nature of them, someone could see all your manipulation from the shadows and decide it was their mission in life to kill you, based on the wording. I would fall into that category too, if I truly believed you evil. I'm still not sure he's not. Sirius said. Leaving me to rot in prison wasn't the act of a good man. Nor was denying me the opportunity to be part of Harry's life. Remus said. I could have at least visited and ensured he was treated better, but you refused to tell me where he was. I thought I was doing the only thing I could. I didn't want to leave Harry there either. I would have wanted anyone else to raise him. Minerva would have accepted it instantly, had I allowed the thought to occur to her. I would have done it myself, if I could. Dumbledore burst with an agonized expression on his old face. But the Blood Wards would always protect him better than I could. I hoped that they would take the payments and accept that he was a recently orphaned baby. Who would treat a child so harshly and unfairly? They had a boy that was the same age for Merlin's sake. Dumbledore then sagged. I didn't know about the evil that lurked in their hearts. By the time I realized, I was unable to approach or remove the boy, because they saw me like you do. I was the monster that delivered him to his captors. The very nature of the wards stopped me from sending anyone else to go retrieve him either. Only when Remus broke the wards, did their influence slowly leave me. By the time I realized that they had been making me neglect the boy, the damage was done, and you considered me an enemy. I encouraged Minerva to spend time with you, when she was invited. I was finally able to provide for you a bit of what you should always have had, my boy. A loving family. I know I have no right to ask forgiveness. Dumbledore wound down. I have betrayed you too many times. All I ask is that you believe me that I truly was trying to keep you safe. Until the day that I had to die for the greater good. Harry said, now looking down as he sat down on a chair. Dumbledore had never admitted this before. He wanted to believe the old goat was lying now, but something told him the man was finally admitting to his faults. There was always the chance that the Dark Lord would use a spell that might just sever the piece of his soul inside you and allow him to finally be defeated. Dumbledore said, it was the mad hope of an old man that had made too many mistakes in his life, but it was one I held on to, if only to save me from the insanity everyone already thought I suffer from. Knowing your mistakes doesn't forgive your actions. Sirius said. The same wards that kept me from Harry, refused me the actions I could take to free you, Sirius. I knew you would go search for and find Harry. You would take him away and be the father he was denied. Knowing my actions would lead to Harry's escape from them, made you as impossible to help as he was. Dumbledore said. I hate that you have such a convenient excuse. Remus said. Unfortunately he knew enough about blood magic to know what Dumbledore said could very well be the case. Dumbledore said nothing. You win, you old goat. Harry said. For the price of an unbreakable vow, not to interfere with us or our plans, we'll tell you some of them. Dumbledore had grilled him about the future and what had happened. He was not surprised that Harry had allowed himself to be killed, but he was saddened when he found out what he had lost along the way, finally realizing that Harry really wasn't a child. Of course he was acting differently. Had it been him, he'd have done everything in his power to avoid what had happened as well. He was not happy when Harry had taken the Elder Wand and stashed it away, saying he intended to put it where nobody could ever find it again. He understood why Harry wanted to remove it from the world. It had already done enough damage. He'd never had the strength of character to do what the boy was planning, but after a little while, he felt relief, and by the time they left, he had even tracked down his old wand. Harry missed that day's classes, and when the girls saw him trooping into the library for their study group, they were worried all over again. He assured them it was nothing serious and that he was just tired of being questioned by the headmaster. They allowed him to leave early, to go rest. Hopefully he'd feel better the next day. The next morning, Harry had taken the time to sort his mind and he was in a playful mood again, seeing as another loose end had been resolved. He'd be able to put some of his past behind him. Finally, the next week passed quickly for most of the students with the year-end tests taking place. The 5th and 7th years were panicking as always. If they had only known that purebloods get priority placement and most of the Muggle-born students and half-bloods would be doomed to middle-class citizens no matter how hard they worked, they might have stressed less. It was just how the system worked, for now. Harry was already working on testing the spells and runes he needed to and was often asked where he disappeared off to. He wouldn't soon explain that he was often off in the room of requirement, since he still wanted to keep that secret. It was just too damn useful to share, and without anyone on his level of understanding, they'd just be sitting around anyway. He knew it was selfish, but reasoned that they hadn't discovered the room by that point in the previous timeline. So far, he'd used the storage room to start producing devices he'd need. A speedometer was both an easy concept and a difficult application. He was finally able to figure it out though, by having it measure the distance from his current location. Said location would reset every time he made a course correction or accelerated. The magic then showed you the distance measured every second and give you a meter and kilometer per second indication on a display. Next to it, it showed you the per hour rating as well, so that he could more easily quantify it. An overall distance was also shown and would work like an odometer. That one could be reset for individual trips, though. He was still working on a control interface and working on his finer control. Every time he realized he needed more control, he'd add another function and train until he could wandlessly activate it. The idea that this could be as simple as riding a broom was laughable, but, until he could figure out how to negate gravitational forces completely, he had to simultaneously increase gravity in the opposite direction as the acceleration, especially when accelerating at massive speeds. He'd need to fine-tune that before he decided to test the resultant vehicle out, but he was having fun with the theory so long. The end of the year feast was soon upon them and the final meeting of the study group was held in an empty classroom the afternoon of the day before they were to leave, which Harry had arranged with McGonagall. She had even allowed him to go get some snacks and drinks from the Muggle world. That trip only took half an hour, since Harry had apparated to Grimmauld Place and gone to the local grocer. When everyone was there, Harry presented them all with a new device. "What is this?" Padma asked, looking at the flat piece of white plastic, once Harry had handed them out. "Welcome to the future, my friends," Harry said with a smirk. "These are like your diaries, except it has a couple of different features." He took a whiteboard marker, which was stuck to the side with some Velcro, and popped the top. He wrote the word, "Hello," and it appeared on their boards with a small pinging sound. They all looked between him and the board with frowns. Then he moved his hand over the board, not touching it, and the board was erased. "Awesome," Hermione said. "It's like a pager." "Exactly," Harry said. He had seen the concept on movies a few times. "With this, we can send each other short messages and stay up to date with each other." "What's a pager?" Susan asked. "Muggle doctors and other people with jobs that require immediate contact carry small devices that can receive messages, to tell them about emergencies and stuff." Hermione explained. They can then be contacted and get to the emergency, even if they were at home or unable to make a call, she finished. There were some frowns at the word, call, so she added, like a flow call. "So, we can use these to tell each other things?" Parvati asked. She wasn't getting it. "Let me demonstrate," Harry said, as he left the room. "You stay here." A couple of minutes later, they saw writing appear. "Look outside the window." They looked and saw Harry, sitting on a disc of some sort, just floating there and holding his whiteboard. Another message appeared. "No matter where you are, you can quickly find something out." The message disappeared and new handwriting appeared. "What are you sitting on?" Hermione's neat handwriting said, and the others looked up to see her with her marker in hand. She realized asking a question would get the idea across. "It's part of my project," Harry's handwriting stated underneath hers. He was technically keeping himself aloft by his own power, but didn't want that out yet. "We get it," Daphne's handwriting stated. "Come back," she added. The writing disappeared again and Harry's message responded, "See you just now." When Harry returned, there was a cheer and Hermione hugged him impulsively. "This is amazing," she enthused. "It's like the diaries, only without space limitations, since we can use it over and over again," Pansy said. Harry had given one to each of the study group in the end, since mentioning messages that people got from their parents were difficult when they could communicate all throughout the day and not just in the evenings by sending owls and receiving post back in the mornings. If only we could choose who to speak with, rather than the entire group. Hermione said, thinking of how useful that would be, considering that she liked to talk to Harry about her mundane schoolwork. Funny you should mention that. Harry said. He took the board in hand and held it in front of his face and said, Hermione Granger. The board flashed and Harry wrote, "Hi there." On his. Only Hermione's board pinged this time, but her board was still blank. Tap it with your wand. It will switch over to whatever message you haven't seen yet. Hermione did as instructed and the writing suddenly appeared. Study group. Harry then said to his board and it flashed again. Good. He wrote and everyone's pinged again. This is a marvelous piece of magic. Susan stated. If only the Auror office had something like this. Imagine the response times if people could send messages for immediate assistance. Or if operatives had a way of communicating that couldn't be traced. Yeah, Muggles have all sorts of nifty toys. Harry said with a smile. I basically just copied something they already have. But, this is so cool. Neville interjected for the first time. The girls all nodded with excited looks on their faces. Neville was feeling quite connected to this group and was thinking it would be very cool indeed to be able to stay in contact with their friends from school over the long holiday. These markers are just normal whiteboard markers from a Muggle store. Harry warned. Don't use ink and quill on these and don't replace them with anything other than whiteboard markers, okay? You won't be able to erase the messages otherwise. Could we, maybe, use different color markers? Hermione asked, as she had an idea. I don't see why not. Harry said with a shrug. All of their markers were black, like his, right now. Good idea, Hermione. Padma said. If we all had different colors, it would be easier to see who is writing what. Neville suddenly looked crestfallen. My gran will never let me go to a Muggle shop, he lamented. Will she let you visit friends? Harry asked. I don't know, actually. Neville said. I've never had friends. That was never going to last. Parvati stated. You're way too nice, not to make friends. She insisted. The other girls and Harry all nodded. I'm sure she'd be overjoyed to find out you have friends. Padma added. You'll have to just come visit. Harry said. We'll go to a shopping center and watch a couple of movies and maybe play a couple of games at an arcade. I'm sure you'll love it. And what about the rest of us? Pansy asked in a huff. I didn't think a pureblood Slytherin, such as yourself, would be interested in the entertainments of the Muggle world. Harry said with a wink. Of course, if you want to go slumming with us lowly Muggle lovers, I would never object to your lovely company, Pansy, he finished with a mock bow and a smirk. I am not just a pureblood, you know. Pansy said. I'm also intelligent enough to look at things and see that there are some changes coming. Yes. Daphne added. What's this I hear about a company called Marauders Inc., hiring all the werewolves in every country and buying parts of Muggle companies? Yeah, Harry said, scratching at the back of his head. Muggles have some awesome ways of making money. We're just investing in the future. I heard Lord Malfoy was annoyed when Marauders Incorporated made more money in a month than they did in the last 4 years. Pansy persisted. It's got all sorts of people all stressed out that the werewolves are part of that. F.K.M. Harry said, easily. The wolves are our employees and friends. We made them an offer they couldn't refuse and now we have a very successful import-export business. Then Harry smiled. The fact that they all ride Harley-Davidsons and started a bike gang that's become notorious for how widespread and ruthless they are, is just a bonus. Harley. Bike gang? One of the girls asked. It's a famous brand of motorcycle. Hermione explained. Biker gangs are usually a rough crowd and people tend to avoid them if they can. She looked at Harry worriedly. You're not encouraging them to be violent, are you? Werewolves have enhanced senses and strength. Harry said. That's where the reputation comes from. Biker gangs don't like people invading their turf, so when our people come through, there's sometimes problems with theft, vandalism or violence. Our people don't like that sort of thing, and protect their merchandise jealously. The fact that their deliveries are all shrunken and magically protected doesn't change a thing. They are all very proud of their jobs and take good care of their equipment. But what if they change? Hermione asked, worried that they are sending infected werewolves out into the world. I can't tell you how, but our people are never a threat to anyone, for that, at least. Harry assured them. It's why we approached the werewolves. We came up with a perfect way to keep werewolves safe. So, it's not some sort of army, ready to hunt down purebloods and take out the ministry? Daphne asked, having heard such a rumor. Why would we take out the purebloods or the ministry? Harry scoffed. If it wasn't for them classifying werewolves as dark creatures and forbidding them from finding decent employment, we'd never have so many recruits. Thanks to them, we're expanding globally and raking in profits. The purebloods basically handed us a resource that we're tapping for all it's worth. Apparently Sirius was making forays into the other countries, where intelligent creatures weren't given their fair rights, either. Harry suspected it had to do with Vila. Harry wanted them to specifically recruit vampires. He thought that they would make the perfect couriers for nighttime halls. He could see it now. Werewolves switching places with vampires, once the sun set, and their business never standing still. They'd still need to come up with a way to feed the vampires, but Harry had a couple ideas about that as well. That's why he intended to start a blood bank somewhere down the line. People donating blood would definitely draw the vampire crowd, he suspected. Harry really didn't know what jobs would be best for Vila, though. Maybe fashion or modeling. So, you're using the broken system to your advantage? Hermione asked. It sounded like she was insulted. Just like the house points, yes. Harry said proudly. I can't change the rules or laws, Hermione, but if they are enforced by law, we can only use what we've been given to work with. The ministry is happy, because they don't have to work with dark and dangerous creatures, and we get a happy group of devoted and proud lycanthropes. They are proud? Hermione asked. But, it's a disease, right? It's a magical ailment, I suppose. Harry allowed. But when you can control the side effects of a disease that gives you perks the rest of the time, you tend to enjoy the perks more. How do you control the side effects? Hermione pressed. She didn't think he'd answer her. Can you all keep this to yourselves? Harry asked seriously. When they all nodded, Harry said, magical transport. They go to a secure location where the moon is not out or set and the sun has risen and never see a full moon. Is that legal? Hermione asked. It sounded like the perfect solution, though. Not in the slightest, Harry said with a smirk. But since the locations they go to are hidden magically, the Aurors can't find them and arrest them. We had to find special ways to hide the transport, but so far, we've managed. The fact was that Harry had stolen the vanishing cabinet in his first week, and Sirius and Remus had been busily reproducing the effects, after a break-in at Borgin and Burke's, since it worked a lot like the mirror magic, by connecting two places. The bikers all used shrunken boxes, which they would hide magically, and then they would enter and close the box, appearing in an identical copy in a Fidelius-protected location. The bikes could fit inside these boxes, obviously, since none of them would leave them behind. So, the werewolves that work for you never change? Pansy asked, a thoughtful look on her face. Nope, Harry said proudly. So, they'll never make more werewolves? Daphne asked, catching on. I suppose you're right, Harry said, not having thought of that. We'll have to discuss that with the wolves. Perhaps we can find a safe way to transfer the illness to new people. But that's horrible, Hermione objected, as those that knew about werewolves looked at Harry in confusion. Why? Harry said. They only ever experience the good part of it. I'm thinking of becoming one myself one day. You are thinking of willingly becoming a werewolf? Parvati asked in shock. Of course, Harry exclaimed. Who wouldn't want to be stronger and faster, with reflexes to match, and be able to smell fear and other emotions? Those do sound like useful things, Harry, but to allow yourself to be classified as a dark creature, willingly, would force you out of the magical world, wouldn't it? Neville asked. He knew how werewolves were treated and why. I never intended to stay part of the magical world anyway, Harry said easily. Do you have any idea how far behind magical culture is? He turned to Padma, the Ravenclaw, and asked her, Padma, what is the value of pi? Value of what? Pi? Padma asked. How about this, then, how would you work out the surface area of a circle? Harry tried. Why would I need that? Padma asked back. Why would anyone need that? Pi equals 3.141592655, and so on. Hermione interjected, having memorized pi to the 10th decimal. You use it in the formula pi r squared to calculate surface area of a circle, she finished happily. Well done, Hermione, Harry congratulated. You've been studying ahead, haven't you? Hermione blushed at the praise, but then defended herself. Well, I'm only trying to catch up with you. Why would we need to know such things, though? Pansy asked. Math and science aren't even taught in Hogwarts. Harry said. What you just heard was something that is universally true, even in the magical world. If I transfigured something to take a different shape, but don't want to have the transfiguration revert, I'd either end up with extra of the substance or need to add some, or make the structure smaller or hollow. Knowing how to work out the surface allows you to work out other things, like the volume, which you could then use to know exactly how things would turn out, before you even used magic. Surface times height. Hermione supplied the formula. If the circle was the top of a cylinder. Exactly. Harry said with another smile at her. The fact is, science and math affect things you never even knew about. If you increased the concentration of hydrogen and oxygen molecules in an area, why do you end up with condensation on the sides? He held up a hand, when Hermione made to answer, stalling her. What happens when you move faster than the speed of sound, or theoretically, what happens when you move faster than light? Faster than light? Neville asked. You can't. Light is instantaneous. Almost 300,000 kilometers per second. Hermione supplied. It just seems instant because it moves so fast. And it hasn't been proven yet, but supposedly you'd be traveling backwards in time if you could move faster than light. Where did you learn that? Harry asked, intrigued. Hermione blushed again. Science fiction. I went to the library and looked into the facts after I read about it in a book. That's where I got it too, but I like the movies better. Harry chuckled. Then he turned back to their friends. By understanding how the world works, you gain power over it, by being able to manipulate it better. It's because of science that I'll be the first wizard in space. So you're going to leave the magical world? Daphne asked. This worried her. Harry was so advanced, if he chose to quit school, he could easily spend the rest of his life outside the magical world and they would never see him again. She'd only just found him. She didn't want to lose her friend. I'm not planning on leaving tomorrow, Daphne. Harry said with a kind smile. I'm just looking at the future. Who knows? Maybe I'll find something to do in the magical world to keep me here, but until then, I'm planning on enjoying exploring what I can do while I'm still here. I can't fly around a magical spacecraft in front of muggles after all. There will always be a need to keep that secret. There were a few sighs of relief, even from Neville, and Hermione suddenly spoke up. So, when were you planning on taking Neville to a shopping center? I, for one, want to see how a pureblood reacts to the modern world. She had a smile on her face, even as she hid her own worries. If Harry was leaving the magical world, chances were, she'd not want to stay. He was her best friend. Oh, I'm sure we can arrange it in a couple of weeks. Harry allowed. I'll be building my spacecraft first thing, when I get home. They started chatting and planning the outing, to which everyone invited themselves, except for the Potter twins. They would be back home with their parents and didn't know if they'd be allowed to join, just yet. The next day, after the feast, where Ravenclaw did end up getting the house cup, breaking the Slytherin streak, they all convened back on the train. Ron didn't bother showing up this time, preferring to stick with the other boys from their dorm. They all chatted happily about their holiday plans and Harry divulged a slight bit about his plans for the ship. Specifically the design, a flying saucer. Hermione asked incredulously. But why? Statute of secrecy, Hermione. Harry said. If anyone wants to report a flying saucer, they'd be setting themselves up to become a laughing stock. We're actually hoping to see a couple of photos in the tabloids. Harry chuckled, then he got a thoughtful look. Maybe I'll abduct Sirius in full view of people. Why not just make it invisible? Hermione offered. We don't know how magic will be affected in space, Hermione. Harry said. If we don't take precautions, we could be arrested for putting the magical world in danger. I suppose that makes sense. Hermione relented. I'm assuming you have other backup plans for the other functions as well. We'll be taking every precaution. Harry confirmed. If I may. Daphne asked, interrupting them. I have a couple of questions. Shoot. Harry said. What's a flying saucer, and what is a tabloid? Pansy asked for her. A flying saucer is linked to supposed alien spaceships that appear in the sky sometimes. People that see them call them unidentified flying objects, or UFOs for short. Harry supplied. Newspapers that would report on such things are never really believed and they are called tabloids. If you read a tabloid, you'll find Sasquatch sightings and mythical creatures appearing in them all the time, along with stories of alien abductions and being probed. Aliens? Padma asked. There are people that believe that there are aliens, or extraterrestrials, that come from other planets outside of our solar system. Hermione supplied this time. The idea has fascinated people for thousands of years and UFO sightings go back as far as the ancient Egyptians. It was probably just magicals. Magic wasn't a secret back then. Daphne supplied. Muggles will believe anything. I don't think so. Hermione said. There were scrolls discovered from back then that described the appearance of fiery discs of light, hanging in the night sky. Hermione Granger. Harry said, with a look of interest. Are you telling me you are a believer? Well, nothing else makes sense. Hermione defended herself. It would be pretty arrogant to believe we're the only intelligent life in the universe, right? Especially considering the age of the universe. Age of the universe? Padma asked. Nobody could know that, right? 13 billion years. Harry and Hermione confirmed, simultaneously. Closer to 14 billion. Hermione added. How could you possibly know that? Pansy asked incredulously. Science. Harry and Hermione said together again. The movement of stars and using what we know about the speed of light. Most of what we see in space is the Milky Way galaxy. There are galaxies further out. Harry finished. There are also stars that we see that has already burned out, but their light is still traveling to us, so we don't even know. Hermione added. Apparently, we only see about a third of the night sky, when we look up, because the atmosphere affects the light as well as the gravity of the planet. There was silence from the rest of the compartment then. Until Neville said, I'm kind of excited to go into space with Harry one day. I know, right? Harry said. Maybe we'll meet some aliens. I was more thinking about seeing what can be seen, when there's nothing interfering. Neville said. Since when are you going with him? Hermione asked. The other girls also seemed interested. Since he asked. Harry shrugged. But I want to go too. Hermione said. You'll have to ask your parents. Harry said, before turning to Neville. You too. Sorry mate, but I'm not facing Lady Longbottom if I end up getting you killed. I also doubt my family will want me taking other children my age. Not without a lot more training. And they're fine with you going on your own. Parvati asked. They couldn't stop me. Harry said with a smirk. Actually, they'll probably insist on coming with. Except on the full moon, obviously. Once we've tested everything though, I'll probably end up dropping a house on the moon, so that I can go up there whenever I want. Your transport magic will go that far? Faye asked. She had been taking things in as they spoke, but she wanted to know this. Perhaps she could go visit the moon one day. She wasn't as close to Harry as the other girls, but they included her in everything they did as a group anyway. Lavender Brown was also usually with them, even though it was more in an effort to maintain her friendship with Parvati. We'll find out, Harry said, probably before the end of second year. I can't believe I'm sitting in a compartment with a boy who casually mentions that he plans on owning property on the moon. Hermione said, shaking her head. There was a bit of laughter at that, but mostly due to shock. Harry hadn't planned on saying as much as he had, but he trusted the people with him. You can tell your parents about my plan to go to space, but the plans for the moon are a secret, so don't go telling people, he said anyway. He needed to make sure they knew to keep quiet about it, even if he talked openly about it in the group. Any moon house they ended up building would be under Fidelius, anyway, along with a few other protections. Specifically from asteroids and the sun. Harry didn't worry about people knowing about his plans for space in general, since he doubted they'd be able to copy what he had in place. It would take knowledge from the mundane world, and so far, he'd yet to meet a magical with the same plans or ideas as him. The conversation wound down and they started talking about safer topics, like how Draco was such a different person these days. Hufflepuff had done him some good, it seemed. He still didn't have many friends, but he seemed to have made at least some and he was doing pretty well in class. Nothing spectacular, but definitely more mild than he used to be. Pansy had spent some time with him in the past, and apparently he looked up to his father, quite a bit. Harry wondered how Christmas had gone and what his father thought of him now. It wasn't long before they reached the station again. Harry was planning on meeting all of the parents today, since they all had their children's diaries counterparts. He was happy to see the Pottle parents, both standing there waiting for their daughters. He allowed them to greet first and then approached. "Good afternoon, Lord and Lady Pottle. It is an honor to meet my friend's parents," Harry said. "Mr. Black," Lady Pottle said, with a nod at the boy. She was smiling at him. "Surely, you haven't forgotten us meeting last time." "Of course not, Lady Pottle," Harry said with a smirk. "How could I forget my friend's beautiful mother? I was just trying to be proper, since I have yet to meet Lord Pottle." Lady Pottle smiled at him and Lord Pottle seemed to take it in the right manner as he smiled as well. "You are not wrong to follow tradition, but I have to admit, my wife is unforgettably beautiful," he said, looking at his wife, before turning back to Harry. "It is good to meet you, Mr. Black. You have brought much joy to my family with your gifts, and for that, I thank you." "It was no hardship," Harry said. "My friends deserved no less. I would be a poor friend and gentleman if I didn't offer this much, to see to their comfort and peace of mind." "You are a good friend, Harry," Padma said easily, before turning to her father. "He is always very courteous and has helped us a lot in his time at school." "I know," Lord Pottle said. "Your messages home often speaks of his quick mind and how well he treats all his friends. I just wonder how such an intelligent young man didn't end up in Ravenclaw." "I asked the hat to place me with the Gryffindors," Harry said, easily. "Their common room is high up on the castle and I wanted to enjoy the view." Then he smiled conspiratorially and leaned closer. "I also heard, from my guardians, that they threw the best parties. How could I not want to go there, considering both my parents and guardians went there?" "And you call Professor McGonagall, Auntie Min all the time," Parvati added with a knowing look. "Sure," Harry allowed. "There is also the fact that I didn't want to disappoint her by going to another house." "Are you related to Professor McGonagall?" Lady Pottle asked. "You could say that I'm her adopted nephew," Harry said with a soft smile. "She came to visit often when I was young, after I was rescued from my relatives." "We'd heard about them," Lord Pottle stated, with the humor leaving his face. "I was very satisfied to hear that they were still in prison for how they treated you. Aunt Petunia will probably be released in the next year or so." Harry allowed. "I suspect she has been a model prisoner, since she'd want to get back to her son. Uncle Vernon, on the other hand, has always had quite the temper. I doubt he's been able to stay out of trouble." As he said it, he rubbed at his one arm, the one that had been broken. He didn't really care about that anymore, since he hadn't needed to experience it twice and it happened more than 20 years ago from his perspective, but he knew he'd need to act it up a bit for the parents. "Disgusting examples of humanity," Lady Pottle said with some disgust on her face as she stepped closer and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "I am glad that Lord Black was able to take you in. While he's an outrageous flirt, he seems to have taught you well, in being more respectable." "That would be Uncle Remus," Harry said. "He's very soft-hearted and kind." "Ah, yes." Lord Pottle jumped on the opportunity to change the subject. "The COO of Marauders Incorporated. He has been the topic of much conversation these last few months." "Yes, what's this we hear about an army of werewolves traveling the world and spreading the influence of Marauders Inc.?" Lady Pottle asked. "Uncle Remus is a werewolf, as you know," Harry said. "He was bitten as a boy and wanted to help the werewolves, since they are all spurned from the magical world. He remembers his own troubles and wanted to lessen their suffering. And in doing so, gained an army of loyal soldiers." A voice interrupted them. Harry saw Daphne and Pansy with 4 other adults, who had walked over to meet them. Harry recognized Lord Parkinson as the speaker, a loyal Death Eater, once Voldemort returned last time around. "Lord Parkinson," Harry said respectfully. "Lord Potter." The man nodded back. "He doesn't like being called that, Daddy." Pansy interrupted, a smile on her face as her father smiled down at her, when she called him Daddy. "He prefers Mr. Black, or Harry, for his friends. Your father was only following tradition," Harry said easily, before turning back to the rest and bowed slightly. "Harry Black, at your service." "Mr. Black," came the communal response from the other purebloods. Harry saw only smiles from the wives and Lord Greengrass. Lord Parkinson's face only showed emotion for his little girl, but that faded when he turned back to Harry. "As I was saying," he continued, "an army of werewolves. I heard about that rumor, too," Harry said. Uncle Remus didn't recruit them for anything other than the service they are rendering for the company. They do seem to be quite loyal though. Sirius's voice joined them as he walked up. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and said, "Hey there, pup. Sorry for being late. I got caught up with the Grangers when they spotted me earlier. They send their greetings, by the way. They've left, already?" Harry asked, disappointed that they would leave without greeting him. Apparently they're taking Hermione to France this holiday and they didn't want to waste any time. Sirius said, before he looked up at the assembled parents. "Apologies for the late introduction. Sirius Black, Lord Black," the other parents said, nodding at him. "As I was saying," Sirius continued, "the wolves are our couriers. Their enhanced strength and pack-minded personalities do make for the best security we could ask for. Remus did it for their well-being, but I wanted it for their strengths. I would be a poor businessman if I didn't use every advantage I could find, after all. From what we hear, your business is doing quite well," Lord Greengrass stated. "You seem to have a Slytherin mind, even if you had the Gryffindor personality as a child. My family didn't really give me much of a choice." Sirius allowed. "So you do consider the werewolves an army?" Lord Parkinson asked, with narrowed eyes. "In their capacity as protectors of our goods perhaps." Sirius allowed. "They are never in one place long enough for us to see more than a couple of them at a time. If we wanted to bring them all in to form an army, we'd be losing business, and that can't be allowed to happen." The parents seemed relieved at his statement. It seemed the purebloods really had believed the rumors. They could all understand money and power, and how they worked together though. If forming an army would cost them both, they couldn't see it happening. This had been Sirius's intent, of course, so he nodded at them in understanding. "I heard you had plans to extend your reach to other countries soon." Lord Pottle asked. "Any chance that those plans include India?" "Of course," Sirius said. "We intend to be an international entity, before the next school year starts." "And your clients?" Lord Greengrass asked. "Mostly Muggles, really," Sirius said easily. "If you want to make money, you have to consider the size of your client base. There are more Muggles in the world than Magicals, after all." "How do you hide the use of magic?" Lord Pottle asked. "Trade secret, I'm afraid," Sirius said with a smile. "We've been hearing that a lot at school." Daphne giggled. "Harry tends to do things that he won't explain that both gain and lose house points. When we ask him how he does some of those things or knows things he shouldn't, he always says, 'Trade secret,'" all the friends said together. "It's better than invoking the law and saying it's family magic all the time." Harry shrugged. "I'm not ready to receive so many requests for marriage contracts yet. With how well business is going, I have no doubt some parents are already starting to plan for that." Sirius said. "We'll need to discuss that at some point, Harry." "But I'm 11, Harry complained. They had discussed this. They were actually using this opportunity to place the idea in all the parents' heads. "I don't need to marry for many years. It's tradition for parents to handle such things," Sirius said. "But, as your guardian, rather than your father, I will take your opinion into consideration," he promised. "After all, I wouldn't want to pair you with someone you don't like. You do have to understand though, as my chosen heir, you'll need to consider what we've talked about before, as well." The gathered parents had thoughtful looks on their faces at that. It seemed the idea had not slipped by them. They also knew what having multiple lordships meant, and why Sirius wouldn't be discussing that in the open, and only referenced it as something they had discussed in the past. "Fine," Harry grumbled. Sirius smirked at the boy and ruffled his hair, knowing he hated it, and looked up at the parents. "I'm sorry to cut this short, but we really need to leave. Much to get done this holiday." He turned back to Harry. "Say goodbye to your friends, Harry." Harry took a moment to comb a couple of fingers through his hair, but then he turned to the Pottle girls and greeted them like he normally did, with a key above their hands. Daphne surprised him by pulling him into a hug and thanking him for looking out for them. Pansy, not to be outdone, followed her lead. The parents had obviously spoken to their daughters and knew the boy looked out for them at school, so allowed it. Lord Parkinson's eyes only narrowed for a moment, though he seemed to be thinking of what Harry had prevented, since he nodded to himself as if making a decision. "Thank you, for what you did for Pansy," he said to Harry. "I appreciate your protecting her." Harry's face darkened. "She's my friend. If I hadn't protected her and Daphne, I couldn't forgive myself. Harry had heard through Remus and Sirius that the offending boy had not survived jail. He'd not even made it to trial. He had apparently committed suicide, leaving a note and asking for forgiveness. They suspected one of the lords currently in their presence of having arranged it. The Greengrass family also thanked Harry, with looks of gratitude. When Harry bid them farewell, they all nodded and waved, and then Sirius led the way out of the station for them. Harry spotted Neville, speaking with his grandmother, and decided to go greet them as well. His familiarity with Neville seemed to impress his grandmother, and Harry extracted a promise to stay in contact and mentioned a visit, so that the idea had time to settle with her. And that was the end of the introductions. Soon Harry and Sirius arrived home, and he ran off to the basement, where he would start production of his vessel. He didn't get a lot of time, though, since he was soon called for dinner. Since they had stayed in contact, there wasn't much to catch up on, except for informing his guardians about the plans to visit his friends. The first couple of weeks went by quickly. Harry had needed to secure a few more sites on properties they had either purchased. Harry didn't like the idea of stealing even abandoned properties, but when abandoned and/or condemned buildings were used, he didn't really mind all that much. Considering they could use magic to demolish the sites and rebuild, or simply repair what was there wasn't much else for Harry to do, besides focus on his own project. He did convince Sirius to still pay for the properties though. Considering what demolition would cost normally, the properties were still quite cheap. The hull of the ship had been easily built, with transfigured metal and mirrors acting as windows, which Sirius had purchased from a scrapyard. Using magic, they had restored the rusted metal to pristine condition. Transfiguring the craft, which looked like an oval, with a hatch that opened vertically down, making stairs to enter when it was open, was reasonably simple. Harry had even created landing gear that could retract. The difficult part had been controlling it all with magic. Sure, he could magically do everything, but he wanted someone else to be able to do this by using the control systems he had built for it one day. Making the illusionary displays to show the outside of the ship was simple as well. This would allow them to see when things worked and didn't. He had to create a compartment, where things could be placed and to be released, as well. His biggest problem was making a suit to exit the craft. Creating an internal hatch system that would allow someone to exit the craft without exposing it to the vacuum of space, would be done by transfiguring extra metal around the person. It really wouldn't be a one-man mission, once in space, specifically because they still didn't know how magic would work in space. Therefore he needed to make his first mission into space an exploratory one, where he could test things that he'd need to be able to do to complete the next part of his mission. What happens with low-powered spells? What kinds of spells are affected, if at all? What is the maximum speed he could reach in space? All of these questions and more went on a list. Harry decided to have a discussion with Hermione about it later, so that he could make use of her intellect. Chances were, she'd already have a list. By the time he'd completed the spacecraft and solved most of the problems he had encountered, 3 weeks had passed. Hermione's help was invaluable, since she'd apparently actually had a list of things to check with him. The girl seemed frantic to ensure he didn't get himself killed. He resolved to do something nice for her in recompense. For now, though, he was prepping for the first flight into space. There were a couple of people who had wanted to be there and had insisted on being contacted. The list included the entirety of the study group, a few of their parents, the heads of house from Hogwarts, especially Flitwick and McGonagall, and Poppy Pomfrey, in case something went wrong. Hooch would be furious if he didn't invite her, too. Normal flight had already been tested, and Harry had had some fun flying his new UFO at night around Roswell and scaring the living shit out of some of the local believers. He had only become visible for a couple of minutes, lighting the ship up, so that it would look like what they expected, and flew around erratically, before making it look like he was going for a crash landing and disappearing again. They had yet to see the report in any of the tabloids, which was disappointing, but Sirius and Remus had had great fun from their seats as Harry moved them around while a monitoring spell showed them the illusionary reaction of the locals that were looking up at them gaping. The day of the first space flight, the guests started to arrive. The first one there was Poppy, as she had decided to come the night before, not trusting Harry to keep his enthusiasm from making him launch early. McGonagall had shown up early the morning of the test, along with Flitwick and the other staff from Hogwarts, who had been invited, and the other guests started to trickle in around 9 a.m., since the test was supposed to start at 11 a.m., or 5 a.m. Texas time, where Harry would be taking off, not that anyone but them knew it. Severus Snape and Sirius Black ignored each other entirely, but Remus was friendly enough to welcome him and thank him for the support he was giving Harry in school. The next to arrive was Hermione and her parents, who had taken the day off, not wanting to miss the crazy stunt. Hermione was secretly very happy that they had decided to come, since, if Harry was successful, they'd be more inclined to allow her to join him on the day he went to the moon. Next, the Potter family showed up, with the Potter twins hugging Harry and greeting, having felt left out when Daphne and Pansy had done so at the train station. Lord and Lady Potter looked skeptical about Harry's chances for success, but wanted to show their support for the intelligent young man, since he was obviously important to their daughters. Said daughters completely believed he would succeed, though. Next were Daphne and her mother. Both of them looked excited about the idea of space travel. Harry didn't really mind that the parents knew. Daphne must have gone on about it for a while, once they got home. Lord Greengrass sent his apologies for not being able to accompany them. He had other plans for the day. Pansy followed shortly after, accompanied by her mother. Her father was apparently busy with the same thing Lord Greengrass was. Faye Dunbar came along with Lavender Brown and her mother. They had had a sleepover since Faye's parents were busy with their day jobs. Amelia Bones was the head of the DMLE and couldn't normally take time off, but she was interested in what Black and Lupin were up to with Marauders Inc., so she had made an exception and she and her niece were the next ones to arrive. The fact that she wanted to see the project the Black boy had been working on all year and the excitement Susan showed, had only made her more curious. Neville was the last to arrive, with his eccentric grandmother. She didn't believe what Neville had told her, and was asking questions about why people would lie to the boy. When she was assured that the plan was, in fact, for Harry to take a flight into space, her eyes grew wide and she placed a hand on Neville's shoulder, as if to keep him away from the crazy people. They still convinced her to come with them, but she refused to leave Neville's side. He sent an apologetic look at Harry, who nodded to him in understanding. Once everyone was gathered, they had them enter a sitting room, which was actually in a room that would transport them to location in Texas, where Harry's spacecraft was located. After everyone had tea and discussed what was about to happen, they exited the room through another door, which would only appear if the room was in the other location. That had been one of Remus's suggestions, which had worked out rather well. "Where are we?" Amelia Bones asked, noting that it was suddenly dark outside. The humidity and the smell of the air had also changed. "We're in location in Texas," Remus said. "There are reasons, including keeping this all secret. It's around 5 a.m. here. You transported us across the pond, without telling us." Madame Longbottom asked, incredulously. "It was done this way to keep the method of our transport and the location of our testing site secret," Harry said. "We can take you back at any time and we assure you that it is safe here." "But how?" Amelia demanded. "Trade secret, I'm afraid." Harry smirked. "He means family magic, Aunt Amelia," Susan said, rolling her eyes at Harry's cocky smile. "He uses the same excuse every time. Personally, I think they've been claiming any advancement they make is family magic, since we can't ask about that by pureblood tradition. For all we know, we just walked through a magical portal and didn't know it." The other guests were thoughtful after that and looked back at the room, which was attached to a reasonably small house. Her estimation might just be correct from what they could tell. The guests followed Harry to the craft. Flitwick was bouncing in excitement after he scanned for all the magic in evidence on the ship and asked questions that nobody else would have thought or know to ask. Harry tried to be patient, but he wanted to avoid the sunrise, which wasn't too far off, so he ended up having to interrupt Flitwick mid-question as he continued to ramble on about what he had learned. They were soon shown to a control room, where two large images appeared. One of the inside of the craft and one showing the forward view. They watched as Harry walked into the rather spacious inside of the small ship and sat down on the captain's seat, buckling up with the many straps. There really only was one seat with access to the flight controls and he was currently sitting in it. There were more seats arrayed around him, but they were just couches and things that they had stuck to the floor, so that they didn't fly about. "Can you hear me?" Harry asked. "Loud and clear, Harry," Remus said. He was now just a spectator, like the rest, but they'd try and stay in contact as long as they could. They still didn't know how the magic would be affected out in space, but they had backups in place for everything, and he and Sirius had everything memorized, so that they could remind Harry should anything go wrong and he panicked. "How are you talking to him?" Lady Pottle asked. Amelia seemed interested as well. "This would be a very useful tool to her people." "Family magic," Sirius said, making her nod and accept the statement without further question. Amelia was disappointed, but had expected it. It seemed the Black family had some interesting magic. "We don't know how long we'll be able to stay in contact when I get further away, but our current estimate states that you should stay in contact till at least 12,000 kilometers minimum," Harry said. It was the diameter of the planet and they'd been able to do that before, no problem. "That's also the minimum distance we're planning for today, but I'm going to try and reach twice that, if we can keep communication up." "How long do you think that will take?" Hermione asked. "It depends on how the magic is affected in space," Harry said. "Worst case scenario, a couple of hours. Best case, we have no idea, but I'm hoping for 20 minutes. If my acceleration is affected by the lack of gravity in space, I should be able to go many times as fast out there as inside the atmosphere. Shouldn't it be the same, since you've got that anti-friction magic up to account for air movement?" Hooch asked. She had been asking questions about how the brooms worked after all. "The friction magic only stops the air from touching the flyer, but the wards still create drag against the air, otherwise there'd be no upper limit to the speed that could be achieved, at all. The atmosphere ends about 100 kilometers above the planet, which should only take a couple of minutes to reach, but the gravity of the planet still adds drag to any movement and that goes further," Harry said. "Once I escape the planet's gravitational pull, I suspect it will affect how much I can and can't accelerate, as well." They watched as he closed and sealed the hatch with magic, transfiguring it to be seamless. Then he reinforced the structure around the hatch, since it was the weakest point on the ship. He needed to use his wand to perform the actions, but he hadn't learned the words for the spells, since he practiced most magic wandlessly and non-verbally these days. He did mutter under his breath, knowing they couldn't hear that, and hoped it would do to hide his talents. "Okay, I'm all ready to go," Harry said, as he lifted up slowly and the spectators saw the view of the front of the craft moving upward. They didn't notice the landing gear being retracted and Harry didn't mention it, either. Remus and Sirius knew he was doing that on purpose, but waited for him to give the all-clear to acknowledge that he had done it. "All systems are good to go and I'm taking off," Harry confirmed their thought and they both sighed, as it seemed Harry was keeping everything in mind. He should have also activated disillusionment by that time. Harry sat back and started to focus on the controls as he increased forward gravity at the same time as acceleration, while monitoring the stress on the wards that would protect from the wind. The spectators couldn't see the speedometer, nor would it make sense to them, but Harry reported anyway. "Maximum speed achieved at Mach 6, he pronounced. "Mach 6? Hooch asked. 6 times the speed of sound. That's over 7,000 kilometers per hour, Hermione said, as she watched nervously. "That fast?" Snape exclaimed. The boy was insane. What if the magic fails when he's too high up? "He's got an emergency portkey," Sirius said, suddenly not caring who he was speaking to. He was also nervous. "Fun fact, the Muggles achieve escape velocity at Mach 33 in their rockets," Harry said from his side. "Over 40,000 kilometers per hour. Hermione supplied. She'd done the reading too, after all. But they didn't have magic. Their ships need to build up speed while they are still in the atmosphere, since the rockets use explosions to propel them and to create lift. Harry's ship doesn't need ballistic propulsion, like they did, so he should be able to reach space without that." 40,000? Padma asked in disbelief. "Explosions," Parvati exclaimed at the same time. "It's not something Muggles can do easily. It costs them millions upon millions to send only one rocket into space, and there are whole fields of study required before you are even allowed near one of their rockets," Harry supplied. They were mostly dumbfounded at the concepts, but as they watched the screen on the outside of Harry's ship grow darker and darker, the nerves started to mount and people started worrying. "What's going on, Harry?" Neville asked. "Why is it getting so dark?" "I'm leaving the atmosphere," Harry said. "Less atmosphere, less light being reflected by it. You should be seeing quite a few stars, right now. It was true. As soon as Neville had said it, they started noticing the pinpricks of light, which at first looked like some kind of static, not that he'd know what that was, but now they realized they were all stars. A couple more minutes later, Harry announced, "Congratulations, people. You're the first to witness a wizard in space." There was a cheer from Sirius and Remus as they jumped up and hugged each other. "Well done, Harry," they chorused. "This is momentous," Flitwick exclaimed. "Well done, Mr. Black. You have aimed for the stars and are the first one to reach them." The other spectators were all looking in awe at the night sky displayed in crystal clear clarity, like they were looking through a window. Most of the adults had expected something to go wrong, but the boy had succeeded and now they were watching as he pioneered the way for wizarding kind. How could anyone achieve this, let alone an 11-year-old boy? "Do you want to see something cool?" Harry asked, looking at the mirror that showed him in the ship. "Yes," Hermione exclaimed, thinking she knew what was coming. Harry smirked at the mirror and slowed his progress until he was standing still. Then he switched to the reverse view, changing their display to it as well. "You're the first magical people ever to see this sight live." There were more mouths hanging open, as Harry activated a separate forward view and started moving away from the planet, while he watched the planet move slowly away on the large display, while he flew his ship faster and faster. Soon they all flinched as the sun appeared from behind the planet, and as they shielded their eyes, Harry activated his tinting function. "Sorry about that," Harry said, as he and the spectators all tried to regain their sight. After a couple of moments they adjusted again and could see the image of the sun, slowly coming fully into view. "Why is it white?" Neville asked. "Our sun is white," Harry said. "It just looks yellow from Earth because of the atmosphere." "Why do you think the moon looks white?" "I don't know," Neville said. "I guess I never thought about it." "Well, now you know," Harry said with a cocky smile. He checked his speedometer and started laughing. "What's happening, Harry?" Sirius asked. "I'm going faster than anticipated and still accelerating," Harry said after he calmed himself. "I'm almost at Mach 90. "That's more than," Hermione started. "I'm going at 107,000 kilometers per hour. Harry interrupted her. "How's the feed?" he asked. "We're still getting you loud and clear," Remus said. "How long until you reach the end of the test distance?" "At current acceleration, a couple of minutes," Harry said. "How long would it take you to reach the moon at your current speed?" Neville asked. Harry scowled at him. The guests weren't supposed to know that. Neville realized it and his eyes widened in realization. A normal flight there should take about 2 hours if what we're seeing now is any indication and we take the time to slow down properly, before we reach the moon, Harry said anyway, after a moment. The cat was out of the bag. No use in trying to shove it back in. You have to take into consideration the fact that the moon isn't all that close, and for every second I accelerate, I need to decelerate before I can stop to land. So, if you can accelerate permanently, you'd have to start slowing down halfway there. Padma asked. "Exactly," Harry said. "Well done, Padma," he congratulated. Padma blushed and her father smiled proudly at her, while her mother squeezed her shoulder in support. "When are you planning your trip to the moon?" Hooch asked. She wanted to go there, now, and knowing what she did, she suspected he could take the trip already. She didn't realize it was supposed to be kept secret either. "I've got a couple of things to finish, before we make that trip," Harry said. "Like what?" Hermione asked. "Well, right now the ship is reinforced with magic, so I should be safe, but we're still working on a form of long-range sensor so that we can detect things like rocks and stuff," Harry said. "I wouldn't want to take any long voyages without the ability to avoid space debris. The problem is, it would be easier to create such a device in space, since on the planet there'd be so much to detect. I need to find the correct spells and a way to monitor what the spells detect, so that I can set it up before the flight to the moon." "There are rocks in space?" Faye asked. "What did you think shooting stars were?" Harry asked. "Shooting stars," Faye answered. "Asteroids are rocks and ice that form in the void of space and burn up on entering Earth's gravitational pull." Hermione recited. "Stars are a whole other thing. They can't fall to the Earth. They are too far away. If an actual star somehow moved and made it to Earth, the Earth wouldn't exist anymore." "But," Faye objected, "the sun is the star that our planet revolves around, Faye," Harry said. "Stars are immensely big. Our planet could be entirely swallowed up by a single flame from the sun, many times over. If the Earth ever got that close, though, we'd all already be dead. The stars you see in the night sky are mostly many light years away, which is why they seem so small. There was silence as that tidbit sank in. Some of the purebloods suddenly felt very small. Where did these people get this information? Pansy had no problem asking, and you learned all this from Muggles. How did they know? Science and math, Pansy. Harry said as he finally stopped his craft at the distance they had planned. Twice the distance from Earth is its diameter. They worked out the speed of light first and then they used the movement of the stars and telescopes that can see further than any other to determine the distances. The further away the stars, the older they could judge the universe, since that light had to travel that far. He looked into the mirror, then. It seems communication is still stable. I'm proceeding with the tests, though. Deactivating communication for the duration. See you in 5 minutes. Understood, Remus said. Then the section of wall that could see Harry died. They could still see the Earth on the other side. Though, where is Harry? Madame Pomfrey asked in shock. This is part of the testing phase, Poppy. Remus said. Harry needs to test magic in and around the ship, to ensure everything is working as it should. We had to disconnect, in case something causes interference, while he's working in the ship. Sirius added. The external feed will likely also be disconnected once he starts testing outside, depending on what happens. How will we know he's okay, then? Hermione's father asked. We don't, Sirius said with a sigh. We knew this part was coming though, and considering the overall success otherwise, I'm thinking he knows what he's doing. If something goes wrong, he takes the portkey home. Remus said. Or he activates one of many other contingencies. Sirius added. He'd likely only take the portkey if something went horribly wrong and he couldn't save the craft. It was true. Harry would only take the portkey if one of the many backup plans failed, but fortunately for him, he'd made the time to focus on every aspect of the flight. He jumped once, when he heard an impact on the side of the vehicle. It did no damage, that he could see from his side, though, and his tests confirmed that whatever it was had not opened him up to the vacuum of space, so he continued with his tests. Soon the other monitor switched off as Harry started manipulating magic outside the craft. So far, it looked like magic was slightly more difficult to control in the vacuum, but it was still doable, with a bit more focus and concentration. He opened the hatch below the vehicle, where he had placed a few items that had magic and scanned them, after moving them in front of the window, to ensure everything was still as it should be. The items were contained in boxes, some of which were encased in bubblehead charms. He ran every test he had added and finally returned everything to the hatch, when he was certain of his findings. Then he started back as he reactivated both mirrors. All the tests came back as expected. Harry said as the people on the other side sighed in relief. Casting magic in a vacuum seems to take more power, but it seems we'll be able to manage with what we made, for our future plans. You took longer than we expected. Remus said, having kept time. I was hit by an asteroid. Harry said. There were gasps. Only a small one, he explained quickly. It didn't breach the protections and everything is still working fine. Relax, people. Don't scare us like that. Sirius exclaimed. I don't have 9 lives, no matter what people believe. McGonagall exclaimed as well, as she clutched her chest. Sorry Auntie Min, Harry said, even as he smiled a bit. I'm on my way back now. The smiles and relieved expressions at the mention of his pending return made him smile. It's almost like you guys were worried. Don't any of you have faith in me? I have faith in you, Harry. Hermione said. But magic in space is untested, was untested until today. You, yourself, didn't even know what could or would happen. Fair enough, Harry allowed. I'm going to be quiet for a bit now though. I need to concentrate on not burning up on re-entry. There was instant silence at these words and everyone was watching the displays again as Harry first approached and then entered the atmosphere, having slowed down to a crawl, compared to how fast he had been going. It was an unfortunate necessity. Soon after landing, Harry was engulfed by Hermione. You did it, she exclaimed in his ear. I know, right, he exclaimed back as he lifted and spun her around. This is so cool. You surprised me, Mr. Black. Hooch said. Your control and knowledge indicates a dedication to flying and exploring the possibilities of magic I don't think I could ever match. That being said, I'm not going to be satisfied until I see what you did with my own eyes. There were a few nods, mostly from his friends and only a couple of the adults, but Flitwick looked like he was going to explode as he clenched his fists and yelled. 5,000 points to Gryffindor. Thank Merlin, school isn't in session. McGonagall murmured to Pomona Sprout. I don't want to imagine the damage to the school, should he decide to lose those points. Snape was nodding along, even as he looked at the craft with just a bit of wonder in his eyes. The potential of this boy could change the wizarding world. For good or evil, it seemed, with the knowledge he had. He'd have to be kept under watch at all times, in case he ended up like either Voldemort or Dumbledore, both of whom he suspected would look like footnotes in history next to what this boy might still achieve. Very well done, young man. Lord Pottle was saying. You should be proud of this achievement. My daughters tell me that you have plans beyond just visiting space, but refuse to tell me what. Care to enlighten the rest of us? I'm still considering the options, to be honest, but I have one or two things I intend to do, once we've had time to set up some things I'll need in the future. Harry admitted. I'm not discussing my plans yet, though, since I want to have them properly formed before I attempt anything. Besides the Moon House, he was planning on working to find a cure for lycanthropic transformation. With access to the moon, he suspected they'd be getting closer to an answer soon. And what about Marauders Inc.? Lady Pottle asked. She knew her husband wanted to find out if Harry would be taking part in it. This is supposed to be a secret, so keep it to yourselves please. Harry asked. He got nods all around. I'm technically already part of Marauders Inc. Majority shareholder more like. Sirius scoffed. Harry is a silent partner. Remus said. He donated a large sum to help us start operations. We've not yet used it all and none of the Black family fortune was touched. Never intended to anyway. Sirius said. The majority of the Black family fortune was donated to Muggle orphanages the world over, recently. Let the Black family's dark past pay for the brighter future of struggling Muggles. So, Harry Black is the sole financial contributor to Marauders Inc. Lady Greengrass clarified. Basically. Sirius shrugged. Please keep this to yourselves, though. Harry pleaded. I don't want people turning all those rumors on me. Of course, Harry. We know how much you enjoy abusing a broken system. McGonagall said with a smile at him. She soon frowned at Remus though. You didn't clear out his vault, did you? His vault has only grown, I assure you. Remus said. He wouldn't mention where the money came from, since Harry didn't want people to know he had profited from the books. Good. McGonagall sighed. She saw Flitwick off casting spells at the ship. What are you up to, Phileas? Flitwick turned around and smiled nervously at the McGonagall, a rock of some kind in his hand. Nothing, he said, asked. Harry had also noted him doing something and walked up to the professor. As he approached, he saw a small dent in the side of the ship, where the asteroid had likely hit. When he reached the professor, he realized what was going on. Keep it, Professor Flitwick. I'll soon have more than I can handle. What did he find? Hermione asked, having followed. The asteroid that hit the ship was stuck in the hull, it seems. Harry said. The professor was trying to hide that he was fixing the hull, likely to stop people from worrying that it had breached that far. It breached? Hermione asked in shock. Only the first layer, Harry said as he inspected the bump. The other 3 are unscratched. 4 layers? Flitwick asked. He didn't want people to deny him from going to space, so had decided to hide the fact that he was attempting to repair the hole. Didn't we tell you we have many backup plans? Harry chuckled as he pointed at the hole, as his magic deactivated the protections, so that he could repair it, and then reactivate it. The hull looked good as new. See, I could have done that from the pilot's seat as well. It's good to know we'll need a better monitoring system though. Thanks for pointing it out. By the next trip, I'll need more eyes to help monitor. Flitwick looked like he was about to explode again. How did you do that? Is it a rune function or some sort of transfiguration magic? Did you access a function from here, or did you cast a spell simply by pointing? Trade secret, Harry said, smirking at the tiny professor. He likes to say that. Snape drawled. He had started suspecting wandless magic a while back, though he'd never admit it out loud, though it would make sense with what had been happening in his class at the beginning of the year, with the sabotage attempts. I have my suspicions though. They soon returned to Grimmauld Place, where they had a bit of a light snack. It wasn't really lunchtime yet, but they had a bit of a discussion as they snacked, and the adults were soon in deep discussion with Remus and Sirius, presumably about what they had been learning and what Marauders Inc. actually traded in, since they mostly worked in the Muggle world. The fact was that Marauders Inc. was a simple transport company. The Muggles arranged transport to publicly known locations for their transport stations and requested transport between states and countries, and their goods were transported. Nobody saw the trucks, because there were none. Instead, the goods were placed in specifically ruined cargo containers and shrunk. Then they were placed on the bikes, who could travel faster and more reliably between locations, bypassing truck weigh-in stations, saving time and money. The fact that they had competitive pricing and a whole fleet already, which just kept on expanding, meant that they could keep on growing their business. They had soon needed to hire more magicals, and had reached out to recent Muggle-born graduates from magical schools the world over, who were more than willing to change jobs, from minimum wage jobs for undereducated people, in the Muggle world, to delivery or packing jobs in the company. Sirius had even gotten some Veela to join. They were carers at the dormitories, where the wolves normally rested at night, full moon or not. Since the Veela were up and active during the day, they could feed and care for the road-weary wolves, and then they slept at night, while the dorms were empty. All the jobs paid well, since Sirius and Remus weren't after the profit so much as helping more people, which was Harry's goal to begin with. The more money they made, the better the wolves and their carers got paid, which in turn encouraged them to work harder. Marauders Inc. took only a percentage from the top, and then paid the rest back to their employees. Said employees then invested it in the bikes and dormitories, upgrading them to have bars, swimming pools, and even a bit of entertainment, like strippers and well-endowed bartenders. Some of the Veela actually liked those jobs, and nobody messed with the Veela, for fear of their natures when they transformed into harpy-like creatures that threw fireballs when angered. It worked out rather well, in the end. More Veela joined the dormitories, which soon turned into resorts, and the wolves and other employees took care of business, constructing their own command structure, with the owners at the top. The parents weren't told about everything, of course, since the inner structure and processes were all considered trade secrets, to keep their people safe and happy. All they really learned was the scope of their influence and where they operated currently and were planning on expanding next. They explained the missing information as the only way to keep the wolves safe, which was a genuine concern, since the wolves were considered dark creatures and the lords and ladies of the wizarding world didn't like hearing about them being offered opportunities to enrich themselves. The girls, Harry and Neville, had adjourned to the kitchen where they chatted about Harry's experience. Harry had forgotten to try zero gravity and had kicked himself for the missed opportunity, until he remembered he could make a room, or part of one, rune to do the same, so he quickly led the group up to an empty room and set to work engraving the runes. With his experience with the magic, it took him only 10 minutes and a bit of cheating to turn the entire room into a zero-gravity experience. The girls watched as Harry activated the functions and then started floating off of the ground, from where he had stood. "Cool," he said as he stopped himself with his hands on the ceiling. Neville made the mistake of walking into the room normally and shot up to the ceiling and connected hard, but since he weighed nothing, the impact didn't hurt at all. Soon the ladies joined them, but a bit more slowly. Harry was having fun spinning around and moving between the walls with just a soft kick off from whatever surface was nearest. Some people inevitably connected, mid-movement, and Neville blushed furiously, when Lavender hadn't taken her position into account and had flashed him as she flew past him. "Yeah, maybe we should have thought this through better," Harry said. "0G really isn't the place for a sundress, Lavender." Lavender looked down, from her perspective, and instantly realized she had been flashing Neville. She quickly gathered her dress between her legs and Harry had to slowly increase gravity to allow everyone back to the ground. Both the pureblood Slytherins and Susan had worn dresses too, but had been keeping their movements slow and controlled. The Potter twins had worn some sort of tight, stretchy, long skirt, which didn't have that problem. Faye and Hermione wore pants. When they were all back down, Neville apologized, like a gentleman, for not looking away in time, and Lavender forgave him easily, saying she should have been more careful. The fact was that she had been flashing the entire room at times and Harry had paid it no mind, but Neville wasn't used to such things and hadn't been able to ignore it. Soon they exited the room and strangely people stumbled a bit, like the half-hour they had spent in zero gravity had affected their balance or something. Something to keep in mind, Harry thought. They soon returned to the kitchen and then started discussing the possibility of visiting again, so that they could go to the local shopping center, as Harry had promised. It was agreed that they'd need to coordinate things so that everyone could join. By the time everyone left, it was with excitement about both Harry's success and the next time they'd visit. A week later, on Harry's birthday, the girls arrived at Hermione's house, so that she could help the pureblood ladies dress more appropriately for a Muggle shopping center, since purebloods had no sense for Muggle fashion. Harry hadn't told them it was his birthday, intending to surprise them with the news. Neville had arrived at Grimmauld Place, and Harry had modified some blue jeans and a button-up shirt in black, which he told him to keep open at the top. Neville, of course, didn't know about Muggle fashion either, so he just went with it. Half an hour later, they arrived at Hermione's house, by taxi. Harry had wanted to give Neville the chance to get used to the sights and sounds of Muggle London, first. Hermione opened the door for them as they arrived and they saw the other ladies there, all in Muggle-friendly attire. Knowing the plan, Neville opened the door of the minivan for the girls, like a gentleman, which Hermione's mother would drive them to the shopping center in. They thanked him and all squeezed into the back seats, filling them up entirely. "In the front with me, Neville," Hermione's mother said as she got in. 20 minutes later, and a bit of struggling to find a parking spot, since it was a Friday at the end of the month, and they exited the van and looked at the great big structure that contained hundreds of shops and thousands of people. Hermione's mother, aware that the majority of the group were unused to such places, took a moment to tell them to ask directions to the information booth should they get separated and then took them on a tour, starting at clothing shops and jewelry stores, all the way through to the food courts and cinema. They looked at the titles of available movies and ended up choosing Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Harry thought it might be funny to compare what Muggles thought of vampires, with what the magical world knew, even if he had hoped for a movie about space, to freak the girls out a bit. They had half an hour till the next showing, so they decided to take a break and get something to eat. The meal was small pizzas and sodas, since there would still be popcorn later. They watched the movie and most of them were more impressed with the quality and sound of the movie than the concept of the movie itself, though it was nice to see a strong female protagonist, even if she was a little too scatter-brained and American for the mostly English-raised purebloods. When the movie ended, everyone in the group had smiles on their faces and wanted to watch another movie, but Mrs. Granger decided that they'd have to make plans to come again on another occasion. She needed to stretch her legs, and the fact that she knew vampires existed in the magical world gave the movie a feeling of being a little too real for her tastes. They moved back through the shopping center and entered a couple of shops. The pureblood girls were amazed with the fashion they saw and wanted to explore and look at things. Harry was paying for the trip, and offered to buy them all swimming costumes, since nobody but him and the Grangers had Muggle money and he had learned the Grangers had a swimming pool. By the time they left, the pureblood girls were all talking about how scandalously one girl had been dressed or how a goth-looking girl looked like a vampire. That led to a discussion about how factually incorrect the movie had been. A lot of what Hermione's mother heard made it sound like vampires were far more dangerous than what the movie portrayed. Fortunately, it seemed that they weren't all that common in the UK, since the Aurors monitored their movements. When they arrived back at the Granger house, Hermione's mother separated the boys and girls, and Hermione showed them up to her bedroom, where they would change into the newly purchased swimming attire, while Harry and Neville took turns in the bathroom to change. The weather wasn't exactly scorching, but warm enough to enjoy the water, which Harry decided to warm up, just a bit, for comfort. The girls soon came trooping out with towels and blushed as the boys looked at them. Neville was blushing too, but Harry smiled and said, "You girls look amazing." The girls smiled through their blushes and soon they were all in the pool enjoying the water. Everyone but Lavender had one-piece swimming costumes, but Lavender had liked the look and feel of a two-piece costume and had gotten that instead. As a result, Neville didn't come near her. It was a bit too much skin for him to handle. Harry also noticed that the girls started looking more female, rather than the undefined genderless people he had seen them as before. Hormonally speaking, it seemed that his life was about to start becoming interesting, when he realized he had a reaction as one of the girls had accidentally rubbed up against him. It was completely innocent, but his knowledge of this time of his life and the thoughts that popped up in his head were definitely something he instantly buried with his occlumency. Thankfully he hadn't reacted physically, and he was able to enjoy the swimming experience without incident. Neville, however, seemed to be fully in the grasp of burgeoning hormones, and he couldn't keep his eyes off of Lavender, or more specifically, her chest. She had nothing to brag about yet, but the slightest upturn of her lips as she noticed him looking, told Harry that she was fully aware of her reaction on the boy and was enjoying the attention. Harry just smirked and splashed Neville in the face. This quickly turned into an all-out splashing war, which seemed to distract Neville enough to get control of himself. After that, Lavender seemed to have gotten enough attention, and stopped blatantly trying to get him to notice her, for which Neville was grateful. After the swimming, they dried off and went to go change back. Imagine their surprise, when the girls came back down and there were balloons, snacks and a cake. "What's this?" Hermione asked, wondering when her mother had bought a cake. "Neville's birthday was yesterday," Harry said with a smirk. "And Harry's birthday is today," Sirius said as he walked around a corner. "He said he wanted to surprise you." "What?" Hermione exclaimed. "I didn't even get you something." "I didn't get you a present for your birthday either, Hermione," Harry said easily. "Neville and I decided that we didn't want to make you girls feel like you had to get us something, so surprise." The girls did seem surprised, but not necessarily happy. They soon started getting over it though, when it was pointed out that they hadn't been told on purpose. Hermione still berated herself. She was sure she'd heard his date of birth at some point. Having eaten as much as they had at the shopping center, they didn't eat a lot of the snacks and cake, which Hermione's dentist parents approved of, even when they found out that magicals clean their mouths with a spell. Hermione had told them, and there was a small argument between them as Hermione asked her parents to let the school nurse adjust her front teeth, which she was slightly ashamed of, having been called names for her slight overbite for years. Harry resolved to look up how to do that so that he could teach her the spell, in thanks for her help in preparation for the first space flight. The girls sat around the lounge, and when Hermione's father put a tape in the cassette player, they were all hooked on the first ever Star Wars movie. Apparently he was a fan of the franchise and had purchased all 3 tapes. The girls watched engrossed in the futuristic space opera. It was already 15 years old, but it was a classic. Harry kind of remembered the plot and the story, but watched it again anyway. The girls seemed more impressed with this story and started asking questions the moment the movie ended. Harry had already seen the entire series, so he stayed quiet, while Hermione's father tried to explain to them about special effects and how the lightsabers are not real, but made to look like they did, after the filming was complete. This didn't seem to satisfy the girls, though, and they turned to Harry. "Could you make a lightsaber?" Pansy asked. "I've never thought about making a real lightsaber," Harry admitted. "It would be really difficult, since the science doesn't really exist. This is what you call science fiction. They use some real concepts and expand upon what is possible, with fictional concepts. Lasers don't work like that." "So, the weapons they used were all fake?" Parvati asked. "Not all, not really," Harry said. "Lasers do exist, but they take longer to cut through things and they stop where their light is intercepted by physical objects. They also have no physical weight, at least not in the sense that they could hit each other and stop. You'd need some sort of force field to do that, but then the laser would do nothing because it's encased in the force field. So that Death Star thing, it couldn't destroy a planet?" Daphne asked. "Theoretically, if you could generate enough heat and light, with an application of enough force, I suppose something like that could be made." Harry allowed. "But I can't imagine how much power something like that would take." "That's good to know." Daphne sighed. The idea of someone getting it in their heads to destroy the planet disturbed her. "Remember people, this is fiction." Hermione's father spoke up. "It's supposed to be a fun and epic story of good triumphing over evil. Not many people would like stories where the bad guy wins in the end," Remus said, from where he sat next to Sirius. Sirius, however, had a thoughtful look. "Maybe we can try and make a lightsaber," he theorized. "We'd just have to substitute lasers for some kind of active magical beam." Harry thought about that. The idea actually had some merit. That's not a bad idea, but how would you even go about making a beam that thin, so that it would cut through things or make contact with other beams of its kind? "Magic." Sirius shrugged. I'm sure you'll think of something when you have the time. After all, we don't want to be unprepared for when the evil space Dark Lords come to destroy the planet, do we? He finished with an evil grin. The ploy worked and the kids all laughed, but Harry was still thoughtful. He knew Sirius was right. Magic should be able to do something similar, if not exactly the same thing. He'd have to think about that for a bit. The party soon broke up, as the parents and guardians in attendance started showing up to pick up the girls. Neville would be staying over at Harry's house, where Augusta Longbottom thought he had spent the entire day anyway. They didn't want to give the old battle axe a heart attack, by telling her they had planned on going to a Muggle shopping center. They had never been able to find an arcade at the shopping center closest to Hermione's house. Harry would simply need to remember to take him to one closer to his house next time. The movies and the girls' reaction to them had given Harry an idea that he wanted to try out, so he disappeared into his room for the next couple of weeks. He knew well that he wouldn't be able to tell when, or even if, Lucius would even still try to drop the diary in with Ginny's shopping this time around, so he resolved to see if his changes had affected that part of the coming school year. In the meanwhile he had other things to do. By the time the 1st of September rolled around, Harry was ready to surprise his friends again and he met up with them at the platform. Harry was disappointed that Dobby didn't seem to try and stop him this time around. Maybe the little guy didn't know what he looked like. But that hadn't stopped him last time, so Harry wondered if Lucius had decided to keep his plans to himself, this time around, with his son's loyalties now in question. Then he remembered the Fidelius. Dobby couldn't find him, and hadn't needed to intercept mail, so he didn't know where he lived or what he looked like. Knowing that, made him feel better. Harry greeted the girls again and was greeted politely, but with smiles from the parents. Harry wasn't sure he liked the blushes he was getting from all the girls this time around. Sirius hadn't told him that they had all shown up with marriage proposals, but he wouldn't put it past the old dog to try and surprise him by setting up a harem for him. Whatever was happening, the girls knew about it and were staying quiet about it around their parents. The Potter twins, Daphne, Pansy, Susan, Hermione and Neville were sitting in his compartment with him. It was convenient that it was all the members that made up his inner circle, but Harry suspected that it was no chance occurrence. Harry waited for them to be out of the station, before he asked about it. "So, anything I should know?" he tried. "About what?" Susan asked innocently, even as she blushed like a 12-year-old girl. "Why are all of you girls blushing?" Harry asked. That's when he realized Hermione was also blushing. "Harry, can we talk about your letter?" Hermione asked. "In private." "What letter?" Harry asked. This seemed to stop the blushing that was going on. "You got one too?" Susan asked Hermione. "I didn't send any letters," Harry said. "We've been talking on the boards. I didn't need to send any letters." "I got one too," Neville said. He had been quiet all the time that they were on the train, seeming confused when he was told to join them again. "What?" the girls in the compartment all exclaimed. "Okay, stop," Harry said. He turned to Hermione. "May I see your letter, please? I'm getting the feeling I'm being pranked, or that someone is trying to interfere with my relationships." Hermione seemed uncertain for a moment, but finally handed him a letter. He opened it up and read, "My dearest Hermione, I think I've fallen." He stopped reading immediately. "Okay, I'm assuming I supposedly sent you all mail confessing my everlasting love or something." The girls nodded. He looked at Neville. "What did the letter to you say?" "I don't think I should say," Neville said, looking at the girls. "Okay, let me guess," Harry said. "I told you to leave the study group." Neville shook his head. "I told you to stop looking at the girls." Neville shook again. "I told you to stop being friends with the girls." Neville hesitated and then nodded. Harry sighed. "It seems someone is indeed trying to set me up for a breakup with my friends. I even have an idea who. Dobby, you sly little mother f. Cur. Harry berated in his head. "When you couldn't get to me, you decided to make it so I lose all my friends at the school, by making it unbearable to be around them." The girls now looked sad and wouldn't look at him. He had to do damage control and quick. "Listen, ladies, I think you are all beautiful and would make any boy happy to have you on his arm. What I will never do, is choose one of you over the others. I just couldn't do that to the rest of you. So until we're older, can we just be friends and forget that whoever sent this, did so?" The girls still didn't look at him. F.K. This is so stupid, Harry said as he jumped up. I'm going to fix this, don't worry. He stormed out of their compartment and went looking for Draco. He found him a couple of cars down, sitting with other Hufflepuffs. Older Hufflepuffs. Maybe they were reminding him to be a good boy after the holiday away. He opened the door and walked in. Draco, just the man I'm looking for. Harry said. I need you to come to my compartment, quick. What do you want, Potter? Draco asked with a sneer. It seemed he was reverting and the Hufflepuffs had decided a refresher course was necessary. Hey, speak politely, and call him Black. You know he doesn't like being called Potter. One of the older girls said. Then she turned to him and smiled. We're just reminding him of his manners, she said. Should one of us accompany you? He's been in the presence of a bad influence it seems, one of the boys said, with a scowl at the boy. And I hate interrupting the re-education, Harry said. You guys worked wonders on him last year. Thank you. The older Hufflepuff smiled at him. Harry could have sworn he saw a yellow crest with a badger in all their eyes for a moment. I can handle him, Harry said, pulling the boy up by the front of his shirt in one hand and lifted him off the ground. We'll be back in just a few minutes. I need to introduce him to the concept of inter-house cooperation, he said as he walked out with the boy still in one hand, lifted in front of himself. The Hufflepuffs looked at him like he was Helga Hufflepuff, back from the dead, and nodded with smiles on their faces. Harry ignored the many looks as people looked after him and compartments opened behind him to look at him, after he passed. Harry only stopped when he arrived at his own compartment and opened it with a thought, before he tossed the boy onto the floor at the girl's feet. Draco, Harry said dangerously. Call your house elf, he said after he closed the door and used his magic to make the windows dark, to give them privacy. Why? Draco tried. Potter was too powerful. This couldn't be natural. If only he had more time. I'm not asking again, Harry said as a window opened and Draco lifted from the floor and his head stuck out the window. Dobby, Draco called instantly, his eyes wide with fear. There was a pop. And Dobby was in the compartment. You called, Master, the elf said. He noticed Draco with his head out the window, looking like he was going to jump. Then he noticed the girls, and behind him, the great Harry Potter himself. Order your elf to tell me if he had anything to do with the letters that were sent to my friends. Harry instructed Draco. Tell him. Draco insisted, still halfway out the window. Dobby tried. Let me make this easier for you, Harry said, finally remembering to take out his wand, and stupefying Draco, before dropping him onto the floor unconscious. He can't hear you, Dobby. He's unconscious. You must not be going to Hogwarts, Dobby said instantly. I sent the letters, yes, so that you would not be able to have friends. To make them fight, so that they cannot stand by you. You are the great Harry Potter. You have to be safe. Do you know who has the diary? Harry asked. Is it Ginny Weasley? He tried. Dobby couldn't answer, but his eyes flashed to Draco. Oh, you've got to be King shitting me, Harry exclaimed. His own son. Dobby looked down at the floor. Eyes cannot be telling you, Harry Potter, sir. Eyes be in trouble when he wakes up. Don't worry, Dobby, Harry said, kindly. I'll obliviate him. He won't know what happened. The Dark Lord has powers, Dobby tried. Not for long, Dobby, Harry assured him. You may go home. Thank you, my friend. Let's meet again soon, under better circumstances, okay? He offered the house elf. Friend? Dobby asked. For trying to help me, Harry said, before he looked sternly at the elf. But don't do that again, okay? Dobby promises. Dobby said with a small nod, before he disappeared again, his giant eyes brimming with tears at Harry's words. Harry cast another stupefy at the idiot boy and started searching through his pockets. Soon enough he found the bloody diary, right there in his pocket. Motherf***, Harry exclaimed again. He was going to sacrifice his own son to see Voldemort return. How do you know this? The spectral form of Tom Riddle asked as he appeared. The girls screamed and Neville actually stood up to cover the girls closest to him. Trade secret, Harry said. Then he turned to Hermione. I'll be back as soon as I can. If I can't find the train, I'll be waiting at the station to meet you, okay? Harry said. Okay, Hermione said. Harry looked down at Malfoy and said, "Keep him stunned." Then he lifted up and shot out the window, diary in hand. The spirit of Tom Riddle vanished from the compartment. "Do any of you know how to cast a stupefy?" Hermione asked. She knew the spell, of course, but hadn't had time to practice it on a person. There were shakes of the head, all around, but Neville smiled. "I can always do it the Muggle way," he said. "Always wanted to hit a Malfoy, anyway," he added. Harry had only traveled far enough to not be seen and then apparated back home and directly into the vault, where the rest of Riddle was kept. "Where did you find that?" the older Tom Riddle asked. "That's what I wanted to know," the spirit from the diary asked as it appeared. Harry ignored them both. They couldn't project out of the vault, since Remus had added wards that stop spirits. It was intended for ghosts, but it seemed to work on the annoying spirit, too. The book was put in a secure locker and Harry took a moment to ward it from tampering. Then he went upstairs. "Moony, Padfoot," he called. "Get both your furry asses down here." Only Remus appeared. "Harry, what happened? Did the elf finally show up?" "Yes, but it seems Lucius had other plans this time around." Harry spat. "Where's Sirius?" "He's at one of the strip clubs at a wolf resort," Remus said with a roll of his eyes. "You'd think he'd learn after the last villa almost burned his face off. He gets in free." Harry scoffed. "It's the beeps. He can't resist a nice pair. Anyway, I got the diary. It's in secure lockup and the riddles are talking." "Riddles?" Remus asked. "The book started to manifest already," Harry said. "Lucius probably gave it to his son earlier, then he gave it to Ginny last time around. I need you to keep a watch and ensure he doesn't become corporeal." "Done," Remus said instantly. "I'll set up a mirror with one of the security teams to watch it, when I'm not able," he promised. That had been a shock to Harry. He hadn't known they had security teams, but he understood the need. When you have warehouses stocked with transport items, you needed security, after all. The wolves in charge were very, very dedicated, since they loved to hunt down thieves. They were all in one location and watched mirrors set up in the warehouses to monitor everything. When something happened they took a portkey and started to hunt. "Thanks Remus," Harry said. "I need to get back to the train. Hopefully the others have kept Draco unconscious." And with that he apparated away again and flew along the train tracks. It didn't take him long to find the train and re-enter the compartment, where the others were sitting in silence, watching Draco. "Did I miss anything?" Harry asked. "Damn," Neville swore. "I never even got to hit him." "Neville," Hermione exclaimed. "You shouldn't use such language." "I'm sorry, Hermione," Neville said. "You're right. I'm proud of you, Neville," Harry said. "I really enjoy it when people use the English language to express themselves so passionately." "You already did what you went to do?" Susan asked. "How did you fly like that?" "Yes, and I'll show you another time," Harry said, glad they were talking to him again, instead of just the floor. He realized that they were happy with the idea that he liked them and this had broken their spirit a bit, but he couldn't undo what Dobby had done. He could teach them some things that would help them get over it, though. "Let's memory wipe the unfortunate bastard," Harry said as he put his hand on the boy's head. He closed his eyes and concentrated, casting an obliviate to remove the memory from the moment he entered the Hufflepuff car. Then, for good measure, he added an aversion to writing in diaries, to counter the no doubt already implanted compulsion to do so. Then he picked the boy up and walked him back to the Hufflepuff compartment, ignoring the, once again staring, students. "Here you go, guys. Don't be too hard on him. He was controlled by an artifact his father gave him that would have killed him and caused the rebirth of Voldemort. Cheers," he said as he sent an enervate at the boy who was now laying on the floor of the compartment. Draco's eyes shot open and he looked around. "What am I doing on the floor? When did we leave for school?" Harry didn't care to stick around and returned to his own compartment. When he sat down, he asked, "Are you guys feeling better yet?" "I'm just angry at myself, for being so excited about something someone else sent me," Hermione admitted after a moment. "I should have just asked." "How could you have known?" Harry asked. "The handwriting looked like mine, at least. I didn't read too much into the letter. Only the first sentence or so." There was quiet again. Harry would just have to give them time, probably. He didn't like waiting though. "So, the next project will be putting a house on the moon. Are any of you interested in discussing the design?" That opened things up nicely as everyone looked at him in awe. A house? Padma asked. On the moon, Parvati added. Is that even legal? Susan asked. Who's going to stop me? Harry chuckled. Besides, we intend to place it under a Fidelius, so nobody will even know it's there. What's a Fidelius? Padma asked, already wanting to learn more. Well, Harry started. What followed was a lecture that got them all talking about the possibilities of magic. Harry had known that the Fidelius was an obscure magic, but he had thought it would be more widely known about, even if Remus had ended up needing to buy the information from the goblins. A short while before they arrived at Hogwarts, Susan asked, if I wanted to date you, would you say no? I wouldn't know how to answer you, Susan. Harry said. The fact is I like you all quite a bit, but I don't have enough lordships to go around. Take them, Pansy said instantly. Challenge for the titles, on the pain of losing your own. People would underestimate you because you are so young. Also, you could have yourself tested with the goblins to claim any hereditary titles that you may not know about. Daphne added. I do know that one of my ancestors was a Peverell. Harry mused. Perhaps they had a lordship. Like, from the tales of Beetle the Bard. Susan asked. The same, Harry said. I'm currently the owner of all the Hallows, too. I have the stone and the wand used to be Dumbledore's, but I've currently got its allegiance. The cloak of invisibility. Someone asked from the door. Family heirloom, Harry said, smiling at the new arrival. Hello Luna Lovegood. Call me Harry Black, please. Okay, Harry Black, she said with a smile, not having reacted at all to him knowing her name. Are you going to join us? Harry asked. I've never been in a harem. Luna said dreamily. Is it a lot of fun? Never had one, wouldn't know. Harry smiled at her. Maybe one day, though. Have you seen how pretty all these girls are? He asked in a stage whisper. I'd be one lucky bloke. I'll think about joining you later. Luna said. I don't know that I like all the nargles in the air just now. I completely understand, Harry said solemnly. And I'm working on fixing that. Good, Luna said. Nargle infestations can fester and attract raxperts. I'll do my best, Harry promised. Okay, Luna said as she closed the door and walked away again. What just happened? Hermione asked. What are nargles and raxperts and how do you know that girl? Luna just came to introduce herself. Harry started. Nargles are her way of saying there's a lot of bottled emotion, or something, and I suspect raxperts are supposed to be jealousy, or conflict. Luna is going to be a member of this group, as she'll be attracting the bad sort of attention, because she sees the world differently than the rest of us. Hermione started rubbing her temples and repeating over and over, trade secret, trade secret, trade secret. She really hates when you mention things you don't explain properly. Padma said conversationally. I know, but there really is a reason for that. Harry said. If my missions this year go to plan, I'll be able to inform you all about it, but you might need to swear magically binding oaths to protect the secrets. It is literally life or death stuff. Hermione sighed, then, at least the end is in sight, she allowed. Until then, what do you mean you're the master of the Hallows? He who has the allegiance of all the Deathly Hallows becomes the master of death. Daphne recited. It's a childhood story in the magical world. What does that mean? Hermione asked. Nobody knows, Harry said. And who cares? It's a story. I don't need any of the Hallows. I can disillusion myself and don't need a wand. I don't want to speak to the dead either. I'd much rather leave them to their rest. Speak to the dead? Hermione asked with wide eyes. It's supposed to be the power of the stone. Pansy put in, looking interested in his statement about not needing a wand. Harry was obviously hiding a talent. The Master of Death may be a useless title, but it holds weight in the magical world. If you used it to your advantage. I like to make my own fortunes, thank you very much. Harry said. Why do you think I'm Harry Black and not Harry Potter? Because the name is too well known. Padma offered. Yup, Harry said. Harry, what did she mean by harem? Hermione asked. You know what a harem is, Hermione. Harry chuckled. In the magical world, a lord is allowed one wife for every noble title, so if I wanted all 6 of you girls to be my wives I'd need 6 titles. 3. Susan corrected. What? Harry asked. You'd need 3 titles, Susan said, while Daphne and Pansy nodded in understanding. Bones, Greengrass and Parkinson are already 3. We can be the ladies for our own titles and you'd become the lord for those. All you'd need is one more. Padma spoke up. Our older brother will become Lord Pottle. Parvati nodded along. And you would be okay with that? Hermione asked incredulously. Then she turned on Harry, and who said that I'd want to be in a harem or marry you? The letter made me realize that I might need to share Harry. Susan admitted. Since I'd have my own title already, it would be expected that he'd need at least 2 more wives. It's tradition. Aren't we moving a bit fast here? Harry asked. I mean, we're only 12. You might find someone better. Better. Pansy scoffed. I don't think so. You're powerful, wealthy and intelligent. You've got the whole of Hufflepuff behind you for your attitude. Susan added. The fact that the study group has representatives from all houses helps. Ravenclaw is more after him for his intelligence, but they'd stand behind him if needed. Padma said. Slytherin is afraid of you. Daphne said. After you broke down that wall to protect us, the girls all support you and so the boys are all too scared to cross you. They'd all likely swear loyalty, just for your protection or protection from you. Gryffindor thinks you're the second coming of Merlin. Parvati added. After you made the twins your apprentices in the first year and showed no fear of the professors, ordering them around and skipping classes as you please, you can do no wrong by them. You even attacked Dumbledore and received points for it. So you're all just going to go with this harem idea? Hermione asked scandalized. That's not really my idea. Harry admitted. Sirius did mention the protection and advantages we can offer to people and strongly advised me to start claiming to be dating many girls, while I look for my future wife or wives. There are reasons I don't like that idea myself, but I'm only a man, and the idea of being surrounded by beautiful girls and, one day, women, isn't something I would ever complain about. You also don't have to make up your minds right now. Harry continued. I don't intend to get married right out of Hogwarts. I'll probably spend a couple of years working on projects and expanding the company, first, while I work on new and improved ways to do things. If any of you want to give it a shot after school, we can give it a go. If you want to remain only friends with me, that's fine too, and I'd love to keep that relationship. He turned to Hermione. I'm sorry that letter disappointed you so much, when it turned out I didn't write it. The fact is, I do care for you, but we're too young to know what love is. Right now, let's stick with the relationship we can all understand. Friendship. Hermione looked like she was going to complain, but finally nodded. She realized he was right. Her mother had warned her that things might get a little confusing over the next couple of years, because she was entering a new time of her life, where she'd start becoming a woman. She was still upset, but happy that Harry was being reasonable, at least. That's probably a good idea, she finally admitted. I'm assuming this plan is also supposed to stay secret. Pansy asked, for clarity. She knew that this could become an issue for Harry later on, but for now, she could cement her position as his supporter by taking his concerns into account. She personally didn't think she'd be interested in anyone else. She had been raised to think of these things and to look out for her future husband. A powerful, influential person to strengthen her family. Her mother supported the idea, even though her father wouldn't comment. She feared he was up to no good. It was a quiet moment, and the 5 pureblood girls looked up and around, realizing that the others were probably having similar thoughts. The suggestion for them to spend more time with the future Lord Potter and Black, and become close to him, had been reasonably universal. They were also warned that he'd start becoming more attractive to other girls and that they should try and make it difficult for said other girls to approach him, to protect their friend, if not their claim. The conversation started up slowly again and Harry decided to allow the conversation to be drawn back to the point he had made about not needing a wand. He demonstrated his skill and asked Hermione to show them her own progress. During the school holiday, she'd been practicing a lot and was able to cast most of the simple spells that they had learned the previous year, and 1 or 2 ones that were from later years, which she thought might be useful. This obviously led to a discussion about how they had trained in the skill and everyone got the crash course, deciding that they simply had to learn the ability. It was too useful not to. The fact that Harry's way of doing this could be considered his own family magic was mentioned, and everyone agreed that it would be too good to share, since it gave them an advantage no one else had. Neville was just happy to be included. Harry hadn't hidden anything from him, and while it seemed that the girls were seemingly spoken for, at least they didn't throw him out and still treated him like a friend, as they always had. He decided to continue to listen and learn from Harry, who had very quickly become his best friend. He wouldn't deny him what he was planning, even if he was slightly jealous of him. What boy wouldn't be, after all? By the time they arrived at Hogwarts, Draco had turned up to apologize for his behavior, even if he didn't remember what he had said for some reason. He had noticed himself losing time over the school holiday, but felt a little better now, and had needed to prove himself to the higher year students by making the apology. The fact that the magic diary his father had given him had disappeared bothered him, but only a little bit, for some reason. They arrived at the castle and waited for the sorting to happen. When Luna's time came, Harry clamped its mouth shut and pronounced, "Gryffindor." For it, the Creevy boy went to Hufflepuff. They could deal with him. He'd also fit right in. Harry was unsurprised that Ginny was sorted into Gryffindor as well, but ignored her blushing and stammering as she sat nearby, instead making sure she saw him smile and chat with the Gryffindor girls his age. Before the feast ended, Harry made eye contact with Snape and indicated that he needed a moment of his time, mouthing, "We need to talk." Snape's eye twitched, not liking that the boy though he could summon him like this, but the fact that he had never done so before, intrigued him, so he nodded slightly. As the other children made their way to the common rooms, Neville and the Gryffindor girls waited for Harry as he entered a nearby classroom, when Snape exited the Great Hall and followed him in, closing the door after himself. "What do you want, Black?" Snape asked. "Surely you couldn't have already gotten in trouble already. Draco Malfoy is your godson, correct?" Harry asked, instead of answering. "He is," Snape said as his eyes narrowed. "Last year, I made the Hat place him in Hufflepuff for a reason. To keep him out of trouble," Harry said. Snape made to interrupt, but Harry held up a hand and continued. Unfortunately his father didn't like his personality change and decided to take steps. "Do you know who Tom Riddle is?" Snape's face showed a moment of shock, before he nodded, but he kept his mouth shut. "Good, that will make this simpler," Harry said. Tom Riddle once gave a diary he enchanted to one of his loyal followers. The diary had the specific purpose of keeping a part of himself alive, even if he died. The diary contained his memories, you see, and would compel people to write in it, draining their life force as it became stronger, until it could manifest and become alive. "What does this have to do with Draco?" Snape asked. He was no fool, but he couldn't imagine Lucius doing this to his own son. "You suspect correctly," Harry informed him, when he saw the look. "I found the diary on Draco on the train ride here and went to go deposit it in a secure location." The spirit of Tom Riddle was already able to manifest, but not completely. "I need you to keep an eye on your godson, to see if he starts losing time, since part of the purpose of the diary is to take control of the victims as they become connected to it." "Couldn't you destroy the diary?" Snape asked, having lost some color. "I do know how, and I have my reasons for not doing so immediately," Harry said. "If you want me to do it in a few days, if you discover any erratic behavior, I will, but you must let me know the minute he goes missing or becomes unaccounted for. I've got people monitoring the diary as well, to ensure that the manifestation disappears." Snape looked at Harry for a long moment, before nodding. "One of these days, you will need to tell me how you know these things, without the flimsy excuse of family magic. It will only work for so long. This is a human life we're talking about, and the most feared Dark Lord of all time. I've already mostly disposed of the Dark Lord and his artifacts," Harry stated easily. "That would need to remain between the two of us though, since there's still one that I haven't gotten my hands on." "He made more," Snape exclaimed. He knew what Harry was talking about was the darkest of magics. He didn't know how it was done, or what it was called, but things of this nature usually attracted people like Tom Riddle. "A couple," Harry nodded. "We should have the last one tracked down and put in a safe location by the end of the month," he assured the man. "We intend to place them all in a Fidelius on the dark side of the moon." He smiled evilly at Snape. "Give him his immortality. In a place where he will never have any human contact, ever again." Snape was impressed, despite himself. "I understand," he said, as he too sported an evil grin. "I've underestimated you, Black. I always thought you were a smart Gryffindor. It turns out you are conniving too. You'd have done well in Slytherin. The Hat wanted to put me there, but I convinced it to put me where nobody would suspect I am secretly running the school from the shadows." Harry smirked. Snape understood this was a joke, though, so he didn't respond. Well done, Black. 50 points from Gryffindor for your effort. Thank you, Professor. Harry said. I'm wondering if the house point system can show negative values. It can't, but it will take a while to show any points coming in. Snape said as he turned and walked to the door. Before opening the door, however, he turned back. And Black, thank you. Only a pleasure. Harry said. Draco is still an innocent at this point. His father wanted to change that, and I suspect he didn't know what he was doing, not completely anyway. I know he loves Draco. Snape nodded, opened the door and left. Lucius may not have known what he was doing, but he still endangered his kid with a dark artifact. He'd be keeping a very close eye on him. He'd also be talking with Pomona, to ask her to keep an eye on him as well and to have her little minions do the same. He knew the Hufflepuff stigma, as well, but it wasn't talked about. Harry rejoined his friends and left for the Gryffindor Tower. They arrived to find Luna Lovegood waiting for them, with Ginny sitting next to her. Hello, Harry Black. Thank you for putting me in Gryffindor. You're welcome, Luna. Harry said easily. What is she talking about, Harry? Fred asked. Well, Fred, I suspect she's referring to the fact that I can control the Sorting Hat with my pranking skills. Harry said easily. Why would you do that, though? George asked. They had long since stopped trying to fool the boy. Luna is a special case, much like Draco was last year. Harry smirked. You did that. The twins chorused, looks of awe on their faces. Who else would put Draco Malfoy in Hufflepuff, for F.K. Sake? Harry swore. I'm very disappointed in you boys. You really should know your master's handiwork by now. The fact that a lower year had just swore and talked to the twins like they were below him was met with smirks throughout the common room. How could we know? Fred asked. He didn't mind playing along for now. You were an ickle firstee. George said. I've never been anything of the sort. Harry said. I started school this year. Last year was my twin brother, who I now keep locked away, so that nobody can know we switched places. The twins laughed at the obvious joke, until another Harry Potter, looking like he had just been through hell, hair singed and a black eye, limped through the portrait hole. Harry turned to him and said, how did you escape my Vila prison? The same way you escaped it last time. The other, Harry stated as he caught his breath. It was just an illusion. I had to satisfy all 20 of them until they changed allegiance and gave me the key, of course. There was a flash of red and the new arrival dropped unconscious. Damn, I knew Harry Black wouldn't be held in check by only 20 Vila. That's it. I'm doubling the guard. Can't have him escaping again, after all. He did a bit more of an illusion and made it look like he had made a portkey to take the other boy away and dispelled the illusion after a flash. Harry turned to see a lot of confusion in the room. Some of the people even had wands drawn on him. Is that really you? Hermione asked, uncertainly. Sorry. I can't tell you, it's a trade secret. Harry shrugged, ignoring the wands and going to sit by Luna. So, how was your first feast? He asked. At the mention of his standard excuse, all the wands dropped, many realizing it had been a show for their entertainment. The older years, while impressed, had to explain it to a few. Some seemed like they still believed it was real and looked at Harry suspiciously. 20 Vila. Some were asking. The feast was nice. Luna said. The entertainment here in Gryffindor does seem more enjoyable though. More enjoyable? Hermione, who had finally taken a seat nearby, asked. Then in Ravenclaw, yes. Luna said. I can't imagine that they have a master illusionist in their common room. I'm glad that Harry decided the hat was wrong. I even have a friend here, she said, indicating Ginny, who had yet to speak. Good on you, Luna. The Weasleys can be nice people. They all do get kind of passionate about things, though. Harry said in thought. It was true, he realized. They all tended to get obsessive about what they do. Ron had eating and Quidditch, with a little chess thrown in. Bill left home to explore Egyptian wards, his passion was curse-breaking. Charlie had the dragons. The twins had their pranks. Arthur had his plug collection. Even Percy wanted nothing more than to be respected and overdid things on that front, till everyone thought he was stuck up. What do you mean, passionate? Fred asked. The twins had yet to leave, since they wanted to know how Harry had done that and hoped he'd explain himself. Luna had given them a clue though, and they suspected they now understood. You two are the easiest. Harry scoffed. You can't go 5 minutes without thinking of pranking someone. There's nothing wrong with it, of course. They always say, do what you're passionate about. You should watch out for Ginny, then. Fred smirked. She's passionate about Harry Potter. George said, sending his little sister into a furious blush. That's not nice, Fred. Harry said. How would you like it if I told Angelina you fancied her? Fred suddenly became the one to blush as Angelina was clearly within hearing distance. Especially when Harry had raised his voice on purpose. George smiled at his brother's discomfort, but that was a mistake as Harry added, or that George likes Alicia. George was soon blushing as Harry turned to the boys. What do you girls think? Should I tell them that you like them too, or is it none of my business? He asked the girls who had been smiling at the revelation. Okay, Fred exclaimed, taking the attention off the now blushing girls. We get it. Sorry Ginny. We should have minded our own business. George added. Harry could be mean, when he was making a point. Do I need to teach you this lesson every year? Harry asked. One more time, will most likely do the trick. Ginny said softly, as she finally spoke. Harry was not who she had thought, but she didn't mind him coming to her rescue. Even if he wasn't nice about it. She speaks. Harry cheered. And here I thought you were mute. In the Weasley family? Fred asked, glad to be off the subject from before. You'd have more luck finding a banshee than a mute. George said. Good old mum. The twins said together, with a sigh. There was a bit of laughter and things settled back down again. How do you tell the twins apart? Ginny asked, having noticed that they didn't try to deny who they are. Not even Mum can tell. Trade secret, came the communal response again, as Harry just smirked. Even Percy had joined in, shaking his head as he did so. Honestly, Harry, Fred tried a bit later. With what you did earlier, you could have so much fun. George said, you could give people days off, while you make copies appear in class. Fred said, or you could take a nap under the desk, while a copy sits in for you. George said, magic takes concentration. Harry said, I thought you'd have learned that by now. But you're Harry Black. Fred said, defeater of Dark Lords, George added as they started switching. In defense professors. Smartest kid in school, highest point earner, and loser, and most of all, heir to the Marauders. They finished together. Marauders? One of the other students asked. My uncles and father considered themselves pranksters and called themselves the Marauders. Harry explained. They liked to make people laugh, seeing as how there was a war on. Tried to lift spirits, you see. Anything good? Another student asked. As I recall, they once snuck into Slytherin and changed all the mirrors to show the girls as boys and vice versa. Harry said. The plan backfired though, since all the boys spent the entirety of the prank walking around topless and looking at reflections. You wouldn't happen, Fred started. To know that spell to you. George finished. If I did, I wouldn't tell you wankers. Harry laughed. Still, better that the X-ray goggles. Those would get you killed and all the girls in school would hate me. You can make X-ray goggles? Hermione asked, aghast. Why do you think I don't wear glasses anymore? Harry smirked. Remus and Sirius got tired of me using them to find out where they hid all the candy. The unexpected explanation was met with a couple of laughs, while most of the girls giggled through their blushes, realizing he was joking. But, you could make them. Hermione clarified. To be honest, I do know how to make a version of X-ray goggles, but they look through not just clothes but also skin and muscle. The healers use them sometimes, to help work on broken bones and stuff. Harry explained. Why do you ask? I was just thinking it would be nice to give my parents access to something like that. Hermione said. I don't see why we can't. Harry thought aloud. But you have to remember that it's highly likely that these things will only work for magicals and we're not allowed to share magic with muggles. Hermione slumped. That's too bad. I really would like to give them something that they can use and they'd find something like that ever so useful. Don't worry, Hermione. Harry said. If you really want that, we'll look for something, okay. All else fails, I'll just have to make a new spell for it. Hermione smiled at him at that. In the meanwhile I have something else to show you once we are back in study group. What is it? Hermione asked, excitedly. It's a surprise, Harry said with a smirk. He didn't want to bring up her insecurities in front of so many people after all. He could teach her the magic and she could practice it until she could do it wandlessly and show her parents. With the ability to restore the teeth to normal, they would likely get used to the idea and stop arguing with her. "Why did you tell her now, then?" Ginny asked. "It's fun to tease her," Harry said with another chuckle as Hermione fumed at him. The evening turned out rather calm and all the first years had settled in nicely. Harry waited for everyone to be asleep, then he snuck downstairs to do some late-night reading. He remembered Luna mentioning that she sleepwalked and wanted to be sure she didn't hurt herself or something. He couldn't always do this, but in the beginning, he wouldn't mind doing the extra effort. Nothing happened that night and Harry was disappointed that the arithmancy book didn't cover things like making things work for Muggles. He resolved to make another trip to the restricted section at some point in the next week. The next morning, as McGonagall handed out class schedules, Harry asked her for a bit of time at the end of the day, after classes, and she told him to meet her in her office. Classes went like they normally did, with Harry ignoring the professors as he no longer wanted or needed to hide his skills and knowledge. As far as he knew, nothing could affect the cup, which was still stored in Gringotts. The only people able to enter would be the owners, who were in Azkaban. Harry went to McGonagall's office and knocked on the door. "Enter," she called and he walked in and stood in front of her desk. "How can I help you, Harry? Did you know I've never been called into your office, this time around?" Harry said. "Besides detentions, I thought I'd have been here a couple of times by now. Despite your attempts to subvert the rules and the way you like to cause distractions, you are actually quite the exemplary student, Harry," she told him with a smile. "You could put a bit more effort into homework, when you decide to do it, but your dedication in class, no matter what you are studying, tends to make the others work harder. I find your classes to be the ones in which the students focus the best. They do tend to look for your example during practical work as well." "I hadn't noticed," Harry said, honestly. "Why are you still standing? Sit down," she said with a fond smile at the boy. "Oh, right," Harry said, before he stood up straighter. "Professor McGonagall, I have a request to make. I would like the use of a large unused room, which I can use to set up a new project I have been working on." McGonagall noticed his back straightening and the fact that he referred to her as Professor, rather than the more familiar, Auntie Emma like he usually did. It seemed this was to be an official request. She sat up straighter as well and asked, "What were you planning on doing in this room, should I deign to allow you the use of one?" "I would prefer to keep that as a surprise, Professor," Harry said. "I assure you that it would have a positive effect on the students' morale and you could use it as a form of reward, or punishment, whichever you prefer. I'll also show you the finished product first, so that you may decide whether I may proceed." "This is an official request?" McGonagall asked. "Yes, Professor," Harry confirmed. "Then I am afraid that without further details, I couldn't allow you to proceed," McGonagall said. "Officially." Then she sat back with a smile and said, "How about you enlighten me?" Harry sighed. "Well, there goes that surprise," he said, before he sat down and proceeded to tell her his plan. It wasn't all that difficult, really, and he'd already prepared all the spells and special items he'd need. She finally agreed to the plan with a smile on her face, as long as he gave the school staff the opportunity to use the room first, as a proof of concept. In the meanwhile he'd be allowed to set up a room which she walked him to directly after the meeting. It was an auditorium, most likely set up specifically for large presentations. In other words, it was perfect. Harry then went to the study group. Luna was sitting nearby with Ginny. They were doing their homework as well, and Hermione, having heard Harry's statement that Luna would be joining them, had decided that she'd offer her help for her classes. They weren't in their group, because it would be impossible for them to all study the same material, after all. They were nearby, though, and asked Hermione for help every now and then, as Harry took questions for their group at that time. It meant he was interrupted more often, but he needed to ensure Luna was kept safe and happy this time around. If it kept Ginny safe as well, he wouldn't complain. He still hadn't changed his mind about her, though. When study session ended, Harry stayed with the group to chat a bit, joking around and encouraging the girls with physical contact that now made them blush, but accepted happily. He also continued his farce with Daphne and Pansy, so that they'd be left alone, whenever Slytherin students were about. This now included hugging them from the side, over the shoulders, and smiling at them whenever they spoke to him. The other girls knew the reasons, but that didn't make them feel better about being left out, so Harry ended up walking around the table to check work and would place his hand on their shoulders and encourage them through squeezes and other methods of physical contact. He was in such a position after the session, bent over Hermione's shoulder and resting one hand on her other shoulder as he made a correction on her diagram for the spell he was teaching her, as he felt something behind him. One of the older girls had squeezed his rear as she walked by. He looked back and saw a smile disappearing behind a bookshelf. "Excuse me a moment, ladies, if you please," Harry said. He turned to the bookshelf and followed the frisky older girl, to thank her, but ask her not to, only to come face to face with a wand. "Imperio," he heard her whisper. And he allowed his face to go blank, waiting for the command, so that he could refuse it. "You will sneak out and meet me on the next Hogsmeade weekend at the Hog's Head," a voice said in his head. "You will tell no one." Damn, if he resisted now, she'd know. He didn't know if she had co-conspirators, but he also didn't need to, since the girl could come down with a sudden case of veritaserum poisoning, like what tended to happen at the school these days. There was unfortunately also the chance that the girl was being controlled as well, though. He couldn't risk it, so he allowed the command to settle in. He could still resist it later, after all. The girl felt the curse settle and smiled at her victory. "You may carry on as normal until then," the voice said. Harry nodded and turned around and went back to his friends. The next Hogsmeade weekend could be interesting. As he recalled, it was scheduled for 2 weeks from then. He'd noticed that the girl was an upper-year Gryffindor. He really disliked finding that out. She was pretty too. If she was being controlled, he didn't want to know what she had been through or for how long. Harry left the session with many smiling girls following behind, to go to dinner. That evening, he was lying in bed, chatting with Sirius and Remus, updating them on the project, when Harry said, "Oh, and I have instructions not to say something." "What?" Sirius asked, confused. Remus didn't take so long to catch on. "Is this immediate or planned?" He turned to Sirius then. "Possible coercion, moron." "Right, sorry," Sirius said. "I have no plans for the Hogsmeade weekend in 2 weeks." Harry said. He wasn't telling them that it was on the Hogsmeade weekend after all. "I'm assuming you can't tell us what or who." Sirius tried. "What or who, what?" Harry asked, confirming that he needed to keep it secret. "Any chance you can tell us a location?" Remus asked. "Not one of the bars," Harry said. "Especially the one where the headmaster's brother works." "Are you unable to resist, or are you playing along?" Remus asked. "Don't want to tell you." Harry confirmed that it was his choice. "Okay, good. At least you can still exert control." Remus sighed. "We'll be there, Harry. In the meanwhile, carry on with your normal projects. Leave this to us. I trust you, Remus," Harry said. "Hey, what about me?" Sirius asked. "Would you trust a stoner, when you're not compromised?" Harry asked as he felt the mind control spell fighting him. It really was a weak spell. He'd almost broken it, just then. As it was, he had quite a bit of freedom to play with the instructions to bend them without breaking them. "Fighting the spell?" Remus asked, worried. "Opposite," Harry said. "I understand, and I'll explain it to Sirius," Remus said with a smile. "Hey, Sirius began, but Remus ended the call. "Bloody mongrel," Harry muttered with a fond smile as he decided to tuck in for the night, but then he remembered that he was watching out for Luna, so he sighed, picked up a book from the restricted section, which he had disguised as a complicated ancient runes book, and went down to the common room, for a couple of hours of reading. Nothing happened that night either. Harry started on his project the next day. With classes and study group, the only time he had to work on the project was after dinner, which meant he only had a 2-hour period in which he could work on it. It would take him all week with that, if he wasn't who he was, that is. He was able to set up most of the presentation and test some of the features before his time ended on that first night. He left the room, locking it with the password McGonagall had provided him, and went back to the common room. That night he didn't want to read, he had another part of his project to plan. He was sitting in the common room examining a plate of glass that was floating in front of him, when he heard footsteps coming from the girls' staircase. He quickly hid himself with a spell and waited to see who it was. He was surprised to see it was Hermione. Making himself visible now would likely scare the girl, so he just sat there and watched as she sat down on an armchair near the fire and sighed, staring into it. It seemed she had something on her mind, so he decided to come out of hiding. First he cast a silencing charm on her and then he revealed himself. As he had suspected, she seemed to scream, when he said, "Hi," casually from where he sat. "I silenced you so your scream didn't wake the house. I'm undoing it now. What are you doing here?" Hermione asked in a harsh whisper as her heart raced. "I was working on one of my projects." Harry said. It wasn't a complete lie. "Why are you working on it at this hour?" she asked. "I was also keeping an eye out for sleepwalkers," Harry confessed. "But I don't have a lot of time to work on surprises these days, so I make time at the end of the day, when the common room is empty." "Have you found any?" she asked as her heart rate finally calmed down. "Sleepwalkers, I mean." "Not yet," Harry said. "What about you? Why are you up?" "I couldn't sleep," she said, but she didn't make eye contact. "Something I should know about?" Harry asked. "No," she said, a little too quickly. "I can drop it if you want, but I can tell something is bothering you," Harry said. There were a couple of minutes of silence as they both looked into the fire, before Hermione finally said, "I think I'm jealous, okay?" "Jealous?" Harry prompted. "You keep on giving the other girls more attention than me," Hermione said. "I noticed the effort you put in, to be friendly and hug and touch them. Since the thing with the letters. I didn't notice giving them more attention," Harry said. "Had he been doing that? You still put a hand on my shoulder and come close to me, but I don't know, okay? I'm confused. That's why I'm here. To think," she finally said. "Should I leave?" he asked. "No," she said with a sigh. "I don't dislike your company, Harry. Quite the opposite. I'm just not sure about this many wives thing. It feels wrong to me. That being said, I don't want you to leave me behind, either. I like spending time with you. You're my best friend. I don't want to lose that," she exclaimed and turned her head as tears started running down her face. She'd never had friends and Harry had always been such a wonderful one. She didn't want to think of her life here at Hogwarts without him. She wanted them to be friends always. She couldn't say that she wanted more, either. She didn't see herself in that kind of relationship, yet. Especially the kind the other girls had in mind, but she knew he wasn't just a friend to her. Not after the letter. It had changed things. "Can I tell you a secret?" Harry asked as he looked at her. "What?" she asked, not looking at him. "You're my best friend too," Harry said. It was true. She'd always been his best friend. When he came back, he thought of her first, after his own situation. He'd made plans to go visit her even, but then remembered she'd not know him. How would he even introduce himself? The idea bothered him so much, he ended up not visiting her at all. "Really?" Hermione asked, finally looking at him. "Why?" She couldn't help adding. "I can't tell you that, yet," Harry admitted as he got up, to go sit by her. "It has something to do with what I need to tell you at the end of the year." Hermione was shocked when an arm enfolded her and pulled her onto his shoulder. "But I'm not lying to make you feel better, I promise." Hermione felt a smile break on her face, even as the tears continued, but a few happy ones joined the confused ones. "Thank you," she whispered. "For being my friend. Always, Hermione," Harry promised. "But do me a favor and don't tell the other girls that you're my favorite. I don't want another scene like on the train." Hermione giggled despite herself and closed her eyes on his shoulder as she nodded, silently, as Harry held her to him. Then a thought occurred to her, even more than Lavender. "Why would I like her more than you?" Harry asked. "Well, when we were swimming," she trailed off. "Oh, you mean how Neville couldn't stop looking at her chest?" Harry asked with half a smile. He knew Lavender would grow faster than the other girls and would be very open about how proud she was of her size, judging by the clothing she wore later on. Hermione nodded again, blushing, but glad Harry couldn't see it. "Don't get me wrong, I'm a boy, I like Beeps, but she hardly has anything and I'm not really interested in the size of Beeps yet. I know I might like that later on, but I thought you looked very pretty in your swimsuit too." Hermione's smile only grew and she snuggled into Harry's side contentedly after that. It wasn't long before he realized she was asleep. He could just imagine McGonagall storming into the common room, looking for answers, but she also knew he wasn't like that, so he sighed and floated her off of him and levitated himself up the girls' stairs, to her dormitory. He didn't know what bed was hers, but fortunately there was only one open bed and it was empty, so he took her there and tucked her in, before going back downstairs, never touching the ground, since he knew there were wards on them to detect boys. He was not really surprised to see McGonagall standing in the common room, waiting with her hands on her hips. "Well?" she asked, dangerously. Hermione had a bit of a difficult time and needed to talk. "She fell asleep down here and I didn't want to wake her, so I took her to bed," Harry said as he sat down and pulled out the glass he had placed against the sofa he was on earlier. "That's very gentlemanly of you," she allowed, "but it doesn't explain how you bypassed the protections to the girls' dorm." "Magic." Harry shrugged. "I know you used magic, Harry, but the stairs detect flight as well." "Boys have tried brooms in the past, you know," she said. "Does it detect banishing charms?" Harry asked. He didn't know everything about the magic protecting the girls' dorms, after all. He'd just tested a theory. McGonagall stood there staring at him for a while longer. "Do you honestly mean to say that you were seriously worried about my intentions, Auntie Min?" he finally asked, looking up at her. "No," she said. "I don't worry for your intent. I worry for the safety girls feel at entering their dorms. If they knew you could bypass them, they'd likely leave their curtains open and hope I'll jump in." "Yes, I know," Harry said with some self-deprecating humor. "I don't intend to tell anyone and hopefully tonight was the only time this will happen. I promise I'll try and wake the girl, should I ever comfort a crying girl until she's asleep again." "She was crying?" McGonagall asked in concern, walking closer and taking a seat. "It was about the things Sirius wants me to do," Harry said. "The other girls don't seem to mind, but it's bothering Hermione, about as much as it used to bother me." Before Sirius pointed out all the protections such an arrangement would offer the girls. McGonagall sat back and thought about it for a bit. "Should I speak to her for you?" she finally offered. She hadn't been behind it until the revelations of the previous year. Now she just wished Harry could do something for all the girls. She still wasn't behind the idea of all those wives, and especially calling it a harem, but she knew how the girls in his group were protected by his association. Especially the Slytherin girls. According to Severus, the rest of the Slytherin house treated them like spun glass, not even fighting with each other in their presence. "I don't think that would be a good idea," Harry denied. "She'd feel betrayed that I talked to you about her. I don't want to keep things from you, but I also don't want her feeling that I discussed her insecurities with you. You have to understand that she is in a fragile stadium of her mental and physical development." McGonagall warned. She knew he knew this already, but thought she should point it out anyway. "Chances are, you'll have to comfort all of those girls a few times over the next few years, if you plan on proceeding with this plan." "I know," Harry said. "And I'll enjoy the highs with them and support them through the lows. It's the gentlemanly thing to do. Just don't enjoy the highs too much," McGonagall warned. "You're also entering an emotional period in your life. I know you're more mature, but your hormones will be doing some interesting things to you, as well, and you might get caught up in the experiences." "Thank Merlin for occlumency," Harry said deadpan. "I've got the emotions in check. It's the physical issues I worry about. I'll be able to resist the temptation of looking up skirts with my skills, but the effects of the thought crossing my mind on my body will be the problem." He wasn't looking forward to the raging libido and spontaneous beeps. "I do appreciate your delicate phrasing," McGonagall allowed. "If you find that you are having difficulties, consult Poppy. She's got calming drafts that are made specifically for such things." "I didn't know that," Harry said. "Thanks. When those problems start presenting themselves, I'll be sure to go see her. Mentally I'm a little disturbed at the idea of schoolgirls affecting my body, but whatever happened to me seems to have imparted the knowledge and power, but left my physical desires and growth at the proper place. It would feel strange to date a 25-year-old, right now, even though, mentally, that should be my target age group. It is a good thing too," McGonagall said. "Your future would be much harder if you couldn't enjoy the company of your peers." "Define my peers," Harry offered. "Fair enough," McGonagall allowed, before getting up. "I'm off to bed. Don't stay up too late, young man," she warned. "Yes, Mum," Harry joked after her, not knowing her heart had skipped a beat at hearing it. Had he known, he may have avoided saying it or gone to give the matriarch of their little, strange family a hug, before bed. As it was, McGonagall was pleased that he had been forthright with her and her maternal instinct was humming with contentment. She had helped raise him this time and he was doing just fine. She'd be purring if she was a cat, just now. Harry finished what he was doing with the glass and shrunk it back and placed it delicately into a pouch, where he had 23 others just like it. Then he went off to bed. The following week was uneventful, except for Lockhart. Harry enjoyed tripping the man up and having him make a fool of himself. When he did something dangerous, Harry's magic would confine the damage to the professor's immediate location. When he called on Harry, he ignored the man or straight out told him to bugger off, thanking him for point losses. Poppy had been watching him carefully, and none of the older girls, or boys, had been seen alone with him for any extended period of time, nor did they show any signs of memory loss. At least it seemed like he wasn't a beep. No matter how much he messed up or tripped and fell or got hurt, he always came back with a smile and excuse for his horrible performance. Harry was finding it quite entertaining, actually. The weekend of the Hogsmeade weekend finally fell upon them and Harry waited until the other students had left. Then he strapped on a similar device to the ones he had given to Sirius and Remus, before he flew off to Hogsmeade under a disillusionment charm. He landed by the Hog's Head and looked inside, to see if the person who invited him was there. He only saw Aberforth behind his bar and an old man, seemingly asleep on the bar counter, so he waited. His magic had already detected Sirius and Remus, waiting inside, but hidden. His orders did tell him to meet the girl there, after all. He waited a couple more minutes and then he saw a small group of girls troop up to the Hog's Head. They seemed to come from Madame Puddifoot's tea shop. They were also not wearing their school clothes. Rather, they were wearing dark, heavy cloaks. Their faces also didn't look too friendly. "Where is he?" one of the girls demanded. "He's probably still on his way," the one who had charmed him said. The girl said she did as we asked. I'd be able to tell if she lied. "Let's wait inside." That confirmed it for Harry. These weren't girls from the school. Probably other people in disguise. That made things rather simple for him. He waited for them to enter the bar and then walked in. The three girls looked back at him and the one who looked like the one who had charmed him smirked. "You made it," she said as her wand appeared in her hand. "Let's go for a walk, shall we?" "Okay," Harry said, acting slightly dazed for effect. He followed them out, noting Sirius appear in his dog form from behind the counter, while Aberforth looked after them. He couldn't tell where Remus was, right now, but didn't care either. He trusted the old wolf. As they made it outside, the girls stayed quiet and led him off into a wooded area. Before the apparent leader turned on him and said, "Imperio." It was a much stronger effect this time and Harry could tell the man was experienced with the spell. "You will do as we ask," was all it said. That was smart. You could amend your original order with verbal commands. Harry allowed the spell to sink in, for the moment. "Did it work?" one of the other girls asked. The original girl smiled and said, "We've got him." All three smiled then. "Tell us how you're controlling the werewolves," the girl demanded. "Friendship and money," Harry said. "And we don't control them. They are happily employed." "Tell us about your family magics," one of the others asked. "They are awesome," Harry said, following the command exactly. "What are they?" the same girl clarified. "Secrets," Harry replied truthfully again. "Is he fighting you?" the girl asked her leader. "Not as far as I can tell." "Try being more specific," the leader said. "What are the uses and effects of your family magic?" The girl tried again. "They come in handy and make me happy," Harry said. He was having fun with this, now. "What is the incantation?" the leader tried. "I don't need incantations," Harry said. "He must be lying," the leader announced. "He's somehow resisting the spell." "Well, technically I did learn the incantation, but when I learned the magic involved, I no longer needed the incantation so I forgot them," Harry said. It was true. He cast spells by feel these days and hadn't needed an incantation in years. It was just about that time that the anti-apparition magic went up. Harry quickly shook the Imperius off and shot up into the sky after lifting his arm, to indicate his direction, before making a lazy turn and returning to the scene, where the girls were already all down, surrounded by 20 men in military combat fatigues. He landed next to Sirius, who was still in dog form and sitting on his haunches with his tongue lolling out. "Are they wolves?" Harry asked. The dog barked affirmatively, before turning into Sirius. I smelled polyjuice on them. I'm assuming they are the actual ones who arranged this situation. Seems like it, Harry said. You heard what they said. They were after the family magic and were careful not to mention what family magic, to protect who they are or who sent them. I'm thinking Pansy or Daphne's fathers didn't like what they heard and planned this little outing for me, thinking that I'd be an easier target. Remus walked calmly up to them. He was also in combat fatigues. How did you like the show? He asked with a smile. Missed it, Harry said. When I turned around, they were all down already. How did they get so close, so quickly? The security teams were picked for their stealth. Remus said proudly. These are the hunters and trackers of our pack. Good idea, Harry said with a nod. I can't understand why purebloods are so stupid about this. Werewolves would make the best Aurors. Their loss, Sirius said. Our gain. Then he walked up to the men, who had already tied up the girls. First round's on me, boys. There was a cheer and then the people all disappeared, via portkey. Likely illegal ones. You got this from here, cub? Remus asked. What? Harry asked. There are girls somewhere down there, likely bound and gagged. Remus reminded him. We did the dirty work. Your job is to save the damsels. With the casters out cold, now is the time to break them from the spell. He smiled and winked before he too disappeared, but in a turn of apparition. Harry sighed and started floating up. The device he had come up with, to do his Superman impression from earlier, was a body harness. He hadn't even made it. He simply went to an outdoor shop that sold hiking and spelunking equipment and purchased climbing gear that wound around the body to support it. Then he runed and spelled it like one of his brooms and connected its functions to one of the connected ropes that were strapped to his forearm. To activate it, a specific movement was necessary as well. You didn't want to wear one and accidentally shoot off, while reaching for a knife at the dinner table, after all. He was floating using said harness now. He quickly made his way to Madame Puddifoot's tea shop and scanned around. Sure enough, he found 3 figures lying on the ground inside the bathroom. Harry was again disillusioned as he floated around and through the people in the shop and then made his way to the bathroom, which was locked, predictably. He cast an unlocking spell, which didn't work, so he had to resort to unlocking it manually in the way he had learned 2 years before, and entered, before closing the door and locking it again. Fortunately, the idiots, whoever they were, hadn't had time for fun, but that didn't stop them from stripping the girls to take a look. They likely planned to come back shortly after questioning and capturing him, to finish what they started. Harry was just about fed up with the magical world after this. He disillusioned the girls, after covering them up, and floated them out and flew straight back to school into the infirmary. Auntie Poppy, Harry yelled. Harry, what's going on? Madame Pomfrey asked as she ran out of her office at the urgency in Harry's voice. Harry made the girls visible again and placed them on the nearest beds. These girls were captured by some people who wanted to use them to get to me, during the Hogsmeade visit. I found them BPD in the bathroom at Madame Puddifoot's. I don't think they had time to do anything today, but that girl, he said pointing at the one that had cast the spell on him, was under an Imperius, most likely since before school. I'm hoping she was targeted at the train station, otherwise whoever did this will die. Where are the ones that did it? Madame Pomfrey asked with anger in her voice, while she drew curtains around the girls and started checking the girls over inside them. Harry had never seen her this angry before. He could understand it, though. The girl that had been controlled would likely have disappeared after this. She was under someone's control for too long. She would not be able to understand or explain away the missing time if they obliviated her. The Wolves of Marauders Inc. stopped them and took them into custody. Harry said. Whoever they are, were polyjuiced to look like these girls. The wolves will wait for it to wear off before they do anything else. I'll be going there now to keep an eye on them. Don't do anything rash, Harry. Poppy said. Like what, feeding their genitals to wild dogs while they watch? Harry asked darkly. Yes, like that, Madame Pomfrey said. I'm not making promises, Harry said as he turned and flew out of the infirmary. He exited the wards and apparated home, where he went to the vanishing room and exited to their Texas house. He walked to the security office and didn't even need to ask the guard, still on duty, where they were. They are in lockup, downstairs, Mr. Black. the guard said instantly, at seeing the murderous-looking 12-year-old. Harry didn't even acknowledge him. He simply walked through into the secure lockup, which was actually set up as a secure place to keep werewolves, if they, for some reason, couldn't get away in time for the full moon. It also served as their drunk tank, for when people got rowdy or territorial, which happened often with werewolves apparently. All their locations had such facilities. Harry spotted Remus and Sirius standing in front of the cell, surrounded by the security wolves, talking, seemingly arguing about something. But what if the girls, Harry? What are you doing here? Sirius asked as he noticed him. Then he saw the look. He looked back at Remus. See? He demanded. What happened, Harry? Are the girls all right? Remus asked urgently. Sirius had been pointing out that the girls may have been assaulted or dead. He now feared that Sirius may have been right. Count on Sirius to keep his head clear when it came to Harry's well-being. As far as we can tell, they hadn't been you ally assaulted, today. Harry said darkly. Thank Merlin. Sirius breathed in relief. They were probably going to return later and do so, though. They were already BPD. Harry added. Sir, permission to plan a hunt. One of the wolves growled. He was a big man with a deep voice and a thick, but well-kept brown beard and shaved head. He was also covered in muscles with thick veins that you could see through the tank top he wore. He seemed dangerous in human form. Harry wouldn't want to face him when he transformed. Permission denied. Remus said instantly. At least, until we know who they are and if all of them were planning on getting in on the act. We won't do vengeance here, men. We'll do justice. He didn't know he was quoting Madame Bones and her view on how Aurors were supposed to work. Understood, sir, the man said as he visibly calmed himself and took a step back. The other men also seemed to calm themselves. The hunt was where they released the prey and then hunted them down. They often did this exercise to hone their skills, but today, they wanted to hunt the smartest prey. Harry didn't know it, but all the wolves knew his scent. It was one of the first things they learned when they joined. If Harry was ever in trouble, they fully intended on having the wolves descend on whatever enemies they could find. When they smelled him today, the pack instinct had kicked in and Harry was considered part of the pack. A cub even. They didn't like seeing him in a state of agitation. It was making them want to act. Remus, however, was the alpha. What he said was law. Not by fear, or power, but by the fact that he cared for and provided for the pack, and well. Respect was all he ever got from any of them. The security force was, perhaps, slightly more zealous in their loyalty, since they worked directly under Remus, while the bikers and other teams had different command structures. Harry hadn't ever seen this sort of behavior, and resolved to find out about it later. For now he stood back and waited, his eyes not leaving the three unconscious people. Remus and Sirius understood. Once they knew who it was and administered the Veritaserum, they'd find out everything they could, before they turned them over to the authorities, if they turned them over. Half an hour later, the first one started to change, followed shortly by the other two. McNair, Nott and Avery. All Death Eaters. All claiming Imperius. Sirius said as he recognized them. They'd be out of custody in hours if we hand them over. Harry said. I say we let the men have their way. Sirius said, crossing his arms as he considered the prisoners. They were all rapists, murderers and torturers in his eyes. The wolves smiled at his statement, but didn't move. Let's try something different, Remus said, with a thoughtful look. Then he turned to Harry. You need many noble titles, right? I like where your mind is at. Harry said after a moment, his own smile growing. We'd need to be careful, though. We can't have people find out what we're doing. I'm sure we can stay under the radar. Remus said. We do have this hungry group of wolves who'd like nothing more than to hunt down the remaining Death Eaters, one at a time. The wolves were now openly grinning with all their teeth visible in the most wolf-like smiles Harry had ever seen. I think I'm going to like you guys. Harry said. Remind me to put more time into finding a cure for the transformation. I want to be a wolf someday too. Only if we find a cure. Remus insisted. You can do what you want with your life, but while transformations can't be controlled completely, you're not allowed. Okay, fine, Harry said with a sad pout. It was completely put on, but it worked and he looked like a scolded schoolboy. The effect for the wolves in attendance, though, was that Harry didn't look down on them at all. In fact, it seemed he looked up to them. Some chests puffed out in pride as the youngest member of the pack accepted them with open arms with his words and actions. Until then, what do we do with this lot? Sirius asked. We keep them. Remus decided. The security team will keep an eye on them and we will start expanding on the cells so that we can house all the Death Eaters we capture. Done, sir, the big wolf said. We'll handle the expansion and upgrade the wards to block anything short of a directed nuclear strike, he said vehemently. Thank you, Daniels. I'll leave it in your hands. Remus nodded. Until then, strip these F-curs down and only wake them for feeding time. Yes, sir. The wolves all saluted and set to work, while Harry was led off by Remus and Sirius. Harry arrived back at the school 2 hours after he left and went straight back to the infirmary. How are they doing, Auntie Poppy? Harry asked as he stuck his head in the office door, after knocking softly, not having looked behind the privacy curtains. They are doing fine, Harry. Poppy said as she walked over to him and pulled him in for a hug. You were right, too, thankfully. None of them had been assaulted yet. What did you find out? The men are pureblood and we're all Death Eaters. Harry said. We'll be holding on to them so that the Ministry can't set them free again. You're holding them against their will? Poppy asked. Then she thought about it and said, good. Let's keep them contained until your uncles find a way to deal with them. For all I care they can all disappear without a trace and I would only sleep better at night. That isn't the plan just now, but I'm sure the plans can be amended. Harry said. They will use the usual method to ensure they are not also being controlled, he added. I'm assuming I can't tell the girls any of this. Poppy said. Use your own discretion on that, Auntie. I would tell them, but I'm just thinking of their peace of mind. Harry confessed. Did you tell Dumbledore? Not yet. Poppy admitted. Considering he wouldn't tell the parents, I'm inclined to skip it. Fair enough. Harry said. I've been avoiding the old man as well. He keeps on nagging at me to tell him stuff. I'm tired of him sending me knowing looks as well. Should I tell him to stop? Poppy asked. She didn't like the headmaster all that much these days. She'd jump down his throat if Harry wanted. Nah, I think the old goat is just happy that I know everything he has been stewing over for years. I haven't forgiven him or anything, but I can't be angry at him for trying to protect me, either. Harry said. Now he's just annoying. I wish I could put the hat on his head and send him to Hufflepuff, like I did with Colin. I'm still not happy that you are taking liberties with people's futures like that. Poppy said sternly. If the boy was just annoying you, there was no reason you couldn't just speak to him to get him to stop. Hasn't helped me much anyway. Harry said. He's still following me around with that bloody camera, every chance he gets. You can't blame the boy. Poppy said. You're a real-life hero in his eyes. Let's forget for a moment the books. Since you came back, you sent your abusive relatives to prison, rescued your godfather from prison, saved many girls from abuse, added security features to a school that was supposed to be safe, created a spaceship and took it into space and stopped the worst Dark Lord in living memory. Let's also not forget saving all the werewolves from a life of poverty and rejection from society. By all accounts, I'm surprised you don't have a bigger following. Thanks, Harry said sarcastically. All I need, more Creevies. His brother joining in was bad enough last time. And the werewolves were Remus's idea. He and Sirius did that all on their own. Did it happen last time? Poppy asked. Well, no, but, Harry started. Get used to it, young man, she said sternly. I don't see you helping less people in the future. The only way you could avoid getting more famous, is if you started wearing a mask and a cape, like those cartoons you love so much. This actually put a thought into Harry's head. Sure, he could copy a lot of things some superheroes could do, but he never saw himself in spandex. No, he had a completely different idea. Thanks, Auntie Poppy. You gave me an idea. You're not seriously contemplating doing that? She asked incredulously. No, Harry said with an evil smile. I was thinking exactly the opposite actually. Harry left the infirmary as he contemplated his current plans. He had to put the thought away though, because he had a surprise for the girls first. He took out his whiteboard and saw a couple of messages on it. Herm, has anyone seen Harry? Hermione's writing stated. Parv, he's not been in the common room all morning. Parvati said. Pad, I was in the library earlier. He wasn't there either. Padma stated. Sue, I heard a rumor that he was seen flying out of the infirmary earlier today. Susan said. What? Is he okay? Sue just checked with a prefect. 3 girls were assaulted on the Hogsmeade trip and Harry rescued them before taking off. I hope he hasn't gone to hunt down whoever did that. Daff, it wouldn't surprise me. Daphne added. Pansy, wasn't he supposed to meet us at his project room later? Pansy asked. I'm already here. He'll get these messages when he's able. Nev, I'll come keep you company. Harry, you better be okay. Nev, as if anyone could seriously hurt Harry. It had been Hermione's ideas to shrink the markers and charm normal markers to different colors. The colors had become a bit much though, so Daphne had come up with the idea of using shortened names to simplify things. Padma had found a spell to make the ink in the pens bottomless. There was an issue in the beginning with the magical ink not wanting to wipe off, but a bit of work and a couple of spells had fixed it too. Harry had missed a couple of messages at some point too, and Hermione had asked her dad how people solved that with modern technology. Adding a scroll function was difficult work and ended up making Harry need to make whole new boards for them, with a railing around the edges and an aluminium bar which slid over the right-hand rail. Since everyone could now write in smaller script, the messages grew longer and Harry had the bright idea of adding light gray lines to make things neater. Harry, I'm on my way. He quickly looked through the other messages that were waiting in the personal communications section. Most of the girls had tried to get him to respond at some point and all of the messages showed concern. Neville's made him laugh, though. Nev, give him hell Harry. Next time, take me with you. Harry had been amazed at the boy's sense of humor and personality, on the whiteboards. It seemed that he had really enjoyed the ability to think carefully before he wrote and as a result had become more outspoken and honest. When he turned the corner and spotted the whole study group looking out for him, he smiled. When the girls spotted him, they rushed at him and hugged him in a large group hug. Even the girls not in the inner circle were waiting anxiously. Are you okay? Where did you go? Did you get them? What happened Harry? I'm fine, Harry said over the many questions. It's a long story, but this one I can tell you. Let's get into the project room first though, before anyone else shows up. Harry led them into the room, to a reception area he had set up. He'd added doors and lights and everything he could think to make the experience really memorable. Harry, why does this room look like? Hermione asked looking around. Don't say it and spoil it for me. Harry interrupted. Susan wasn't going to wait any longer though. What happened? She asked. Harry took a breath and started retelling the story. 2 weeks ago, I was placed under the Imperious Curse. There were gasps and looks of fear, but Harry ignored it and continued. It was really weak and I knew I could break it, but I realized that the caster, a 7th-year Gryffindor girl, could have been put under the same spell and told to what she did. Since I had no way of knowing and wanted to catch everyone involved, I played along. I was to meet the girl in Hogsmeade, so I went there today. The girl was being impersonated by someone, under Polyjuice. I followed them and confirmed their plans. Then the wolves of Marauders Inc. captured them. I had a way of letting my family know, after all, and the Imperious had been weak enough to break easily. When they were taken away, for interrogation, I went to go look for the girls. They were stuffed in a bathroom stall, unconscious, so I brought them to Madame Pomfrey. Harry finished. But, you were seen, Susan started. Oh, right, Harry said. I went to go make sure the prisoners were being handled properly and to confirm who they were. Who was it? Susan asked. I'd rather not say, Harry said. Pansy had noted that Harry wasn't looking at her or Daphne. They were Death Eaters, weren't they? She asked in a monotone voice. She had feared her father may have planned something. Was it my father? She asked then. No, Harry said quickly. Then he looked at Daphne, not yours either. That doesn't mean they didn't arrange this. Daphne said. I honestly don't know, Harry said. I left the interrogation of the prisoners to the security wolves and my uncles. What will happen to them? Susan asked. She knew the problem with Death Eaters. They were almost always wealthy, well-connected and purebloods. Meaning, they got away with things. I suspect that they will remain imprisoned for a while, Harry said. Is that going to be a problem? He asked Susan, knowing that she wouldn't want to lie to her aunt. I don't think so. Susan finally decided. When I tell my aunt, I suspect she'll have some questions, but she knows the problem with Death Eaters. If you can keep them secure until you release them to the proper authorities, I don't think she'll be forced to give you or your company up. Thank you, Susan, Harry said. Harry, Hermione asked with a small voice. What happened to the girls? Harry could see her worry. This subject kept on coming up here at Hogwarts. What was it about magic and being able to get away with things that drove people to becoming rapists? He knew, of course. The question answered itself, because they knew they could get away with it. At least, they thought they could get away with it. He'd have to start making examples of these monsters. Harry, Hermione tried again, when his face darkened and didn't answer her. Please, no, she begged. No, Harry said, reaching out to her as she took a step back. They didn't have a chance. Madame Pomfrey said that they were fine and the girls are resting peacefully. Why did you look so angry? Faye asked. She was not unaware of what had been going on either. That was one of the main reasons she had joined the study group. That and making friends. Her timid and quiet nature had often stopped that from happening. Harry sighed. I can't be sure, he lied, but the men may have planned on going back for the girls. Hermione looked like she thought he had lied, like most of the girls, but nobody said anything. Nobody wanted to think about it. Are the wolves allowed to castrate them? Neville asked, his own eyes flashing in anger. If they're not, and the Veritaserum proves that they were planning on doing something, I'll do it myself. Harry swore. Using a blunt instrument. Daphne added. That's what Professor Snape said he'd do. Suddenly I like Professor Snape a little more. Neville said with a satisfied nod. Okay, Harry said after he took a long breath. Let's forget about all of that for now. The bad guys are behind bars. The girls are intact and safe and I've got a surprise for you, but first, cheering charms and tickling charms. Harry said, affecting an evil smirk, and started sending many spells at the girls and Neville. It took a bit of doing and a couple of rounds of chasing the girls around like he was going to catch them, but the distraction worked, despite the fact that the girls ended up letting him catch them, just so that he could stop tickling them. When the smiles were mostly back in place, Harry led them through the doors into the auditorium. Welcome to the Hogwarts cinema, Harry said with a victorious smile. The auditorium had had a makeover. Lush carpeted floors and comfortable seats, complete with curtained walls and magical lights, which lit the stairs. The seats even had holders for popcorn and drinks. For now, they'd have to settle for house elf-delivered snacks, but Harry planned on giving the professors the full experience, with popped corn, sweets and soda. You made a movie theater. Hermione squealed. But how? I thought technology and magic doesn't mix. It really doesn't, but it turns out magic and basic science definitely can. Harry said, as he produced his pouch. From within, he summoned 3 pieces of what looked like glass and hovered them in front of him. I can't tell you how, since it is family magic, but I was able to set up a way for light and sound to travel through and be stored in these. Flashback. After the success of the day at the movies, he had worked on the principle for a while. He had gone to the cinema again and scratched a flaw into a piece of glass at the same time as he made the same flaw in the glass through which the cinema projected the movie onto the screen. He had successfully bound them, one way of course, and was able to see the image the projector was projecting through the clear glass, even though he'd had to play with the focus a bit, using conjured glass. The sound had been more difficult, as he didn't have something to copy sound like he could do with images or the written word. Sure, the mirrors could transport the sound, but it was hardly cinema quality. He'd ended up having to go to the local library and started studying how sound worked and what could conduct it best. It turned out that metals such as aluminium, which was quickly turning into his favorite metal, and certain crystalline structures, like diamond, could carry sound vibrations best. Seeing as how he'd learned enough about diamonds at the library, he'd simply transfigured a large amount of coal he had gone to purchase, into the thin plates of diamond that he carried with him along with the glass for the projectors. It didn't surprise him when it took a lot of power to make the plates, but he was very happy with the end result. Then he went about testing ways to record sound and ended up with a nifty little spell that could copy and project sound from a crystalline substance. He'd settled on diamond for the substance to copy the sound through and onto, but hadn't needed to engrave the sound, like one would do with a turntable. Instead, it recorded the sound structure onto the crystal structure of the plate of diamond. Each piece of diamond could contain hundreds of hours of recorded sound as well, but he'd found that the quality increased, the more spread out he made it, so he ended up needing to erase the transfigured diamond's structure and re-record things until he got the best quality. He then needed to go back to the cinema and placed strips of diamond, which worked like the mirrors, in the speakers of the cinema. They were connected to diamonds he had on him, with which he recorded the transmitted sound onto other pieces of diamond, specifically spelled for quality. After that he'd needed to work on projecting the sound out. He'd gone to a local electronics store, to ask how speakers worked. The younger lads in the store laughed at him, and told him to go home and ask his dad. Harry had almost just walked out of the shop, when an older gentleman showed up and the laughter died. Turns out the older gentleman both owned the shop and worked on repairs. He took Harry aside and described to him, as best he could, how different speakers transmitted different spectrums of sound. The higher the frequency, the more precise the speaker and the smaller the cone diameter. For lower ranges like bass, you needed to have a lower frequency, but bigger cone. That was all interesting, but Harry didn't want to invent a whole new kind of speaker. Fortunately he had magic, and money. He paid the man to show him how a speaker worked and to show him what he could. This had been the most educational part, as he suddenly had an idea of how to achieve his goal. Before he left, he purchased a couple of big speakers and a couple of the smaller ones and carried them out on his own, making it look easy. He'd also given the man a large tip and said he'd have loved to tip his staff if they hadn't tried to laugh him out of the store. The man had smiled at him as he left, before turning on the suddenly cowed workers, who had gathered to see the kid walk away with the equipment that was larger than himself. Harry had found the last part quite simple. Copying the form of the speakers, he created a housing which would project the sound waves through small, medium and large conical openings. It wasn't perfect, at first, but, using the original spell form the mirrors, he finally achieved success, by letting the sound vibrations from the diamond strips be projected through the newly designed magical speakers. It took a little fine-tuning, but the sound was finally perfect. Then he had run into a new problem. He didn't want to wait for the cinema to start the movie for them to be able to watch the film. In a strange twist of magic, it turned out he had already created the perfect storage medium. The diamond plates were able to record the light in the same way that they recorded audio. Thus the three pieces of glass, stereo audio and light, setting up the new cinema had been simple in comparison to working out how to make the magic work. He fully intended on showing the adults something they'd enjoy, but for the girls, he had decided on a movie that came out that year, which even he had heard about in the future and had taken care not to watch himself. He'd even recorded the other movie trailers, so that the audience could see what they might be able to watch one day. He ushered the first guests to the prime seats in the room and went to the projection station. There he placed the light recording of the movie he had chosen onto a pedestal and the two audio tracks into their corresponding slots, where they would transmit the audio to the speakers. He had needed to synchronize the audio and light himself, in the beginning, which was what he had been working on in the common room for the last week. Now he could join his friends and trigger the start from where he sat, between Hermione and Daphne, who had claimed the seat before a sullen-looking pansy could. The other girls had already decided that they would take turns, but allowed the current seating arrangement for now. Harry started the recording and all the eyes were suddenly locked on the screen. The trailers played, which they knew to expect this time, and then the movie started, while Harry extinguished the lights, with the sound of a bell, followed by flames and then smoke, which coalesced into the word, Aladdin. Hermione squealed in delight again, having wanted to watch this movie when it came out, but being in Hogwarts made that impossible, until now, it seemed. When the movie ended, the girls were all looking tearful, but smiled anyway for the happy ending that only a Disney movie could give. "Thank you, Harry," Hermione exclaimed and hugged him from her seat. "That was the best surprise you've given us yet." There was a chorus of thanks from the other ladies and Neville, who smiled happily as well. "This was so much better than that Buffy thing," Lavender exclaimed. "I wish we could show it to the other students. There would be a stampede to move out of Europe so that they could find their princes and princesses and fly around on magic carpets." Susan said with a giggle. It was suddenly such a romantic idea. "Why are flying carpets outlawed?" Daphne asked. She felt the same way, much as everyone else. "I think it has something to do with carpets being considered Muggle artifacts," Harry said. "That's stupid," Hermione said. "Muggles use brooms too." "That's right. What makes carpets more muggle than brooms? Lavender exclaimed. The other girls all agreed. Can we show this to more students? Susan asked. She could just imagine some of her housemates' reaction to the idea of a cinema. I'm going to need to show the professors a movie first, Harry said. Something that they will enjoy, but is also child-friendly. Are there movies that children can't watch? Pansy asked. Oh, yes, Hermione said instantly. There are all kinds of genres. Everything from fantasy to documentary. With age restrictions and everything. Harry nodded along. One of the films he had recently acquired was Basic Instinct. He'd likely not be showing that, even to the 7th years. It would likely only frustrate the kids into doing things that really shouldn't happen in a school and get the cinema shut down as a result. He wasn't certain that the Wizarding World was ready for something like that. He might set up a cinema for the wolves, though. He suspected they'd be worldlier and be able to tolerate something so blatantly say.ul. The girls were soon talking about the movie again and the study group was soon forgotten as they walked to the Great Hall for dinner. They all went to their separate tables, but they couldn't talk about Harry's project, so Harry, Hermione and Neville started talking about how cool a flying carpet would be. During dinner, Harry ignored all the stares. The Hogwarts rumor mill must have been very active today. He was soon approached by McGonagall. Mr. Black, could I have a word with you after dinner please? Of course, Professor, Harry said, thinking he might know what this was about. He waited for dinner to be over and followed McGonagall out of the hall into her office. The moment the door was closed, the motherly figure grabbed him into a hug. When I heard what happened, I nearly decided to go to Grimmauld Place looking for Sirius and Remus. Thank you for bringing the girls back. It's not a problem, Auntie Min, Harry said, hugging the woman back. I couldn't leave them there like they were, after all. How did you know to go looking for them? She asked. How did you know they were impersonated? It's a bit of a story, Harry said as she released him and gave him a look that said he would not be leaving her office until she knew every single detail. So he told her. Imperious at the station, McGonagall exclaimed. The poor dear must have been terrified the entire time. I'm not going to argue with you about that, Harry said. It might be a good idea to have her see a mind healer, to smooth over the events. You might be right, McGonagall nodded. And you were able to throw off the curse easily. I had training, in my previous life. Harry shrugged. Moody may have been a fake, but he taught very well. I needed to act controlled, though, so that we could find out what was going on. And the wolves just knew to be there. McGonagall asked. I let Remus and Sirius know that I was under someone's control 2 weeks ago. Harry shrugged. They questioned me and realized I was in control enough to give them clues and planned the whole thing out. I think Aberforth was also in on it, since he allowed Sirius to hide behind his bar. And they didn't tell me, she said with her eyes narrowing. I might just go visit them anyway. What would you have done? Harry asked. You realize that if I hadn't done what I did, she may have simply disappeared and turned up somewhere in a ditch, right? McGonagall seethed for a bit, before she closed her eyes and counted to 10. Fine, but I don't have to be happy about it. And your uncles will be telling me in the future if anything like this happens. Even if I must keep myself in check, I don't like being kept out of the loop. I understand that, Harry said. And thank you for your concern, but I think right now, those girls should be your primary focus. I've told you before, I can take care of myself. McGonagall sighed and nodded at him. The girls have requested that you visit them, to thank you. I don't think you will go speak to them, Harry. She insisted. They are fragile and you are likely the only male that they will trust for a while. Don't break them even more. Harry went back to his common room, having forgotten to tell McGonagall that the project was complete. Hermione, Lavender, Parvati, and Neville were waiting for him, but they didn't look worried this time. They knew Harry and McGonagall were close. Hi guys, Harry said. I'm taking it she wanted to ask about your day. Hermione asked, not wanting to say it out loud, since there were still many people in the common room. She needn't have bothered, since all the heads were looking at him, much as they had been doing at dinner. Yeah, Harry, Fred asked. How was your day? George asked. Because we heard some interesting rumors. Fred said. Apparently you saved 3 girls. Flew without a broom. And all of that within an hour of the Hogsmeade visit starting. Interesting, Harry said. I didn't also happen to fight a group of Death Eaters too, while leading a group of werewolves. Not as far as we heard. Fred said easily. But you never know what the students will believe by tomorrow. George added, as both twins smirked at him. Throw a dragon in there if you want to. Harry said. It'll round the story out nicely, I think. But I saw you. Ron exclaimed. You flew right over me as you left the school. We saw you, too. Dean Thomas added, pointing between himself and Seamus Finnegan. Those three had become close, and Harry was happy that Ron wasn't alone. Really? Are you sure you saw what you think you saw? Harry asked, as he made an illusion of himself over himself and disillusioned his real body. The illusion walked forward and said, because here in Hogwarts, things aren't always what they seem. It walked forward to Dean, who stood up and backed away, but the illusion continued walking, and as every head watched it, Harry became visible again, just as the illusion walked through Dean, who fell over as it vanished. I've heard of stranger things. Harry said, and all the heads whipped back to him. You have to teach us how to do that. Fred demanded. It's magic, Fred. Harry said. You do it with power and focus. If you asked nicely, I'm sure Flitwick could teach you a thing or two. Hermione giggled when she saw Dean fall over, and soon those of the study group were laughing with her. Then the rest of the house started laughing as the obvious prank from earlier today became clear to all. It would not last, though. But you did rescue 3 girls during the Hogsmeade visit. Percy pointed out. Harry sighed. I did happen upon 3 unconscious girls, yes, he said. I didn't want to talk about it because the girls will likely want to keep their private affairs private. I'll ask you all to not bother them with questions. There was suddenly silence and nobody moved as Harry turned serious. Am I clear? He asked quietly. There was suddenly a lot of affirmative nods. Good. If you keep your word and don't bother the girls, I'll have a surprise for all of you by next weekend. There was suddenly an excited whispering and smiles all around. Harry hadn't noticed when he had gained the ability to control the entire house with just a few words and a bit of encouragement, but he wouldn't complain if it got the girls a little peace when they returned. They were all 7th-year Gryffindors, so their absence had been noticed, but it wasn't uncommon for older years to hang out with friends until just before curfew. The evening started winding down and Harry was tired, so he retired to his room. He called up Sirius and Remus, who confirmed that everything was still fine. Harry dutifully told them that McGonagall expected them to tell her in the future if they knew of something that was going on, especially like what had happened, and warned them to be on the lookout. She wasn't in a happy mood when he left her. Sirius had scoffed, but then lost some color and informed him that it seemed they had a visitor. It seemed McGonagall had made plans to visit them that night still. Harry wished them luck and closed the connection before laying back. His recent success with the communications devices and the cinema had all sorts of ideas swimming through his mind. He didn't consider himself an inventor, having copied most of his devices from Muggle technology. It was one such a device that had him falling asleep with a plan for his next project. He didn't need to worry about the cup. That was in Remus and Sirius's hands. They apparently had a foolproof plan. He was wondering about that these days, but they didn't want to tell him and he'd not push. They likely wanted to do something showy and gain some bragging rights in the process. The next morning found Harry returning to the cinema, to prepare for the guests he would receive that day. He'd had breakfast with Hermione and Neville and greeted his other friends first, though. He didn't want them wondering where he'd disappeared off to, after all. When he was ready, he made his way to the infirmary. He knocked politely and waited for Madame Pomfrey to greet him at the door. "Ah, Mr. Black, you have good timing. The girls' parents have just arrived and wished to thank you as well," she said as she let him in and led them to the, now uncovered, girls. They wore sad, but grateful smiles as they saw him, and 2 of the 3 started tearing up at seeing him. "Mr. P. Black," one of the parents said, correcting themselves, when they remembered that they had been told he preferred to be called that by Poppy 2 minutes prior. "Thank you for saving our little girl. We can't thank you enough." There was a chorus of thanks and then they proceeded to shake his hand and hug him. Fortunately only the mothers hugged him. He was never a fan of such close proximity to people he didn't know, but smiled and took the praise humbly, even as he wished this could be over. He didn't do it for the thanks. He greeted the girls next and they thanked him too, all 3 breaking into tears. Two of the girls pulled him into hugs and cried on his shoulder for a bit. The other one, the one that cast a spell on him, seemed to be in shock still. She'd been under the spell long enough to have affected her greatly. As a result, she hadn't completely accepted that it was over. She'd only been forced to do one thing, spell Harry, but everything she wanted to do to save herself was denied to her. She felt like a prisoner in her own body. She had lived every day in fear, knowing that she'd eventually meet the man who had done this to her, and while she never saw his face, his voice in her head was a constant reminder that she'd have to do whatever he told her when the day came. Harry recognized that something was wrong, but couldn't know her mind. Not without violating her once more by entering her mind uninvited, and he'd never been able to master legilimency. He'd have to trust Poppy to take care of the girl and arrange whatever she needed. He still felt like he should try though. If you ever need someone to talk to, you know where to find me, yeah? He offered. She nodded again as fresh tears fell and finally closed her eyes as she lay down and turned around, not to be seen so fragile, by the boy who had saved her, even if he only thought he had helped them return to the castle. To her, he had been the one to arrange her freedom. The one to save her from the fate that she knew would have happened. Harry leaned forward and whispered to her, "He will never be able to touch anyone ever again. I'll make sure of it, okay?" She just broke down in sobs and her mother started comforting her with a sad smile at Harry. "Thank you," she mouthed at him one more time. Then Harry left. He went to his project room and shut himself in for half an hour, while he sorted his thoughts. The room was soundproof and completely quiet, so it was perfect to sort through his memories and calm himself down. The worst thing going through his head right now was, what if this had been happening last time? What if it had happened to Hermione and she just didn't know, because someone had modified her memories? He kept on trying to contain his emotions, but the thought wouldn't leave him alone. It started eating at him until he finally couldn't handle it anymore and yelled his frustration into the ceiling. A bunch of the newly installed chairs ripped from the floor as Harry's magic lashed out at the room around him and was torn to pieces with the sound of ripping fabric and breaking wood and plastic. Then the debris was hurled at the walls and some of the curtains tore and broke from their railings, falling to the ground in shredded heaps. He stood there breathing hard as his frustrations found an outlet on the room around him. This somehow made him feel better and he took a moment to breathe and calm himself again, slowly finding his center and settling into it. "Harry?" a voice asked. Harry winced and shut his eyes. This wasn't something he had wanted someone to see. "Yes, Auntie Min," Harry asked. "What was that?" she asked. "I was just venting my frustration," Harry said. "I know the whole world isn't like this, but placing someone under mind control for weeks. That girl will never be the same again. What had she done to deserve that? There will always be monsters in the world, Harry. You, above all, should know that," she said as she conjured a chair behind him and sat him down before kneeling in front of him. "You are a good boy, though. It shouldn't make sense to people like us. If it did, we'd be at risk of becoming like them. The powerful often find themselves unable to distinguish between right and wrong, because they feel entitled. Purebloods like to use that as an excuse to cause harm," another new voice said. "How many of you are here?" Harry asked. He was not happy that Dumbledore had seen his outburst. "You asked the professors to meet you here," Snape's voice said. He had been impressed by the boy's violence in defense of the girls he had rescued. He couldn't worry that Harry would become like Voldemort anymore. The tears on his face and the sheer destruction they had come upon when they entered the auditorium was both impressive and saddening. "You mustn't lose hope, Mr. Black," Pomona Sprout said. "There will always be those who stand against such dark men. We must encourage that until it becomes the norm. For those who don't want to change, there are other options, like imprisonment, or re-education. Or simply putting them down." Phileas Flitwick said. "I understand your frustration, Mr. Black. There is a reason that I try to encourage awe and wonder in the possibilities of magic. It helps people realize what a gift it is, rather than a right to abuse." As he said it, he lifted his wand and the curtains started righting themselves. Dumbledore also lifted his own wand and the broken debris started righting themselves, forming together into unbroken chairs and holders, which started returning to their original positions. All the while, McGonagall just crouched by Harry and held his hand as he finally found his calm. "Sorry you had to see that, Auntie Min," Harry said. "No need to apologize," she replied instantly. It was cathartic to see it done. I find myself torn between going to the security cells to make sure those men can never do something like that again myself, and staying here to support you. From your statement, I'm assuming the offenders didn't just disappear, like we were led to believe. Snape asked. Marauders' security wolves were on standby during the event. Harry said. I couldn't risk those in charge getting away with it. If you find you need the services of someone who has mastered legilimency, don't hesitate to ask. Snape surprised him by offering. Dumbledore, unable to stick his nose into Marauder's business, said nothing, but continued to repair the room with the other heads of house. Fortunately they had shown up first. Harry wouldn't want the entire staff of Hogwarts knowing about this. When everything was repaired, though, Dumbledore asked, I hear you have something to show us. Harry took a deep breath, before responding. That's right. This is a cinema. For those of you who don't know, it's a Muggle invention, with the purpose of showing films for both education and entertainment. I have worked out how to emulate both the effects of the normal cinema, and that is what I have called you here for. You've invented some way to use Muggle technology in Hogwarts? Flitwick asked. It uses a concept I learned with the family magics, with a couple of innovations I had to come up with, using a combination of both science and magic. Harry said. He summoned the trays he had placed behind the counter in the reception area, where he planned to set up a couple of conveniences, like fresh popcorn stands and confectionery sales along with some options for drinks. Bottled sodas and microwave popcorn was the best he could do right now. Fortunately microwave popcorn wasn't difficult to pop with magic, and he soon had a couple of containers of freshly popped corn in containers he transfigured from the bags themselves. He asked the professors to help themselves and take a seat, leaving the summoned stuff out for them to look through as he went to go greet the rest of the professors he had invited. Nearly all of them did show up. When everyone was nearly ready, Harry started the same crystals from the previous day up, seeing as how he had seen it already. He wanted to watch the professors as the movie played, to gauge their responses. As the trailers played, the professors started taking seats, and when they were over, the movie started and he lowered the lights on the sides until they were completely dark, leaving only the steps and aisles illuminated enough for someone to follow back to the exit, should they need to leave to the conveniently located bathrooms nearby. The room even had a ventilation system for fresh air, which was kept at a comfortable temperature. By the time the movie ended, the older ladies all had gentle smiles on their faces, while the men smiled at the adventure. Snape didn't show one emotion or another. What a wonderful experience! Flitwick exclaimed. We must make this available to the students. If we can show them films depicting the acts of heroes in a way that make them want to emulate them, it could only be good for morale. And the potential for rewarding or disciplining students by either giving them access or denying them said access, would be a wonderful way to encourage them to perform well. McGonagall added. It's what Harry had been driving at with the house points system being broken, after all. I also intend to set up a space for things like a confectionery stand, with drinks and popped corn and sweets. If you want, we can put the house elves in charge and only charge the cost of the products. Harry said. This isn't meant as a way to make money, really. I actually couldn't charge for the right to watch the movies, since that would infringe on copyright laws. Copyright laws? Flitwick asked. Muggles made this film, Harry said. They spent money producing it and they make money from it, by selling seats in cinemas and copies of the films to make a profit. If I made money and didn't pay a percentage of the earnings to the company that produced it, they'd be missing out on the profits and it would be tantamount to theft. What a novel idea, Flitwick said. We don't have such laws, but I can see how the system would work. That's beside the point, Harry said. We'll not be selling this, so we should be safe. Technically, you're spreading the concept to the magical world and more people might end up going to Muggle cinemas and spend money on gaining access to similar entertainment. Dumbledore theorized. You're potentially increasing their client base. There is that, I suppose. Harry allowed. Anyway, I don't intend to run this operation forever, so I'd need to teach someone how to use the device I have set up for the presentations. We'll also need to consider having screening evenings, so that you professors can view the films and decide if it is safe to watch for the different year groups. There are some films in the Muggle world, not intended for younger audiences with suggested age restrictions. I'm assuming you come by these films by means of your family magic. Snape asked. You assume correctly, Professor Snape. Harry said. As such, I'm the only one that can get more films for the cinemas. You intend to make more? McGonagall asked. It would be a good idea. Harry said. If we allow only older audiences to watch certain films, we'd need to be able to offer the younger ones something to watch while the older students have the choice of both. It is only fair. Good plan, Mr. Black. Flitwick said. You have my vote to continue as planned, so long as we get to join them for the entertainment. And this screening you mentioned will give the professors the opportunity to watch the films without needing to keep an eye on the students. Dumbledore said with a happy smile. He could see the staff having a bit more free time and having staff meetings during these presentations, while the students are happily entertained and busy, with the prefects keeping an eye. You have my vote too, he said. We'll need to consider the logistics and security, but I can't see this having a negative impact on the student body. Sprout said. You have my vote too, and well done, young man. Besides a sudden influx of flying carpets becoming more popular. Snape said. I'm not against this. The rest of the professors were very positive and all seemed to unanimously support the idea. Some even asked when the first screening will be and wanted to know how many options Harry had. He suddenly realized that he'd soon need to start writing synopses so that they could choose what they wanted to see next. It would be a simple thing to simply copy the information he could find about the movies, so he sighed and told them that he would be in contact about how and when. When the professors adjourned, Harry was happily surprised to see his study group had left a message for him, asking to join them when he was done with his presentation. He found them in the Great Hall, all sitting by the Hufflepuff table. It hadn't occurred to Harry, but it made sense that that house wouldn't mind them sitting with them. He joined them and confirmed in whispers that the cinema seemed to be a success. After lunch, they all asked to see another movie, and Harry had smiled and agreed. He had an idea and went to the infirmary to invite the three ladies, who he knew would be released later today. Madame Pomfrey agreed, grumbling about the fact that she couldn't join them, basically being on duty at all hours. I have an idea in the works that might help with that, somewhere down the line. Harry said with a smile. Don't worry, you'll be able to join soon. Thank you, Mr. Black. That would be a wonderful change of pace for me. Poppy said, formally in front of the three older students. She turned to them and said, if any of you wish to talk to me, I'll be here. As I understand it, Mr. Black has offered you his support as well, so I'll leave you in his capable hands. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. The girls chorused as they were led out by Harry. He led them to the cinema and gave them some treats at the reception area, before ushering them in, to where his friends were already seated and waiting. They had left the best seats open for the three that would join them. Right in the middle of one of the rear aisles. Harry had fortunately had the idea to include cinemas that showed older movies as well and had one more Disney movie that had been released the previous year to show, knowing that it would be a beautiful tale. He had the idea to set up a way to copy movies from tape, by setting up a mirror in front of a television, to record things that he could purchase, but that was still in the works and he'd be expanding on his collection soon. He was excited about watching the other two Star Wars films on the big screen as well. For now, he started the film when everyone was ready and soon Hermione was heard excitedly clapping her hands when she heard the familiar music and saw the opening scene of Beauty and the Beast. She had seen that one, but she loved the story. When the credits were rolling, there were more happy tears at the wonderful story. It had affected all of them differently. Harry hadn't ever watched the movie. For him, the imagination of the creators astounded him. The magic, while a bit far-fetched, was well done and gave him a sense of wonder at the possibilities that still lay ahead of him. A world where such a story existed couldn't be as dark as he had begun to fear. The girls all had smiles on their faces, happy tears in their eyes. The heroine of the story wasn't just pretty, but had a thirst for knowledge. It was a wonderful example to set and follow. The three girls who had just been released from the infirmary finally felt better and thanked Harry profusely for allowing them to watch the movie. He graciously accepted it and told them that they could spread the word if they wanted. He had no doubt that the rumor mill was already hard at work about his upcoming surprise. Better to give them an idea, than for the escalating nature of the rumors to raise expectations too much. Better to give the girls something else to focus on, when people started asking questions, which would inevitably happen. Harry spent the next week working on another auditorium, since not all of the student body could fit into one of these cinemas. He also had another idea that he had to focus on for the last 2 days of the week and ended up making another set of whiteboard communication devices for the professors and staff. He had called them all together in the infirmary, since he wanted Madame Pomfrey to have one of these too. When the staff were all gathered, it didn't even occur to Harry that he had basically called a staff meeting on his own. He wasn't even staff. "Good evening," Harry said as he stood before the staff, seated in chairs before him. "I'm sorry to have interrupted your Thursday evening, but I've got some security issues to discuss and a new toy for everyone here," he said. He smirked when he noted the headmaster had sat with the rest of the staff and smiled at Harry with that bloody twinkle in his eyes again. Harry was shocked to realize that it wasn't an indication of legitimacy, as he had thought. "How do you make your eyes twinkle like that?" Harry asked bemusedly at the old man, interrupting himself. "I'm afraid that's a trade secret, Mr. Black." Dumbledore smirked at him. "I suppose I should have seen that coming." Harry allowed, shaking his head. "Why am I here?" Argus Filch asked, standing off to the side. "Because as far as I can tell, you're in charge of security in the school and I want to have a word with you when the other staff leaves," Harry replied. Then he turned back to the gathering. "First off, I'm tired of having no way to contact you and have recently come up with a quick and easy new form of communication." He lifted his hand and a whole bunch of his whiteboards lifted off of a table behind him and flew to their appropriate recipients. He ignored the shocked gasps at his easy display of wandless magic. "This is what I came up with. You'll all note that the communication boards, or comboards as my study group call it, have a marker on the side." He demonstrated the functions and explained how the scrolling function worked, by pulling up the study group's most recent communications and scrolled up and down. "You'll have to work out how you want to describe yourself, but I suggest you drop the professor and full names. I can just imagine, Professor Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, will become a little tedious to write and read every time the headmaster wants to say something," Harry joked. There were a couple of chuckles at least. "Now, only the heads of house, Headmaster and Mr. Filch will be able to contact me on these. I don't want to be on the damn thing all day and I already get too many messages as it is. Fortunately, there are group functions, so that those of you who wish it can communicate in smaller groups, but I'll have to modify or add groups for you. The family magic is well protected and any attempts to tamper or discover the magic will destroy it. If you have any queries, please feel free to direct them to my head of house, Professor McGonagall." "Thank you," Harry said with a mischievous look in his eyes, directed at his Auntie Min. She didn't look upset at all. In fact, she beamed in pride and wanted to hug the boy. This would be an invaluable tool and minimize the need to travel around the school, just to find something out. "I'll be happy to answer what I can or direct any questions to Mr. Black, should there be a need. That being said, I am going to be informing the screening group, which is a group that the heads of house, Headmaster and myself are on, about the upcoming schedule for the newly created cinemas. If anyone would like to join the group, it would be up to the heads to inform you of the times. During this time, our caretaker and head of security, Mr. Filch, will be on duty with another project I have in the works for him." Harry finished. "Thank you. That is all." There was a sudden influx of questions and Harry smirked at McGonagall, who suddenly realized she had accepted this responsibility. Harry then walked to Filch. "If you'll follow me, Mr. Filch," Harry asked, indicating to the door of the infirmary. Filch grumbled but followed Harry. He led the man to an abandoned classroom that was close to his office and led the man in. "What are we doing here?" the man asked. "This is the room I'm going to be setting up as your security office," Harry said. "I'm not the head of security. I'm a bloody janitor," Filch sneered. "You're also on patrol at night and make sure students aren't running about after curfew," Harry pointed out. "What I intend to do here, tonight, is give you a demonstration of something I've been working on," he said as he pulled 2 plates of glass from his pocket. "This is a little something I've created for you. It basically functions like a security camera. Do you know what that is?" "No," Filch said, looking at the plain-looking pieces of glass. "Let me demonstrate," Harry said. He lifted up one of the pieces of glass that was round. "This functions like a camera. It's got a sticking spell on it and will turn invisible once placed against a wall, like this." He took the round piece and placed it on the opposite wall to the black board. There it stuck and vanished. "This is the projector disc," Harry said, holding out the rectangular disc. It projects what the round one sees in front of it. Harry went to the blackboard and placed the disc on the board, where it stuck as well. Then it began to glow for a second, before it projected the view of what the round disc saw, a few feet in front of it. It worked on the same illusion magic as the map and the other displays Harry had made so far. He stepped to the other side of the room and waved into the round disc that he had placed, knowing that Filch would see him on the wide-angle circular projection. "As you can tell, you will be able to place one of these," he said, pointing at the invisible round disc, "anywhere, and be able to keep an eye on that location. I'll give you a set of 30, to begin, and one extra that you can use to monitor the rest wherever you are. Once you've set up all the cameras, you'll need to arrange them in front of the last one and keep that projector disc on you." "I don't understand," Filch said. He'd followed until that point. "Okay, let me explain," Harry said. "You'll place these round discs around the castle in places where students and people often walk, like at the end of long corridors, so you can see more. Then you will place their projector discs on the board and arrange them so that you can make out where they are and so they don't overlap and things. When you are done, you place the last disc on this wall and it, in turn, will monitor the monitors." Harry stepped to the door and indicated for Filch to follow, taking the projector disc from the board as he went. When you are not in the security office, but want to see what's going on, you simply place the disc on a wall, like so. Harry demonstrated, putting the disc on a nearby wall, and soon the image of the classroom was shown. "Then you'll be able to watch the others. I'm hoping that this will save you time and the effort of having to run around the school too much. I also request that you put one of these discs by every common room, so that you can monitor their comings and goings." "Does that make sense?" Harry asked. Filch had finally caught on. "Why are you doing this?" he asked suspiciously. "I don't like what's been going on in the school. Innocent girls and boys used as toys, never even knowing that their rights were being violated. Can you honestly say you don't care?" Harry asked. "Of course not," Finch argued. "But why me? When all your cameras and monitors are set up, I'll set you up with a recording function. I basically invented the magic for that, so nobody will be able to tamper with it. Only you will know how to access and manipulate the recordings to go backwards and look through them. Not even Professor Dumbledore will have that power, without your say-so." Harry said. "I know you're a squib, but that doesn't bother me. I can easily make this work for you. That does, however, impart a responsibility to you. Do you accept the responsibility, for the convenience and power this would impart onto you?" Harry asked seriously. "I'll have to think about it," Filch said. How did the boy know? "It does look useful, but I'll have to see how it works out. The board things will come in handy, at least. I can accept that," Harry said. He pulled out a cardboard container, wherein the discs and plates were. "You can set these up so long and see what you think," he said, handing the box over and opening it to show the man the neatly stacked contents. "Contact me on the board once you have made up your mind. Until then, I won't be setting up the recording function." "Thank you," Filch finally said. Then he turned and walked off. The man was never the friendly sort. Harry had learned in his other life, that the man resented his lack of magic. Hopefully giving him this power would raise his self-esteem and temper his mood a little. Perhaps Harry should make him the one in charge of the movies as well. It will likely make the students grateful to him and help too. Harry heard his board pinging, as it had been doing for a while, and pulled it out. He really needed to add a function to tell him who was massaging him. He had to cycle through a couple of displays, until he found the new screening group had become quite populated with questions for him. Snape hadn't said a thing, and Harry suspected the man would seldom be writing on the board. The most common question was when he planned to open for the first show. "Harry, I'm planning on opening tomorrow evening after class or dinner, but I still need to speak to the house elves and arrange the snacks. Albus, I'll arrange the treats for the students. The house elves have already agreed. Minerva, are you showing the film you showed us in both cinemas?" "Harry, I don't have two copies of that. I'll be showing Aladdin in one cinema and Beauty and the Beast in the other." "Pomona, we've not seen this, Beauty and the Beast. Perhaps a screening tonight." "Harry, I'll arrange it and start the film for you. The study group already watched it over the weekend. It's a nice story. The same people that made Aladdin mad this one. Phileas, perhaps I can help making copies, for situations like this." Harry, nice try. You're not getting your hands on my family magic that easily. Phileas, I wasn't suggesting that. I was merely thinking that with a few charms, you may be able to play the same thing in both locations. Harry, now that you mention it, I should be able to arrange that. I'll work on it for next time. Albus, I'll arrange the snacks for tonight. See you at 8 p.m. Harry, can do. Harry put the board away and continued on his way to the library, where the study group was already working. Minerva was really enjoying the calm board. Albus Dumbledore, she said, tapping the board with the marker, which was how Harry had spelled these. He couldn't leave Filch without the ability to change between the different connections, after all. Minerva, these boards are simply marvelous. There was a short delay, before Albus responded. Albus, I agree with you, Minerva. That boy of yours has been making changes and now he's given us quite the advantage we never had before. Minerva, he is quite innovative, but I'm told the idea was copied from something the Muggles already have. Albus, truly, what an interesting idea. I wonder how they came up with it. Minerva, according to Harry, Hermione Granger's parents told him about some of the things that they are working on. Instant global communication is something they've been capable of for quite a while. Albus, the things Muggles will think of to make up for not having magic. It still astounds me to think Harry has plans to go to the moon. Minerva, I'm not happy about it, but I was there for the initial test and everything seemed to work as he had planned. Phileas and Rolanda have already booked their seats on the first trip there. Albus, do you think he'd allow me to go? Minerva, I don't know. You'll have to ask him. Your vow doesn't stop you from accompanying him. You're only bound from taking steps to interfere. Albus, they told you. Minerva, of course they told me. I'm family. Albus, and I will be forever grateful to you for being there for Harry. Did I ever thank you? Minerva, every time it comes up. Albus, does he hate me terribly? Minerva, he thinks you're a fool, but a well-meaning one. Sirius and Remus wouldn't shed a tear at your funeral, but Harry seems to believe there's hope for you. I'm still undecided. Albus, it makes me wonder at the strength of his character. If it was me in his shoes, I might have fallen into a depression and pushed everyone away. Minerva, he was clinically depressed when he came back. Poppy did some research and we've been encouraging Harry to look towards a brighter future. He's well on his way to recovery, but as you saw, he's not there yet. Albus, is he getting everything he needs? Is there anything I can do? Minerva, Harry's family are aware of the situation and handling it. Don't stick your nose into it. Albus, of course, Minerva. I understand. Thank you, again. There were many conversations that first night as the new device was put to the test. People soon discovered that they hadn't understood the immense impact that this would have on their lives, until that evening. The next morning, when everyone was at breakfast, Dumbledore stood up and got the students' attention. Good morning, students. I would like to take a moment to bring up a subject, which I understand has been discussed throughout the school in the last couple of days. Let me confirm some rumors. Harry Black has recently been working on a project, as I'm told he often does, and has created something that I suspect you will all find at least mildly enjoyable. His twinkle betrayed the fact that he was making an understatement. As a result of his efforts, there will be a demonstration of his new cinemas this evening before and after dinner. The Muggle-born and half-bloods who knew of them started whispering to their friends in excitement. Yes, I believe that you will all know what to expect by the time you arrive for the 2 films that will be shown. I won't be spoiling anything and ask that you don't spoil anything for your fellows, between the 2 showings, while we adjourn for dinner. The important message this morning, however, is that Mr. Black has unfortunately succeeded in gaining over 1,000 house points over the course of the last 2 days. Dumbledore said with a smirk. What? Harry exclaimed, looking at the sandglasses that reflected the point standings. Not to worry, Mr. Black. We wouldn't want to encourage you to destroy the castle to earn enough deductions, so I have taken the liberty of deducting the points again, the sum of which was an astounding 1450 points. Albus continued, you do not need to unleash the Weasley boys on the school either. I feel that they find the excuse to cause mayhem much too satisfying to encourage. So, for the rumors that have been spreading throughout the castle, there will be no dragon back riding or live Death Eater executions in front of the school. Nor will there be a duel between Mr. Black and myself. I dare say, such a challenge might prove too much for my tired old bones. Please put those rumors to rest, Dumbledore said, and enjoy the rest of your day. Were there such rumors? Harry asked. Not that I'd heard, Hermione said, shaking her head. Me neither, Neville said. Do you think that he was using that moment to start those? Parvati asked. I wouldn't put it past him, Harry said as he narrowed his eyes at the teacher's table, where Dumbledore was twinkling at him again. Harry concentrated for a bit and a flashing neon sign appeared above Dumbledore's head, with an arrow pointing down. Dumbass, it read. Then Harry continued on with the conversation, ignoring the incredulous looks, which soon turned to snickering as everyone but Dumbledore seemed to notice. It disappeared once or twice as staff tried to dispel it, but it just reappeared, saying, idiot, and nincompoop. Mr. Black, McGonagall exclaimed. Dumbledore finally noticed, when it was pointed out to him. He started it. Harry called back instantly, not looking up, as Dumbledore tried to dispel it, only to be replaced with, nitwit. Shaking his head, Dumbledore decided to get up and inspect the magic more closely, but it moved with him as he moved. Harry was actively keeping the magic up and replacing the sign when it was dispelled, so there was no magic to dispel, really. It wasn't an effect, it was a constant application of an illusion, like his banishment-based flight was constantly applied. Harry ignored the calls to get his attention and finally got up and walked out of the Great Hall followed by his friends. Once he left, the sign disappeared as well, since he wasn't there to apply it. Dumbledore wasn't angry, as much as curious. He had decided to play a prank on the boy after all. It was only fair to expect return fire. His smile assured everyone that it was just harmless fun and that he accepted it in the manner it was meant. The fact that he couldn't dispel it had caused more rumors though. The first round of films, played simultaneously and ended almost at the same time, with Beauty and the Beast ending slightly before Aladdin. Knowing the running time of the films had helped coordinate things as well, and a note was made to keep that in mind in the future. The dreamy looks and smiles all around made Harry's day though. There wasn't one person that didn't enjoy the shows. Even Mr. Filch had shown up to stand in an aisle and watch. After dinner, while the second showing happened, he pulled Harry aside. I'll do it, he said. It would be useful to be able to prove things with evidence that can't be altered. I'll go set you up in the morning, Harry said. When you're all set, you can show the headmaster your new capabilities. You might even be able to get a raise for this. He doesn't know, Filch asked. Of course not, Harry said. I came to you first. I didn't want him to foist this on you without giving you a choice. You know how he can get. Filch seemed to consider him for a moment. Then he nodded and said, thank you. Harry could tell the man was grateful for the consideration. Not a problem, Mr. Filch, Harry said. I had another proposition for you, if you were interested. What? Filch asked. Would you be interested in running the cinemas? Harry said. There are a couple of perks, like the snacks and being able to watch any films you want when the cinema isn't in use. But, the magic, Filch said. I can set it up so all you'd have to do is insert the proper movie and soundtracks and press a button. Harry promised. You'd have to remember to switch the lights off and on for when the movie begins, but that can be tied to another button. Why? Finch asked. Because I think you've got a raw deal, Harry admitted. Surrounded by kids who flaunt what they have and don't take your limitations into consideration. If you did this though, you'd be the man who brings them their entertainment. You'd have some power in their eyes. You're the man in charge. What do you get out of it? Filch asked. I get to not have to be here every time a movie needs to be put on, Harry said. And between you and me, I don't want to teach magical people how this all works, otherwise they'd try and steal my ideas. You're uniquely qualified for the job. That's why you gave me access to the security magic too, isn't it? Filch asked. Of course. Imagine what would happen if someone asked you how these things worked and you telling them it's a squib-only secret. Throw what they think is an insult back in their teeth, Harry said. Filch. Like that idea. Power only a squib could wield. I like that. I thought you might. Harry smirked. I'll stop by your security office tomorrow and call Professor Dumbledore so that you can show him what you can do. Filch nodded and walked away again. He needed to set up his new office. By Saturday evening, Harry had finished both setting up the projector rooms for Filch and his recording capabilities. He'd even showed Filch how to use both and given him access to his stores of movies. "Harry, Headmaster, I have something to show you, if you are available." "Albus. You may call me Albus on private communication, Harry." "I'm available. Do you want to come to my office?" "Harry, that will take some getting used to. And I actually need you to get over to Mr. Filch's office for what we have to show you." "Albus, I'll be there in a couple of minutes." When Dumbledore arrived, it was to find both Harry and Filch waiting for him. "Good evening, gentlemen. What is it you have to show me?" he asked. "This way, Headmaster," Filch said, leading the way to the classroom Harry had annexed for him. Dumbledore followed bemusedly and entered into the classroom, where he saw a desk in front of a large display of illusionary images. "What's this?" he asked. "This, Headmaster, is our new security system," Filch said. Harry had decided that it would be best if he made the presentation. "These displays show what is currently happening in the school." "Did you make this, Mr. Black?" he asked, inspecting the full-color displays showing some students chatting as they walked. There was no sound. "I set this up for Mr. Filch," Harry confirmed. "The purpose of which is?" Dumbledore asked. "This way, we can confirm what is currently happening. If something happens and I don't see it, I can also go back a while and see it again," Filch said, pressing a button on his desk, freezing the images, and then another, one left from that button to start going backwards. "There are different speeds of going back, so I don't have to stand here all day," he said as he pressed the next button and it started going twice as fast. The next did twice that, and so on. "Apparently there will be a week's worth of going backwards," Filch said, "until I can produce more of the recording media that we use." Harry confirmed. "Then we'll be able to stock up as far as we want to." "What is your recording medium?" Dumbledore asked, noting that Filch had frozen the image of him walking down a passageway and scratching his beard. "That is a secret, Headmaster," Finch said. "If nobody but me knows, nobody can try and tamper with evidence. As Mr. Black puts it, this is squib-only magic." Dumbledore considered this. It was truly a useful tool, one he'd love having access to himself, but it was likely that this was something Harry would claim was family magic, so he had no right to interfere. It was his school though, and he had rights here. "How do I know that this is being used responsibly? Are you worried that there are monitors in the girls' bathrooms or something?" Harry asked. "No, I know you wouldn't do something like that, even though I suspect you'd be able to if you wanted," Dumbledore qualified. "I'm more interested in knowing that you're not watching duplicate feeds in another location." "Why?" Harry countered. "I have other methods to know what is going on in the castle. Much like the heads of house know what is going on in their common rooms. You'll note that there are no feeds from inside the common rooms, for people's privacy." Dumbledore looked at the feeds fast forward, when Argus pressed a button on the other side of the line of buttons until it caught up with real time. "I can see that this would be useful to you, Mr. Filch. I don't see that you are invading anyone's privacy since the hallways are public anyway." He turned and looked at his new head of security. "Very well. You have my blessing to continue using this. Let's hope the Board of Governors don't find out about it until it has proven its usefulness. I doubt that they would support this." "Thank you, Headmaster," Filch said, resolving not to let anyone see him using the projection disc which he intended to carry with him at all times. "This is a wonderful advancement, Mr. Black," Dumbledore complimented as he watched all the halls of his school displayed on one wall of illusionary projections. "It's a Muggle advancement," Harry said. "They've got security cameras everywhere these days. One day soon, a wizard will be caught on camera doing something that people shouldn't see and it will go on the internet. Then we're all likely to need to come out of hiding," he said with a smile. "This is no matter to be happy about, Mr. Black," Dumbledore said as a new worry suddenly appeared in his cluttered head. "Of course it is," Harry scoffed. "It's not the 16th century anymore. People don't burn people at the stake anymore. We just need to get out ahead of it. Give them reason to trust and need us, you know. Please tell me that this isn't one of your long-term goals," Dumbledore pleaded. "Not yet," Harry admitted. "But if someone doesn't plan for the inevitable, who will?" Harry left the two in the security office with that thought. Sunday was spent setting up the idea he had to transmit the same movie from one cinema to the other, so that the entire school could watch the same thing at the same time. It meant another piece of glass that needed to be put in place on both sides, but with his experience, it was simple enough. The sound was a bit more difficult, as he needed to adjust the volume, since the volume halved on both sides for some reason. He decided to look into it later and added a slider with a simple amplification spell on it for Filch to use. Then he set up another projector platform in the first booth and connected it to the second cinema as well, so that Filch could run both cinemas from one booth. He even added a new feed, so that Filch could confirm that both were playing what they were supposed to. The success of the cinemas and putting Filch in charge left Harry with some time on his hands, so he started planning his next project. It had been on his mind since he put up the first cinema. He now had a way to transport audio the way he could transport video or both at once. What he was thinking was a new form of communication that would take advantage of the audio portion only. Like a telephone. The idea would be that he would make devices that could dial each other, but he had no idea how to make the pairings work. His current form of communication worked on permanent pairings. Every one of the comm boards used multiple connected flaws which were synchronized with all the others. Then he would make or break connections to set up groups and so forth. A connected pair of flaws allowed them to synchronize the boards and then replicate what it showed. For only two people out of a group to be connected, he needed to break the connected flaws between those two flaws and the rest and pair their use with the command words he set to activate them, being each other's, or the group's, names. He'd used a rune to buffer the messages waiting to still come in and to absorb the messages, and their magic, when the board was changed to a different one. Every flaw needed said buffering rune to be able to do this, otherwise they would be cleared every time when the connection is broken to show another flaw's buffer. Harry didn't know that he was basically using some principles of programming to make these things work, and since he didn't know anything about the subject, he needed to come up with everything on his own. He had an idea, but he didn't know of a magic that could retroactively pair things over large distances. He was sitting in the common room, considering this, when he heard footsteps from the girls' staircase. It was Luna, and it appeared that she was sleepwalking. Finally, something to distract him from his dilemma. He watched her as she walked to the common room door, smiling and nodding to someone only she could see in whatever dream she was having. Harry got up and followed her, to ensure she didn't hurt herself. He waved at the location where he knew the camera disc was, in case Filch was monitoring and mimed sleeping and walking before pointing at Luna, hoping his meaning was clear. Then he continued following her. He couldn't make out what she was saying, but it seemed she was calmly chatting about something, just walking with her dream companion. They walked all over the school. She never made one misstep, even skipping merrily over the trick steps on the stairs as she went. At some point Filch had headed them off and Harry had indicated for him to stay quiet and explained the situation quietly. It was supposed to be very bad to wake someone while they were sleepwalking. Filch took out his tablet and started writing something as he walked away. Most likely updating McGonagall about the students out of bed. The heads of house were obviously told about the new security system, otherwise Filch couldn't report anything he saw through the system. Harry continued to follow the girl and she eventually returned to the common room. But she didn't head back to bed. Instead she sat on a couch and continued her nonsensical non-conversation. Harry sat down as well and went back to his thoughts. How would he make those pairings? So far he'd been using letters, words and symbols as his flaws for the pairings. He made it simple for himself, by using combinations, like Hermione, for the flaw that connected their private board communication. If he wanted to mass-produce something and sell it to people he didn't know, that would simply not work. The most important part of anything he sold would need to be the protection magic, so he couldn't spend mass amounts of energy spelling thousands upon thousands of connections, just so that all the devices could contact each other. Harry Potter. Luna's voice said and Harry looked up, to see her looking at him. Were you keeping me company? I was in the common room, when you went for a walk. Harry said. Does that happen often? Only sometimes. Luna said. You really don't need to worry about me. I'm capable of waking up if it's necessary. Oh, okay. Harry said. If I see you going for a walk again, I might decide to join you anyway, if you don't mind. You find the most interesting places. The castle is interesting. Luna said. Yeah, but you walked me all the way to the dungeons on a route I've never taken. It was strange how quickly we got there actually. I might decide to take that path from now on. Harry said. Are you going to bed now? I was thinking of sitting by the fire for a bit. Luna said, looking at the fire. I like to watch how the fire constantly changes. You could look at a fire for an hour and never see the same pattern twice. I suppose it's just the nature of fire. Harry said. It's a force of nature. It is always unpredictable, even caged. Not always. Luna said. Apparently, when someone uses the flow, the fire looks the same on both sides. I think it has to do with how the flow network works. It's all centrally managed, you know. I didn't know that, Harry said, bemusedly. But then, I've never been on two sides of a flow connection at the same time to see. You should try it, Luna suggested, like she was talking about personal experience. You never know how useful it could be to be in two places at once. How would I even attempt such a thing? Harry asked, looking at the fire as if the answer to his questions lay there, even as something she said tickled his brain. I'm sure you could find a way. Luna said. It was true. Off the top of his head, he could call Sirius on the mirror while looking at a flow connection from two locations. He could do the same with his newly created security system too. You might just be right, Harry admitted after the thought. What were you thinking about when I showed up? Luna asked. How to connect a lot of things together over distance and still be able to differentiate between connections without a hefty process like connecting every single one at the same time. Harry admitted. So, like the flow network? Luna asked. No, not like the flow network. That's it, Harry exclaimed as he got up and went to her to lift her up in an exuberant hug. Of course that would work. He didn't need to connect all the devices together, all he needed to do was connect them to a central location or device. You're brilliant, Luna. Daddy sometimes says the same thing. Luna said with a smile he couldn't see as he spun her around. Of course, he says it when I'm talking about features for the Quibbler. Do you read it? She asked as he set her down. If my plan works out, I'll become a lifetime subscriber. Harry promised as he sat down again with the smile still plastered on his face. With this idea, he knew he could do it. He just needed to figure out the application. So, I was able to help. Luna asked. You'll have to wait and see. Harry said smiling at her. Then a thought hit him and he asked, would you mind telling me who you were talking to, while you were walking? You heard that? Luna asked, a small frown appearing on her face. I heard you talking, but I couldn't make out what you were saying. Harry said. It seemed like a friendly conversation, though. It was. Luna said, turning back to the fire, but not elaborating. Sorry if it's personal. I didn't mean to intrude. Harry apologized. I don't blame you for asking. Luna said. Then she just sat back and continued staring at the fire. Apparently their conversation was over, though. She sat there for another couple of minutes, before abruptly getting up and walking back to the girls' dorm. Harry was only slightly disturbed to see her talking to whoever she had been earlier, in the same tone as when she was sleepwalking. Was she still asleep? He shook himself and decided to rather get to bed than think of it any longer. The idea that she was never awake, but had that conversation with him, bothered him for some reason. Like the person she had been speaking to was just standing there, watching them and allowing Luna to have a conversation with him for a while. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.